I think I'm dead. Is this the underworld? Luo En struggled to open his eyes. Sticky, acidic fluid immediately flooded into them. No matter how hard he tried to widen his gaze, everything remained pitch black. Ugh, my head hurts. I should probably call in sick tomorrow. That damn manager shouldn't make me come in when I'm ill, right? Wait though, you still have to work after death. His mind was a mess, as if someone had taken a sledgehammer and beaten it for half an hour straight. A searing pain threatened to split his skull open. Instinctively, he tried to move his body, only to find himself tightly compressed by some kind of liquid, like an adult crammed violently into a child's suitcase, completely immobile. With a helpless sigh, Luo En passed out once again. Dragon heritage loading. System initialization commencing. A mechanical female voice suddenly echoed inside his head, then all fell silent once more. Luo En was an ordinary office worker from the Huaxia Nation. On his way home from work at 8 p.m., he was struck by a truck that had suddenly gone berserk. Although Luo En sensed danger and desperately tried to dodge, the vehicle seemed to be targeting him specifically. It didn't brake at all, swerving wildly before hitting him dead. Boom! The immense kinetic energy hurled his body over 20 meters away. The last thing he remembered was a crowd gathering around him and a spreading pool of crimson red. His wallet, phone, cake, and unfinished overtime documents were scattered across the ground. My phone. Oh no, I forgot to wipe it. This was the final thought that crossed the mind of a desperate office drone before slipping into death. Progress 1. Progress 33. Progress 50. Progress 100. Interdimensional travel system activated successfully. Dragon heritage loaded successfully. When Luo En regained consciousness, a flood of memories surged into his mind, merging seamlessly with his soul. System, dragon, heritage, travel target. He spent a long time sorting through the fragmented memories now embedded within him. Though he wasn't entirely sure what was going on, it seemed he'd either been reincarnated or transported to another world and with a system, no less. Recalling the web novels he'd secretly read while slacking off at work, perhaps this wasn't too hard to accept. It feels like I've become a character in one of those stories. The only downside was that he probably wouldn't be human in this life. Actually, maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. 2 sets of knowledge called Dragon Heritage now resided in his mind. Although Luo En couldn't read the text, which was in an unknown script, strangely enough, he understood exactly what it meant. Dragon Heritage, Prismatic Dragon Heritage. He tentatively flipped through parts of it. While he couldn't access everything yet, Luo En managed to skim the sections available to him. As he browsed, a peculiar sensation from the tail behind him constantly reminded him. He had become a hatchling dragon, still inside its egg. After organizing the information, it was time for the main event. System? Luo En mentally called out. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, a pale, blue panel materialized in his mind, floating silently and pulsing gently with colorful waves of light. Before him was a 3D model of a Western-style dragon. Luo En focused his attention on the creature. The 3D image gradually transformed into lines of text. Name, Luo En. Gender, race, prismatic dragon. Rank, legendary after hatching. Travel target, none. Interdimensional travel cooldown, 0D0H. Begin journey. Studying the data panel in his mind, Luo En began analyzing each line. A dragon's name. According to the dragon heritage, true dragons have extremely long names, some even take 3 days and nights to recite without repetition. My first name is the same as my previous life, but the surname is still? Could it be because I haven't declared my true name yet? My race is the prismatic dragon, one of the 3 legendary dragon species. Rank, born a legend. But just how strong is that? Luo En didn't have a clear concept yet. The prismatic dragon heritage contained no descriptions below demigod level. Could it be that I've arrived in a world similar to Dungeons & Dragons? Back when reading novels, Luo En had seen similar plots where people were reborn as dragons, but they always became chromatic dragons. Chromatic dragons refer to 5 different colored evil true dragons active across various planes, ranked by power and temperament. Red dragon, violent and warlike. Blue dragon, arrogant and conceited. Green dragon, cunning and treacherous. Black dragon, mad and despicable. White dragon, bestial and vengeful. Those predecessors who were reborn as chromatic dragons all had miserable lives, starting with eating dirt, being boiled by kobolds, chained up in cages, or driven away by their mother dragons right after birth. Every chromatic dragon's growth was accompanied by blood and tears, though eventually, they all grew powerful enough to shake the multiverse. Not being reborn as a chromatic dragon was indeed a stroke of luck. But compared to what came next, these were trivial matters. Most importantly, what about my gender? What does question mark mean? Has my gender confused the system so much it can't determine it anymore? While mentally grumbling at the system, Luo En clicked the begin journey button. After all, the cooldown timer had already hit 0, and that golden exclamation mark beside begin journey was practically begging to be pressed. Once again, a cold mechanical voice rang out. System alert. Interdimensional travel unavailable in current state. Is it because I'm still inside the egg? Fair enough. Thinking about it, if a passerby saw a dragon egg hopping around going on interdimensional adventures, that would be pretty strange. Luo En, still confined in his shell, decided to break out first. After all, staying cooped up in an egg forever wasn't ideal. Reborn as a dragon, the vibrant outside world awaited him. He wouldn't stay trapped in here. Sharp claws lashed forward. Even though the nutrient-rich fluid inside the egg had been fully absorbed, Luo En still had limited space to maneuver. He could only slowly poke at the shell. I hope Mommy Dragon is pretty, Luo En thought as he dug. According to the prismatic dragon heritage, prismatic dragons lived in family societies. For a long time after hatching, young dragons only ever saw their mother and food. And a beautiful mother always encouraged her children to eat more. Until adulthood, the mother dragon would care for her offspring, sometimes even sharing treasure. Even after maturity, many mothers were reluctant to let their children leave the epitome of devoted dragon mothers. The neighboring Tiamat, queen of chromatic dragons, would be green with envy. With a crack, the hard shell finally split. Overjoyed, Luo En swung his claws faster, frantically stabbing at the crack. Another world. I'm coming. Crack, crack, crack. Finally, a hole large enough for a hatchling's head appeared in the shell. An elongated dragon's snout poked out. The hatchling closed his eyes and took his first breath of air in this new world. Why does it smell like sulfur? Struggling out of the shell, Luo En instinctively shouted a series of draconic words. Luo En Alpharic Nisho Lasjaki Salamonrich Richardorian. Omega, a dragon's true name, was like a newborn's first cry. Without it, you might as well be dead. For a newly hatched dragon, failing to shout its true name immediately meant being deemed a dragon beast by the Mothera terrifying fate. No matter how much it resembled a true dragon physically, a beast lacked a true name. Once identified as such, the mother would instantly discard it from the nest. Some irritable dragons, yes, I'm looking at you, red dragon mothers, would even devour the hatchling outright, since dragon beasts were considered a separate species, no mercy shown. After shouting his true name, Luo En opened his eyes, ready to survey his surroundings. A strong stench of sulfur mixed with faint traces of blood filled his nostrils. An endless expanse of red earth stretched before him, littered with burning demon corpses and shattered elemental creatures. The sulfurous odor clearly came from them. Whose dragon lair is this? Who builds a nest in such a nuclear wasteland? Luo En gave his birthplace a generous 0 out of 10. Little one, you're quite the unusual beauty. A slender, sultry female voice with a suggestive tone sounded behind Luo En. Startled, Luo En whipped his long neck around to look. Colorful dragon eyes reflected the speaker's form. Emerald green eyes, a face brimming with seduction. Her body barely covered by tattered rags that did nothing to hide her voluptuous figure. Thighs of dun purple skin tattooed with mysterious patterns. In her hand, she held a thorny whip, which she waved playfully as she swayed her upper body. This seductive posture, combined with curved goat horns atop her head and cloven hooves, unmistakably marked her as a mature succubus from the abyss. Luo En's mind exploded with sensitive terms and sarcastic remarks. For a moment, he couldn't decide where to begin. What's wrong, little one? Is my beauty overwhelming you? The succubus, amused by the crystal hatchling staring dumbfounded, teasingly shook her ample evilness. Well, yes, just a newborn hatchling being mesmerized by sister's beauty is understandable. So what do you say, little dragon? Call me Mama, sign this master-servant contract, and I'll spare your life. The succubus was very pleased with this hatchling. Though his massive, 5-meter-long body differed slightly from the crystal hatchling she remembered, no matter, it must be a variant dragon. The queen had said variant dragons were always physically unusual, distinct from normal dragons. Legends claimed they grew into mighty warriors among dragons, some even capable of challenging the chromatic dragon queens. Most importantly, this newborn hatchling was incredibly beautiful, so much so that she'd stared for a good while before snapping back to reality. It was worth every effort she'd expended stealing him. All that remained was signing the contract. She had already drawn the teleportation magic circle behind her, ready to escape to a lower plane. In her mind, the succubus began fantasizing about ruling a subplane with this variant dragon, conquering star systems, and then she'd gather thousands of handsome males from different races to complete her succubus harem. Luo En glanced at the ornately decorated parchment and then at the delusional succubus before him, quickly grasping his situation. A pretty mommy dragon was clearly out of the question, but a pretty succubus? Definitely present. Truly an unfortunate start to dragon life. Clearing his throat softly to mask a sharp pain, Luo En lifted his head and looked the excited succubus squarely in the eye. "Your polite Luo En responded with utmost courtesy. Chapter 2. Escaping with the Egg. It's. Fearing the succubus might not understand common tongue, Luo En repeated it in Abyssal. The dragon heritage granted innate language mastery. From a moment he cried his true name at birth, languages like Common, Elvish, Abyssal, Dwarvish, etc. were all automatically known to him. However, typical hatchlings couldn't speak anything other than Draconic at birth. Their vocal cords weren't developed yet. Prismatic dragons faced no such limitation. After all, we are born legendary. My apologies. The succubus felt like she must have misheard. How dare a newborn hatchling unleash such vulgarities in front of a master-tier succubus? Wasn't he afraid of death? Even if he were a variant dragon, he couldn't possibly be master-tier at birth. Besides, she was a combat succubusnet, one of those low-tier succubi who merely drained life essence. Her demonic whip had already shattered countless elemental cores. Soon, she'd advanced to succubus commander, then even the queen would treat her with respect. "You foolish hatchling. How dare you utter such crude insults to your noble master?" The succubus's feigned elegance vanished. Her furious glare burned into the crystal hatchling, rage threatening to erupt. She decided this crystal hatchling needed a lesson to remind him who was boss. Yes, he was unusually large and could speak Abyssal, but assuming he was a variant dragon explained everything. Irrelevant. Size didn't change the fact that he was still a hatchling. She'd show him his place, force him to sign the master-servant contract, and enslave him forever. The succubus raised her whip, watching as the hatchling opposite suddenly opened its jaws wide. Boom! A rainbow-colored breath weapon roared forth, a dazzling arc of color slicing through the barren land, breathtakingly beautiful. Beautiful things often foretell danger. The red earth, scattered corpses, and the enraged succubusal disintegrated under this divine-like prismatic breath into fundamental magical particles, slowly dissipating into nothingness. Cough, cough, cough. Unleashing full power right after birth was clearly too much. After coughing for a bit until the burning in his throat eased, Luo En flew forward to inspect. Confirmed. Not even a speck of the succubus remained. Luo En turned, grabbed his eggshell, and bolted southeastward. This was his first meal, couldn't afford to lose it. Only a massive crater nearly 100 meters long and dozens deep remained, silently testifying to the battle that had occurred. Judging from the positions of the succubus and scattered corpses, this direction should be relatively safe. As he fled, Luo En pondered the recent fight. From a moment he spotted the succubus, he'd been preparing that breath attack. Breath weapons were the first skill every hatchling possessed, just like babies knowing how to suckle milk. The trash talk before combat was merely to distract her. Judging by the results, it worked perfectly. After all, this was his first real fight in 2 lifetimes. Luo En figured giving it his all was the safest approach. Recalling the brief character profile that flashed before his eyes as he breathed on the succubus, Luo En mentally summoned the interface. Sure enough, the pale blue panel reappeared. Identification successful. Name, Karaisi Sukka. Race, succubus. Strength, master tier. Evaluation, deletion due to biological termination. Seemed he'd unlocked a new function of the system. She doesn't deserve an evaluation just because she's dead. She was a living being once. A rant from Luo En, self-proclaimed lover of succubi. Luo En continued flying low while scanning the surroundings. Burning red land, volcanoes everywhere, huge rivers of lava flowing across the earth. Based on the records and the heritage, there was no mistake. He had been born in a fire elemental plane on the verge of corruption. Why on the verge? Well, the demon corpses strewn across the horizon and the formerly lively succubus told the story. The plane had been invaded by the abyss, with extreme levels of assimilation. Normally, high-ranking demons entering an elemental plane would be swiftly eliminated by native elementals. Elemental beings harbored unimaginable hatred toward the abyss, immediate, deadly hostility upon sight. This likely stemmed from the nature of the abyss itself. Legends said each layer of the abyss was once a normal elemental plane until corrupted and transformed. Whoosh! A gust of wind carried the thick sulfur smell far away. Luo En adjusted his flight path carefully to avoid running into major demon forces. Clearly, demons dominated this plane now. Vast territories had fallen, allowing even solitary succubi to roam freely, with no elemental creatures in sight. The very earth had been reshaped into the abyss signature blood red. A normal fire elemental plane should have orange-yellow terrain. What an unpredictable life as a dragon. After hours of flying, Luo En finally found a hidden cave at the foot of a volcano. Folding his wings, he squeezed his bulky frame with the eggshell into the narrow formeter-high entrance. He inspected the 20-meter-deep tunnel, confirmed no signs of prior habitation, then gently placed the eggshell at the deepest point. Turning back, he aimed his mouth at the entrance and unleashed a small portion of his prismatic breath. Boom! Clatter! Clatter! Even with minimal breath, the entire cave entrance instantly collapsed under the blast, burying it beneath rubble. Shattered stones rolled all the way to Luo En's feet before stopping. Finally, I can eat in peace. Satisfied, Luo En turned, sat down, broke off a piece of eggshell, and popped it into his mouth. For most hatchlings, their first meal was their own eggshell. Rich in trace elements and essential energy reserves for early growth, the shell also magically tasted like whatever the hatchling desired most. No dragon disliked its eggshell. It was a delicacy most dragons could enjoy only once in their lifetime. Why most? Because the dragon heritage recorded a tale of an ancient crystal dragon who adored eggshells so much that, lacking supply, he came up with a twisted idea. He started stealing dragon eggs just to eat the shells. Though crystal dragons had a precedent for stealing white dragon eggs, and though he always hatched the stolen eggs and fed the hatchlings meat to ensure survival, the act of eating another dragon's shell caused immense psychological harm. Imagine, a newborn hatchling finishes crying its true name, ready to eat, only to be snatched aside by an ancient crystal dragon who proceeds to devour its shell. Unable to fight back, forced to endure, countless hatchlings were left traumatized, trembling at the mere sight of other crystal dragons. Eventually, this ancient crystal dragon got bolder. Chromatic dragon eggs no longer satisfied him. Seeking more variety, he began stealing metallic dragon eggs. Already semi-divine, he might have ascended to godhood if not for his eggshell obsession. Metallic and chromatic dragons alike could only watch helplessly as he stole their eggs, returning only traumatized hatchlings. This outrageous behavior finally drew the attention of Bahamut, the god of good dragons. Even the usually gentle dragon god flew into a rage upon learning of this vile act. He personally subdued the crystal dragon and imprisoned him beneath Mount Celestia, guarded by an ancient gold dragon. Since no hatchlings were physically harmed, only their shells, eaten Bahamut spared his life, sentencing him to eternal imprisonment without food. His deeds were personally recorded in the dragon heritage by Bahamut as a warning to all dragons against such actions. Cats! Cats! Luo En chewed contentedly while browsing the recorded footage in the heritage, both delicious and entertaining. The dragon heritage didn't just contain texts, many powerful true dragons had imprinted their experiences into it, viewable like movies by any inheritor. To leave a record in the heritage required at least ancient dragons to produce an invaluable trove of knowledge coveted by countless legendary beings. Yet 99.9% of true dragons never bothered to read it, preferring to sleep after eating, occasionally raiding treasure hoards. After all, sleeping made you stronger who wanted to study history? Wait, why does my eggshell taste like intestines? Could it be that my favorite food in my past life was 9-turn intestines? Luo En scratched his chin, finishing the tale of the egg-stealing dragon, puzzled. Something felt off, like he'd forgotten something important. After swallowing the last bite of shell, his emaciated body grew plump and healthy. An overwhelming wave of sleepiness washed over him, his body signaling it had accumulated enough energy for evolution. Luo En didn't resist. He settled into a comfortable position, gently closed his dragon eyes, and his breathing grew slow and steady. Wait, maybe the system can now initiate travel? Just before drifting off, Luo En finally remembered what he'd forgotten. ZZZ, SHHHHH. Heavy breathing filled the cave. Chapter 3. Abyss and Titans. The scent of the esteemed Queen Calicia dissipated here. The three-headed canine, ablaze with green flames, sniffed intently at the crater left by Ron's breath. Terrifyingly, it was not only the lower canine head that loomed. Two other heads on either side continuously emitted howls and curses. To the left was a lion's head. jaws agape, oozing a potent acidic liquid. To the right, a visage resembling that of a female elf, though only half her face remained, the other half a stench-ridden skeleton. The bizarre assembly of 3 heads atop a slender, black canine body signified that this was a genuine abyssal 3-headed dog, nearing the completion of its final evolution. Beside the 3-headed beast stood a demoness of feminine form. She was a graceful beauty, her red lips curled into a teasing smile. Curved horns protruded from her forehead, pushing her dark, flowing hair back. In her eyes danced a dangerous, fiery lust. Grand wings unfurled from her back, adorned with razor-like talons at the joints. The end of her flat, elongated demonic tail bore a wicked barb, punctuating the portrait of this enchantress. Clad in a sheer, intricately woven silk gown, cinched at the waist with a studded leather belt, she idly toyed with a long whip crafted from golden chains that sparked with electricity. It matters not. That wretched soul has returned to the abyss. Seek nearby for any traces of the egg. If none are found, return to the heights of Ik. Her mellifluous voice echoed across the burning earth. The 3 distinct heads bowed simultaneously, black-green liquid seeping from their crimson gums, eroding the rocks below into small cavities. Obey your will, the demon queen commanded, dismissing the ugly 3-headed dog as she gazed down into the deep pit, her interest piqued. With a flourish of her demonic wings, she descended. The snow-white soles of her feet touched the fragmented stones at the pit's bottom, producing a soft, rustling sound. Light-based conjuration magic? No. The fetid aura of light magic lingers, yet this power approaches that of a 9th circle spell. She sensed the magical fluctuations around her. Her blood-red lacquered nails gently curling as her fair hands slowly rose to her sides, the air growing increasingly damp. Light magic should not possess such destructive force, and this broken demi-plane, by rights, should not harbor such potent beings. Her slender arms were raised before her. Let me see who dares to intrude upon my game. Surging magical energy converged towards the pit's depths, and slowly, a mirror of vapor began to form in the air, initially a faint mist that gradually thickened into a dense, pure white. The demon Kalicia emerged, cradling a dragon egg larger than herself, followed by scenes of a hatchling dragon breaking free and frolicking with Kalicia materializing in the mist. How intriguing! A deceased iridescent dragon egg has actually hatched. Kalicia, that fool, does she not know that crystal dragons only arise from the crystal veins of the next plane? What a disgrace to demonkind! As a colossal, multicolored beam swept across, the mist slowly dissipated. A legendary hatchling, is it? However, even a demigod cannot disrupt the mirrored memories. Can they? The demon queen furrowed her brow slightly, gazing at the dispersing mist. She attempted to wield her divine magic once more, only to witness the same scene of dissipating fog after the light beam swept through. No matter how she altered the conditions, she could not unveil what transpired after Kaleshi's demise. The subsequent events appeared to be obscured by some enigmatic will. The resurrected dragon egg, the ability to shield divine magic, intriguing. The corners of her lips curled upward, her crimson mouth exuding an irresistible allure, yet only the surrounding rocks bore witness to this moment. The demon queen resolved to linger in this dimension a while longer. Originally, she had come merely to observe the unfolding battle and to retrieve that egg as a birthday gift for the Lord of the Abyss. That rascal Okaz was once again celebrating his birthday. Who could fathom why a Lord of the Abyss had such a penchant for birthday gifts? He would grow impatient if none were offered. To her surprise, upon her arrival in this realm, she received word that a master-tier succubus had fled with the offerings intended for her. This affront compelled the demon queen to personally seek out this traitor. She was eager to discern whether the individual had consumed the gall of a red dragon or a golden one to dare attempt to seize her possession, even if it were merely a lifeless egg. Yet, unexpectedly, this pursuit yielded unforeseen rewards. Though rare, there were indeed deceased legendary dragon eggs. In contrast, the living iridescent dragons were exceedingly scarce. Since the Dragonfall War, the time dragons of the 3 legendary dragon strains ceased to interfere in dragonkind conflicts. The might dragons remained secluded in their realm, shunning the outside world, and the iridescent dragons seemed to have entirely perished, leaving no trace within the cosmos for nearly several hundred epochs. Noble Queen, news arrives from the Ika Heights that the heart of the dimension has been located. However, it appears a Titan demigod has forcefully breached the blockade, thwarting our assimilation. The 3-headed hound of the abyss turned back midway, bellowing towards the depths below. Three distinct and peculiar voices converged, creating a particularly jarring cacophony. Three succubus commanders had already perished in battle, and they implored her to display her divine might. Otherwise, this invasion might end in failure. Suddenly, a pair of pristine, jade-like feet appeared, ruthlessly crushing the head of the nearby elf beneath. The earth quaked under this immense power, fissures radiating outward, while the abyssal hound felt its bones creaking ominously, as if they might be ground to powder at any moment. Yet it dared not move, fearful of incurring the wrath of the demon queen. A pack of useless wretches. Must I intervene for such trivial matters? It would be more beneficial to tend to a herd of swine. Furthermore, should you dare look down upon me again, you may return to the abyss. As the foot was lifted, the hound finally exhaled in relief. Its life was spared. Delivering messages in the abyss was truly perilous work. The demon queen unfurled her grand demonic wings, gently waving them, and in an instant, she found herself thousands of meters away. The space of this dimension had been sealed by her, rendering all spatial magic ineffective. Otherwise, she could have simply torn open a rift and arrived at her destination instantaneously. Her slender form flickered through the air, hastily racing towards the battlefield. After all, should the Titan race arrive too late, this realm might very well be left with her as its sole commander. As for that fledgling dragon, there is no escape for him. The entire dimension has been sealed off. Unless one attains demigod status, it is impossible to break through her confinement. Await my return, Ron Omega. And what of Ron? What occupies his time? He remains blissfully asleep in his cave, utterly unaware that he has caught the attention of an abyssal queen. Time, relentless in its passage, has swiftly ushered in 2.5 years. A radiant, multicolored light flits across the desolate mountains. Many stones proclaim that they transformed into light on that day. After a comfortable slumber, Ron finally awakens. Lazily attempting to rise, he discovers that he has become tightly wedged against the surrounding stones, his massive form having filled the cave to its brim during his growth and slumber. This is the consequence of a great dragon residing in a small cave. With no other recourse, Ron unleashes a weakened version of his prismatic breath against the rock wall. Prismatic breath, a signature weapon of the prismatic dragon, typically dealing light attribute damage and inflicting negative statuses such as blindness, dizziness, and burning. Having grown during his slumber, he notices an increasing harmony between his soul and body. Particularly, his mastery of breath weaponry has become more adept, allowing him to adjust its magnitude at will. Within 3 seconds, a smooth, mirror-like passage materializes before him. Ron quickly crawls out of the cave, finally able to stretch his grand dragon wings and accommodate his unwieldy tail. What a relief! A roar reverberates through the heavens, shattering the surrounding rubble with its sonic wave, while the crimson clouds above disperse, revealing the dark expanse of the starry sky. That is the hue of the astral realm. After stretching, Ron reclines once more, eager to assess the fruits of his prolonged slumber. Indeed, lying down feels most comfortable. He peruses the dragon language spells within his heritage, urgently wishing to behold his new form. Startled upon birth by a succubus, he had failed to see his newborn visage. After browsing for a while, he finally discovers a zero-ring illusion spell that pleases him. Mirror spell in dragon tongue. Behold my unparalleled beauty. Dragon language magic, as the name suggests, is a form of magic released through the dragon tongue, accessible only to true dragons. There are no alternative means of learning it. One must rely solely on comprehension gleaned from the legacy of dragons. The incantations of dragon language magic are akin to the vernacular of true dragons. Thus, should two dragons proficient in this magic engage in battle, and should you fortuitously understand the dragon tongue, you would witness them hurling furious insults at one another. Indeed, words can wield harm. Magical energy swiftly coalesces into a radiant mirror, and at last, Ron beholds his new appearance after his transmigration. Before his eyes are elongated, glimmering dragon eyes, their pupils swirling with 9 hues of iridescent light. His sinuous dragon horns resemble a crystalline crown, while his neck and body are adorned with scales that shimmer like the tiniest diamonds. Each scale radiates a kaleidoscope of colors, reflecting a dreamlike brilliance alongside the glow of his magic. His robust tail, spanning a third of his length, boasts 3 inclined spikes, akin to crystalline blades, poised to dance towards the heavens. The elongated and proportionate form of the dragon, adorned with scales that shimmer like a radiant rainbow, can only be described as the epitome of a dragon's dream. This is Ron's own assessment of his magnificent being. His colossal body has reached an impressive length of 16 meters, and when his wings unfurl, they span a formidable 33 meters, rendering him more akin to an ancient crystal dragon than a mere hatchling. Ron swayed his tail, filled with satisfaction regarding his dragon form. The iridescent dragon is renowned as the most beautiful of all dragons, a title validated by numerous deities. Those who have beheld the true form of the iridescent dragon, be they mortals or gods, have invariably been captivated by its exquisite physique. The elven deity Corellon dreams of possessing an iridescent dragon as a cherished companion. Even when compared to those legendary iridescent dragons that established divine realms, Ron's physique stands equally resplendent, with his unique horns being unparalleled in the astral realm. After gazing in awe for half an hour, Ron reluctantly diverted his gaze, acutely aware that he might be excessively beautiful. It was no wonder that the succubus incessantly sought to contract him as her summoned beast. She is simply coveting my form. How base. Regarding the realms of existence, astral realm, the first and only infinite realm created by the Creator God. All realms and divine nations exist within the astral realm, which encompasses countless primary realms and semi-realms, along with various unique realms such as the abyss, the nine hells, and the shadow realm. Primary realm, also known as the primary material realm. The primary material realm is merely one realm, yet it comprises numerous distinct worlds. A world may consist of a single planet or an entire star system, including planets, moons, asteroids, comets, and stars. Semi-realm, a realm that consists solely of a single element, such as the realm of fire, water, or wind. Unique realm, a realm that exists for particular reasons and typically possesses singularity. Chapter 4. Realm Travel and the Fire Elemental Giant. After vehemently condemning the succubus for her covetousness, Ron opened the system panel. Before falling asleep, he suddenly recalled that he had not explored the Realm Travel button. However, it was of little concern, for sleep is the utmost priority in the grand tapestry of existence. Which dragon could possibly refuse the exquisite pleasure of slumber? Name: Ron Omega. Gender: male. Race: iridescent dragon. Rank: legendary. Travel target: none. Realm travel cooldown: 00. Commence travel. The data panel remained unadorned, yet unlike before. It now included his gender and surname. It was only fitting. The first thing Ron wished to ascertain upon awakening was the well-being of little Ron. Although he had never utilized this feature in his previous life, it was indispensable nonetheless. Ron mused to himself. However, upon awakening, he felt a diminished concern regarding this aspect. Perhaps due to his body influencing his soul? The iridescent dragon lineage seems rather indifferent to gender, as there appear to be many instances of same-sex affection in their heritage. Shaking his head, he dismissed these chaotic thoughts and focused on the button at the bottom of the panel. Commence travel. The system's indifferent voice echoed once more. In a random dimension captured, bottomless abyss. Extra rewards will be granted upon the completion of all travel objectives. The refresh time will be paused until all travel objectives are met. Do you wish to journey to this dimension? Do you take me for a fool? Are you trying to hasten my demise? Ron grumbled, invoking the name of the dragon god Eo. May this system be struck down. Truly, it felt as though this system conspired against the poor young dragon. He resolutely declined the offer. Although he found himself within a fire elemental dimension on the brink of collapse, it paled in comparison to the bottomless abyss, which was akin to a paradise for dragons. The bottomless abyss, as its name suggests, is an unfathomable chasm where no one knows the number of layers it possesses. Each layer is nearly the size of a normal dimension, and according to the dragon lore, Bahamut once conversed with a lord of the abyss at the 661st layer. It is said that a titan of feeble divine power once sought to uncover the true depth of the bottomless abyss, leading several demigod titans into its depths, never to return. Some claim he was slain by the lord of the abyss, while others suggest he was consumed and corrupted by the abyss itself, becoming a lord of one of its many layers. Upon awakening, Ron contemplated whether he could exploit the system's travel function to escape. After all, no one could predict how long this fire elemental dimension would endure. Yet, if it meant traveling to the bottomless abyss, he would rather grow old alongside the fire elemental realm. Request denied. Dimension travel cooldown reset. 364 days, 23 hours. Would he be subjected to a year-long cooldown after declining? Ron pondered, rubbing his belly. In truth, there were methods to leave this dimension without relying on the system. For instance, Achieving legendary status was the minimum requirement to escape a dimension, which Ron had already met. If he soared skyward, he could theoretically break free, entering the boundless astral realm. However, to traverse the astral plane with legendary power was akin to a goldfish leaping from water. Seeking to dine on a buffet in the human world, it was a certain path to doom. Since the creation by the supreme god Eo, the astral realm has become a playground for the strong, where countless celestial beasts and deities engage in both overt and covert battles. Unlike the primary and secondary dimensions, which can only withstand the power of demigods, the astral realm accommodates deities of any strength at full capacity. The astral expanse is immense. Countless dimensions exist within it, and even gods require significant time to traverse the distances between them. The size of the astral realm is such that even deities have never reached its end. Consequently, the majority of deities enter dimensions by means of coordinate projection, albeit this confines their power to that of a demigod. Though Ron was merely at the initial stage of legendary power, he possessed the ability to traverse astral coordinates, a natural gift of the iridescent dragon. Renowned as the masters of magic among dragons, iridescent dragons can inscribe magical arrays to access a given dimension if provided with its coordinates. Regrettably, upon his birth, he found himself utterly destitute. Never mind, let us proceed step by step. Ron resolved to seek a secluded place to remain for a few years, sustaining himself on the earth until the system refreshes to reveal a safe realm for entry. After all, he could always wait until adulthood to enter the star realm. The legacy of the dragon states that upon reaching maturity, the rainbow dragon attains the status of a demigod, with combat capabilities closely approaching those of divine beings. Within the star realm, power is generally categorized as follows: black iron, silver, gold, master, legendary, demigod, and divine tiers. Beyond the divine tier, one must establish their own divine kingdom and create a divine position, ascending to become a deity with diminished divine power. The probability of successful ascension is almost negligible. Throughout the ages, the number of deities in the star realm has remained virtually unchanged, highlighting the formidable challenges faced. Each deity is a living miracle, having navigated countless legendary events to reach their current station. Having closed the system interface, Ron began to fly low along the lava river. Typically, elemental creatures of fire realms thrive around the lava river, where the fire elements are most vibrant. Ron was prepared to embark on his very first hunt. With keen dragon eyes, he scanned the terrain below, and after half an hour of flight, he finally spotted a wandering fire elemental giant ahead to his right. It bore a resemblance to a fire giant, standing nearly 10 meters tall, with a massive humanoid form. Its right arm resembled a burning stone resembling a priest's hammer, while its left arm was a slender, pointed spear. Beneath its colossal body lay a disproportionate pool of lava-like flames, which supported and propelled its form, and the entire body was riddled with cracks filled with rich fire essence. The fire elemental giant lacked flesh and intellect. It was constructed solely of a core and magical energy. Each fire elemental giant varies in appearance and strength, determined by its growth history. Identification successful. Name: Fire Elemental Giant. Race: Fire Elemental. Strength: Silver Tier. Evaluation: Elemental creature, despises water, delights in flames. Ron casually activated the system identification, and the Fire Elemental Giant seemed to exhibit no reaction. He pondered the functionality he had inadvertently discovered. In truth, the Star Realm also possesses identification and reconnaissance spells. However, casting such magic on living beings often imparts a sense of being surreptitiously observed, which is considered quite impolite and can provoke a furious response. If one wishes to engage in combat, they might simply cast reconnaissance. However, this easily escalates into a deadly feud. The system's identification spell appeared to be more effective, as the subject exhibited no response. Ron decided that his first hunting target would be this creature, although it bore no meat. The magical core within it constituted an excellent source of sustenance, as consuming magic could also satiate his hunger. Dragon language magic, invisibility, elemental guardian, fiery empowerment. Taking advantage of the fire elemental giant's unawareness, Ron began fervently employing the enhancement spells he had comprehended during his slumber. Were it not for the absence of ordinary spells in the dragon legacy, only the dragon language spells, he would have eagerly cast the 19-ring enhancement spells in abundance. Caution brings no harm. This was a lesson Ron had deeply internalized after being struck by a truck. What if the opponent had hidden trump cards? What if the opponent possesses some hidden power? What if there are traps lurking beneath their feet? It is far more prudent to engage from a distance, employing a powerful breath attack to swiftly resolve the confrontation. Ron unleashed a magnificent breath, a cone of iridescent energy measuring over 10 meters in diameter, which swiftly engulfed the fiery giant, reducing its once imposing form to mere ashes as if it had been struck by a mere snap of fingers. Little did the fire elemental giant anticipate the level of attention it would receive in its final moments. The magical core nestled within its body disintegrated under the onslaught, transforming into a fine powder that suspended itself in the air. Chapter 5. The fire dwarves. In 5 years, unperturbed by the remnants of his foe, Ron gracefully descended, his dragon wings unfurling as a gentle breeze whisked through, drawing all the particles and fragments into his maw, thus eliminating any possibility of waste. With a satisfying crunch, Ron closed his dragon jaws and chewed a few times. The texture resembled that of chocolate powder. The life energy stored within the magical core flowed down his throat like a warm current, life energy and magical power being two distinct substances, before entering his dragon stomach, where it would be transmuted into the various elements required by his form. A true dragon's stomach can digest nearly anything, including soil, iron ingots, stones, and even offal. Before long, the warm current was entirely processed. Although Ron felt it barely filled the gaps in his teeth, it was insufficient to satiate his ravenous appetite. He needed to replenish his energy reserves and find a place to lie in wait, either for the system's cooldown to expire or for him to mature. He resolved to continue hunting, hoping that the heart of this dimension would endure a little longer and not succumb too swiftly. After clearing the traces of his presence, Ron took to the skies once more, resuming his quest. Behind him lay a gaping fissure over 30 meters wide and nearly a kilometer long, a testament to the existence of the once pitiful fire elemental giant. In the realm of fire elements, a small portion of land remained untouched. Flames danced everywhere, with the orange-yellow earth bearing cracks that testified to the impossibility of cultivating normal crops. Ron toiled like a seasoned farmer, laboring diligently in hopes of savoring a warm meal. The creatures here were all warm and welcoming, their fiery spirits kindred to the flames that surrounded them, making Ron feel right at home. Under the radiant breath of the rainbow, all beings were equal. The fire elements, fire giants, flame wolves, and fire children were all gathered into his stomach, allowing them to reunite in a rare moment of familial joy. In a fiery cavern, Ron encountered a group of fire dwarves. These dwarves, the indigenous inhabitants of the fire elemental realm, were masters of craftsmanship and mining, as well as sworn enemies of the fire giants. Their appearance and demeanor resembled that of male dwarves, though this was but an illusion. Their flame-like hair and beards revealed their true nature, composed entirely of fire beneath their metallic skin. Yet, they appeared to be suffering from the heat. Under the leadership of a tall fire dwarf chieftain, they unexpectedly raised their weapons and shields against Ron, who had approached in a friendly manner. A barrage of magical flames erupted from their torches, catching Ron off guard and leaving him in a cloud of soot and ash. Fortunately, he maintained his enhancement magic. Otherwise, he might have perished in the raging flames. Foolish dwarves, you have spurned the gracious greetings of the magnificent true dragon. I shall bestow upon you the equal gift of death. Ron gazed upon the group of dwarves brandishing their weapons against him and rendered the aforementioned judgment. Initially, Ron had intended to embrace them as his kin. 4 fire dwarves belonged to the realm of high elemental beings, born of black iron, and each a master of forging. Even the most arrogant of fire dragons would not dismiss the allegiance of fire dwarves. Alas, it seemed this group had suffered some provocation upon witnessing Ron's descent. They launched an immediate assault, hurling fireballs while chanting some slogan of never being enslaved. Hence, I shall grant you the frost you so despise. The iridescent breath is one of the 2 innate breath weapons of the iridescent dragon, primarily manifesting as a cone of multicolored light. The iridescent dragon possesses 2 throat sacs, each storing a different breath substance. As they age, the damage and range of their breath increase, along with the volume they can store. Their other breath weapon is elemental breath, a formidable attack infused with fire, thunder, frost, poison, and corrosion, which can be split to unleash single-element breath assaults. This versatility is one of the reasons iridescent dragons are revered as masters of magic, proficient in nearly every type and school of sorcery. With a breath, the chilling power of frost gathered in Ron's mouth, ready to teach these insolent beings a lesson using only the force of cold for fire dwarves. Nothing is more fearsome than the chill of winter. A bone-chilling frost enveloped the entire cave, freezing the fire dwarves into living sculptures. Beneath their bronze skin, the flames of their souls flickered, yet as time passed, the flames dulled to a crawl, leading to their demise. Crack, crack, adhering to the principle of minimizing food waste. Ron, though not hungry, still tossed these frozen forms into his mouth. The fire dwarf leader appeared to have reached a master level. Yet this did not detract from his suitability as a delectable meal. The taste of the frozen fire dwarves evoked the sensation of consuming an old popsicle. Indulging in a popsicle in the plane of fire elements was undeniably a delightful experience. As Ron savored his treat, he pondered the nature of fire dwarves, who could be considered semi-sentient beings, and found no discomfort in his consumption. The flavors that flooded his palate were purely exquisite. Was he gradually transforming into a dragon in his thoughts? The hard bronze ice crunched beneath his sharp dragon teeth, flowing smoothly down his throat. If he were to completely transition into dragon thought, would that mean his human self had perished? After finishing the last fire dwarf, Ron dismissed this line of thought. For regardless of his past or present, he was not a man given to contemplation. Otherwise, he would not have spent over a decade as a mere office clerk. He gazed at his dragon claws, slowly gripping them. Let it be. The most important thing is to survive. Ron refrained from further hunting, having journeyed thus far. The hospitable elemental beings had already filled him to satisfaction. His encounter with the fire dwarves was merely a matter of curiosity, an attempt to recruit. Since the attempt to attract others has proven unsuccessful, I shall directly occupy this nest and evolve within this ready-made cave. The cavern constructed by the fire dwarves is rather commendable. At the very least, it is spacious, and the atmosphere inside is dry and refreshing. Several square, round-bottomed bronze wall lamps adorn the walls, and a massive bronze chandelier hangs in the center of the cave. The chandelier burns an unknown liquid, illuminating this vast cavern, which stands 10 meters high and extends over 50 meters in length. As an elemental being, there exists no cycle of grains within this cave. Apart from a dozen enormous iron beds along the edges and a casting furnace at the far end, there are no other belongings to be found. Ron meticulously sorted the useful bronze and steel tools into a heap, discarding the useless stone artifacts to the entrance. With a fiery breath, he melted the bronze and iron into a liquid state. Once the liquid had merged and taken shape, he unleashed a frost breath, crafting a simple metal ingot measuring 12 meters in length, 6 meters in width, and 20 centimeters in thickness. This would serve as Ron's bed, though rudimentary. It was better than nothing. After using a transformation spell to reduce his size, Ron lay peacefully upon his new resting place, coiling his tail around his toes and gently swaying the tip. It would be even more comfortable if it were a tad softer. At that moment, Ron fondly recalled the plush mattress from his previous life. Other systems boast exchange functionalities. Why is it that mine does not? Rising once more, Ron set traps around his body and established numerous illusionary magic arrays outside the cave to prevent disturbances from any passing beasts. This is a fundamental lesson that every dragon must learn. Even the wild white dragons endeavor to construct their nests deep within icebergs, utilizing naturally formed strongholds for protection. This is the law of survival, a lesson earned through the blood of countless dragons. Those younglings who defy this wisdom often receive harsh lessons from reality and depart from this cruel world forever. Returning to the cave, Ron unleashed a small-scale rainbow breath towards the entrance, instantly clearing away the debris and burying the entrance with rubble. A cave without an entrance would grant Ron considerable peace of mind. He resolved to sleep here, awaiting the opportunity for a cool down and refresh. In the first year of Ron's slumber, commencing journey, in random dimension captured, 9 hells, shall I travel to this dimension? Yes, no. Could I not capture a dimension where humans can survive? In the second year of slumber, commencing journey, in random dimension captured, Titan dimension, shall I travel to this dimension? Yes, no. Humans can indeed survive. But I am a dragon. To venture into the territory of my kin's mortal enemies, would those titans not devour me whole? In the third year of slumber, commencing journey, in random dimension captured, Kalen main dimension, shall I travel to this dimension? Yes, heavy breathing resonated through the cavern. Ron had long since exhausted his energy to heed the system prompts. At the tender age of 5, he was on the cusp of evolving from a hatchling dragon to a juvenile dragon, with every organ in his body urging him to succumb to slumber. After merely casting a glance at the prompt, confirming his random teleportation to the main dimension, Ron peacefully closed his eyes, descending into a profound sleep, his body, once diminished by transformation, gradually returning to its original form and slowly growing. This slumber lasted for 2 years. Unbeknownst to Ron, the outside world had been in a state of turmoil, desperately searching for him during this time. Chapter 6. The energy dragon and the rainbow dragon. Upon a blood-red earth stood a medieval castle of flesh and bone, surrounded by an array of abyssal creatures that dared not cross the threshold. "My king, no trace has been found to the northeast," reported one, "nor to the southwest." "Hee, we have found nothing here either," chimed another. In the hall, filled with the cacophony of chatter, the abyssal leaders presented their reports. Perched upon her throne, the demon queen sat with an air of impatience, listening to the litany of fruitless news. Ever since the cursed titan had been expelled a year ago, this elemental plane of fire could well be renamed as an annex of the abyss's 570th layer. The land had been assimilated, and more than half of the plane's heart had been devoured. Only the remnants awaited transformation upon entering the abyss. Yet, the demon queen refrained from casting this realm into darkness, instead commanding her subordinates to seek out a hatchling dragon. A year had passed, an entire year, and you fools have not been able to locate even a single hatchling dragon. Her anger was not without cause. Should they fail to find the dragon, this dimension would inevitably plunge into the abyss. Each plane that descends into the abyss must endure the thorough examination by the 3 abyssal lords, a process stemming from a harrowing ordeal faced millennia ago. Previously, such inspections could be brushed aside with ease. The demon queen prided herself on being a notable figure within the abyss. Countless abyssal deities and creatures had frequented her 570th layer, indulging in unspeakable services. However, a living rainbow juvenile dragon amidst them would certainly attract the attention of those 3 lords, who would then claim it as their own. Even the most unseemly of beings desire their servants to embody beauty, at the very least aligning with their aesthetic appreciation. The rainbow dragon, in particular, resonated with the aesthetic standards of nearly all races. Excessive beauty, however, invites calamity before one possesses true power. Beauty itself is a sin, a truth that the demon queen Mykanxiet understood all too well. Determined not to delay any longer, she resolved to personally seek out the young rainbow dragon today, intending to inscribe her exclusive abyssal contract upon its charming head, ensuring that even those 3 lords could not alter the fact that this dragon belonged to her. "My queen, I have found him. I have located the dragon. Allow me entry, you wretched gatekeepers." The clamor of voices and the furious barking of Cerberus echoed from outside, prompting the queen to gesture for an observer-eyed demon, which soon entered the hall. This lower-tier-eyed demon was enveloped in emerald green skin, its 4 specialized tentacles adorned with 4 eyes, with the addition of the subject's strikingly large eyes. A total of 5 eyes combined with an enormous mouth render them exceedingly menacing. Yet, they are, in truth, the most inconsequential beings of the eye demon family, perhaps even without equal. Present all that you have perceived. Little eye demon, should you dare to deceive me, your existence shall be rendered unnecessary. Mykanxiet, with her hands clasped beneath her delicate chin, gazed at the observing eye demon. "As you command, your majesty, though this is a sight I beheld 2 years prior. Despite my utmost haste, as you are aware, our pace is not particularly swift. If only the queen would bestow upon me a 3-headed hound." Before the queen's wrath could ignite, the observing eye demon lowered its head, nipping at one of its tentacles and crushing an eye. The scene of such gruesome self-mutilation was met with utter indifference by those present. After thoroughly chewing, a shimmering projection emerged from the eye demon's large eye. Buzz. The projection was somewhat blurred, with an odd perspective, occasionally spinning. This is one of its limited abilities, capable of projecting a fragment of its memory for others to witness, though it can only be executed 4 times in a lifetime. Gradually, the projection stabilized, revealing a horizon where a colossal dragon was bellowing towards the heavens. Although the projection emitted no sound, the dispersing clouds and the accompanying pressure of the wind were sufficient for the abyssal lords in attendance to feel the dragon's formidable presence. Silence enveloped the gathering. Even the loquacious lord of the withered vines closed his incessant chatter. "Goodness, it seems to have grown rather swiftly." This was Mykanxiet's immediate reaction after witnessing the spectacle. She was no stranger to the iridescent dragons. While those legendary dragons are born into legend, they typically reach such a size only during their juvenile phase, 5 years hence. By her calculations, this dragon must be nearing 16 meters. None of the minions from this realm could possibly contend with it in single combat. Had she known, she would have brought along 2 higher succubi. Fool. Reveal to me your discovered location, then proceed to Shute to claim a piece of magical crystal. Armed with the precise coordinates, Mike and Shute promptly took to the skies. Racing towards that direction, her patience had been entirely depleted by the observing eye demon. Meaningless delays squander precious time. This sentiment resonates among all abyssal lords. Each one finds a pastime to occupy their time, yet such hobbies are far from trivial, as many are intrinsically linked to their methods of power enhancement. After 2 years of slumber, Ron was slowly awakening, his massive form creaking beneath the weight of the bronze that bore down upon him. An encumbrance he should not have had to endure. Exhaling a breath of morning irritability, Ron opened his dragon eyes, signaling the conclusion of his second ascension slumber. True dragons require no training in combat energy or magical power. Provided that sustenance is ample, they periodically enter a state of deep slumber, awakening with an innate understanding of a portion of the dragon language magic and new knowledge. With a wave, he released the magical mirror, commonly known as the magic mirror. Ron gazed at his reflection, observing his rapidly growing form, and nodded in satisfaction. Approaching a length of 20 meters, his wingspan must have surpassed 38 meters. Was he truly only 5 years old? A fresh layer of dragon scales shimmered with an unusual, ethereal aura, causing his dragon body to glimmer. And Ron sensed that this transformation had bestowed upon him a new ability. Summoning the system interface, Ron navigated effortlessly to his personal attributes panel. Name: Ron Omega. Gender: male. Species: iridescent dragon. Rank: legendary. Travel objective: main dimension of Kalen, not selected. Legendary traits: breath weapon, magical affinity, immunity, deflection, force invisibility. Dimensional travel cooldown: 365 days. It seemed the system had undergone a significant update. While contemplating this, Ron instinctively stroked his chin, a habit that had persisted even after his transformation into a dragon. Observing the newly added legendary traits, he recognized the first 4 skills as his innate characteristics. However, what was this force invisibility? Wasn't that a power specific to force dragons? Could it be that his parents were an iridescent dragon and a force dragon? Ron felt his mind racing, conjuring 18 different versions of the love story between a force dragon and an iridescent dragon. The tale of my husband. The force dragon, the overbearing iridescent dragon in love with me, forbidden love the neighboring force girl, who fell for me. Enough of such fanciful musings, Ron thought. He had a vague understanding of the ethereal aura's origin, but the priority now was to venture out and satiate his hunger. 2 years of slumber had drained his body's energy reserves, and he emanated a palpable aura of hunger. Even if a titan were to appear, he felt he could attempt to consume it. Perhaps not, though. That did not align with his prudent nature. Once he had filled his belly, he would delve into the mechanics of dimensional travel. After all, he had finally randomized his way to the main dimension and could escape this place. Ron was brimming with determination. First, he would go out to eat, then gather some reserve magic cores before entering the main dimension. Pleased with his cautious approach, Ron rose and shook off the dust that clung to his body. Facing the cave entrance sealed by rubble, he extended his arm and swiped with a claw, slicing through the stone as effortlessly as a red-hot knife through butter, causing the rocks to crumble instantly. Magical affinity. Spells of the 9th ring can be released instantaneously without incantation, based on age. The iridescent dragon's innate weaponry, claws, fangs, tail, horns, is regarded as magical weaponry for fledgling and adolescent dragons, or as legendary weaponry for young dragons thereafter. The sealed rock was carved into a crescent-shaped breach. Ron surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction. Despite still being at the legendary rank, his newly awakened traits made him feel like a different being altogether. With just a swipe of his claw, Ron, the former, would have bled profusely, yet his claws could not breach his own defenses. Was it too extravagant to consider himself a hypothetical enemy? Regardless, having tested his new abilities, Ron decided to abandon the idea of clawing his way out. Deeming it too messy. Boom. A breath of iridescent light erupted forth, transforming the rocks before it into luminous companions of its forebears. Indeed, the sorcerer's prowess in close combat was exceedingly formidable. It was undoubtedly wiser to focus on ranged attacks from the rear. As Ron emerged from the cavernous maw, he contemplated his future strategies. Yet, before he could fully present himself, he halted, gazing at the enchanting succubus radiating a semi-divine aura, cold sweat trickling down his brow. At long last, I have found you. Chapter 7. Mike and Shut, Combined Chapter. Identification successful. Name, Mike and Shut. Race, primordial succubus. Strength, demigod. Projection. Legendary traits, enchanting beauty, queen's kiss, astral projection. Blasphemous tongue, interdimensional teleportation, telepathic control. Evaluation. Lord of the 570th layer of the abyss, victor of the high succubi war at the dawn of creation. Delights in sending her formidable minions into battle, possesses exceptional self-preservation abilities. Should she be regarded as an enemy, surrender is advised. The woman before him was stunningly beautiful. Her silky black hair flowing with the wind, the silk gown she wore failing to conceal the alluring contours of her figure. The wickedness of her bosom and the porcelain-like thighs were revealed through the gown's seams, showcasing swathes of alabaster skin. Were it not for the twin horns atop her head revealing her succubus identity, countless males would surely fight to the death for her affection. Ron's heart raced, nearly reaching his throat, as he seized the opportunity while the deity before him assessed him, frantically casting various enhancement spells upon himself, rendering his already dreamlike form even more exquisite. Dragon language magic, strengthened body dragon language magic, enhanced dragon breath dragon language magic. Mana Fish and you are the most beautiful iridescent dragon I have ever encountered. Oh no, the most beautiful true dragon, without exception. She marveled at the creator's miraculous artistry, capable of such breathtaking creations. Mike and Shut was truly awestruck by the true dragon before her. Not due to his strength, but because this dragon was astonishingly beautiful, rivaling the allure of a sorcerer's charm spells. With an elegant yet robustly streamlined physique, crystal-like horns spiraled majestically atop his head, and magnificent dragon wings folded gracefully at his sides, his scales shimmering with a mesmerizing glow. He was continually enhancing himself with spells. Even after countless epics battling in the astral realms, Mike and Shut could find no true dragon comparable to the radiant creature before her. A yellow scroll materialized in her hand, adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of those held by the succubus Ron had encountered earlier. A master-servant contract, imbued with additional enchantments. Come now, darling. Come to your sister and sign this contract. I shall grant you everything you desire. The seductive melody enveloped Ron, momentarily enticing him to consider signing the contract. Yet, he swiftly regained his senses. This succubus queen possessed the terrifying ability to ensnare with mere words. Observing the dragon swiftly break free from her enchantment, Mike and Shut felt a surge of satisfaction. He must be mine. Mike Hangsiut has already marked this dragon as her own. No one can seize him from her grasp, not even the three abyssal lords. Ron remained silent, his aura growing increasingly radiant. What a pitiable yet endearing creature. She couldn't help but wish to embrace him and leave her mark upon every inch of his body. Look at him, furiously casting enhancement spells. Does he dare to defy her will? With a smile, Mike Hangsiut watched the young dragon frantically weave his magic, akin to a jester striving to elicit a laugh from his master. This realm was already fortified with multiple barriers by her, rendering even demigods incapable of breaching it. Just moments ago, upon catching sight of him, the essence of the abyss had already begun its approach, and this time, there would be no escape. Although uncertain as to why his adversary had yet to strike, Ron recognized this as his singular opportunity to flee. The chasm between the might of demigods and legends was so vast it was despairing, to the extent that the system had urged him to surrender. He must take flight while she was momentarily lax. This demon queen, much like the succubus he had encountered before, was clearly drawn to his essence. Yet she was unaware of his system. Seizing the moment of her negligence, he planned to escape through the system's dimensional task teleportation. This was Ron's stratagem. And within this limited time, it was all he could conceive. Surrender? That was out of the question. His opponent was neither human nor a fleeting race that could feign submission and wait for her demise to rebel. If he were truly forced into a master-servant pact with her, he would be enslaved for eternity. She was a genuine deity, a true god possessing divine power as recorded in his ancestral memories. The being before him was merely a projection, if her true form were to arrive. Even in her divine realm, dispatching several demigods with a mere flick of her hand would pose no challenge. Destination confirmed. Kalen's primary realm. Unlocking travel objectives 1, 2, 3, 4. Completion of all above objectives will yield additional rewards. Upon accepting the system task, Task refresh will cease until all travel objectives are fulfilled, rewards claimed. And then tasks will refresh anew. The mechanical tone of the system echoed, signifying that Ron had pressed the confirm button. A cascade of system notifications flooded his mind. Leaving him no time to scrutinize, he desperately sought the words of teleportation. With the enhancement spells augmenting him, Ron's form had begun to swell, nearing a point of saturation. Any further spells might cause his body to collapse. Hurry. Time was of the essence. To recount the events from his encounter with my Kangxiyut until now would take longer than the mere span of 10 breaths. The demon queen opposite him seemed to have exhausted her patience, stepping forward, undeterred by the magical barriers he had set during his slumber. The magic circle emitted a sound akin to shattering glass before dissipating into the void. Was his meticulously established defensive magic unable to halt even a single step? As he awaited the system's prompt in vain, Ron steeled himself. He would attempt to escape this realm regardless. If she were to strike first, he might not even have the chance to fight back. With a tremendous roar, the long-accumulated iridescent breath was unleashed with full force, cascading like a river of stars towards the demon queen. This was the most powerful strike of Ron's life. His throat and the corners of his mouth began to ooze crimson blood, which was instantly evaporated by the breath that passed by. His mind and body were in a frenzy, sounding alarms that his breath system could not endure much longer. Ignoring these warnings, Ron fixed his dragon eyes intently on the demon queen. To him, everything around them seemed to slow down, akin to a movie's bullet time. In that fleeting moment, the nearly 100-meter-wide iridescent breath glided towards the enemy. Meanwhile, Meikenschut's lips curled into a slight smile as she elegantly raised her hand, pale and delicate as jade. Placing it before her, her crimson lips seemed to utter some incantation, and then her entire being was engulfed by immense energy. With a thunderous crash, a blood-red crystalline barrier materialized in front of her, resembling a shard of crimson glass. In comparison to the massive iridescent breath, it appeared fragile. Yet, this thin veil of glass stood firm, akin to a stone in a river, unyielding and without a single crack. Meikenschut remained rooted, watching Ron's futile struggles with a playful smile, as if toying with a small pet, despite its desperate resistance, still held in her grasp. Roaring in fury, Ron seemed incensed by her disdainful gaze. While maintaining the iridescent breath, he unleashed an elemental breath as well, doubling his dragon breath. His 9-colored dragon eyes gradually became stained with blood, and his jaw and neck began to visibly melt away, evidently. Even his magically enhanced body could not withstand such terrifying combined energy. The two breaths intertwined, resulting in a qualitative transformation of their power. A fusion of light, burning, freezing, poison, electricity, petrification, disintegration, and hurricane, an amalgamation of nearly every elemental attribute, surged forward with tremendous force. Meikenschut, having shed her scorn, raised both hands to maintain her divine art, determined to prevent any possibility of being humiliated should it shatter, for that would tarnish her flawless image. Is the little one angry? It is futile. No matter how you struggle, it is all in vain before me. She held her hands aloft and took a step forward. Cease your attacks, sign the contract. Acknowledge me as your master, and I shall forgive your insolence towards the divine. The radiant breath of destruction was Ron's only response. As expected, the blood-red crystalline barrier blocked the combined breath, but the force had reached the limit of its defensive capabilities, sending Meikenschut hurtling back hundreds of kilometers. The immense shockwave engulfed the entire battlefield in a thick cloud of dust. This was precisely the outcome Ron was willing to risk his body to achieve. As the first wave of dragon breath was thwarted, the system finally presented the long-awaited teleportation that Ron had been yearning for, confirming that the transfer would occur in 10 seconds through an equal contract. Resistance to the teleportation was ill-advised. Otherwise, one would be compelled to traverse to that realm unaided. In the countdown of 10, Ron valiantly pushed back Meikenschut. Anger could only render one weaker. It was composure that would enable him to conquer formidable foes. He needed to forge a secure teleportation environment. Otherwise, this demon queen might sabotage the transfer, leaving him stranded, which would spell his doom. The residual shockwaves of the dragon breath had already grazed the dimensional crystal wall, but the layers of emerging sealing runes dissuaded Ron from attempting to breach it. After all, his speed could hardly rival that of a demigod demon. Ceasing his breath attack, Ron deemed the distance sufficient. Further use might cost him his jaw. He turned and soared into the sky, exerting his final strength in a frantic flight in the opposite direction, leaving a trail of sonic booms in his wake. A crimson mark left by his battered form. Meikenschut, having been repelled, returned to the cave entrance, eyeing Ron's desperate flight with a languid lick of her lips, the upward curve of her mouth betraying her delight. "Run, my little darling," she taunted. "Nothing shatters the spirit more than a hope that arrives too late. And I shall crush all your hopes." Before Ron's eyes, golden threads began to emerge, layering upon one another to form a complete summoning circle of 2 meters in size. Faint sounds emanated from the opposite side of the array. Such dimensions were typically utilized by magical apprentices, whose limited mana compelled them to reduce the circle's size to ensure a successful summoning. "Quickly, hurry." Ron felt his speed waning. His dragon wings were tattered, resembling a battered sail riddled with holes. The summoning array had fully materialized, revealing faint outlines of Western-style edifices. Meikenschut sensed something amiss, inexplicably. Golden lines had appeared around the dragon, subsequently constructing a summoning array. Where had this array come from? She had explicitly prohibited any summoning or teleportation magic in this realm. Moreover, the array was trailing the dragon, maintaining a parallel position. Normally, summoning magic circles could only lure mindless beasts on the spot. Was he mocking her? As the array completed its formation, a vortex of magical energy manifested before Ron. He summoned the last vestiges of his power to cast a transformation spell. Otherwise, his massive frame could never fit through the diminutive opening. Almost simultaneously, he uttered a call to the summoner. "O beast of another realm, in accordance with the laws of the god of contracts, do you wish to forge an equal pact with me? I shall endeavor to fulfill your every demand." In an instant, Meikenschut teleported behind Ron, her elegant demeanor dissipating entirely. The long whip that had been bound around her waist was now grasped in her hand. Frantically lashing out at the magic array, she was on the brink of madness. In a fleeting moment, far too much had transpired for her to comprehend. A pet that should have been easily subdued was now attempting to escape. How could it breach her confinement and venture into other realms? Why did the summoning array take flight? Why was this dragon soaring with such swiftness? A multitude of questions were tethered to that whip. And even if it meant slaying the young dragon, she was determined not to let it slip from her grasp. The dragon's extraordinary display was perilous. Bang! "I am willing." With her declaration and the crack of the whip, a dazzling burst of magical light erupted, and the magic array along with Ron vanished without a trace. Teleportation complete. "Wishing you a pleasant journey." In the air, Meikenschut stood expressionless at the spot where Ron had last been seen, the bloodied whip in her hand undulating like a venomous serpent. She raised her gaze to the starry sky. A colossal visage, identical to that of the aerial succubus, materialized outside the dimensional barrier. Their eyes met. Then, it extended a palm, slowly pressing against the dimensional crystal wall. In the next instant, all demons and elemental beings within the fire element realm were obliterated in an instant. Above, below, and even the depths of the lava sea, all became insignificant before that hand. The entire fire element realm was nearly shattered into two, revealing an apocalyptic scene within. TCH, next time I want to let you escape. This chapter is quite significant. After some contemplation, to avoid disrupting the reading experience, I have combined 2 chapters into one. Below is non-essential content. Astral Realm Tip, Legendary Trait. Only beings of legendary rank and above may possess such unique abilities, typically passive skills. Primordial Succubus. Unlike ordinary succubi, primordial succubi originated at the dawn of creation, incapable of reproducing, and their numbers are exceedingly scarce. Chapter 8. The Magic Apprentice Vivian on the continent of Kalen. In the Rose Kingdom lies the town of Oracle. This town, situated near the borders of the Rose Kingdom, is a quaint settlement with a population of fewer than 50,000, with such small towns abundant like stars in the sky. Cross Street is a bustling commercial thoroughfare, teeming with a constant flow of people traversing the cobbled path, flanked by shops displaying a myriad of goods, with proprietors fervently calling out to entice passers-by to glance at their wares. An elderly man with white hair reclined in a wooden chair, reminiscing as he observed the throngs of people. Legend has it that centuries ago, this town was not known by its current name. At that time, it was named Redberry Town due to its abundant production of redwater berries, a prized delicacy designated for annual tribute to the royal capital. Young men toiled tirelessly to cultivate the most exquisite and delectable redwater berries. Back then, the great tree at the center of Cross Street was merely a sapling, and that area was once a small flower bed. If a young man fancied a girl, he would venture there to pick the most beautiful flower he could find to present to his beloved. The girls who received the flowers would often blush, lowering their heads, with hands clasped behind their backs, shyly responding to the boys. If a girl is willing to grow old together with a boy, she will let him place that flower by her ear. If she is unwilling, she will gently take the flower back and replant it in the garden, blessing the next seeker of love. Then, war came, and the orc army arrived. Later, as Vivian tidied the interior, she listened to the ramblings of the elderly outside. She had heard this story recounted by Grandpa Fick countless times, but the old man always forgot the latter part of the narrative, which left the listening Vivian feeling quite helpless. Grandpa Fick's memory was truly poor. As she pondered this, she hastened her cleaning, her fair hands contrasting with the calluses upon them. Though petite in stature, her speed matched that of Mrs. George next door when it came to work. After all, she was a serious apprentice sorceress. Her silvery hair was tied back with a linen cord, and the oversized work robe she wore appeared rather comical. But Vivian paid it no mind. What troubled her most was her height of 1.50 meters. Every time she needed to dust the cabinets, she had to stand on a stool and tiptoe, making the task quite tedious and time-consuming. Today was the day of the sorcerer's assessment, and after finishing this part-time job, she needed to quickly change into her wizard's robe and rush to the academy for the summoning exam. Grandpa Fick, I've tidied up the room as well. Please remember to wait a moment before returning. The freshly cleaned floor may be a tad slippery. The old man seemed not to hear the girl's voice, still reclining in his chair, lost in thoughts of his forgotten tale. Vivian had grown accustomed to such exchanges. She shed her work robe, turned to retrieve her patched and faded wizardess robe and hat from the coat rack by the door, and blended into the crowd, hurrying towards the academy. At the Oracle Town Magic Academy, Vivian, you're late again. Carol effortlessly intercepted her. She was all too familiar with this troublesome student, who tended to appear at this hour without fail. Just a little more, and I would have made it, Vivian thought, raising her gaze to meet the sight of her teacher, clad in a blue robe, her ruby-like eyes reflecting her exasperation. Do you not realize what day it is? How important the summoning exam is? I'm so sorry, Teacher Carol. I didn't mean to be late. Vivian performed a standard 90-degree bow, nearly causing her oversized pointed hat to tumble to the ground, leaving her flustered in an instant. Carol sighed as she observed the clumsy Vivian. Follow me. With her head bowed, Vivian obediently trailed behind her teacher, resembling a chick closely following its mother in a game of hawk and chick. By the way, take this. Eat it on the way. Vivian felt a weight in her hand, a bag of exquisite honey pastries. She had seen such treats at Cross Street, and this bag cost a silver coin. She had never indulged in such an expensive snack. With that amount of money, she could buy 100 black breads from Aunt George, enough to sustain her for an entire month. She lifted her head, gazing at the silhouette of golden curls, her lips twitching as if she wished to utter something. Do not overthink it. I merely wish to prevent my students from fainting on the summoning platform due to hunger, for that would be a disgrace to my reputation. Vivian lowered her head, retrieving a delicacy to savor, the silky taste of honey and milk flooding her mouth, so sweet that it brought tears to her eyes. Her teacher truly is a gentle soul. The Magical Academy in Oracle Town is modest in scale, for individuals endowed with true magical aptitude are exceedingly rare. The majority of students in magical institutions find themselves forever stagnating at the apprentice stage. It is time. You may enter now. Remember my words. Calm your mind and attune yourself to the magical nodes. Do not rush. As long as you construct a stable magic circle, you will undoubtedly summon a low-level elemental being. Carol turned back to see Vivian, her cheeks puffed out as she nodded vigorously. With a hint of exasperation, she conjured a sphere of clear water, floating it before Vivian. Drink some water, it is perfectly fine. There is still half an hour before the exam begins. No need to hurry. Carol exchanged a nod with the proctor at the entrance, watching as Vivian stepped into the summoning classroom. Good luck, little one. Regardless of what you summon, as long as you succeed in the summoning, you shall pass the examination. The summoning classroom is a circular edifice nearly 20 meters high and 100 meters long, encompassing a vast space. At its center stands a 1-meter-high circular platform, surrounded by rows of stone seats for students and teachers to observe the summoning outcomes. The reason for such grandeur is that higher-level students also conduct their summoning examinations here, where they often call forth large magical beasts. A smaller room would risk the embarrassing scenario of summoned creatures breaking through the ceiling. Notably, The annual graduation ceremony is also held in this venue, as it is the largest classroom within the academy. The tranquil chamber is filled to capacity. Students with closed eyes meditating quietly, hoping to summon a satisfactory creature, while teachers in the front row converse softly, and upperclassmen or younger students gather to observe. As Vivian entered the examination hall, all eyes turned toward her, captivated by her striking silver locks and the patched robe that shone with an undeniable brilliance. Beauty is indeed a double-edged sword. Is that the girl? Top of her class? I heard her magical aptitude is lacking. Sirs are right. Look at that silver hair. Clearly a temptress. One might imagine her in a tavern. She paid no heed to the gazes cast upon her, scanning the room until she located her seat in the second-to-last row. Whispers followed her throughout the journey. John and her. Indeed, that is her. What S with those tattered clothes? Did she stitch them from her aunt's old socks? Ha ha ha. Jess, you're appalling. A short-haired classmate sitting beside her seemed to shrink away, as if fearing her garments might brush against her. How unfortunate. Vivian overheard the murmurs but remained indifferent, quietly closing her eyes to commence her meditation. Rumors and whispers should not sway her. Being overly concerned with the opinions of others would only lead her into an abyss. Silence. A gray-robed instructor ascended the podium, quelling the escalating din of discussion. Half an hour later, the elder cleared his throat atop the circular platform, the classroom doors slowly closing behind him. He began to articulate the examination rules to the candidates seated below. The examination commences now. Upon hearing their names, candidates are to ascend the stage and summon their first familiar using the magic circle beneath their feet, based on the type and strength of your familiars. My esteemed colleagues, and I will assign scores. Candidates who fail to summon will be ineligible to participate in this year's practical course, which means they will graduate only as magic apprentices, unable to attain a degree from the Magic Academy. Therefore, I urge all of you to approach this examination with utmost seriousness. The candidates below listened intently to the rules. Vivian was equally focused. She had prepared for this examination for an entire year, juggling 3 part-time jobs while meticulously saving every coin, all in pursuit of the materials required for summoning. The summoning circle required regular maintenance, a considerable expense deducted from the students' tuition fees. Moreover, summoning magical beasts necessitated the expenditure of magic cores, with even the most basic cores costing no less than 10 gold coins. It must succeed. Vivian clutched her first-tier wind attribute magic core tightly, her gaze fixed intently upon the summoning platform. And now, I declare the examination to be underway. The first candidate, John Chick. A boy dressed in a black robe from the third row rose to his feet. His golden curls and amiable smile instantly branded him as a beacon of youthful exuberance. Please proceed to the stage for your examination. Under the watchful gaze of the gray-robed elder, John approached the summoning platform. He first saluted the elder and then bowed to the teachers seated below, who regarded him with impassive expressions, offering no response. Standing beside the great magic circle, John positioned himself at the stone basin designated for placing summoning materials, and he carefully retrieved his materials, placing a fire attribute magic core within. It is worth noting that the summoning circle, originally a 7th-tier spell, was simplified by a great archmage who devoted his life to this endeavor. By combining the simplified summoning circle with a secondary array, any individual possessing magical energy, including magic apprentices, could successfully summon a familiar of a comparable tier. This groundbreaking achievement astonished the entire Kalen continent, altering the educational trajectory of all mages and magic academies. It significantly enhanced the combat prowess of lower-tier mages, leading the kingdom to mandate that all mages master this spell, akin to the 0-tier tricks of a magician. John began constructing the secondary array. The fire attribute magic core slowly melted within the container, transforming into slender red strands of magical energy that danced and intertwined in the air, gradually revealing a secondary summoning array. As the array took shape, beads of sweat began to form on John's brow. Constructing the array required extensive mental calculations. Drawing the lines of the array with magical energy in a continuous flow, any interruption would result in failure, causing the magic core to dissipate. This endeavor demands an immense expenditure of both energy and magical prowess, leading many aspiring magicians to falter at this stage. John successfully constructed the secondary magic array. Now, he merely needed to merge it with the grand summoning array, recite the contract's content, and await the beast's consent. Generally, summoning contracts are categorized into 2 types: the master-servant contract and the equal contract. As the name suggests, the master-servant contract imposes unconditional servitude upon the summoned entity by the summoner, granting the master complete dominion over the servant's life and death. Typically, such contracts are formed with low-tier elemental beings lacking intelligence, for wise magical beasts would never consent to becoming another's slave. In contrast, the equal contract prohibits both parties from inflicting harm upon one another, yet does not compel the summoned being's actions. It usually entails the summoner providing what the summoned beast requires, establishing a form of employment. John opted for the master-servant contract. With the crimson energy surging, the vortex of magic spun ever faster. During the interval of awaiting the beast's agreement to the contract, the summoner must continuously expend magical energy to sustain the array. Should the energy prove insufficient, the contract would fail. A sphere ablaze with flames emerged from the vortex, accompanied by a wave of intense heat. The contract was sealed, and a mechanical voice echoed in John's mind. He leapt to his feet in exhilaration. The fire element was among the stronger first-tier elemental beings. This was a promising outcome. Very well, a first-tier elemental creature, the fire element. Go to the rest area and converse with your new companion, the elderly figure in gray robes remarked with a smile. Watching as John departed, before announcing the next student to take the stage. With his fire element in tow, John made his way to the rest area, yet his gaze lingered on a figure seated in the back row of the platform. Vivian, sensing his attention, turned to meet his eyes, her grip tightening around the magical core in her hand. Among the more than 100 magical apprentices present, each concluded their examinations relatively swiftly, ranging from a mere few seconds to half a minute, as their magical reserves were insufficient to sustain the array for extended periods. Meanwhile, the instructors below engaged in discussions, evaluating their performances as quills floated in midair, inscribing scores for each student. Wizard's Hand, 0-ring cantrip, capable of lifting objects weighing up to 5 pounds. The adjacent rest area gradually filled with an array of peculiar creatures. The fire, water, and wind elementals dominated the space, followed by various first-tier magical beasts such as fire mice, burrowing worms, and sting bees. The newly summoned creatures appeared somewhat anxious, necessitating the summoner's reassurance, a vital step in fostering a bond. You can always trust your summoned beast. Elise. Next, Vivian. Vivian hurriedly stood, raising her small hand, and dashed up to the summoning platform. A murmur spread among the students below, comprised of familiar remarks. After bowing respectfully to the instructors, Vivian placed the wind element core into the container. She glanced sideways. The gray-robed teacher nodded at her, indicating that she could commence the summoning. Taking a deep breath, Vivian mentally bolstered herself. Believe in yourself, Vivian. You are the best, and you can surely succeed in summoning. The azure magical lines began to outline, gliding along the pathways I had envisioned countless times in my mind, progressing with a silky smoothness. The first node, the second, the third, first layer of magic lines, second layer, third layer, slower, even slower. Remember the words of Professor Carroll, it is essential to release the magic steadily, without haste. Tiny beads of sweat began to form on the delicate wings of my nose, but Vivian paid them no heed, as the magic within her continued to flow, gradually completing the array, soaring towards the grand formation. It must succeed. A vortex of magic slowly materialized as Vivian commenced her incantation of the contract declaration. She chose an equitable contract. Rather than summoning a mere slave, she longed for a relationship of mutual exchange. Lacking friends, even an elemental being would suffice, for she yearned for someone to confide in. No one could fathom the immense pressure she bore. John's unreserved gaze upon her exacerbated her anxiety, as she was acutely aware of the dire consequences should her summoning fail. O beast of another realm, in accordance with the divine laws of the contract deity, do you wish to forge an equitable pact with me? Softly uttering the terms of the contract, Vivian gazed at the summoning array and spoke the final incantation. I shall exert every effort to fulfill your demands. In that instant, as she completed the contract, the slowly rotating vortex of magic seemed to be violently struck by an unseen force, unleashing a torrent of flames and erupting lava from the summoning array, nearly engulfing the entire classroom. The gray-robed mage and several other sorcerers turned pale, instantly drawing their staffs, as they collectively cast the same spell. Second-tier magic, Guardian Wind. A colossal azure tornado formed, gathering all the erupting lava and flames, safeguarding the surrounding students from harm. Only then did the students realize the gravity of the situation. "Ah, help! Mother!" Cries of panic filled the classroom. The gray-robed mage, after silently reciting a spell, raised his gnarled staff towards the lava whirlwind, immense magic surging upwards. Flame empowerment. Instantly, all the flames seemed to be devoured by an invisible behemoth, vanishing without a trace, leaving only charred remnants of lava rock strewn about. The students gradually quieted, exchanging glances at each other's disheveled appearance, hastily rising to tidy their attire. They were noble sorcerers, after all. How could they appear as disheveled as commoners? Boom. A tremendous crash resonated from behind. The teachers, having just exhaled in relief, were startled once more by the thunderous sound, turning to the summoning platform, where a 2-meter-long, blood-soaked draconic creature lay sprawled upon the summoning array. Blood. An overwhelming amount of blood. Vivian had never witnessed such a deluge in her life. A torrent of blood gushed from this draconic being, staining her mage robe a vibrant crimson. If this creature before her was indeed a dragon, then its body below the abdomen had nearly vanished, with only a layer of skin tenuously connecting it to a mass of fleshy debris behind. Vivian could even glimpse the steadily beating heart through the shredded flesh. Not a single scale remained intact on his body, which was entirely stained crimson with blood. Drip, drip. Blood fell from the corners of his mouth. Despite such a dire state, the dragon still held his head aloft, gazing at the silver-haired maiden before him. The elder in gray robes instantly materialized in front of Vivian, magical elements coalescing around his staff, a faint luminescence hinting at the formidable spell ready to be unleashed. He watched the gravely injured, nearly lifeless young dragon with vigilance. Should the creature dare to move, he could send it to its demise in an instant. With his prowess as a grand mage, the young dragon would surely be reduced to mere flesh and blood. "Principal, may I communicate with him?" Vivian's voice resonated from behind. Gandalf Van Andrew furrowed his brows, turning to regard the girl, convinced he was not hallucinating. Vivian's clear gaze met his, her blood-stained cheeks betraying no hint of fear. Perhaps it was a stirring in her heart, perhaps the fleeting moment of their eye contact. Vivian resolved to save him. For his eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to her former self, coldness, sorrow, anger, and helplessness. Such grievous wounds must entail excruciating pain. "Do not be afraid. I am not your enemy. The principal and others merely worry you might inadvertently harm your classmates." She approached the young dragon slowly. Gandalf hesitated, observing the girl and the dragon, casting a glance at the summoning circle beneath them. Ultimately, he stepped aside, yet the light from his staff remained unwavering. The audience below held their breath, captivated by the proximity of the dragon and the maiden. Vivian once more locked eyes with Ron, extending her hand to gently touch the dragon's snout. The residual elemental energy scorched her hand, yet she did not withdraw. She simply gazed into those draconic eyes. The dwindling magical power within her was released, manifesting as her second learned zero-ring cantrip, aside from summoning magic. Pain transfer. Pain transfer. It transfers a portion of the recipient's pain to oneself, yet does not heal the other. This spell, lacking any healing effect and imposing suffering upon the caster, is seldom pursued despite its relative simplicity. What noble mage would willingly endure another's torment? The agony from the spell coursed through her, causing her body to tremble. This was merely a fraction of his pain, yet it was all she could offer him. Suddenly, a spectrum of colors illuminated Vivian's hand. A cascade of 7-colored energy gently emanated from the young dragon, gradually coalescing upon the back of her hand, akin to the brilliance of a rainbow bursting forth, illuminating the entire classroom. Other teachers and students watched in astonishment at the unfolding transformation on stage. As the 7-hued light began to fade, a peculiar script materialized in her hand. It was the most ancient of draconic writings, believed to be one of the 12 primordial runes left by Aou. Yet to this day, no dragon has deciphered their precise application. However, this draconic script is regarded as a treasure by true dragons. Only those who have earned the friendship of a true dragon can receive such a gift. Other dragons will bestow a modicum of respect upon those adorned with these runes, as it signifies that one has gained the recognition of a true dragon. The contract has been established. A gentle and clear voice of a youth echoed in her mind. After much contemplation, I shall dedicate a separate chapter to address the concerns of my readers, to prevent any misunderstandings regarding the equal contract. One might interpret it as akin to exchanging mobile phone numbers, lacking any coercive power, except for the stipulation that neither party may harm the other. In fact, there are peculiar methods to circumvent this principle. Thus, the equal contract bears little binding force. I shall refrain from further elaboration on this matter, as the methods for traversing to other realms will be diverse and bewildering. Explaining each one would be quite tedious. Now let us discuss the main thread of this narrative, which is not merely about subjugating vassals, establishing an empire, or vying for supremacy, though such elements do exist. This tale primarily chronicles a journey of growth. Throughout this interdimensional voyage, Ron will encounter many disparate realms, meet a myriad of individuals, and experience a plethora of extraordinary stories, much like in Wandering Witch. This is a tale woven by the iridescent dragon Ron, a narrative of encounters and farewells. Unlike Elena, I do not wish for this story to be laden with regrets. Thus, moments of despair will be kept to a minimum. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude for your support. With the recent changes to the platform's regulations, nurturing a new book has become quite precarious. If you have the time, please do continue reading, particularly the chapters updated within 24 hours. Thank you immensely. The release date is set for 2023. Chapter 10, Conspiracy and Travel. Ron has been in the Karen realm for a week now, spending this time recuperating in a secluded corner of the Magical Academy. His body is tightly bound in medical bandages, presenting a somewhat comical sight. However, that elderly man with the white beard arranged for him to have a small wooden cabin for rest, and aside from the occasional person delivering food, he has been undisturbed. The final lash from the Demon Queen truly took half of his life. This madwoman sought to destroy him when she could not possess his body. Patience is a virtue. Yet the more Ron reflected upon it, the angrier he became. He had committed no wrongdoing. Why had a divine-ranked demoness targeted him? My Kangxiat, just wait. A true dragoness vengeance is never delayed. He ground his teeth with fury, envisioning the day he would drag that insane woman from the abyss and exact his retribution. Yes, he would wield her own whip against her, making her aware of the profound psychological scars she inflicted upon the young, iridescent dragon. As he gradually healed, Ron practiced his healing magic, turning to lie on his side once more. The Dragon Legacy does not record ordinary magic, and draconic spells are predominantly of the offensive or enhancement variety. There are none pertaining to healing. It was during the day Ron was summoned that he clandestinely learned the 2 healing spells while the old man was casting them to treat him. At that moment, Ron was indeed on the brink of death, the closest he had ever been to the goddess of death since arriving in this world. Fortunately, that girl intervened, and the old man seemed to harbor some reservations, ultimately refusing the foolish plans of the 3 idiots. Reflecting on this, Ron couldn't help but rise and stifle a yawn. Flicking his tail, his injuries had almost fully healed. The vitality of a true dragon is astonishingly formidable, perhaps the reason they disdain recording healing magic in their heritage. Especially for legendary dragon breeds, they are the epitome of resilience, akin to an indestructible cockroach. Aside from a lingering trace of demonic energy still clinging to his tail, Ron's combat prowess had returned to its zenith. That small remnant of demonic power did not hinder his fighting abilities. He intentionally left it for his own purposes. Indeed, a life of comfort could lead a dragon to decadence, Ron mused, as he observed the 3 foolish grand sorcerers outside, squabbling over their dominion as if they were mere crystal hatchlings. After all, a deceased dragon is a treasure trove, and a living crystal hatchling is even more coveted. Speaking of which, since his birth, he had been mistaken for a crystal dragon twice. The illustrious name of the iridescent dragon should resonate throughout the astral realm. Should it not? Though, perhaps this isn't so bad, as he was still in his juvenile phase. Engaging in mischief under the guise of a crystal dragon would likely attract only feeble adversaries. If, by chance, they were truly formidable, the misdeeds of a crystal dragon would have no bearing on him, the iridescent dragon. After allowing these peculiar thoughts to swirl in his mind for a while, Ron reclined back on the bed. He quietly observed a pair of sparrows outside his window. The female sparrow gently preened her fledgling's feathers. Suddenly, sensing Ron's gaze, the 2 birds flapped their wings and soared back into the sky. Inside the headmaster's office, the 3 vice principals were engaged in a heated discussion. They were the same instructors who had graded the summoning exam. Their wide-brimmed wizard hats lay carelessly discarded on the wooden table. If they could convince that girl to dissolve her contract, and then establish a master-servant bond with the hatchling, they would secure the protection of a crystal dragon. After all, this dragon had just been summoned and remained in a comatose state. It was likely that it shared no deep emotional ties with the girl. Rumor had it that a duke in the royal capital had formed a contract with an adult crystal dragon, which had safeguarded his family for over 3 centuries after his demise. The question remained, who would enter into a contract with this dragon? One rotund vice principal presented the query that had sparked their month-long debate. Ahem, I propose we sign a contract and let fate decide with a roll of the dice. Whoever wins the dragon's favor must unconditionally protect the other 2's families. What say you? After some contemplation, the other 2 reluctantly acquiesced to his suggestion. Considering the anxious sentiments of the students' parents outside, children who gain admission to the prestigious Magic Academy often hail from affluent families. It is rather peculiar that they have suddenly declared that a week of closed-door learning has transpired. Surely, any parent would harbor concerns for their children, wouldn't they? Countless families dream of having a dragon as their guardian, and now, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity lies before the 3 of them. Thus, once the young dragon fell into slumber, they promptly sealed off the news, even imposing a temporary restriction on the students present from leaving the academy to prevent any leaks. However, I find it somewhat perplexing why the principal would voluntarily relinquish such a golden opportunity. The slender vice principal, after reaching an agreement with the other 2, expressed his bewilderment. Perhaps he fears that the 3 of us might unite against him? I find that unlikely. Let us disregard him. His time is limited, and in his old age, he is merely grasping at straws, failing to seize opportunities. Had it been the previous Ron, he would have unleashed a breath of fire upon this trio, sending them to the depths of hell for discussion. Yet now, watching the antics of a jester holds some merit. At the very least, it can uplift one's spirits. The Rainbow Dragon clan predominantly enjoys theatrical performances, especially those they direct themselves. Ron rested his chin on his hands, employing eavesdropping magic to listen in on their clandestine conversation while perusing the system information. Name: Ron Omega. Gender: male. Race: Rainbow Dragon. Rank: legendary. Travel objective: main dimension of Kalen. Legendary traits: breath weapon, magical affinity, immunity, deflection, force, invisibility. Dimension travel cooldown: 365 days. Aside from the cooldown period, there were no other changes. Ron opened the submodule for travel objectives, revealing new text on the panel. Objective 1. Attend Vivian's 18th graduation ceremony. Illuminate the world map. Completion reward: time acceleration spell. Objective 2. Observe 100 species of magical beasts. Create a new species. Completion reward: decree of death. Objective 3. Explore the city in the sky. Taste the water of life. Completion reward: divinity. Objective 4. Locked. An additional reward will be granted upon the completion of all the above objectives. 4 new tasks have emerged. It seems the system refers to them as travel objectives, but what distinguishes this from mere tasks? Ron found himself perplexed by this nonsensical endeavor. Over the past month, apart from recuperating, he has been contemplating how to fulfill these travel objectives. Aside from the still locked 4th objective, the other 3 appear to pose a considerable challenge. Vivian likely refers to the girl he summoned. Ron pondered over the first task. Why her, and not someone else? Nevertheless, it would not be difficult for her to reach 18. She is currently 13, and a few years are trivial in the eyes of a true dragon. However, illuminating the world map seems quite daunting. Upon entering the main dimension, the system provided a map shrouded in mist, apart from the brightly lit town of Oracle. Everything else remained obscured. This implies that he must traverse the entirety of the Kalen dimension to complete this task. According to the recent exploration of the Karen Encyclopedia in the library, it is recorded that this primary realm once hosted demigods. However, following the fragmentation of the Eternal Empire, this demigod vanished into the annals of history. Should this demigod still linger, and by some chance encounter him, it would likely herald no good tidings. In the face of the unknown, Ron has always adopted the most pessimistic outlook as his strategy. The task of illuminating the world map can be set aside. It can wait until he ascends beyond the demigod level. Ron resolved to disregard this undertaking for the moment, prioritizing other matters instead. Before that, he must first address some minor issues. It is nearly time to act. The town of Oracles remains relatively safe, making it a suitable base of operations. He intends to visit the library again shortly, taking the opportunity to deal with those 3 fools along the way. In recent days, he has stealthily wandered through the town of Oracles, gaining a clear understanding of the local power dynamics. Within 1,000 miles, there is not a single worthy opponent. According to the encyclopedia, the hierarchy of mages in the Karen realm is categorized as follows: apprentice mage, mage, archmage, mage tutor, grand mage, legendary mage, demigod, and god. The highest attainable strength within the primary realm is that of a demigod. Upon ascending to the divine tier, one is cast out by the realm and must venture into the astral plane to establish a divine kingdom. A god without a kingdom is susceptible to death. However, once a divine kingdom is established, a deity is virtually invincible within its domain, illustrating the vast disparity. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed at the door. Mr. Dragon, I have brought your meal. Astral plane insights. Magical affinity. The utmost level of magical affinity. Spells of the 39th circle can be released instantaneously without incantation, contingent upon age advancement. The natural weapons of the rainbow dragon, claws, teeth, tail, horns, are regarded as magical instruments for young drakes or legendary weapons for ancient dragons. Immunity, the highest tier of immunity traits. Complete immunity to spells below the 39th circle, with specific values increasing with age. Absolute immunity to sleep spells and transformation effects, as well as to illumination and blinding effects. Deflection. The rainbow dragon is shielded by a layer of supernatural protection, akin to a chaotic cloak of iridescent energy, which provides additional defensive value. The strength of this enhancement is contingent upon the dragon's age. Force invisibility, an exclusive ability of the force dragon, allowing it to consume magical energy to enter a special state of invisibility. Upon reaching maturity, this ability transitions into a passive state, permitting invisibility at will without expending magical energy. Chapter 11. The Path to Divinity. Vivian pushed a wooden dining cart taller than her own frame into the small room. Mr. Dragon, today's lunch features charcoal grilled rock goat meat. Additionally, I have prepared some flatbread. The teacher mentioned that a balanced diet aids in faster recovery. The cart, laden with 3 layers of food, was carefully maneuvered by Vivian beside Ron. She tiptoed, cautiously lifting the specially crafted large iron platter brimming with food from the cart and placing it beside Ron. Identification successful. Name: Vivian. Race: human. Strength: magic apprentice. Legendary trait: none. Evaluation: a beautiful female human. Her lineage seemingly exhibits a tendency towards atavism. Ron silently observed the white-haired girl before him, refraining from any further actions. He maintained the effect of his transformation spell, having disguised parts of his body, which rendered him resembling an ordinary crystal whelp. His original appearance was undeniably dazzling. He had not felt this way upon his initial birth. Since his second slumber, his further developed physique had even attracted the attention of the succubus queen, which elicited a mix of displeasure and slight joy within him. The frequency of his tail's movements had noticeably increased. Vivian carefully extracted a specially crafted iron spoon from the recess of the dining cart, skillfully scooping food from the plate and extending it towards Ron. Sir Dragon, it's time to eat. This is the rock sheep that the Dean specially captured from the monster forest, something we seldom get to enjoy. As she raised the large spoon, she regaled him with tales of the day's amusing occurrences at the academy, such as a certain senior confessing to a teacher or multiple students' summoned beasts suddenly vanishing. He opened his dragon maw, relishing the service of being fed by the girl. As for why he feigned injury despite being fully healed, it was a jest. He had just had a skirmish with the succubus queen. Why not indulge a little? Besides, the silver-haired, ruby-eyed girl before him was quite enchanting, far surpassing the stars of his memory. She barely possessed 1/10 of his charm. The meat today was a tad salty, though the bread was acceptable. Ron evaluated his lunch as he ate. In truth, aside from satisfying his hunger, these morsels provided little energy, let alone the immense energy required for healing wounds. His rapid recovery could be largely attributed to the monster forest outside the Oracle City. I'll use less salt next time, Vivian said, her eyes narrowing as she smiled, watching Ron swallow the last piece of meat before she began to clear the table. She needed to hurry and wash these dishes before heading to the cafeteria to collect today's lunch. Ever since the academy had closed, the cafeteria had started distributing free white bread twice a day, and arriving late meant risking the chance of only half a loaf remaining. Normally, she couldn't bear to eat such bread, given that its price was tenfold that of the black bread. No need, it's time for us to part ways. The voice from the bed caused Vivian, who had just stood up, to freeze momentarily. She turned her head, her ruby-like eyes meeting Ron's exquisite dragon gaze. "Is Sir Dragon leaving?" Her calm voice trembled ever so slightly. Ron looked at the girl before him, tilting his head in contemplation before replying. "That is indeed the case. This is merely a stop on my journey. I cannot remain here indefinitely. You need not concern yourself with me. Soon, I shall depart from this place. And you haven't taken the time to meditate in a week, have you?" Indeed, he is a dragon, albeit still in his infancy, yet one day, he shall evolve into a formidable presence that demands reverence. In contrast, she remains merely a frail apprentice of the arcane arts. Understanding this, Vivian turned once more, gently pushing the dining cart away, until she quietly closed the door behind her. He comprehended her unspoken sentiments. Ron lifted his gaze towards the sky outside, murmuring to himself, "Suddenly thrust into this realm, I am adrift, unaware of my destination or purpose, devoid of any clear ambition. How could I possibly lead you away?" Upon reflection, were it not for the system's task at hand, he might have sought a secluded spot to languish in slumber, passing the interminable span of a dragon's life in mere sleep and sustenance. As for vengeance, it seems rather absurd. Even if he were to grow into an ancient, iridescent dragon, rivaling deities, what could he achieve against an adversary ensconced within the abyss? The tales of the dragon god, who vanished into the endless void, are not without precedent. Now, considering it, perhaps finding a place to simply exist would not be so dreadful. After all, was not his previous life defined by the same monotony? The daily grind and an uneventful existence encapsulate the lives of most. Arriving in this world, his thoughts have scarcely altered. Hunting, bloodshed, the system, and the incessant pursuit of strength. All that remains is his desire to survive. He yearns to escape the helpless and suffocating grasp of death. Memories of the fire dwarf chieftain and the succubus queen flickered in his mind. Is the life of a falling leaf merely a quest to return to its roots? Outside the window, curious birds gazed at Ron within, emboldened by the absence of his draconic aura, which he had wholly restrained. Without the intimidation of his presence, and with his comically bandaged form, even these little creatures dared to meet the gaze of a dragon. Ron prepared to depart from this remote town, intending to employ his charm magic to deal with the 3 vice principals before his exit. The living are far more valuable than the deceased. Vivian must not come to harm, for he was summoned to this realm through a binding contract with her. Should she perish, he too would be compelled to return to the plane of fire elements due to the contract. Recalling the grotesque visage of the succubus queen in her final moments, he realized that a return would likely not lead to a favorable outcome. Unless she were to willingly dissolve their agreement, he would remain indefinitely in this realm. Ron wrestled with his thoughts. Should he eliminate Vivian? Although their equitable contract forbids harm against one another, one might consider enchanting a powerful sorceress and prompting her to cast charm magic, thereby nullifying their equal pact. Alternatively, he could hire a band of mercenaries to imprison her, releasing her only upon her 18th birthday, enforcing her graduation as per that age-old adage, "The slave of my slave is not my slave, nor my concern. If it kills you, what is that to me?" Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the door being flung open with a loud bang. Ron stared in bewilderment at Vivian. Her petite figure remained poised at the entrance, her right hand gripping the doorknob, as she bent down, panting heavily. The silken silver hair, clinging to her face due to perspiration, framed her swollen red eyes as she fixed her gaze upon Ron. Gone was the sorrow from her eyes, replaced solely by a resolute expression. She inhaled deeply and approached Ron. "Mr. Dragon, please take me with you. I shall diligently clean and tidy your abode until it sparkles. I will strive to enhance my culinary skills, ensuring that I never oversalt again. I will meditate earnestly and learn new magic. One day, I shall be of assistance to you, Mr. Dragon. Please take me with you." Ron regarded the girl before him, and with a sudden flick of his tail, he ensnared her and drew her closer. A sinister smile spread across his face, his sharp dragon teeth mere centimeters from Vivian's head. "Vivian, are you commanding a true dragon?" She defiantly lifted her chin, locking her gaze with Ron's eyes. The girl was so near that Ron could feel the gentle breeze created by her breath. "No, it is merely a request from a friend." Ron scrutinized the girl, and a moment of understanding washed over him, prompting a smile. "You possess quite the audacity. Just so we're clear, if you happen to perish along the way, do not blame me. When danger arises, I shall be the first to flee. Do not expect me to rescue you." Vivian remained silent. her ruby-like pupils meeting Ron's kaleidoscopic dragon eyes. A soft breeze from outside caressed the girl's cheek, and her silver hair brushed against the true dragon's face, seemingly intertwining their fates. Then remember my name. A flicker of fierce determination ignited within her dim eyes. Ron Omega, a dragon destined to tread the path of divinity and ascend to the realm of gods. The dull crystalline scales shed their disguise, revealing a radiant spectrum that illuminated the entire cottage. The vast and gentle might of the dragon swept across the town of prophecy, compelling all insects, animals, and magical beasts to bow and grovel in submission to him. When the lost souls find their clarity, the mundane existence transforms into something extraordinary. Ron's journey toward divinity commenced in this remote town, taking its slow, yet firm first step in the glimmering gaze of Vivian. Epilogue. The Hunger Games. This chapter is an epilogue and can be skipped without affecting the narrative. Rabbit 23 is an ordinary gray-horned rabbit, known simply as Rabbit 23. Its size is comparable to that of an average wild hare. The name originates from it being the 23rd offspring of its mother, and the only one still alive. It boasts a beautiful coat of gray and white fur, with eyes resembling pale blue glass beads, and a little tail that wags playfully. Lacking any offensive capabilities, the gray-horned rabbit is the most basic of first-tier magical beasts, easily dispatched even by magic apprentices. The fire mice, also first-tier magical beasts, are its natural predators. Those red-haired mice, capable of conjuring small fireballs, always manage to locate the gray-horned rabbit's burrow, leading to a feast. A pair of gray-horned rabbits can produce over 30 offspring in a single summer, with each litter yielding up to 815 young. Despite their astonishing reproductive capabilities, the likelihood of these gray-horned rabbit offspring reaching adulthood remains less than 1 in 10. Whether encountered by passing mercenaries or prowling carnivores within the forest, they face formidable adversaries. After all, their tender flesh and lack of prowess render them vulnerable. Their classification as first-tier magical beasts stems solely from the fact that among tens of thousands of gray-horned rabbits, there invariably exists one that produces a first-tier wind magic core within its body. Rabbit 23 cautiously peered out from the burrow's entrance, using its hind legs to push out a few withered branches that had been prepared in advance. With a flurry of movement, several twigs were flung from the burrow, landing a few meters away. The forest remained eerily quiet, devoid of the usual chirping birds that would typically fill the air with their chatter. It was this clever use of branches that had allowed Rabbit 23 to survive to maturity. Many predators lying in wait were startled by the sudden appearance of the twigs, causing them to abandon their vigil for prey. Once assured that no danger lurked nearby, Rabbit 23 cautiously extended its head, its short, pointed horns swaying gently like soft flesh. This was their innate ability. The meaty horns could accurately discern which plants within a radius of several dozen meters were edible and which were not. The perils of the magical beast forest extended beyond mere carnivores and heavily armed humans. Certain peculiar plants also posed terrifying threats as predators. Today, food seemed particularly scarce. The area surrounding the gray-horned rabbit's den was a chaotic mess, with numerous footprints marking the damp earth, leaving behind an array of oddly shaped puddles. Strangely, all footprints led in a singular direction. Originally, the vicinity of Rabbit 23's home was abundant with delectable, succulent grass, the very reason for its burrowing and nesting in this location. Yet now, these food reserves had been entirely depleted. Had this pack of large beasts transitioned to a herbivorous diet? The little rabbit's mind brimmed with confusion, unable to resist the gnawing hunger. Rabbit 23 resolved to venture into uncharted territory in search of sustenance. Following the trail left by the wild beasts, Rabbit 23 hopped forward in a series of energetic leaps. The gray-horned rabbit was remarkably swift, a trait honed through millennia of evolutionary pressures on herbivorous magical beasts. Those that could not run swiftly had perished, including its 22 siblings. Even the two parents, seen only a handful of times, had vanished during a foraging expedition, never to return. Yet, Rabbit 23 felt no sorrow. It understood that the demise of each family member meant one less competitor for the scarce food resources that had allowed it to survive thus far. With each loss, the burden of sharing food diminished. Hopping along, Rabbit 23 meticulously sensed the direction of nourishment. Its vision was poor, relying primarily on its horns and nose to navigate its surroundings. Ahead lay food, and a small river. Rabbit 23 was filled with delight. scarcely pondering why this river appeared somewhat viscous compared to previous encounters. As it drew closer to the food, the scent of blood grew increasingly potent. Under normal circumstances, the odor of blood would have sent it scurrying away. Hunger consumed its sanity, and it leaped faster and faster until, at last, it arrived at a cluster of succulent green leaves. The vibrant greenery thrived amidst a river of crimson. Rabbit 23 lowered its head, joyfully gnawing at the rare delicacy, oblivious to the enormous shadow that gradually rose from beneath its feet, slowly enveloping it. Crack, crack. Rabbit 23 felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed unlikely that it could produce such a sound. Moreover, the breath was far too loud, even as the sensation of impending danger washed over it. Rabbit 23 had no intention of fleeing. Today's feast was too delectable. It simply wished to devour and indulge until satiated. Shifting its body, the scene behind it was etched into its blood-red eyes. A colossal dragon, a crystalline dragon radiating a spectrum of colors. Its wings blotted out the sun, with rays of light filtering through the gaps, illuminating Rabbit 23. Nearly 20 meters long, its blood-soaked form stood tall, and its shimmering, nine-colored eyes bore no trace of malice, only an endless indifference. Slowly, it extended a hand, the motion imbued with gentleness and benevolence. Delicate dragon claws carefully lifted Rabbit 23, slowly moving it toward the abyss like maw. The gray-white body gradually vanished into the elongated dragon neck. Rabbit 23 continued to munch voraciously on its food, even as darkness encroached. It remained undeterred in its feast. Crack, snap. Today's fare is simply exquisite. Chapter 12. Divinity and Humanity. Vivian was overwhelmed by the dragon's might. Although Ron had endeavored to temper the intensity of the dragon's aura, it was to no avail. The girl was too close. Whoosh. The soft tail gently coiled around Vivian, placing her upon a plush bed, as Ron began to process a series of notifications resonating in his mind. Ding, ding, ding. The familiar sounds evoked a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of the days of Penguin 99 messages. System notification. You have entered the state. During this state, you cannot be harmed. System notification. You have exited the state. System notification. You have awakened the legendary trait, Divinity. System notification. Due to your self-comprehended skill coinciding with Target 3's reward, Target 3's reward has been replaced with Divinity, the first step on the divine ladder. Beings possessing divinity have fundamentally diverged from ordinary life, rendering them immune to all spell damage, barring divine arts and special skills. This skill reminded Ron of a phrase he had previously read in the Karen Encyclopedia: the mortal body can never slay a god. Victor Brian, the great emperor. Vivian's recent actions stirred an inexplicable sensation within Ron. The dragon's might had been instinctively released, and the transformation spell was effortlessly undone. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, casting the transformation spell once more to shrink his form. Otherwise, Vivian might have become the first human in the astral realm crushed by an acknowledged dragon. He extended his dragon claw, sensing the flow of energy within him. Is this divinity? Despite having acquired powerful skills, Ron did not exhibit overwhelming excitement. He was no longer lost, nor did he ponder the persistent dilemma of being dragon or human. He understood the path he must tread. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, liked or disliked, all of it constituted a part of him. He was Ron Alpha Omega, with clarity of thought. His spirit soared. He gazed down at the slumbering Vivian, gently sweeping her disheveled silvery hair aside with his tail. She slept soundly, her head buried in the pillow, her legs and feet exposed outside the covers, her little mouth slightly ajar, and her eyes tightly closed. Such a harmonious scene was abruptly disrupted by a somewhat dissatisfied voice. If you do not come out soon, be prepared to merge with the wall forever. Ron suddenly addressed the yellowed wall. His keen dragon eyes locked onto the corner ahead, where the previously smooth surface of the wall began to ripple, and an elderly man clad in a gray robe, wielding a gnarled wooden staff, emerged from within. This was a kindly old man, his hair meticulously arranged without a strand out of place, his long beard gently swaying in the breeze. In the slightly sunken eye sockets, a pair of deep brown eyes quietly told tales of the passage of time. Stone empowerment? It seems you are a grand sorcerer adept in both fire and earth. Ron mused. The figure who had emerged from the wall was none other than Gandalf, the headmaster of the oracular town Academy of Magic. Ron's gaze fixated upon him. Identification successful. Name: Gandalf Van Andrew. Race: human. Power. Grand Sorcerer. Legendary traits. None. Evaluation. Gandalf was born into the Andrew family, dedicating his life to the pursuit of magic. Remaining unmarried. In his later years, he was appointed as the headmaster of the oracular town Academy of Magic, and he also serves as the reserve commander of the Kapachi defense line. Gandalf first glanced at Vivian, sensing that Ron's gaze was becoming increasingly perilous, and promptly turned to him, performing his standard noble bow. Mighty True Dragon, I mean no offense. I merely came to investigate the sudden energy fluctuation that enveloped the entire town. It appears you have recovered? Gandalf lowered his head with precision. Out of the corner of his eye, he discreetly assessed the young dragon before him, now markedly different from what he had seen earlier. Good heavens, I underestimated his power. This must be an ancient dragon employing transformation magic. Gandalf was convinced that this dragon's tier was undoubtedly legendary or higher. Otherwise, it would not emanate such a level of energy fluctuation. Was being the headmaster of a small-town magical academy such a daunting task now? Even after departing the royal capital, he encountered such a formidable true dragon. Feigning weakness to swallow a giant dragon? That did not seem plausible. During the previous summoning ritual, he had confirmed that the other party was gravely injured, and through the subsequent healing process, he discovered the immense magical power concealed beneath the transformation of this young dragon. Thus, he had deliberately sent it to this small cottage to recuperate, facilitating the completion of his plans. Unexpectedly, the opponent proved to be overwhelmingly powerful, and the tables had turned. Unable to comprehend the situation, Gandalf decided to cease his contemplation, reasoning that the opposing party should not be considered adversaries. Both the Metal Dragon and Gem Dragon clans were known for their amicable relations with humanity, rarely inflicting harm, especially since he had, in a manner of speaking, saved one of them. For the time being, Ron chose to disregard the lecherous old man lurking nearby and instead retracted his resplendent, multicolored scales, as he was unaccustomed to the sensation of resembling a draconic light bulb. The vibrant scales morphed back into the translucent form of a typical crystal hatchling. Given your prior healing spell, the great true dragon would overlook your momentary disrespect. Furthermore, must you wizards always bypass the main entrance? Is it necessary to traverse through walls? Ron remarked with evident displeasure. Just as Gandalf was about to offer an explanation regarding his delayed emergence, fearing he might be launched into the sky, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed at the entrance. Bang! The unfortunate wooden door was violently kicked open, and 3 robed sorcerers rushed in. Leading the charge was the portly Vice Principal Havilandry, followed by Ian Vernon and Will Hank, who had previously conspired over the claim to the hatchling. Realizing the unusual circumstances, they hastily arrived from the principal's office. Principal Gandalf, I believe you owe us a reasonable explanation. Upon entering, Havilandry's eyes fell upon the principal standing beside the hatchling and the unconscious Vivian sprawled on the bed. Mistaking the situation, he struggled to contain his fury as he glared at Gandalf, demanding, You clearly promised us you would not partake in this matter. You have broken your vow, Principal. Ian and Will, upon grasping the scenario, likewise raised their voices in accusatory inquiry towards Gandalf. The old principal, momentarily at a loss for words, surveyed the 3 furious individuals, wishing to discern the contents of their raucous minds. Cannot the 3 of you see that this crystal hatchling, capable of transformation, is anything but ordinary? Were it not for the influence of their families controlling the town's economic lifelines, the principal would have long since elucidated the significance of his surname. How exhausting. Ron watched with keen interest the exchange between the 4, marveling at the audacity of the 3 powerful sorcerers to threaten a grand archmage, a rare spectacle indeed. The magical profession in Karun diverged from others, with sorcerers categorized into a unique hierarchy: apprentice, sorcerer, grand sorcerer, archmage, grand archmage, legendary sorcerer, and demigod. It appeared that the newcomers were unaware of the principal's true power. Otherwise, their demeanor would have been vastly different. Nevertheless, it mattered not, for Ron was prepared to intervene. The moment they conspired against him, Ron had already sentenced them to death, initially pondering to eliminate them before his departure. But now they had presented themselves willingly. How considerate, as if to spare him the effort of taking a few more steps, weary from his recent recovery. Havilandry, I have not entered into a contract with this esteemed true dragon. I merely came to assess the situation, Gandalf patiently elucidated, silently counting the moments in his mind. You all seem to be engaged in quite a lively discussion. May I join? A gentle and magnetic voice emanated from the direction of the bed. Harvey and his companions turned in astonishment. Who was speaking? A young dragon? That seemed implausible. One had never heard of a young dragon that could converse. Was there someone else in the room? The trio's puzzled gazes met the vibrant, kaleidoscopic eyes of the dragon, and in the next moment, the enchanting voice resonated once more from its maw. Charm of multiple enchantments. Initially taken aback, the expressions of Harvey and his companions gradually settled into calm. Their minds were devoid of confusion, as all their understanding had been altered by Ron's enchantment, like robots restored to factory settings. The only information remaining in their minds was the imperative to obey Ron's commands. Standing nearby, Gandalf felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He had also been within the range of the spell, yet his years of meditation endowed him with a mental fortitude that far surpassed that of Harvey and his companions, allowing him to evade the enchantment's control. Dragon language enchantment. Seventh circle. Unlike the charm spells cast by ordinary mages, an enchantment executed in the dragon tongue, upon success, can completely manipulate the target's thoughts. The drawback of this spell lies in its ineffectiveness against those with strong mental fortitude or resolute will. It is typically employed by metallic dragons to train their offspring's mental resilience. Harvey and his companions lacked robust mental strength and willpower, making them easy prey for Ron's manipulation. Maintaining the enchantment posed a challenge. Controlling a larger number of individuals could potentially drive the caster to madness. Originally, Ron had prepared alternative control spells for situations of failure. Yet he found that the first wave of enchantment was sufficient to subdue the trio. Truly pitiful. Having dealt with the trio, it was now time to address the final individual. Gandalf, do you have anything to say? Ron inquired, tilting his head towards the old principal, whose calm demeanor belied the sweat streaming down his brow. Was he contemplating treacherous designs? He was not one to be trifled with. Chapter 13. A history long buried. This dragon lord was unexpectedly astute and, unfortunately, rather stingy. Gandalf's expression shifted slightly, realizing it was time to activate Plan B. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Vivian's long lashes. Gandalf cast a conflicted glance at Vivian, then sighed, as if arriving at a momentous decision. Esteemed Dragon Lord, would you care to hear a story? It is somewhat long and intricate. Gandalf's heavy voice resonated within the room. Not particularly. I find that a breath of fire would be far more gratifying, Ron replied, expressing his disinterest in a bedtime tale, believing that time would be better spent exploring new spells. Gandalf, slightly embarrassed by the rebuke, recognized that the performance must continue. Very well, I shall be brief. I implore you to lend an ear, as this tale pertains to Vivian's origins, which I trust will pique your interest. This indeed captured Ron's attention. He shifted into a more comfortable position, inviting Gandalf to commence his narrative. As Gandalf's deep and magnetic voice filled the air, a long-buried history began to unfold. 14 years ago, on an ordinary day, the reigning king of the Rose Kingdom, Brian the 17th, experienced a sudden whim. He publicly declared his desire to thoroughly inspect the lands he ruled. To this end, he orchestrated a grand royal tour, embarking from the capital of Ovia, accompanied by his court of mages and a contingent of soldiers, ostensibly to survey the kingdom, yet in reality indulging in leisurely excursions. Among the towns along the route was the quaint village of Oracle, where the king and his troops replenished their supplies of food and water, pausing for a night's respite. It was during this very night that the king, in a state of inebriation, forcibly engaged in relations with an exceptionally beautiful commoner. A rather cliché scenario, as Ron privately scoffed. Ordinarily, such a development could be seen in a favorable light. Despite his foolishness, the king exhibited a degree of concern for his women. Upon awakening the next day, he generously bestowed upon the young woman several hundred gold coins and decreed that she and her family be brought to the capital to live. The individual tasked with overseeing this matter was Gandalf, still serving within the court of mages. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the king's journey was abruptly curtailed, and he returned to the capital of Ovia, where the now pregnant woman was also brought to reside within the royal palace. She was none other than the mother of Vivian. This tale, at its core, resembled a fairy tale of a Cinderella who triumphantly wed the king. Noticing Ron's keen interest, Gandalf continued with the latter part of the story. Upon returning to the palace, the king's demeanor grew increasingly tyrannical, frequently executing maids for the most trivial of offenses. Traditionally, the Rose Kings had but one queen, Thus the maids serving the king also bore the burden of satiating his desires, with any offspring being officially raised by the queen. Occasionally, a maid would give birth to a prince or princess, elevating her status in the king's favor. One day, Gandalf received a summons from the palace, instructing him to guard a particular group of condemned prisoners, among them Vivien's mother and the infant Vivien herself. This group primarily consisted of women who served the king within the palace. Aware of her impending fate, Vivien's mother fell to her knees in tears, pleading with Gandalf to take Vivien away, her final request as a mother. Moved by the sight of the weeping mother and her crying infant, Gandalf felt a stirring in his heart. That very night, under the cover of sleep and illusionary magic, he successfully smuggled the infant out. He entrusted the child to a humble villager in Oracle, providing them with ample gold to ensure a prosperous upbringing. Once this matter concluded, Gandalf returned to the palace, where the condemned prisoners were secretly executed by the king's royal guard. This incident remained shrouded in secrecy. It was only a year ago, when disturbances arose in the Beastlands, that I was ordered to assume the position of director at the Oracle branch of the Magical Academy, where I encountered the infant from that fateful night. As Gandalf recounted this, he felt a sense of nostalgia, having believed he would never cross paths with the child again. His sentiments towards Vivien's pursuit of magic were tinged with reluctance, as she bore a striking resemblance to her mother. Should the king discover the deeds of Ur, it could very well spell disaster for his lineage. Even though he is a grand archmage, he cannot withstand the king's might. Fortunately, her aptitude for magic is rather lacking, likely relegating her to a lifetime as merely an apprentice. Gandalf turned a blind eye, allowing her to continue her studies at the Magic Academy. The newly appointed headmaster of the academy obstructed the interests of many. The town of Oracle has no mayor. It is effectively governed by the Crusader Guards and the Magic Academy, with Gandalf's position originally held by 3 vice-principals. They believed the next headmaster would surely be chosen from among them. Yet unexpectedly, a headmaster was dispatched from the royal capital, inciting their ire and leading them to conspire to undermine Gandalf's authority. He cared little for such power struggles, being wholly engrossed in the pursuit of magical knowledge. His joining of the court mage group was merely a means to access more advanced tomes. However, the actions of these 3 grew increasingly egregious, even resorting to accepting bribes to manipulate admissions to the academy. This rendered the institution a den of vice, forcing impoverished students to abandon their dreams of magic and instead enlist as mercenaries or rogue mages. It was then that Gandalf resolved to eradicate these parasites. So, if I were not summoned, how would you deal with them? Ron inquired with curiosity. Gandalf chuckled softly. In truth, Oracle Town occasionally falls prey to nocturnal beast attacks. Even a master of magic can perish if assaulted during slumber. Ron pondered this. The tale is well spun, yet you have not offered anything worthy of sparing your life. These matters bear little relevance to me. Vivien's eyelashes fluttered slightly. I understand your sentiment. I recount this story solely in the hope that you might show kindness to that child. If needed, I can assist you in unraveling the Equality Pact, provided that no harm comes to the child. Observing Ron's silence, Gandalf contemplated before speaking again. The most precious item I possess is this rare-grade staff. If it is of use to you, the conversation persisted until dusk, culminating in Gandalf relinquishing his rare-grade staff and a compendium of all the magical spells he had mastered in exchange for the forgiveness of the true dragon. Subsequently, Gandalf departed with the 3 stunned vice-principals. This was Ron's intent. He resolved to remain here for a while, as these 3 would prove useful in the future, and he needed to investigate the gold they had greedily amassed over the years. It is a source of shame that despite having achieved legendary status, Ron possessed not a single gold coin, a true affront to the lineage of the dragon clan. Dragons, by nature, delight in hoarding glittering gold and treasures. The fate of every vanquished dragon typically ends with the hero returning with the princess and a bounty of gold, a tale beloved by bards. The room fell silent once more, save for the rhythmic breathing of 1 human and 1 dragon. They have departed. How long do you intend to sleep? Ron remarked, glancing at the girl feigning slumber. Despite Vivien's earnest attempts to conceal her emotions, the crystalline tear streak upon her face betrayed her. I am truly sorry, Mr. Ron. It was not my intention. Vivien propped herself up, half-seated upon the bed, her sorrowful countenance vividly evident. Her delicate fingers entwined nervously, while her pearly teeth bit down upon her lower lip. Mr. Ron, silence. Ron interjected. unwilling to indulge in the melodrama of a tearful farewell that might evoke a lifetime of regret. This was not some kitsch evening soap opera. I am aware of what you wish to express. Fret not about your lineage ensnaring me, for you are my first friend, my very first friend in this world. Ron added silently in his mind. Upon uttering these words, Ron broke into a broad smile, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. If anyone seeks to invoke the wrath of a legendary dragon, let them approach. I assure you, they will deeply regret such a decision, even the divine. Vivian gazed in awe at Ron's confident declaration, her sorrow seemingly alleviated. Outside, birds flitted by, while the distant throng of people appeared as mere shadows. Mother, do you see? I have made a new friend. Though he has quite the appetite and enjoys binding others with his tail, he is truly gentle. Ron's voice interrupted her reverie. Vivian, I am hungry. Very well, mighty dragon. I shall prepare dinner at once. Call me Ron. All right, Mr. Ron. Drop the Mr. Understood, Ron. The quality of equipment in the astral realm is categorized as standard, fine, rare, epic, legendary, and artifact. Equipment of fine quality and above cannot be mass-produced and is exceedingly expensive. Chapter 14. The meal at Ron's house. I shall launch my assault in the form of Vivian. Ron declared earnestly, waving his claw forward. Transformational magic is indeed a remarkable tool. It allows one to alter size and even control weight. Vivian clutched her oversized magical hat, ensuring that Ron, perched atop her head, would not lose his balance in his excitement. Ron was once again uttering peculiar statements. Although she had grown accustomed to his eccentricities over the past few weeks, this was her first experience venturing out with him. It had been over a month since the last closure of the Magic Academy. The surrounding apprentices regarded this duo with awe, most keeping their distance. While only a handful of handsome male apprentices dared to approach, their advances were mostly met with Vivian's polite refusals. Occasionally, a few persistent suitors were swiftly dealt with by Ron. Enchantment spells truly are a marvelous asset. The parents of the apprentices expressed considerable concern regarding this situation. After all, it was a dragon. It was perplexing how the principal allowed a dragon to roam freely within the school grounds. Some parents had previously voiced their worries about their children's safety to the principal. Gandalf would claim he would be vigilant, yet the parents had never witnessed him taking action. Some even claimed to have seen the principal teaching spells to the dragon while holding a magical tome. Is this reasonable? What if this dragon learns magic and decides to commit murder? The tales propagated by bards are replete with narratives of malevolent dragons laying waste to cities. They possess no understanding of benevolent or wicked dragons. They merely recognize dragons as perilous creatures. Heaven knows how this dragon was summoned by an apprentice in the arcane arts. Ron and Vivian arrived at the bustling cross street, the very heart of Oracle Town, perpetually filled with the clamorous calls of merchants. Recently, the traders of Oracle Town have taken quite a liking to the young dragon that occasionally soars above their heads. After all, it is their first encounter with a dragon that pays for its purchases. It is said that merchants in the royal capital suffered grievous losses due to certain dragons indulging in extravagant meals without payment. Dragons are inherently greedy, unwilling to part with even a single copper coin, for such coins are their lifeblood. Ron was pondering a serious matter: what to have for lunch. This is indeed a grave topic. After having claimed the entirety of the three vice principals' fortunes, Ron could proudly declare that no one in Oracle Town was wealthier than he. These three old codgers were truly avaricious. Under the influence of charm spells, they led Ron to their secret underground vaults of treasures. Upon opening the vault door, the piles of shimmering gold coins nearly bewitched Ron. A rough count revealed that their combined wealth amounted to 158,621 gold coins. This figure did not even account for the value of the jewels and curios stored within the vault. Curios refer to treasures of no specific grade. While they do not enhance one's strength, they often possess unique functions. The entirety of their lifetime's savings ultimately benefited Ron. Dragons possess a specialized gastric pouch for storing gold and treasures, which also serves the unique purpose of allowing them to imbue their bodies with the attributes of swallowed equipment. This implies that high-grade equipment crafted for humans can also be utilized by dragons. The sole drawback is that a dragon can only enhance itself with the special abilities of one piece of equipment at a time. Simultaneously wielding multiple high-grade items is impossible. This is one of the reasons dragons are so keen on collecting rare gear, as there is no simpler or more direct method of augmenting one's power. After much contemplation, Ron ultimately decided to indulge in hot pot. Vivian skillfully procured the ingredients and fruits that Ron favored. Following a frenzied shopping spree, the merchants bid farewell to the two esteemed customers with fervent gazes. Since the academy's reopening, they had earned in a month what they had previously accumulated in an entire year. After completing their purchases, Vivian returned to their modest abode at the academy, carrying 2 large bundles of beast hide. Ron had initially contemplated acquiring a larger residence, but under Vivian's insistence, he abandoned the idea. It was certainly not due to the fact that the house was priced at a staggering 100 gold coins. In matters of treasure, Ron was indeed quite generous. He paid fairly for groceries and meat, recognizing that merchants also had families to support, though it pained him considerably each time he made a payment. Upon returning home, Vivian began to prepare various ingredients with her mage hand. Chunks of meat were cut into substantial slices, a texture that Ron particularly relished. The vegetables were thoroughly rinsed in clear water and placed in an iron tray, ready for immediate consumption. Fresh mushrooms and onions were sliced, though Ron had little fondness for them as they were intended for the soup base. One by one, each ingredient was meticulously arranged under her skilled hands. Vivian set up a specially crafted dual-section iron pot, employing a first-tier water sphere spell combined with 2/3 of water. In her other hand, she continuously unleashed a first-tier fireball spell to heat the pot, and soon the sound of boiling water filled the air. As the water reached a rolling boil, large pieces of meat and cilantro were added, releasing a rich aroma that tantalized the senses. Vivian had become adept at casting various magical tricks and several first-tier spells, a testament to her diligent meditation and daily practice in recent days. In this world reminiscent of medieval civilization, magic could substitute for many modern technological feats. However, it seemed that most were preoccupied with enhancing the destructive power of magic, often overlooking its potential to enrich daily life. Yet, in this realm where prowess was derived from within, striving to enhance one's abilities was certainly commendable. Ron reclined on the soft velvet mattress, his mind wandering aimlessly. Ron, would you prefer a berry-flavored or spicy dipping sauce? The berry one, and please remember to add plenty of water to it. Vivian skillfully ground various seasonings with a stone pestle, blending them into a vibrant medley of colors. This concoction was the result of Ron's research. He referred to it as a dipping dish, an essential component for hot pot. After trying it once, Vivian was utterly captivated and insisted that Ron teach her the recipe. Now, she was capable of independently crafting new flavors of dipping sauce. This filled Ron with pride in his teaching abilities, and he found great fulfillment in sharing the culinary delights of another world in this foreign land. Once everything was prepared, Ron reluctantly left the embrace of the soft mattress and soared to a specially designed chair. A variety of utensils lay before Ron and Vivian, with the most striking being the wooden chopsticks resting atop a bowl. These were handcrafted by Ron, and Vivian had gradually learned to use this peculiar utensil. Although both could easily employ magic to replace these tools, they chose, in unison, to dine with them. Vivian cradled her face in her hands, smiling at Ron while commenting on the freshness of the ingredients, deftly maneuvering the chopsticks with her 4 claw-like fingers to pick vegetables from the pot. Perhaps this was the essence of home. The aroma of the hot pot permeated the small dwelling. As Ron savored the meat, he observed Vivian's skin, inevitably noticing a scale-shaped protrusion on her fair neck. Had her draconic transformation begun? Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Chapter 15. News from the capital. The rapid knocking continued. Vivian hastily set down her bowl and chopsticks, smoothing out her slightly wrinkled attire from their playful antics before opening the door. Standing there was none other than Teacher Carol, adorned with golden curls and a gray robe. She is also Vivian's magical mentor, one of the only 2 individuals from the Magic Academy who have visited the Ron household. Indeed, this quaint little abode and its surrounding land have been acquired by Ron for a mere copper coin. The headmaster, Gandalf, expressed immense joy upon this news, his eyes brimming with tears of happiness, rendered almost speechless. During that period, tales circulated among the apprentices regarding the headmaster's unrequited affections. "Teacher, what brings you here? Weren't you headed to the capital?" Vivian inquired with surprise, gazing at Carol. Just a week prior, Carol had informed her of her imminent journey to the royal city of Ovia for the Grand Sorcerer's Advancement Assessment. Logically, she should still be en route at this time. "Vivian, are you planning to converse with your teacher at the doorstep?" "How disheartening," Carol teased, playfully engaging with her charming pupil. Indeed, you should leave at once. Don't come here to share the feast, Ron muttered to himself while indulging in his meal, eavesdropping on the exchange between the mentor and her student. Each time they enjoyed hot pot, this woman would appear uninvited. It was one thing to mooch, but she was a voracious carnivore. The ingredients hardly saw any attention, compelling Vivian to purchase double the amount of provisions every time. My apologies, teacher. I became overly excited just now. Please come in, Vivian said, flustered, as she ushered Carol inside, taking her robe and hat to place them on a nearby wooden rack. We are just about to have lunch. Do join me in sampling my culinary skills, Vivian added, retrieving a clean plate along with utensils from the cupboard. Then I shall not hold back. I desire the spicy dipping sauce, Carol replied, bowing to the ravenous Ron before effortlessly finding a stool and settling beside Vivian. When she first learned that Vivian had summoned a young dragon, she harbored significant concerns. After all, true dragons are treasures in their own right, and even the most amicable metallic and gem dragons can attract the attention of greedy individuals. Moreover, Vivian's own prowess was not particularly formidable. As for Ron, he was merely a young dragon, at best a spellcaster of the wizarding tier, was he not? Carol had even consulted Headmaster Gandalf regarding this matter, who reassured her that he and the 3 vice-headmasters would support Vivian. It subsequently proved true, as they indeed did so. Though the city of oracles was small, there were still wolves lurking, seeking to exploit the news. These individuals typically vanished by the second day after the rumor spread. In light of the headmaster's prior response, Carol was convinced that Vivian would be safe. How peculiar it was, for the relationship between the vice-headmaster and the headmaster had not always been so amicable. After some time, she began to realize that Ron did not seem to be an ordinary young dragon. This was evident from the headmaster's unwavering respect towards him, teaching him magic with utmost reverence. Here comes the dipping sauce. Tada! Teacher, this is the spicy sauce you requested, and the other is my newly concocted berry-flavored dip, Vivian announced, holding out a bowl of sauce as if presenting a treasure before Carol. Is that so? Then I shall savor it thoroughly, Carol replied eagerly. The interrupted luncheon resumed, but this time, competition arose over the morsels of meat that had previously been uncontested by Ron. With such a copious daily intake of meat, aren't you concerned about gaining weight? In the struggle for the final piece of meat, Ron faced defeat, setting down his chopsticks as he glared at Carol in exasperation. Oh dear, Mr. Dragon, do not be so petty. I come bearing good news today. Carol elegantly dabbed at the corners of her mouth, her left hand gently caressing her slightly rounded belly. She was quite full, having nearly reached her limit with the provisions from the road to the capital. By the way, teacher, you haven't mentioned how you returned so suddenly. I heard it takes 2 months by horned carriage to travel from Oracle Town to the capital. Vivian inquired curiously while washing the dishes. Ah, well, I received a message from a messenger bird along the way, prompting my return, Carol explained, rummaging through her chest to retrieve a piece of letter paper while Ron looked on in astonishment. Is it truly possible to store items within that? Ron expressed his bewilderment, feeling a mixture of shock and intrigue. As for the good news, it pertained to this very letter. Carol handed the missive to Vivian, who eagerly opened the envelope and leaned in closer to Ron for a better view. Their camaraderie was evident, in stark contrast to some mages who treated their summoned beasts as mere disposable tools. Carol observed the pair with a sense of nostalgia. Ron scrutinized the fragrant letter. It contained but a few words, announcing 2 matters. The first was the appointment of Carol, the esteemed teacher from the Oracle Town Magic Academy, to a position at the Royal Magic Academy in the capital. The second was a royal decree stating that the palace would dispatch envoys to various small-town magic academies to select students of exceptional talent for further study at the Royal Magic Academy. Carol's hasty return was motivated by this second announcement, which initially seemed irrelevant to Vivian, given her lack of remarkable aptitude. However, since summoning Ron, Vivian's magical prowess and growth in mana had experienced a significant transformation, bolstered further by Ron's formidable strength. Carol believed she could contend for a spot in this advanced program. After all, it was the Royal Magic Academy. The difference compared to Oracle Town was akin to that between heaven and earth. It was rumored that the Royal Magic Academy housed the largest royal library in the entire Kalan dimension. The instructors were all at least of the high magician tier, with the dean being a legendary sorcerer. After reading the letter, Ron fell into deep contemplation. A month ago, he might have dismissed such matters entirely. opting instead for a secluded slumber in an uninhabited place until he attained demigod status. In the main plane, even deities could only manifest as demigod projections. In battles of the same tier, Ron felt he should not be outmatched by the pantheon of gods. Here, the term god specifically referred to the enigmatic succubus queen, Myconshut. After all, he was a legendary dragon of the iridescent lineage. Typically, one might consider it an exaggeration to speak of slaying a dragon as easily as dispatching a dog. Yet taking down 10 should pose no insurmountable challenge. However, it has already been a month since Ron's arrival. While other dragons may not exhibit significant changes in their power over such a brief period, he is an exception. All of his abilities stem from his own diligent efforts. Wouldn't you agree, dear system? The long-awaited system interface reappears. Name: Ron. Omega. Gender: male. Race: iridescent dragon. Rank: high-level legend. Travel objective: Kalen's primary dimension. Legendary attributes: divinity, breath weapon, magical affinity, immunity, deflection, force, invisibility. Dimension travel. Cooldown: 365 days. With the blessing of divinity, Ron's overall strength has been greatly enhanced, reaching the level of a high-level legend. The disparity between a low-level legend and a high-level legend is akin to the gap between an Olympic champion and the 10th place finisher in a past life. Minuscule in appearance, but vast in reality. Comparatively speaking, a high-level legend could easily vanquish 10 low-level ones without issue. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. Ron clicks on the Travel Objective module. Objectives 1, 3, and 4 are to be bypassed, as the focus lies on Objective 2. Objective 2. Observe 100 types of magical beasts. Create new species. Current progress: 85, 100 new species created. 0-1 reward upon completion. Decrees of death. The second travel objective is nearing completion, and should he attain that reward, a journey to the royal capital would pose no problem. He requires the magical knowledge housed within the royal library. And Objective 1 also necessitates a visit to the capital to illuminate the map, thereby making the trip inevitable. During the past month, Ron has not been idle. Unlike the confusion and numbness of his previous life, he has now resolved to pursue a clear path in this new world. Chapter 16. The path to godhood and dragon transformation. The road to divinity for dragons is arduous, and Ron currently faces two choices. One method is to rely on his inherent abilities. The innate magical talent of the iridescent dragon dictates that their most suitable path to divinity is as the god of magic. This is documented in the exclusive heritage of the iridescent dragons, by mastering all forms of magic in the astral realm and forging them into a magical diadem. One may gain power rivaling that of the divine. However, the specifics of this process are not elaborated upon in the heritage. It merely recounts that an ancient iridescent dragon once traversed this path and became a formidable entity in the astral realm. The advantage of this method lies in its independence from the need to condense a divine persona or establish a divine realm, allowing for maximum power output under any circumstance. However, there are drawbacks, albeit relative ones, as many divine abilities cannot be harnessed without a divine realm and persona. The alternative is to attain divinity through the system. After all, the foundational aspect of divinity has already appeared in previous task rewards. Thus, establishing a divine persona and realm would likely come in due course, provided he continues his dimensional travels and fulfills his travel objectives. Moreover, as iridescent dragons mature, their prowess will exponentially increase. An adult iridescent dragon can already contend with demigods, and those of ancient lineage can even challenge deities wielding diminished divine powers. Regarding the establishment of a divine realm and the consolidation of divine essence. Since the inception of the astral realm, there have been those who have independently founded their divine domains, and those who have fortuitously coalesced divine essence. However, has anyone accomplished both through their own efforts? Regrettably, the answer is no. Nearly all deities originated from the primordial creation and ascended through the natural order. Their paths to divinity are not replicable. Hence, there once existed a demigod-level human warrior who, after exhausting all methods to attain divinity available to him, expressed his profound realization: from the moment of birth, a deity is a god. Humanity can never ascend to the divine rank. Yet, Ron, he chose to pursue both. He resolved to tread the path of physical ascension, as well as the routes of divine essence and divine realm. It is for this reason that Ron urged Gandalf to impart certain magics he had yet to master, believing that incremental accumulation could lead to transformative change. As such, I believe you should seize the opportunity for this advanced study position, for it is indeed a rare chance. The emissaries from the royal capital shall arrive in approximately 3 months. Should you wish to partake in the selection process, I would gladly provide my endorsement. With that, Carol concluded her remarks and took her leave, needing to gather her belongings before departing for the royal capital of Ovia alongside the students selected for advanced study. Vivian rose to see her teacher off, then turned back to Ron, who was lost in contemplation, and settled beside him. Her delicate fingers gently brushed against his smooth scales as she spoke. Ron, shall we forego participating in the selection? I find the Oracle town quite agreeable. After all, it matters not where we meditate, as long as you are there. The girl's silken white hair cascaded down her back. Her eyes, red like precious gems, gazed at Ron, and her porcelain-like skin appeared exquisitely refined, akin to that of a porcelain doll. She did not wish to ensnare Ron in the mire of her own lineage. The royal capital may be best left unvisited. Ron, observing the scale at the nape of her neck, resolutely decided to address Vivian's draconic transformation issue without further delay. He turned to her and spoke earnestly. We shall discuss this matter later. I must venture out. For the next few days, focus on your meditation at home. Should any issues arise, seek Gandalf, for he shall assist you. Vivian felt a twinge of curiosity, but acquiesced. Ron then handed her a multicolored scale, instructing her to carry it at all times, even during her baths. Vivian nodded in agreement. This outing had been premeditated by Ron, and he intended to address the selection for advanced study upon his return. With resolve, Ron bid farewell and unfurled his dragon wings, soaring through the window towards the destination of the beast forest beyond the city. Watching Ron's retreating figure, Vivian returned indoors, determined to concentrate on her meditation. One day, I shall be able to assist him. Ignoring the howling winds around him, Ron transformed back from his shape-shifted form into a colossal creature nearly 20 meters in length, with a wingspan of nearly 40 meters. This was akin to a 7-story building soaring through the sky. The century-old trees of the forest below barely reached his chest, making it difficult to fathom how such immense wings could support his weight. In a swift flight, he reached the depths of the beast forest in merely 15 minutes. This realm was the territory of high-tier magical beasts, and the last area he had yet to explore. The majority of his progress towards his second objective was accomplished within this forest, with the remaining tasks being completed at the Magic Academy. Over the past month, Ron had adeptly rendered himself invisible to stealthily infiltrate the student dormitories, methodically engaging with each student's summoned beast. Unfortunately, the system mandated that observation progress required not only visual scrutiny of the entire body, but also physical contact. As summoned beasts were indeed magical creatures, they contributed to his observational progress. Consequently, within the academy, tales emerged of summoned beasts mysteriously vanishing only to return trembling, adding to the campus folklore. A week later, the status of his second objective read, Objective 2, observe 100 types of magical beasts, create a new species. Current progress, 98, 100, create new species, 01. Upon completion, the reward would be the command of death. Setting aside the lifeless, worm-like magical beast, Ron gazed at the 2 moons slowly rising overhead. Just 2 more to go. Located in the southernmost region of the Rose Kingdom, Oracle Town lay a mere 20 kilometers from the outer edges of the beast forest. Typically, when residents ventured beyond the town, they would need to hire a small squad of mercenaries for protection. This area was abundant with low-tier magical beasts. Ron had thoroughly scoured the surrounding beast forest, yet ordinary wild animals did not count towards his progress. Only magical beasts qualified. After 3 days, he resolved to search farther afield for new species of magical beasts, pondering how to fulfill the task of creating a new species. This task felt somewhat delicate. After all, dragons and all creatures do not experience reproductive isolation. Shaking off increasingly perilous thoughts, Ron maintained a low-altitude flight, surveying the terrain below. Concurrently, as he pursued his second objective, he sought rare materials capable of halting Vivian's draconic transformation. Although her magical aptitude was improving, the degree of her transformation was intensifying. This was an inevitable consequence, for she had bathed in Ron's dragon blood. True dragons inherently possess an assimilation domain, subtly influencing nearby creatures to integrate into their being. This phenomenon could manifest as the growth of scales, the transformation of pupils into a draconic appearance, or even the emergence of tails. Such is the origin of draconic transformation. And as a result, the kin of dragons often possess greater strength than their ordinary counterparts. Merely being in proximity to a true dragon yields such effects. How much more so for Vivian, who had been bathed in dragon blood. Her transformation was progressing at an unprecedented pace. Despite Ron's efforts to retract his assimilation domain, the dragon blood that entered her body was irretrievable. In just a month, Vivian had already sprouted her first dragon scale, and it was likely that within 3 months, her body would be fully adorned. Normally, one would need to reside beside a dragon for decades, if not centuries, to achieve such an effect. Draconic transformation is irreversible. This means that if left unattended, the girl would ultimately transform into a dragon-like creature, complete with scales and a tail. Most creatures transformed by dragon essence tend to adopt dragon-like characteristics, such as the fury of the red dragon or the cunning of the green dragon. Ron himself is unsure of the personality traits that the creatures he influences will exhibit. Perhaps a whimsical, sarcastic demeanor? Ron muses on his own thoughts. Fortunately, the residual dragon blood from the summoning array has been entirely collected by the 3 vice principals. After being enchanted by Ron, the lost dragon blood has also returned to his possession. He has been flying for quite some time, yet still has not encountered any new creatures. If he ventures further, he will reach the city of Nasi, a bustling metropolis that Ron is not yet prepared to enter. At the very least, he intends to wait until he has mastered the skill of commanding death before stepping into the realm of humanity. After all, humans can be quite fearsome, a sentiment Ron, once human himself, understands all too well. Commanding death, a special divine technique that summons the goddess of death to assess the enemy. The outcome is determined by the life weight of both parties. There is a 50 chance of instant death for the opponent, ineffective against deities. Note, each use draws the attention of the goddess of death. In the astral realm, magic is typically categorized into rings from 0 to 9. The higher the ring, the greater the power. Beyond the 9th ring, one encounters divine arts, capable of inflicting harm upon deities. Divine arts are also ranked in 9 levels, with higher levels yielding more potent effects. This particular divine art is the most formidable skill Ron has encountered thus far. Even demigods are rendered as ordinary mortals in its presence, as the instant death effect is truly terrifying. As for the note, Ron chooses to disregard it. When the time comes to employ this skill, he likely will have no time to concern himself with the goddess of death. If he were not to use it, he might as well pay a visit to the goddess of death herself and enjoy a cup of divine tea. Beneath the silvery moonlight, a nearly 20-meter-long translucent dragon glides silently above the treetops. He has maximized his ability to become invisible and to conceal himself, effectively preventing any beasts from being frightened away by his presence and dragon majesty. Suddenly, an unusual disturbance ripples through the swiftly passing forest, and Ron's gaze immediately fixates on that location. A shadow flits by. The pitch-black surroundings do not hinder Ron's vision. The unique structure of his dragon eyes allows him to effortlessly discern a mosquito from 10 kilometers away on a moonlit night. A wicked grin spreads across his face. At last, I have found you. Chapter 17. Time and dragon beasts on a moonless, windy night. Dragon beasts are on the hunt. A gray dragon beast, clutching its freshly caught prey, races swiftly toward its lair. This forest is home to many predators more powerful than itself, and it must hasten to the safety of its nest. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resounds behind it. Dust billows across the ground, obscuring its vision of the enemy. This dragon beast, cloaked in light gray with white spots on its belly, unfurls its wings, approximately 1 meter in length, lacking muscle and resembling bony appendages. Its appearance bears a striking resemblance to a copper dragon, though it measures only over 3 meters long. It cannot truly fly. These wings merely allow for brief gliding, which has successfully enabled it to escape numerous life-threatening situations. He gazed at Ron, who was slowly rising from the crater caused by the impact. Under the moonlight, Ron's immense shadow effortlessly enveloped the body of the gray dragon beast. The diamond-like dragon scales emitted a faint, iridescent glow in the darkness, while a peculiar aura enveloped its streamlined form, with its grand wings folded against its back. It was a true dragon. It recognized the identity of the creature before it. The dragon beast opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, while emitting a series of hissing sounds in an attempt to intimidate its adversary. Its trembling legs could not conceal the fear that welled within. Yet, it did not retreat. It could not afford to retreat. for it had matters of greater importance than life itself. Ron examined this intriguing dragon beast. Typically, upon sighting a true dragon, a dragon beast would be compelled to prostrate itself in submission, bound by an undeniable bloodline suppression, even if true dragons regarded them with disdain. Viewing them as a shameful presence to be eradicated upon sight, dragon beasts could never defy a true dragon. What audacity grants you, a humble dragon beast, the courage to roar defiantly at a legendary rainbow dragon? The gray dragon beast offered no response. Unlike true dragons, dragon beasts would never experience growth and wisdom throughout their lives. They were governed solely by instinct. Naturally, they could not articulate words. It crouched low, maintaining an aggressive stance, continuing to produce hissing sounds, while its tail quivered slightly behind it. Ron found the encounter somewhat mundane, even if he had merely been toying with it moments before. It resembled the way people might call out to a wild kitten, unable to resist the urge. He harbored no prejudice against dragon beasts. He merely wished to create a new species using this creature, while observing it along the way. Why does that sound so peculiar? Ron felt the need to clarify. A true dragon would never engage with a dragon beast, let alone take one as a mate. In theory, any creature could unite with a true dragon. And some true dragons might not care about their partner's identity, unless that partner happened to be a dragon beast. Even the most lascivious true dragon would reject a dragon beast. Thus, if Ron were to bestow a drop of his blood upon this dragon beast, it could theoretically give rise to a brand new rainbow dragon bloodline beast. The name is quite convoluted, yet there exists a theoretical possibility of success. If achieved, he could also fulfill his secondary objective. Secondary objective: observe 100 types of magical beasts. Create a new species. Current progress: 98 100 new species. 01 reward upon completion, death of the law. However, before the transformation, he wished to discern what inspired this dragon beast to resist the true dragon. What if it possessed some legendary equipment or artifact? Ron realized he ought to amend his habit of daydreaming. It was undoubtedly the system's fault. The system must have influenced his thoughts. With the ability to become invisible activated, Ron vanished before the dragon beast like a burst bubble. The gray dragon beast looked in confusion towards the direction where Ron had been. The true dragon had disappeared? Its petite head could not accommodate too much bewilderment. It seized its fallen prey and swiftly turned to flee, urgency radiating from its eyes. Ron maintained his invisible stance, leisurely trailing behind. After circling the forest several times, the gray dragon beast finally began to advance toward its lair. Numerous treacherous creatures often follow their prey into their dens. This circling technique effectively circumvents such dangers. Unfortunately for it, Ron was its pursuer. Whether human or dragon, both possess boundless energy and patience until their interest wanes. Upon leaping over a fallen trunk, the gray dragon beast arrived at a secluded foothill where a modest opening appeared before it. This was its nest. Before it could enter, a whimpering sound emerged from within. It squeezed itself into the cave, depositing the prey it had carried. Two small dragonlings, roughly the size of puppies, whimpered as they struggled toward their mother, their awkward limbs suggesting they had only recently been born. The gray dragon beast nudged the meat with its head, facilitating its offspring's feeding. It then curled up, enveloping the dragonlings and the meat within its protective embrace, its crimson tongue occasionally licking the bloodied faces of the little ones. Ron, having employed a transformation spell to enter the cramped cavern, witnessed this tender scene unfold. Observing the two shivering dragonlings, devoid of fur, he felt no affection. Rather, he was consumed by rage. A seething fury gathered in his eyes, causing his muscles to tremble. He finally comprehended why this dragon beast was unafraid of true dragons, and he grasped the reason behind its peculiar behavior of hunting without consuming its catch, instead carrying the food about. Never had Ron felt such anger. It was as if his face were ablaze, akin to being lashed by the whip of Mykanxiu. His fury stemmed from the realization that dragon beasts are incapable of reproduction. All dragon beasts lack this ability due to congenital defects. They possess no reproductive function. These two dragonlings were the result of human intervention. Observing the neat surgical incisions and sutures adorning the belly of the gray dragon beast, Ron began to piece together the tragic narrative. This world is never short of madmen, particularly liches, who are exemplary in their prolonged existence. They blend their own hearts with their souls to create life vessels, granting them lifespans akin to true dragons. Yet, Due to the absence of souls, liches are invariably deranged, obsessed with exploring the unknown for thrill. For instance, transforming a dragon beast's body into a womb, using its blood and flesh to manufacture dragonling embryos, and then integrating souls collected from unknown sources to achieve the spectacle of dragon beasts giving birth. Observing the two dragonlings, who could not eat without the sustenance leaking from their jaws, made it clear that such modifications were futile. These artificially created dragonlings survived solely on the blood and flesh previously inserted by the lich. They would grow increasingly frail due to lack of nourishment, ultimately succumbing to death. The peculiar entity known as the gray dragon beast, having awakened its maternal instincts, would inevitably be dissected by the experimenters, who would extract its soul to further their grand research. Observing the discarded surgical instruments and glass vials in the corner of the cavern, along with the distinct odor of the lich permeating the air, Ron solidified his suspicions. After reaching the peak of his fury, Ron suddenly found himself enveloped in tranquility. Anger only diminishes one's strength. It is through calmness that formidable foes may be overcome. Liches were typically masters of magic in their former lives, with some having attained legendary status. They transformed into liches in pursuit of eternal life. Gazing at the dragon beast, whose expression softened, alongside the two ravenous younglings that continued to eat, yet remained hungry, Ron resolved to lie in wait at the entrance of the cave. If that lich harbored any interest in the results of its experiments, it would surely return to observe them in the coming days. Although he felt no particular affection for the dragon beast, he could not abide the thought of someone toying with a true mother. Stripped of wisdom and left with only instinct, she still fiercely protected her offspring. Even when faced with an insurmountable adversary like a dragon, even when desperate resistance proved futile, even as her legs trembled and every fiber of her being cried out for submission, she never relinquished her hope for survival. For she yearned to return to safeguard her children. Compared to those humans who abandon their families, merely begetting without nurturing, she exemplified the essence of motherhood. As his vision blurred, Ron fleetingly glimpsed the visage of his mother from a past life. How would she have coped with the news of his tragic demise in a car accident, having lost her husband early on? Could she withstand the anguish of losing her son in midlife? That very night, he had left work early to celebrate her birthday. The thought of that truck sent a chill down his spine. He feared that dwelling on such memories would ensnare him in a vortex of reminiscence and guilt, rendering him unable to escape. He sought divinity, not solely for his own sake, but for that glimmer of hope. Legends spoke of the astral realm encompassing all dimensions. Could a realm of his past existence reside within? If the system could randomly traverse dimensions, might it lead him to the realm of his previous life? Ron was uncertain. He only knew that only through strength could he confirm such mysteries. The flow of time varied between dimensions. Mayhap, if such a realm existed, time would unfold more slowly. He raised his gaze to the sky, where the dark night was speckled with twinkling stars. Oh, time, slow down, just a little longer. Chapter 18. The Lich and the Bard. As night receded, dawn approached. Inside the cave, dry grass formed a bed beneath him, and the remains of prey lay haphazardly at the entrance. The gray dragon beast rested heavily upon the grass, appearing utterly fatigued. On her abdomen, the two younglings clung to their mother, soundly asleep. Outside, the gentle morning breeze wafted through the forest, carrying the scent of earth, while the swaying branches heralded the commencement of a new day. Having spent an entire night setting magical traps, Ron was rapidly contemplating his next course of action. Clearly, lingering here for too long was not an option. He had more pressing matters at hand. The materials he had gathered were nearly sufficient to cast the spell recorded in the ancient legacy. Should the lich fail to appear within the next 3 days, Ron would proceed with his attempt and subsequently relocate the nest of dragon beasts to a new habitat. As for the two artificial dragon beasts, he could only offer a tentative rescue, for his knowledge in this domain was limited. Despite having thoroughly examined the dragon legacy, he had yet to uncover any effective solutions, leaving him with no choice but to attempt a dragon transformation ritual for their salvation. He gazed up at the azure sky, resigning himself to the notion that he could do no more. May Elis watch over us. The wait for prey tested one's endurance, a trait in which dragons excelled. They could bide their time for centuries, pursuing sustenance or revenge, until their objectives were met. As the last vestiges of twilight faded, night once again enveloped the land. Silence reigned within the cave. It appeared the food supply had not been depleted, and and the mother dragon beast was not inclined to venture forth for another hunt. Ron patiently maintained his invisibility, mentally simulating routes for both attack and retreat. Caution was his nature. He could not sacrifice his life for another, even if that individual were Vivian. As night yielded to dawn, a new day commenced. Sunlight filtered through Ron's form, casting light within the cave, accompanied by the gentle rustling of movement as the hatchlings began to emit soft whimpers. It seemed the mother dragon beast was preparing to hunt. No, wait. Listening intently to the distant footsteps, Ron's mouth twisted into a cruel smile. This was not a hunt. It was the arrival of a familiar enemy. It appeared to be time for the Lich's routine inspection. At last, he had awaited your arrival. Ron remained motionless, maintaining his invisibility as energy surged within him. Countless potent enhancement spells began to envelop his formidable dragon form. First circle spell, Strength of the Minotaur. Second circle spell, Concentration of Magic. Fifth circle spell, Amplification of Magic. Seventh circle spell, Rainbow Barrier. Currently, Ron could only cast up to 7th circle ordinary spells, as he had yet to acquire knowledge of any 8th circle magic. Moreover, higher tier spells required extensive study to master, a process that consumed considerable time. Thus, Ron prioritized learning all spells below the 7th circle. However, let us not forget that dragon language magic was Ron's forte. Dragon language magic, strengthen body, dragon language magic, enhance breath, dragon language magic, magic fission, dragon language magic, mental lock. At this moment, Ron resembled a diminutive sun, surrounded by magical elements that danced gracefully around him. Were it not for his invisibility and the prearranged concealment magic array, his volatile magical fluctuations could be sensed from dozens of kilometers away. Upon completing the final enhancement spell, Ron fixed his gaze in the direction of the sound. A figure, bound in red bandages and clad in a black robe, gradually emerged into view. Strangely, why is the magical tide in this vicinity so vibrant? The Lich Tagger pondered over the unusual changes occurring at his experimental base today. It mattered little, as his life box was securely placed. Perhaps the experimental dragon beasts had undergone some unexpected transformations. What a fortunate day. Thank the Lich God. What was his name again? A grotesque grin stretched across his face. A visage so hideous and terrifying that it could induce tears from the children of trolls. It was of no consequence, for they were all mad. Names held no significance. He cackled with glee, beckoning, "Come forth, little dragon beasts. Bestow upon me more surprises and knowledge. The great Tagger shall be grateful for your offerings." Elated beyond measure, the Lich danced as he ventured deeper into the cave, eagerly anticipating the experiments of the day. Suddenly, a magical rainbow light enveloped him, sweeping from his gnarled toes to the entirety of his being. With a snap, the Lich's form vanished from the earth. He had stepped into the radius of a spatial transfer magic circle, instantaneously transported to another plane. The ground beneath him transformed into a blood-red expanse, fiery flames igniting spontaneously as molten lava flowed past his boots, curiously leaving him unscathed. Spatial transfer magic? Cackling, he mused. Has that dragon beast mastered such magnificent magic? Evidently, the Lich's transformation ritual had encountered some issues. His thoughts were muddled, and his intellect diminished. Surveying the blood-red subplane, approximately 300 square meters in size, the Lich paused momentarily before erupting into hysterical laughter. How exhilarating. Have you even learned to create subplanes? Bring me more surprises. Come forth. Boom. A colossal beam of light, nearly 20 meters wide and resplendent in a spectrum of colors, pierced through the entire crimson space. A torrent of breath attacks, infused with countless elemental magics, cascaded down upon the Lich like a waterfall, burning, freezing, poisoning, electrifying, petrifying, disintegrating, within an instant. The Lich Tagger's body was disassembled as if it were snow under a blazing sun, torn apart by the radiant and mixed breaths. This was the second time Ron had employed his dual dragon breath. The unrelenting attack, which penetrated through his form without losing potency, shredded the blood-red realm into fragments. The terrifying aftershocks reverberated throughout the confined subplane. His broken and grotesque soul remained frozen in disbelief, seemingly daunted by the cataclysmic onslaught. Gradually, he began to drift outward, propelled by the power of the life box. As long as the life box remained intact, the Lich would not truly perish. This seemingly invincible condition had a minor drawback. The premise of infinite resurrection relied on the absence of soul-targeting attacks from the adversary, and Ron, fortuitously, possessed just a smidgen of such capability. Indeed, merely a hint. Successful mental lock. Successful soul confinement. Successful soul spike trap. Successful pain amplification trap. Numerous trap magics were triggered by the Lich's soul, and the agony emanating from his very essence drove the Lich into a frenzy of cries. This was the culmination of Ron's efforts over the past 2 days. The Lich greeted the suddenly materialized Ron with an extensive vocabulary steeped in draconic language, showcasing its profound knowledge, even having delved into the study of dragon tongue. In contrast to the mighty dragons, the soul of the Lich appeared as a mere plaything in the hands of a child, feeble and pitiful. Ron observed the Lich's soul, which was incessantly cursing, weeping, and pleading for mercy, with a contemplative expression. It seemed that even this deranged entity could comprehend the concept of mercy after enduring exquisite torment. Enveloped in a kaleidoscope of magical radiance, a colossal dragon's claw grasped the twitching soul of the Lich. The metallic texture of the dragon's talons gradually closed in. With a gentle yet firm exertion, a barely audible sound escaped from the tightly clenched claws. As this sound resonated, the entire subplane fell into silence. Ron watched as the soul dissipated in his grasp and let out a soft sigh. The Lich Tagger was dead, dead beyond resurrection. This legendary novice Lich had perished in both spirit and flesh. According to ancient lore, even a deity could not salvage him. However, he was merely a Lich. Within the infinite astral realms, how many powerful beings had succumbed to the embrace of darkness, fearful of the passage of time? Liches, demons, fiends, and even deities. How many locales were simultaneously host to mad experiments and games, and how many like Ron had resolved them? Perhaps, to them, Ron was the embodiment of malevolence. He murmured softly, "My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All I do is just." Regardless of others' opinions, Ron pursued what he deemed right, even if it clashed with the world. Ron dismissed his errant thoughts. He was not so formidable. He could only manage himself and the matters surrounding him. The cacophony of thunderous sounds surged forth. The turbulence of spatial energy around him intensified, presenting a harrowing spectacle akin to the end of days. This diminutive artificial subplane was on the brink of destruction. Without the application of stabilizing magic, its duration was fleeting. Much like a mayfly, the moment this subplane was activated, its demise had already been predetermined. As he deactivated the magic circle beneath his feet, a long-lost beam of sunlight cascaded upon Ron's face. Though it had been less than a minute, it felt as if an eternity had passed. The warm sunlight seemed to purify the fatigue within his heart, prompting Ron to comfortably squint his eyes. Alas, such blissful moments are often brief, as interruptions inevitably arise. "Oh, my dear dragon sir, what transpired here?" An ostentatious voice abruptly echoed from behind Ron. He slowly turned to behold a human garbed as a bard in the distance, a bloodthirsty smile creeping across his lips. "Do you wish for death?" Subplane, a spatial realm that can be artificially created, typically employed in storage artifacts, such as storage rings. Trap magic, an essential spell for true dragons, and the most extensively recorded magic in the draconic legacy. This is due to dragons' propensity to hoard vast treasures, for which they developed numerous trap spells inscribed into their heritage. Enhancement magic. A typical spellcaster can generally maintain only a single enhancement state. However, the iridescent dragon is an exception. It can bestow multiple enhancement spells upon itself until its physical form can no longer endure, leading to its collapse. Chapter 19. The Journey of the Blue Dragon, Dual Chapter. Do you wish to perish? Arrogant blue dragon, answer me. Ron saw through the guise of the bard before him at a glance. An ancient blue dragon, nearly legendary in power. The blue dragon is one of the 5-colored dragons, and its temperament is predominantly characterized by extreme arrogance and vanity. Blue dragons typically wait for their prey to enter a range of 100 meters before launching an attack from above or below. Older blue dragons employ various special abilities to enhance the success rate of their ambushes. Transformation spells are commonly utilized by them. However, casting transformation spells in front of Ron could be likened to performing a dragon's breath in front of a dragon. Absurd. Moreover, the faint aura of a storm, the scent of ozone, surrounding him further exposed his identity. The unique pupils of the iridescent dragon enable it to see through most magical disguises, and it possesses an absurdly high resistance to all forms of magic. They are both masters of spellcasting and slayers of mages. Yet Ron felt a twinge of confusion, despite not currently using transformation magic and remaining in his 20-meter-long true form. This diminutive blue dragon dared to approach a gem dragon, whose stature far surpassed its own. To those unfamiliar with iridescent dragons, Ron's appearance could indeed be mistaken for that of a gem dragon. After all, his rainbow-hued, diamond-like scales bore a resemblance to those of the crystal dragon. Encounters between gem dragons and five-colored dragons typically culminate in combat. Ron narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the composed blue dragon before him. Had his charm diminished of late? This blue dragon exhibited no signs of being enticed. Logically, even an ancient dragon would be captivated by his appearance. The succubus queen is a prime example. Could it be a blind dragon? Ron speculated maliciously. Oh, dear dragon, sir, I truly meant no offense to your beauty. He gracefully performed a human noble's courtesy. I am a bard, hailing from the emerald city of Vetus. The magical fluctuations here are quite overwhelming, and I thought something extraordinary had transpired, prompting my visit. It seems, however, that the tale has already concluded. Have you encountered any intriguing stories? If so, I would be willing to procure them for a handsome sum. It seems this elderly blue dragon is quite the chatterbox, as it began to speak at length. Nevertheless, the peculiar blue dragon had indeed spoken words that astonished. A blue dragon fond of collecting stories? A blue dragon capable of trading gold and treasures? Could it be a dragon of a different kind? Fascinating. Ron began to take an interest in him. The dialogue between the two dragons seemingly roused the little creature within the cave. Setting that aside, it was imperative to focus on the task at hand. The achievement of the second objective would depend on the outcome within the cave. If it could not be accomplished, he would need to activate the contingency plan. May that plan never be needed. With a sweeping motion of its lengthy tail, the blue dragon created a significant crater before Ron, who then turned to enter the cave. He chose to disregard the elderly blue dragon, sensing no hostility emanating from it. Ron transformed into a 1-meter-long dragon, slipping into the narrow confines of the cave. The blue dragon, evidently feeling at ease, followed suit. Its humanoid form standing at a modest height of 1.60 meters. Inside the cave, a gray dragon beast gazed at the duo, adopting a menacing posture while emitting a series of threatening sounds, albeit to no avail. The two younger dragon beasts behind it trembled in fear. I bear no ill will. I have come to rescue your offspring. You should be able to sense their waning vitality. Ron spoke in the dragon tongue, enunciating each word carefully. The blue dragon observed the scene within the cave, its eyes sparkling with intrigue, as it produced a hefty notebook and began to swiftly jot down notes with a feathered quill. Though dragon beasts could comprehend the dragon tongue, they often lacked the inclination to fully grasp its meaning due to their limited intellect. However, this particular dragon beast seemed to understand Ron's intention, lowering its gaze to the two young ones clinging to its leg. Ultimately, it gently nudged its offspring toward Ron with its snout. Ron softly placed his palm over the two young dragon beasts, their icy claws seemingly startling them. "Awoo! Awoo!" The young ones cried out in terror, prompting the dragon beast to assume Ron intended them harm, plunging it into a state of panic. In the next moment, it executed a gesture that would be etched into the memories of Ron and the blue dragon for a lifetime. Its forelimbs bent, its head lowered to the ground, then lifted again and lowered once more, repeating this motion toward Ron with fervor. Ron stood momentarily stunned, watching as the dragon beast created a small depression in the earth. "He means no harm to your children, rest assured," the blue dragon interjected, halting its note-taking, its expression serious as it regarded the peculiar dragon beast. The dragon beast continued to focus on Ron, or rather, on the children beneath his claws. "I shall bestow upon them the dragon blood transformation magic. Whether it succeeds is a matter of fate." Ron adjusted his demeanor, addressing the dragon beast in a grave tone. Regret washed over him. He should not have dispatched that lich so swiftly. He pondered how many experiments he had subjected this pitiable mother and her children to, leading her to learn the art of human supplication. With a soft huff, a droplet of iridescent blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. This blood was the essence of Ron, a vital part of him, a single drop requiring at least a month to replenish. It was worth noting that even the Demon Queen's whip had only rendered him incapacitated for 7 days before he nearly recovered. This loss weighed heavily on Ron's mind. The blood droplet hung suspended in the air, releasing an almost imperceptible fragrance. Both the blue dragon and the dragon beast swallowed hard. their instincts urging them to consume this precious droplet. Under the skilled manipulation of the mage Ron, a droplet of his iridescent blood split into two, descending into the mouths of the small dragon beasts. The two creatures began to shake their heads vigorously, while the blue dragon observed intently. And the dragon beast matriarch stood up, visibly anxious. After consuming Ron's blood, a series of radiant, colorful patterns gradually emerged upon the small dragon beast's bodies. As the patterns multiplied, a dazzling light illuminated the entire cavern. The three dragons watched closely as the transformation of the small dragon beasts unfolded, with Ron prepared to employ healing magic at a moment's notice. The markings on the small dragon beasts became increasingly pronounced, and as the brilliance began to coalesce, two iridescent eggs materialized before the trio of dragons. Ron felt a twinge of confusion. Was this considered a success? Observing the eager yet hesitant matriarch of the dragon beasts, he stepped aside. She rushed forward, ignoring the scrutinizing gazes of the two true dragons, gently nudging the two dragon eggs into her embrace. System notification: travel goal 2 completed, reward obtained. Death of the law. The sudden system notification relieved Ron. It seemed he had indeed succeeded, for the system would not proclaim the creation of a new species otherwise. However, he pondered how the observation slots were accounted for, as he had not directly interacted with the matriarch. Could it be that two distinct new magical beasts would emerge from those two eggs? Ron mused. Not wishing to linger on the tender scene unfolding within the cave, he departed alongside the blue dragon. 3 days later, Ron had gathered all the materials he required. Is it not uncomfortable to remain in humanoid form? Cannot you revert to your true self? Ron inquired curiously, observing the blue dragon. The blue dragon's prior conduct had favored him, as he bore no disdain for dragon beasts. Oh, great rainbow dragon, I am a bard who adores chronicling and reciting tales. It has been many years since I identified as a blue dragon, the blue dragon replied, his speech marked by a peculiar translation accent that made Ron wish to deliver a swift kick to his face. Of course, should it be the request of the rainbow dragon, I shall endeavor to fulfill it. My true name is Warrenrod. In a flash of brilliant light, the elder blue dragon revealed his true form. Even Ron could not help but marvel. This was indeed a magnificent blue dragon. The dragon's snout bore a hue reminiscent of snow-kissed ice blue, gradually transitioning to a deeper blue, adorned with a purple accent above his mouth and around his eye sockets. The entirety of his scaled body radiated with vibrant colors, unlike the typical dull, dark blue scales of ordinary blue dragons. Ron found himself quite intrigued by the personality of Warren and directly inquired about how he had come to possess such a disposition. Among true dragons, there is seldom deceit. If one expresses affection, it is genuine. If one declares dislike, it is unequivocal. The elderly blue dragon, over 400 years of age, began to recount his tale to Ron. Warren's lair in his youth was not far from the city of Vedas. Unlike other blue dragons, Warren cherished stories and music above all else. He would bestow precious gifts upon bards who could delight him with song or tale. Even those who inadvertently trespass into his lair are spared from his wrath, provided they can enchant him with melodies or tales, offering ample good music and stories. Once a reclusive dragon, he seldom ventured from his abode except for sustenance, until he encountered a human woman who accidentally stumbled into his sanctuary. Her melodious voice instantly ensnared Warren's heart. They conversed about music, and he regaled her with various peculiar tales. Thus, a bond of love blossomed between a human and a dragon. Warren confessed that during their romance, even his most cherished stories and melodies could not capture his gaze, as his heart was wholly devoted to her. From the glimmer in his smiling eyes, Ron discerned a radiant light. The azure dragon's gaze remained fixed upon his beloved until, after a century, she succumbed to the inevitable passage of time. Not due to any other reason but the limitations of her human lifespan. Warren mourned for a protracted period, despite his earnest endeavors to procure items that might prolong her life. Yet, devoid of any magical prowess or martial aptitude, his beloved ultimately passed away in his embrace. In the aftermath, Warren bequeathed all the treasures of his lair to the local humans, with a portrait of his beloved and a feather quill she once used. He resolved to traverse the expanse of Kalen, chronicling all the intriguing encounters he experienced with her quill. Upon filling a tome, he would set the notebook ablaze, convinced that this act would allow his beloved to witness these tales, ensuring she would not be alone in the afterlife. Warren concluded his tale, his eyes shimmering with tears. Yet a smile graced his lips. Their story bore no sorrowful chapters. The tears were merely a manifestation of his profound longing for her. He sought Ron's consent to document the story shared within the cave. Ron assented to his proposal and gifted him a fallen iridescent scale as a memento. Deeply moved, Warren vowed to compose a ballad celebrating Ron's deeds, to be sung throughout the lands of Kalen. He proclaimed himself the finest bard in all of Kalen, for he spoke only the truth, unlike those deceitful poets. Ron humbly replied that such a distinction was unnecessary. He desired to live a couple more years, wary of the potential wrath of the succubus queen should she discover him in this realm. Yet, it was uncertain how many decrees of death the projection of the succubus queen could withstand. If the projection were to be destroyed, even deities would require a respite before re-emerging. Their arrivals in the main realm typically manifested in a sanctified form. Farewell, my friend. I shall embark on a journey to distant lands in search of new stories. May the dragon god, Io, be with you. With that, the blue dragon unfurled his wings and gracefully waved them thrice in Ron's direction. Warren offered a respectful bow before taking his leave, a gesture befitting a dragon bidding farewell to a friend about to embark on a journey. Ron reciprocated with a wave, reminiscent of gestures from his past life. As he watched the silhouette of the blue dragon recede into the distance, Ron too turned away, soaring towards the direction of Oracle Town. Having concluded this quest of discovery, Ron has impeccably achieved the goals he set forth. He not only accomplished his travel objectives, but also gathered the materials required to prevent Vivian from transforming into a dragon. Most importantly, during his journey, he encountered several captivating tales and forged connections with remarkable lives. Perhaps every intriguing story carries its share of regrets. Yet the essence of travel lies in altering one's perspective and witnessing a world transformed. It is about meeting new individuals and experiencing new events, only to bid them farewell at the journey's end, eagerly awaiting the moment of reunion. Is that not so? Chapter 20. Love and Death. Vivian, marry me. The gentle breeze of Oracle Town caressed the girl's cheeks, lifting her silvery locks. The golden-haired youth, clad in a black robe, knelt before the silver-haired maiden, presenting an extravagant bouquet of roses as a declaration of courtship. While this scene was meant to evoke admiration, there was no trace of joy upon the girl's face. John, I do not harbor feelings for you, and I implore you to cease your pursuit. Vivian was exasperated. The golden-haired fellow had once again set his sights on her. Despite having been expelled from her aunt's home, he relentlessly pursued her. It was only after summoning Ron that he temporarily relented. When Ron was by her side, John Chick had vanished without a trace, not even attending classes. However, a week ago, upon confirming Ron's departure from the academy, he resumed his incessant pursuit. Whether she was grocery shopping or attending lectures, he was always there, blocking her path. Despite her countless rejections, he continued to profess his feelings, culminating in a public proposal before numerous apprentices today. Whispers filled the air among the onlookers. Is John still not giving up? I've heard this is his 17th confession. Is today truly a proposal? What a hopeless romantic, someone remarked. Yet, don't you see? His intentions are far from pure. He is notorious for his flirtatious escapades, leveraging his father's position as a city guard to indulge in countless affairs. But perhaps this time he is sincere, another countered. The murmurs reached John's ears. Yet he remained unfazed. Initially, he was drawn merely by her beauty, thinking to pursue her for mere amusement. Who could have anticipated that she would summon a dragon during the invocation ceremony? A genuine dragon, no less. Even a young dragon's prowess surpassed that of many magical apprentices who would never attain such heights. John understood that if he could win the heart of this girl, he would soar to unimaginable heights. His thoughts danced with delight. Previously, that dragon had been her constant companion, and any attempt to approach her had left him petrified by her piercing, colorful gaze. It had even led him to a grave illness, one that required several physicians summoned by his father to restore his health. Seizing the opportunity while the dragon was absent, he would ensure that Vivian was bound to him irrevocably. Surely, by that time, the dragon would acknowledge him as its master. John's smile grew ever more radiant as his mind began to weave tales of himself riding the dragon, winning the heart of the princess. Vivian, grant me but one chance. My heart shines like the stars above, solely for you. My love swells like the ocean, rushing towards you. John, with an endless stream of sweet nothings, speaks with such ease that he could go on for 3 days and nights without pause. The girls are captivated by his words, easily lured into his embrace. dreaming of marrying the son of the city guard and bearing his children. What a jest! Would he truly wed a commoner? His destiny lies within the royal capital. He should aspire to win the heart of the king's daughter, ascend the social ladder, and become the esteemed Duke John, revered by all. He regards these women merely as fleeting amusements, yet Vivian, that clever one, could engage with him, only to discard him once she secures the dragon. As John indulges in thoughts of the future, he remains oblivious to the apprentices who quietly distance themselves from him. Across from him, Vivian displays a look of surprise, arms outstretched as she rushes towards him. Have I finally ensnared you? John gazes at Vivian with delight, eager to embrace her. Suddenly, a roar resounds behind him, and a tail, over a meter long, sends John soaring through the air. He crashes into a distant classroom, creating a human-shaped dent in the wall. Ron, you have returned, Vivian exclaims, throwing herself into the embrace of the young dragon, clinging tightly to his neck. Ron, having cast a transformation spell outside, now appears as a 3-meter-long crystal dragon, a change that spares him considerable trouble. If you do not release me, I shall suffocate, Ron jokes. Upon hearing this, Vivian quickly loosens her grip, her cheeks flushing crimson. With wide eyes blinking, she takes a deep breath, calming herself, and shyly smiles at Ron. Although he has been away for less than 2 weeks, it feels to her as if she has lost something invaluable, leaving her to numb the ache with constant meditation. Ron, seeking to tease her, inquires, "Have you missed me during my absence?" He anticipated her to shyly lower her gaze once more, yet her response is swift. "I have thought of you very much." The surrounding magical apprentices gaze at Vivian in astonishment. Her face reddens, yet her ruby-like eyes remain fixed on Ron. Observing Vivian's bold declaration of her feelings before the crowd, it is Ron who begins to feel somewhat uncomfortable. He clears his throat and turns his attention to the damaged wall. Inside, John lies in a pool of blood, his fate uncertain. With a magical mark, Ron designates him, then shrinks in size, settling atop Vivian's wizard hat. "Let us return home." What was that about? His nauseating words nearly caused me to regurgitate my lunch yesterday. Vivian quietly explains the events that transpired. Vivian, as a babe, was fostered by Gandalf in a well-to-do commoner's household, unaware of the family's true character. Initially, they treated her well, but upon the birth of her brother when she was 5, her life became increasingly arduous. Clad in her aunt's old garments, Vivian could only wear oversized clothing that served as makeshift skirts. Each mealtime, she was relegated to consuming mere leftovers, often leaving her unsatisfied. As her younger brother matured, he frequently chastised her, bullying her relentlessly. Yet, she endured these trials in silence until one day, her aunt, with an impassive expression, declared, "The son of the city defense officer has taken a liking to you. You are no longer a child. Why not marry him? I think John is quite a decent fellow." Did her aunt not realize who John was? He was notorious in town, a scoundrel whose misdeeds had led many innocent young women to seek justice, only to be silenced by his father's influence. At the tender age of 11, Vivian chose to rebel for the first time. She fled her home and sought work to sustain herself. Due to her youth, she could only find part-time employment, which proved difficult to secure. That was until she caught the attention of Carol, who welcomed Vivian into the magical academy, purchasing her new robes and a wizard's hat. As an apprentice, finding part-time work became easier and the tasks were light, allowing her time to study. Life began to shimmer with hope until she encountered John once more. With improved nutrition, Vivian blossomed into a striking beauty, captivating John, who quickly pursued her with fervor. Even after being rebuffed, he threatened to take her away. Later, she met Ron. As Vivian recounted her past, she skillfully prepared water for boiling and concocted dipping sauces. Since Ron had returned, they would indulge in his favorite hot pot. "Your classmates seem quite amiable. It appears you have formed good bonds during this time," he remarked. "Indeed, since Ron's arrival, I've encountered more kind-hearted individuals." Watching her bustling about, Ron lounged on the plush velvet mattress, stretching luxuriously. "Tonight, we shall deal with those pesky little pests," he resolved, determined to teach John a lesson and prevent any drawn-out revenge plots. In a previous life, there was an adage: wildfires cannot be extinguished, spring winds will revive them. Evil must be eradicated, roots and all. This night, he intended to send a few souls to the goddess of death, as one never knows when her assistance might be required. Cultivating good relations with the divine was of utmost importance. Chapter 21. The Dragon Mage and the Barbecue Under the Night Sky. The town of oracles lay in a serene hush. Those who had labored throughout the day returned to their warm homes, slipping into slumber. Within their abode, Ron and Vivian engaged in rigorous exercises. "Hold on, Vivian. We're almost there," Ron's earnest voice echoed. "It hurts. Oh, it hurts so much. Can we pause for a moment?" Vivian's anguished cries reverberated through the room. "No. This is our only opportunity. If we fail, I won't find another source for the transformation materials." Beneath the pristine moonlight, Vivian, clad in white sleepwear, sat within the magical circle Ron had set up, while he, donning a sleep cap, sat opposite her. A dragon, seated cross-legged, surrounded by an array of rare materials previously collected, focused intently as Ron guided the magical array. Red energy, infused with a translucent liquid, surged towards Vivian, depleting at a visible pace, inflicting immense agony upon her. This torment was evident from the sweat-soaked silver strands of her hair. Vivian furrowed her brow, her pearly white teeth biting down on her lip, enduring the excruciating pain akin to a dull blade slicing flesh. The energy, carrying Ron's blood, gradually dissipated upon her alabaster skin, revealing strange silver patterns that emerged before vanishing beneath the surface. Only when the energy of the magical array was entirely exhausted did Vivian finally succumb and faint backward. Ron caught her gently, laying her upon the soft bed. The ritual had proceeded smoothly. The dragon vein transformation was successful, ensuring that Vivian would no longer be affected by the dragonization. As she delicately rotated her snowy neck, confirming the disappearance of the previous scale, Ron breathed a sigh of relief. The dragon vein mage conversion had succeeded. A dragon vein mage, in essence, is a sorcerer whose veins flow with both true dragon and human blood. Under the established conversion ritual, a balance was achieved between human and dragon blood, preventing the human body from entering a state of dragonization. Furthermore, due to the influence of dragon blood, the transformed human would inherit a portion of the dragon's talents and traits. This magic is typically wielded by legendary dragons and is bestowed upon human vassals who have made significant contributions. It significantly enhances their potential and strength. Observing the slumbering Vivian, Ron smiled faintly. Suddenly, the wooden door creaked open, only to be gently closed again. On this dark, windy night, it was the perfect time for a killing. A beam of sunlight streamed through the glass window, causing Vivian's long eyelashes to flutter slightly. Her red lips pursed, releasing soft calls, utterly adorable. "Ah, Ron." Vivian suddenly awakened, recognizing the familiar ceiling. She sat up, stretched languidly, and glanced out at the sun. "Is it nearly noon already? I must prepare lunch quickly." The sound of deep breathing resonated beside her. Turning, Vivian beheld a miniaturized Ron, peacefully asleep upon the pillow, adorned with a blue and white star-patterned nightcap crafted by her own hands. The girl chuckled softly, rising from the bed to begin her tasks. Ron had quite the appetite. She needed to hasten to the market to procure the ingredients for lunch. With a soft creak, the door of the cottage opened and closed gently. Outside, birds flitted past the small wooden house, while Ron slowly opened his eyes. He had not been asleep. Rather, he had been with his eyes closed, mentally traversing the legacy of the dragons. This exploration would deepen his understanding of the divine, as he had yet to reach that level and could only glean knowledge through viewing the images left by the great ones within the legacy. Learning is what allows dragons to progress. Meanwhile, Vivian hummed a cheerful tune, skillfully selecting ingredients at the crossroad market. The proprietors here are quite amiable. Whenever Vivian gazes at them with her large, shimmering eyes, they often grant her discounts of up to 20 or even 10. Of course, Ron's influence plays a significant role in this. As Vivian selects her vegetables, the vendor nearby engages in idle chatter with the butcher next door. "Have you heard? It seems something has happened at the city guard's residence. Your information comes rather late, doesn't it? I was present at the scene." "Well, do share the details. I only learned of it when a customer mentioned it." The butcher in black coughed twice, and the vegetable vendor immediately understood, presenting a large, ripe berry. The butcher nodded in satisfaction and continued, "I just returned, but the situation there is truly dire." He took a bite of the berry, its crimson juice spilling forth. "Old John's place now has nothing left but a large pit. Both the house and its inhabitants have vanished. Was there really such a commotion? Why didn't I hear anything last night?" The vegetable vendor inquired, puzzled. "Who can say? Last night, even old John's neighbors felt no disturbance, only to awaken the next day to find a gaping hole in its place." The butcher took another bite of the berry, juice staining his lips. I suspect old John's son may have incurred too much wrongdoing and has perhaps faced divine retribution. After all, in our town. Vivian did not catch the latter part of the conversation, hastily paying for her purchases and racing towards home. A loud crash of the wooden door caught Ron's attention, his expression one of curiosity. "Vivian, why are you running about in broad daylight?" Before he could finish his sentence, Vivian threw herself upon him, her crimson eyes darting about as if seeking reassurance. "Ron, you're not hurt, are you?" Her voice brimmed with concern, and Ron finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. A faint smile curved his lips. "Are you questioning my strength, Vivian?" "Not at all, I simply—" Ron gently guided her to sit on the edge of the bed with his tail. His long, dragon-like claws brushed through her silver hair, glimmering like diamonds in the sunlight as tears sparkled on her cheeks. "Do not worry about me," Ron said earnestly, locking eyes with her. "In this land, I am formidable. You need not fear any adversary." His confident words transformed the dull sheen of his crystalline scales into a vibrant array of colors, and his regal dragon horns materialized atop his head. His enchanting true form unveiled itself once more to the world. Few in this realm could rival him, aside from demigods. Nearly no one could withstand the force of his breath weapon. And as for demigods, he had yearned to test his might against one since he first attained high-tier legendary status. Now, he felt assured that he could contend with the demon queen of that time, and even if he faltered, he possessed a final trump card: Death's Mandate. Mastering this divine art had emboldened him to venture to the royal capital. "Well then, how long do you intend to cry?" "I'm hungry. Let us feast on roasted rock goat today." Ron's serious demeanor, akin to that of a beggar seeking sustenance, elicited a smile from Vivian, dispelling her tears. Ron was truly a gluttonous dragon. "Thank you for your kind words. My mother once said that the ability to eat is a blessing, and in my case, it seems that my fortune is indeed extraordinary." Ignoring Ron's peculiar remarks, Vivian turned to begin preparing the ingredients. Although she was somewhat perturbed by the mention of Ron's mother, she recalled the profound sadness reflected in Ron's eyes during their first encounter. "Surely, it must not be a pleasant story, right? To reward you today, I shall prepare a feast of 3 portions of roasted meat," Vivian exclaimed with a smile. To this, Ron wholeheartedly agreed, as the teleportation magic circle used last night had drained a considerable amount of his energy. The rhythmic sound of meat being sliced resonated through the air. The large chunks of beast meat were meticulously cut into translucent slices, a method that would render the roasted meat more tender and juicy. Observing Vivian's industrious figure, Ron suddenly felt that perhaps coming to this world was not so bad after all. Dinner is served. In a side story featuring the half-beastmen and the mercenary group, a caravan of over 100 individuals traversed the Beastmen plains with a slow, deliberate pace. It was already the 10th day, while the plains offered ample water. The meager black bread and vegetable porridge consumed at noon no longer sufficed as evening approached. He felt an intense hunger. In recent days, Cook had barely eaten anything, compounded by the fact that he had previously shared some rations with the young half-beastmen of his kin. Consequently, he had resorted to consuming the tough, wild roots unique to the Beastmen plains, which were not only distasteful but also difficult to digest, emitting a muddy odor that was nauseating. Yet, this was still more bearable than the foul stench emanating from the slaves nearby. The mingling scents of blood and decay surrounded the cramped throng of captives, resembling maggots feasting on the carcasses of young creatures. In this expanse of purple earth, they writhed forward, aimlessly, with no one aware of their destination or where respite might be found. A wave of disgust surged within Cook, compelling him to hasten to the next supply point in hopes of claiming his meager rations. He harbored a vague thought that perhaps in his next life, he might be born to a wealthy family, living a life of indulgence with white bread at every meal, frolicking beneath the warm sunlight. The sensation of hunger quickened, foretelling that the day he might collapse was not far off. Such pessimistic thoughts filled him with a sense of desolation, though not pain. A large-scale slave-catching mercenary group could capture hundreds of half-beastmen in a single outing, yet only a third of them typically returned alive. Their destination lay far in the distance, in the royal capital of Ovia, where they could fetch a handsome price. With the decreasing number of half-beastmen, their value had skyrocketed, regrettably. The half-beastmen would see none of it, as they were mere commodities. Recently, under the leadership of the mercenary captain, they had been marching along the muddy ruts of the road, burdened by weight from dawn until the night fully enveloped them. The exhaustion of one day could not be remedied by a single night's rest, and prolonged fatigue necessitated a restoration of one's own recovery capabilities. Their long, gray-blue fur was matted with mud, while broad wolf-like paws were stained with blood, leaving behind a trail of crimson footprints with each step taken. Upon reaching the previous supply point, they would undergo a collective cleansing, polished to perfection like merchandise, to fetch a handsome price. Crack! The bloodied whip lashed against the wildebeest. Familiar shouts and curses filled the air. Veins bulged with a sickly hue as the gray wildebeest pulled the food-laden cart, trudging forward with great difficulty. Like them, it was merely a beast, the only difference being its ability to withstand a lash, while they faced a singular fate of death with each strike. The bright sunlight once again illuminated the earth. Before him loomed a towering wall, 100 meters high, resembling a mighty dragon, poised majestically upon the rugged mountains, its form undulating with the peaks. This was a sight he had never witnessed in the tribe. Could any creature truly breach such a place? All the half-orcs were awestruck by this colossal edifice. A cool breeze swept through the plains, ruffling the hair of the half-orcs. In the gentle wind, the excited voice of the mercenary captain could be faintly heard. The Capatch line has arrived. Chapter 22. Dragon Breath Technique and Simulated Combat. I just arrived at the right moment. An uninvited guest with cascading golden waves of hair, dressed in a pale blue robe, swayed her voluptuous form toward Vivian, enveloping her from behind in a sudden embrace. Countless male instructors must have longed for such an embrace in their dreams. One could only wonder if Carol had been reincarnated from a hellhound. She would invariably appear whenever Ron indulged in barbecues or hot pots. A dog's nose, Ron mused within. As the barbecue was served, a tumultuous feast was undoubtedly in store. Carol and Ron engaged in a fierce duel with their chopsticks over the dining table. This magical instructor had mastered the art of chopstick usage while mooching off the meal. Her agile form resembled that of a cheetah, swiftly attacking the ingredients in the pot. To everyone's surprise, the outcome of the culinary battle was a victory for Carol, who snatched the last piece of barbecue from the plate. Burp. How satisfying. She patted her flat stomach, letting out a contented belch. Evidently, she had become quite adept at using chopsticks. Meanwhile, Vivian, quietly consuming her vegetables, watched with a smile as the barbecue war drew to a close, observing the bent-over laughter of Carol. How infuriating. How can you, woman, devour so much meat, yet maintain such a flat belly? Is this also a form of magic? Ron exclaimed in indignation, glancing at Carol's trim abdomen. He suspected she was still hungry. Perhaps a serving of iridescent dragon breath would suffice. One serving might not be enough. Perhaps a mixed breath as well. However, noticing Carol's demeanor, she seemed to have something to discuss, prompting Ron to suppress his hunger-driven rivalry. After a hearty laugh, Carol finally straightened her back. All right, enough of the antics. I have serious business this time. Vivian, you must keep an eye on your Ron. He looks at me as if he wishes to devour me. Vivian's face flushed red. Not at all. Ron isn't that fierce. He is a good dragon. Beside them, Ron appeared somewhat perplexed, asking, Why is your face as flushed as a teapot? This certainly made it seem as though he was coercing her into saying so. All right, enough of that. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Carol interjected with a light cough, adopting a serious demeanor. I am here to inform you that a simulated combat assessment will take place tomorrow. The rationale behind this is to facilitate the selection of outstanding students by the representatives from the capital, as the Rose Kingdom places great emphasis on the practical abilities of its magicians. In truth, this is also a form of selection. Ron was already aware of this, as it was a decision reached in collaboration with the 3 vice principals and Gandalf. As their superior, the vice principals would report to Ron each night about the happenings within the academy and in Oracle's town, creating an aura of intrigue. Vivian, somewhat puzzled, controlled a floating water sphere while posing a question to her teacher. Didn't the teacher say that the emissaries from the capital wouldn't arrive for another 3 months? It's barely been a month. Carol elucidated, the prominent figures from the capital do not possess the luxury of time to individually assess our academy's students. Tomorrow's selection is our academy's own assessment, and only those who pass will be permitted to meet the emissaries from the capital and undergo their evaluation. Vivian's eyes widened in realization. She hadn't anticipated that it would be so complicated. So what is your decision? Carol had come to inquire about their choices, indicating that she would respect their wishes if they opted not to participate. We will. Of course, we will participate, Vivian exclaimed, gazing at Ron in astonishment for interrupting her. In response, Ron winked at her, as if to remind her of what he had said yesterday. Vivian promptly adjusted her stance. "Teacher, we will take part in tomorrow's assessment." Carol nodded with satisfaction, reminding her not to forget the time of the assessment and to avoid being late as she had previously been. Vivian, her face flushed, bid farewell to her teacher. "You know, it's entirely up to you whether or not you attend tomorrow," Ron softly remarked to Vivian. Considering that all three vice principals were aligned with him and that he could easily navigate the system, we could bypass the examination altogether. Even dealing with those emissaries from the capital would be a simple task. However, Vivian did not display joy at this suggestion. Instead, she earnestly addressed Ron. "Ron, please have faith in my abilities. I am capable. During your absence, I have diligently practiced my magic, and I am confident for this assessment. I have already mastered the third circle spell, Fireball." Ron gazed at Vivian in surprise, taken aback by her serious demeanor. Typically, a magical apprentice must master at least 3 spells of the 12th circle and choose a specialization to advance to the rank of magician. The fact that she had already grasped a third circle spell was remarkable, indicating that her dragon transformation had significantly enhanced her innate talents. Moreover, following yesterday's transformation ritual, Vivian had become a dragon blood mage, her power now surpassing that of her dragon-formed self. Suddenly, Ron recalled something and curiously inquired, "Vivian, have you mastered Dragon's Breath yet?" The Dragon's Breath was one of the exclusive skills of the Dragon Blood mages, allowing those who had acquired the Dragon's bloodline to unleash a weakened version of the breath attack. Simultaneously, they would also acquire a fragment of the skills bestowed by the legacy of dragons. These abilities would be instinctively comprehended as their strength grew. What is Dragon Breath? It seems that Vivian has yet to realize her unique skill. However, it matters not. She may not, but Ron will. For Ron, who diligently studies the legacy of dragons daily, awakening a skill in a dragon lineage mage is hardly a challenge. As a radiant spectrum of light merged with Vivian's forehead, a plethora of new knowledge flooded her mind. A colorful orb manifested in her hand, signifying her mastery of a portion of the rainbow light magic. "Now, attempt to use Dragon Breath on me. I wish to witness its power." Observing Ron's eager expression, Vivian hesitated. "But Ron, if we unleash such magic at home, won't it destroy the place?" Ron smacked his forehead, realizing his oversight. He rather cherished this quaint cottage, and it would indeed be a pity to see it ruined. With a gentle stomp, an enormous blue magical circle materialized beneath Ron and Vivian. 7th ring magic instant transfer. In the next moment, the figures of a man and a dragon appeared in the beast-infested forest beyond the city. "Here I come, Ron." Ron nodded in affirmation, his form gradually expanding to a height of 3 meters and a length of 6. As Vivian chanted in the dragon tongue, colorful orbs of light began to swirl around her. With a sweeping motion of her hand, the radiant spheres converged, forming a beam of color measuring 30 centimeters in diameter, hurtling towards the base of Ron's tail. Dragon Breath. The vibrant beam struck against iridescent scales, dissipating into nothingness. This attack possesses the power equivalent to a 4th ring offensive spell, Ron noted, feeling the vibrations across his skin. The smooth scales bore no evidence of having been attacked. After all, he was a rainbow dragon, immune to the damage inflicted by light-based magic. Even if a deity were to confront him with such magic, they would be left to ponder, what is this? In the astral realm, spells are categorized into 9 distinct types, with 8 known as the 8 great schools. Excluding the universal category, these include protective, enchantment, prophecy, necromancy, transmutation, illusion, and transformation. However, Ron found this classification overly cumbersome. To him, magic simply fell into 4 categories: offensive, defensive, healing, and universal. Regardless of whether it belonged to the illusion or necromancy school, a spell was deemed effective if it was comfortable to wield. In response to Vivian's concerned gaze, Ron shook his head. "I am fine, but your casting time is rather prolonged. Enemies will not remain idle for you to strike." Vivian nodded. "I will practice to hasten my release speed. I believe that with proficiency, certain magical nodes can be quickly constructed, thus accelerating spellcasting." A gentle breeze tousled her hair, and her flowing skirt danced gracefully. Merely increasing speed will not suffice. You must embody the essence of a dragon lineage mage. They are not ordinary spellcasters. Along with the true dragon's talent for magic, they also gain a portion of physical enhancement. In essence, the Dragon Vein Mage embodies the duality of being capable of unleashing spells from a distance while simultaneously engaging in close combat with formidable prowess. On the battlefield, dragon vein mages operate with the ferocity of a meat grinder, exhibiting a remarkable versatility that renders them impervious to vulnerabilities in close quarters. However, Ron has no intention of allowing Vivian to become a melee mage. He merely wishes for her to grasp this tactical approach. After all, the more one learns before a battle, the less blood one sheds during it. With the intent of having Vivian accompany him temporarily, Ron is determined not to nurture a mere ornament. He aims to swiftly enhance her combat abilities, which will serve her well in the trials that lie ahead. Thus, under Ron's tutelage, Vivian swiftly acclimates to her newly augmented physique. Ron occasionally employs his tail to deliver gentle counterattacks, helping her attune to the rhythm of combat. Although these strikes are merely slow and light from his perspective, they are indeed terrifying assaults for Vivian. Each blow demands her utmost effort to evade. Failure to do so would leave her incapacitated, akin to a felled tree. Only when she finds a momentary opening in the tail's onslaught does she seize the opportunity to deliver small punches to Ron's knee. A challenging feat given his towering height of over 3 meters, thanks to his untransformed state. Chapter 23. A diligent night. Should we pause? You appear quite fatigued. Observing Vivian, who was panting heavily, Ron ceased the movement of his tail. No, I can still fight. I just need a brief respite, Vivian replied, her breath coming in labored gasps. Her blood-stained hands trembled slightly, and her magical robe was soiled, a testament to the consequences of having been struck by Ron's tail. Noticing her calloused hands and the thin fabric of her robe, Ron pondered for a moment. It seemed he had never seen her wield a magic staff or protective gear. Had she not acquired any? He had provided her with ample gold scavenged from the 3-tool men. As the sun's glow gradually diminished, its hues shifted from deep crimson to soft pink, eventually fading into twilight's embrace. The twilight over the quaint town resembled a golden crescent moon descending from the heavens, tenderly kissing the pastoral landscape of her homeland. From the town, the distant sounds of barking dogs and crowing roosters punctuated the air, evoking a sense of a far-off, hazy dream. Ron, bearing the already slumbering Vivian upon his back, glided slowly towards the town of oracles. She was utterly exhausted. The high-intensity training had drained her of her last reserves of strength and energy. Yet in her dreams, she seemed to continue the battle, mumbling incoherently. Ron, don't run. Take this punch. As Ron maintained a steady, smooth flight, he couldn't help but smirk at the girl's dream talk. Goodness, something seems amiss in your dreams. I wasn't running just now. It was you who was spun around by my tail like a top. Once again, her murmurs reached his ears. Don't run. This time, I've grown stronger. I can assist you, Ron. Ron. The gentle night breeze wafted by, causing ripples to dance upon the river's surface, resembling shimmering silver scales. Woven together by the skilled hands of a fisherman's daughter, Ron continued to glide through the air at a steady pace, his gaze imbued with boundless tenderness. The sensation of foreignness during teleportation via magic circles was quite overwhelming, hence he opted to fly back to the town of oracles. The night passed in silence, with only the deep breaths of Vivian and the gentle swishing of Ron's tail filling the small cabin. As dawn broke, the sun ascended from the horizon, glowing red as if it were a dazzling agate disk, gradually rising higher. Surrounding the crimson orb, the morning glow painted the sky with vibrant hues. The softly unfurling clouds resembled a maiden clad in red, gracefully dancing across the heavens. Vivian, squinting her eyes, stretched languidly. Despite the exhausting training with Ron the previous day, her biological clock awakened her punctually. She shifted to the edge of the bed, cautiously extending her snow-white feet to test the air beneath her. After a brief search, she finally managed to grasp her shoes and felt at ease to place her feet on the ground. Rising to her feet, she stretched once more towards the sun, alleviating her aches, before instinctively heading to prepare breakfast for Ron. However, as she turned around, Vivian was startled by the sight of the dining table not far away. On the clean, round wooden table, a white plate was neatly arranged with a fried dough stick, flanked by 2 perfectly cooked poached eggs. Beside the plate sat a steaming cup of milk. Ron was seated at the table, perusing a book, the title of which she discerned to be the Encyclopedia of Kalen. This was Ron's first attempt at cooking, as he had previously only directed her remotely to prepare various dishes. A smile graced the corners of the young girl's lips. Good morning, Ron. It's not early anymore, he replied nonchalantly. Yet, Despite his apparent indifference, his subtle use of fire magic to maintain the breakfast's warmth was undeniably adorable. Pulling out a chair, Vivian rested her pale hands on her cheeks, gazing intently at Ron. Gradually, Ron ceased his page-turning, his focus shifting from the book. Eat up. There's nothing on my face. Hurry and finish breakfast so we can head to class. For once, Ron appeared shy, although his expression remained devoid of color. Vivian was 100% certain he was blushing. All right, Mr. Ron, she teased. With a huff, Ron set aside the beloved tome and turned towards the door, unfurling his dragon wings as he soared towards the principal's office. Vivian's mind echoed with his words. After you finish eating, open the second-to-last drawer of the nightstand. You'll regret not going. Don't say I didn't warn you. In a few swift bites, Vivian devoured the thoughtfully prepared breakfast. She hurried to her bedside, her nightstand a bit large, a gift from Professor Carroll, who had offered her old one when she decided to purchase a new cabinet. Gently, she pulled open the second-to-last drawer, her height allowing her to do so without bending. Before her appeared a pristine, approximately 60-centimeter-long silver wand, adorned with intricate engravings. The wand's tip was embellished with several amplification magic circles, radiating an aura of nobility. Beneath the slender wand lay a set of pure white mage robes and a pointed mage hat. Upon the garment were intricately embedded mysterious, colorful runes and lines, which Vivian recognized as the draconic script she had just learned. Nestled between the staff and the clothing was a slip of paper. With her crimson eyes brimming with unshed tears, Vivian extracted the note, which bore a simple message. Consider this alone. Remember to return it. You shall not seize the treasures of a true dragon. A smile broke through her sorrow as she thought how charming Mr. Ron truly was, cradling the staff and garment. She murmured, I will return it to you, Mr. Ron, along with all that is mine. As the soft rustle of changing clothes echoed, the white nightgown slipped away, revealing her elongated and slender figure. The previous surge of dragon blood had elevated her height once more. She shed her sleep pants, unveiling her graceful and curvaceous legs, and her delicate, smooth calves. Vivian had measured herself before. Now, she stood at an impressive height of 1.7 meters, matching some of her male peers. This outfit seemed tailor-made for her, fitting just right, neither too loose nor too tight. Adorning herself with a mage's hat tied with colorful ribbons, she grasped the silver, weighty staff. With a gentle tread, she spun before the full-length mirror, the flowing white skirt swirling like the heart of a youthful maiden. Vivian gazed at her transformed reflection. What a beautiful girl she was. Surely, Ron would be pleased. This time, she must achieve remarkable results. Clenching her small fist for encouragement, she turned and stepped through the doorway, racing toward the simulated combat arena. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, what brings you here? Gandalf inquired, holding a copper kettle as he poured a cup of water for the suddenly appearing Ron, filling his own cup as well. A few red, nourishing herbs were visible in his cup. Indeed, one cannot avoid the burdens of middle age, or rather, he was now in the twilight of his years. Did he truly need such nourishment? Ron's thoughts wandered aimlessly. Noticing Ron's silence, Gandalf remained patient, observing the steam rising from the cups as the autumn chill began to settle in. Speak your mind, Gandalf Van Andrew, Ron stated, the first time he had addressed the old principal by his full name. Their eyes, one vibrant and draconic, the other murky, locked in a silent exchange. Outside, the autumn wind rattled the window, the air growing increasingly frigid. Speak your mind, Gandalf Van Andrew, Ron repeated. Though seemingly nonsensical, Gandalf understood. He pondered briefly before responding slowly. What is your opinion of the Rose Kingdom, your Majesty the True Dragon? It is I who pose the questions. You need only provide answers, Ron replied calmly. Yet, if you wish for my allegiance, you must share your thoughts with me. Should your aim be the destruction of this kingdom, then the strength of my family is inconsequential. You could easily storm the royal palace. I trust the court mages and the royal guards would be unable to stop you. If your intentions mirror those of the abyssal demons from 10 millennia past, then I regret to inform you that you must first step over my corpse. Gandalf gazed intently at Ron, his expression serious. With a thunderous roar, Ron unleashed the full force of his dragon might, the terrifying pressure reverberating throughout the small room. It was evident that this space had been isolated from the surrounding environment. Gandalf, aware of Ron's cautious nature, was taken aback by the extent of his vigilance. Observing the intricate layers of magical circles beneath his feet, he couldn't help but wryly ponder the sheer number of enchantments Ron had inscribed. Have you transformed the headmaster's office into your own abode? Despite his frail and trembling form, Gandalf's gaze remained fixed upon Ron. He understood that resistance was futile. Ron's power was astonishingly formidable. Yet, certain actions must be undertaken, even if the outcome is catastrophic. From a human perspective, Gandalf could never allow history to repeat itself with the tragic downfall of the Eternal Empire. Suddenly, the oppressive atmosphere in the room vanished without a trace, and the brilliance of the magical confrontation began to fade. I hold no interest in this kingdom. Ron's words brought relief to Gandalf's heart. However, his subsequent declaration sent a jolt of anxiety through him. I merely require this kingdom to acquire a new king. Objective 3. Explore the city that soars through the skies and savor the water of life. Upon completion, rewards. This quest had weighed heavily on Ron's mind for quite some time. He had meticulously perused every tome in Oracle Town and scrutinized all recorded memories of dragon heritage from the Kalan dimension. Yet, none mentioned a city aloft in the heavens. The concept of the water of life was even more elusive. This substance had vanished completely with the annihilation of the elven race in the Kalan dimension 8 millennia ago, along with the collapse of the world tree. Nevertheless, it must exist. Otherwise, the system would not have established such a travel objective. He needed to amplify his search capabilities. It was impossible to scour the entire dimension alone. The Rose Kingdom was merely one of his targets. This continent boasted 3 major kingdoms and countless smaller realms. The 3 major kingdoms were the Rose Kingdom, the Frost Kingdom, and the Orc Kingdom. The existence of these smaller nations served to mitigate territorial disputes among the 3 great powers. Among them, the Rose Kingdom was the most formidable, with the largest territory, and thus possessed the most robust intelligence-gathering capabilities. Ron required the vast resources of this kingdom to aid in his quest. If one was insufficient, he could enlist the aid of all 3. His strength was nearly adequate. If it fell short, he could bide his time for a few years until he reached the adolescent dragon stage before embarking on his search. Yet, he longed to expedite the journey through this dimension. Another world awaited his return home. I shall not be the king, Ron explained to Gandalf. This kingdom shall welcome its first queen. Gandalf was momentarily taken aback, suddenly enlightened, and exclaimed in astonishment, "You intend to crown Vivian?" Ron nodded, affirming his intentions. He had no time to rule a kingdom. He merely sought to leverage its power to fulfill his travel objective. If it were possible, he wished to unify this realm completely and then entrust its governance to Vivian. Should she find it unpalatable, she could easily pass it on to another. This was his parting gift to her. Ron gazed out the window, observing the gathering of magical apprentices and advanced sorcerer students. Carol and the 3 vice principals stood on the platform, engaged in discourse. When an individual is resolute in their aspirations or determined to achieve a certain endeavor, the force of will or motivation propels them towards their desires, rendering dreams into reality. Moreover, he was a dragon. Time reverted. "Vivian," he said, "life is akin to an ocean. Only those with unwavering resolve can reach the distant shore." Beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky, Ron addressed Vivian, recently summoned to this realm. Vivian, somewhat bewildered, nodded in response, finding Mr. Ron's words profoundly intricate and somewhat difficult to comprehend. A person who is weak becomes their own greatest adversary, while a courageous individual remains their own best ally. Thus, you must summon your courage, regardless of the challenges you face. This sentiment resonated with her, and Vivian nodded enthusiastically. "I will, Dragon Sir. If you share this sentiment, I can, on behalf of the Andrew family, offer unwavering support for Princess Vivian's ascension to the throne." Gandalf paused momentarily before continuing. "Surely you are aware that the king has little time left. This unconventional selection process, ostensibly a talent search, is, in truth, driven by the restlessness of the Grand Prince. He seeks to gather more sorcerers to prepare for impending crises. His brothers harbor aspirations of inheriting this vast kingdom, yet the king has failed to designate an heir, casting a shadow over all of Ovia, a shadow of usurpation." Ron understood Gandalf's words all too well. He had expended magical energy to retain the 3 inept individuals under his enchantment, not merely for idle consumption. These 3 were tasked with gathering all information unattainable in the Oracle Town, particularly concerning the royal capital. 4. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Ron might reside there for an extended period until he achieved his objectives. Oracle Town was too diminutive. Ron had thoroughly acquainted himself with its ins and outs within a week. He was privy to every detail, from whose child celebrated a birthday today, to which hen had ceased laying eggs, and which daughter-in-law had conceived yesterday. He had acquired all this information out of fear that the Lich had not been entirely vanquished, or that one of its minions might discover something and seek revenge. Despite having erased all traces of that time and relocated the nest of draconic beasts to a different place, ensuring an impeccable operation, Ron remained cautious. Even with a 98% certainty, his unease lingered. Caution had become second nature to him. Revenge against him was inconsequential. It would merely result in the Lich's demise once more. But what if it turned its attention towards Vivian? He sought to extinguish every potential threat before it could manifest. For Ron harbored no desire to allow it the chance of birth. Outside, the throngs began entering the summoning classroom in batches, as it was the largest venue suitable for such a grand event. A silver-haired maiden dashed in, arriving fashionably late. She donned a pristine white robe, grasping a silver staff. Her expression one of awkwardness as she endured Carol's reprimand. Subsequently, the silver-haired girl followed Carol into the classroom, her ruby-like eyes darting left and right, seemingly in search of something. Alas, the girl ultimately did not encounter that familiar figure. Observing Vivian clad in the outfit he had crafted with his own hands as she entered the summoning classroom, Ron's lips curled into a somewhat menacing smile. Even the most spectacular of stage dramas must eventually draw to a close. Vivid scenes flashed before his crystalline eyes. You must continue to forge ahead, for in places unseen, you have already become a beacon for others. Epilogue: The Frenzied Charm Spell Charm. Charm. Multicasting Charm. Ron fervently unleashed his charm spells upon the magical apprentices traversing the academy. The incessant casting rendered his movements somewhat grotesque. Having been in this realm for over a week, after successfully enchanting the trio of vice principals, he was struck by a bold idea. It was known that the charm spell could enchant individuals of the Grand Sorcerer tier. Given that 99 of humanity within the Kalen realm were below that tier, what if he enchanted all humans, compelling them to seek out items for his journey? Wouldn't such a travel goal be effortlessly within reach? How clever I am, Ron mused delightfully. He decided to conduct a trial in Oracle Town, where the humans lacked formidable presences, allowing him to wield his power unrestrained. Setting a modest goal: to enchant the entirety of the town's populace. The magical energy expended by the charm spell was not excessively taxing. Ron could recover fully within mere seconds after casting. Yet, his rapid pace was overwhelming. He even prepared a charging magic circle to replenish his expended energy. Charm. Magical light precisely descended from above, enveloping each individual's head. Success. These feeble humans possessed no means to resist, and in an instant, they fell under the spell. Among the faculty, students, and servants of the academy, numbering in the hundreds, Ron enchanted the majority in one breath. He paused, not from a lack of desire to continue casting, nor from depleted magical reserves. While his internal energy remained largely intact, his mind felt as though it had turned to mush. A violent tearing sensation and dizziness flooded Ron's brain, akin to a blow to his very soul. Ugh! This is unbearable. I feel nauseous. Like a passenger in a tumultuous carriage, Ron soared through the air, swaying precariously, even unconsciously dispelling his invisibility. Fortunately, he flew high enough. Below, the humans ensnared by his charm lay in disarray, sprawled across the ground. Typically, those under the influence of the charm spell exhibited no noticeable difference in their movements compared to before. Their subconscious had merely been altered, and to them, the modified traits felt as instinctive as those they had possessed since childhood, with no resistance whatsoever. Who would willingly abandon the ingrained habits of daily nourishment that have been instilled since childhood? Yet, the several hundred individuals enchanted by Ron were markedly different. They swayed as if they had consumed copious amounts of ale, their movements unsteady. Some even collapsed to the ground, lying face down in a pose reminiscent of walking. They found themselves ensnared in a state of unconscious confusion. What is happening? What has transpired? A few students who had not succumbed to the enchantment gazed in horror at their classmates sprawled across the ground, fear gripping them to the point of nearly soiling their garments. Moreover, familiar friends began to engage in peculiar antics, shouting incomprehensible phrases: "What dog boss? Overtime, gaming, time off," and so forth. The inhabitants of this otherworldly realm were oblivious to the nuances of the Chinese language, leading them to believe that their counterparts had lost their minds. Walking and singing, Suddenly their peers had gone mad. Surely, anyone witnessing this would feel a pang of dread. The entire academy square echoed with despair, resembling a scene of cataclysm as wails filled the air. Great deity, what on earth is occurring? I beseech you, bestow your divine grace and rescue me. A magic apprentice, unaffected by the enchantment, dropped to his knees, fervently praying to his deity. Meanwhile, Ron was valiantly struggling to maintain his composure, though his mental state was far from stable. There was something amiss. This enchantment bore a toxic quality. Ron discerned the source of the issue, gritting his teeth against the pain searing through his mind. He dispelled all enchantments save for that of the vice principal. Indeed, his head felt considerably lighter, yet he was soon overwhelmed by a wave of intense dizziness. Shaking his head to regain focus, he realized he could not afford to succumb to the ground with so many people around. He could only muster the strength to awkwardly flap his dragon wings and unsteadily ascend back to the wooden cabin where he resided. Before he could even cross the threshold, darkness enveloped him, and he fell into unconsciousness. Thud! His transformed form landed heavily on the grass, sending up a cloud of dirt. Ron, the silver-haired girl returning from her errands, was taken aback upon seeing the unconscious dragonling at the doorstep, dropping her burlap grocery bag in alarm as she rushed over. Ron, what has happened to you? Realizing Ron had slipped into a deep coma, Vivian felt compelled to bring him inside rather than leave him outside. Using all her strength, she managed to carry Ron back into the cabin and onto the bed. The power of the heart is astonishing. Even an ordinary person can, under the influence of strong conviction, lift a 1,000-pound boulder in an instant. Fortunately, Ron's prior transformation spell had not worn off. Otherwise, Vivian would have been unable to move him even slightly. As she gazed at Ron, lost in slumber, Vivian contemplated seeking the principal or vice principal for assistance in treating him. Yet, knowing Ron was utterly defenseless, she hesitated to disclose his condition. She resolved to attempt healing him herself first. If he remained unresponsive, only then would she summon the principal for aid. With a damp linen cloth, she began to wipe the dirt from Ron's body before attempting to employ the first-level magic, slow healing, spell she had just learned from the principal. In a hushed tone, Vivian softly intoned the incantation, her hands beginning to emanate a radiant glow of magic. Following her guidance, a gentle green luminescence seeped into Ron's being, causing the diamond-like scales adorning him to shimmer with a similar hue. Yet, he remained in a state of unconsciousness, showing no signs of awakening. As 10 minutes elapsed, witnessing the ineffectiveness of her newly learned healing spell, Vivian became as restless as an ant on a hot stove, tears glistening in her eyes. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she recalled something, but the memory of the excruciating pain inflicted by that spell lingered. It had deprived her of sleep for several days. A torment so profound that even the most steadfast paladin would cry out in agony. Gazing at the unconscious Ron, she bit her rosy lip, seemingly resolute in her decision. With delicate fingers, she gently placed her hand atop Ron's head, and the familiar glow of magic ignited once more. Zero ring trick, pain transfer, with the final syllable of the incantation uttered. An immense wave of mental force surged through her slender arm and into the depths of Vivian's psyche. The intensity of the pain caused her to faint instantly. Collapsing onto the floor, blood began to trickle onto the wooden planks beneath her. In the stillness of the campus, once the enchantment was lifted, those who had been enchanted lay motionless, enveloped in silence. After a considerable time, the dazed individuals slowly regained their senses, rising from the ground as if awakening from a dream. Divine intervention. I am favored by the gods, exclaimed the fervent apprentice, who had been praying on the spot. Believing his piety had attracted divine attention, the surrounding individuals, still bewildered, gazed at him as if he were mad, uncertain of how to respond. A bolder apprentice stepped forward to inquire, Carl, what on earth just happened? Did you save us? Of course. You were suddenly cursed by a malevolent spirit, and it was my devout prayers that drew the gaze of the divine, leading to your salvation, Carl declared confidently. Though some found the situation odd, they refrained from challenging him, wary of incurring the displeasure of the gods in this world where divinity was acknowledged. An unnamed apprentice hesitated before voicing his concern. Then, Carl, to which benevolent deity did you pray? With uncontainable excitement, Carl blurted out, to the great Lord Raga. The crowd initially looked puzzled, but suddenly, a realization dawned, and they regarded Carl with an expression of incredulity. Wasn't Raga the deity of lust? This god reveled in ensnaring others in the sin of carnal desire. If his gaze were to fall upon them, the implications were troubling indeed. Amidst the excitement, Carl remained oblivious to the increasingly hostile glances of those around him. "Let me go, you blasphemers. I am a priest of Lord Raga, and he has bestowed a miracle upon us. You swine, release me at once." Carl found himself pinned to the ground by an outraged crowd, bound tightly by ropes that someone had hastily secured, resembling a turtle trapped in its shell. In response to the ramblings of this deluded fool, a scruffy apprentice contributed his sock to silence Carl's protests. A pungent odor swiftly enveloped the entire square, causing Carl to roll his eyes in response to the sensory onslaught. In the Kingdom of Roses, those who professed allegiance to the chaotic and malevolent deity of lust were universally reviled. Carl, having unwisely uttered the name of this god, boasted of being his priest, and was subsequently bound and carried to the principal's office. Gandalf, upon learning of the situation, assured everyone that he would handle the matter appropriately. The ultimate outcome remained a mystery to the others. Carl never reappeared within the magical academy again. A day later, Ron awoke, his throbbing head protesting against the light. The blanket slipped gently from his body. He chastised himself for his recklessness. Indeed, he had let his newfound confidence, stemming from the successful development of several powerful spells, lead him astray. I distinctly recall being outside before I lost consciousness, he pondered, surveying his surroundings with confusion. His gaze fell upon Vivian, who lay sprawled on the ground, crimson blood oozing from her eyes, ears, and nostrils due to the immense agony she had endured. As time wore on, some of the blood had begun to congeal. Her silvery hair mingled unsettlingly with the dried blood on the floor. Ron gently lifted Vivian and placed her on the bed. A rich, emerald light illuminated the wooden cabin, and a tidal wave of potent magical energy reverberated throughout the town of Oracle. All the apprentices were rendered incapable of entering a meditative state, as the surrounding magical elements were exceedingly agitated, as though their sovereign had descended upon them. Observing Vivian, whose brow was tightly furrowed, Ron quietly invoked all the healing spells he had learned. "Once again, have you come to my aid?" Chapter 25. "This apprentice is quite fierce, Vivian. Please take a seat here." Carol, today clad not in her usual blue robe but in a somber, gray magical garment, exuded a more serious demeanor than usual. After arranging a seat for Vivian, she ascended the summoning platform. As she was about to head to the Royal Capital's Magical Academy for instruction, her standing was second only to the 4 principals, rendering the other instructors' positions comparatively insignificant. This was an unspoken rule. Presently, the 3 vice principals sat quietly in the judges' seats, while the whereabouts of the old principal remained unknown, leaving Carol to preside over the examination. This assessment involved 11 duels, with the defeated eliminated and the victors advancing. The advancing students would continue to compete until a champion was determined. There were no tangible rewards for the champion or the rankings, save for an elevation in their personal scores. When the envoy from the capital arrived, the academy would summon the high-scoring students for evaluation. "I hereby declare the simulated combat assessment officially commenced. Students whose names are called, please ascend to the platform for battle." The towering summoning array was already enveloped in a layer of wood veneer, encased in silver-hued iron. This specialized arena, infused with mithril, ensured that the attacks of apprentices or mages would not damage the venue. Even for a master sorcerer, breaching the defenses of mithril was a daunting task. This particular metal possesses an intrinsic affinity for magic, exhibiting both guiding properties and resistance to magical forces. A mere infusion of this metal into a staff can significantly amplify its magical potency. Should a silver-tier swordsman be present, he would effortlessly cleave through mithril, for mithril's physical resistance is virtually non-existent. The forthcoming confrontation prohibits the summoning of magical beasts, serving as a demonstration of individual prowess. Commencing the first match, Tarkovis versus Mezocrin. Both competitors are invited to the stage. The proceedings within the arena unfold methodically, with the majority of battles concluding within 30 seconds. These apprentices exhibit a dearth of combat experience. They initiate by standing still, casting spells face-to-face, where the swiftest incantation prevails. A few exhibit a modicum of cleverness by first invoking defensive spells before launching their attacks, yet fundamentally, their approach remains static. This renders the exhibition rather ungraceful. Carol shakes his head, lamenting the situation, These students have dedicated the majority of their day merely to meditative practices to accumulate magical energy, let alone the time required for practical training. In contrast, the Magic Academy in the royal capital offers specialized practical courses, allowing students to apply their knowledge. Oh, what a disparity this presents. Carol is acutely aware that most of the students from Oracle's town are destined to remain as magical apprentices for their entire lives. The path of magic is fraught with challenges. At long last, the time arrives for a duel between two mage-tier students, which invigorates both Carol and Vivian. These two represent the soul mages from the Oracle Town Magic Academy, both having recently ascended from the ranks of novice mages. They have refrained from applying for graduation ceremonies, having learned in advance about the royal capital's intention to select candidates for further studies, thus postponing their graduation. Students of the Oracle Town Magic Academy may apply for graduation upon attaining the rank of mage. The Academy holds graduation ceremonies at fixed intervals each year to bid farewell to those who may become the pillars of the future magical realm. Should one choose not to graduate, there are options to embark on journeys or to remain and teach after passing evaluations by the faculty. The red-haired mage, referred to as Red, faces off against the green-haired mage, referred to as Green. Ron, observing the duel from the perspective of the vice principal, finds himself intrigued. Having recently signed a magical contract with Gandalf, he is poised to temporarily assume the role of commentator. Despite the absence of a microphone or audience, he exuberantly narrates in the vice principal's mind. Now approaching us is the representative of the Oracle Town Magic Academy, Red. Behold, how charming his radiant smile is, and how lively his steps are, brimming with enthusiasm. As a seed contestant in this magical duel tournament, he is bound to shine brightly in this match. Witnessing Red's flamboyant antics on stage, particularly as he gestures excitedly towards his female peers, including Vivian, Ron finds himself gritting his teeth in irritation. He must devise a means to teach him a lesson in humility, reminding him that a mage ought to exhibit modesty and refrain from ostentation. Choosing to divert his gaze from Red's performance, Ron redirects the vice principal's attention towards Green, resuming his fervent commentary. Look, now arriving is the representative of the Oracle Town Magic Academy, Green. His strides were resolute and grand, his countenance radiant with joy, exuding an aura of brilliance. Wait a moment, why is this fellow glowing? And in green, no less. Ron was taken aback, unable to fathom that from the humble town of oracles could emerge these two prodigies. You would think that simply ascending to the stage would suffice. Why must the students below illuminate him with magical tricks, and in green light? At that, Ron found himself devoid of further commentary, opting to relinquish his position as commentator. It was simpler to be a dragon. The farce between the red-haired and green-haired individuals soon reached its conclusion. Ultimately, the battle ended with both parties launching magical projectiles to send each other flying, resulting in a double elimination. Nevertheless, this did not detract from their haughty demeanor. After all, the ranks of these two were lofty. A higher rank indeed crushes the lesser. Such is the way of the world. Next up, Vivian Taylor versus Francis Frank, both parties. Please proceed to the stage. At last, it was Vivian's turn to take the spotlight, and Ron shifted his focus to her. Her silvery locks cascaded elegantly, complemented by a cream-hued robe, while a slender wand rested at her waist. Her ruby-like eyes were intently fixed on the opposing female apprentice, causing the latter to feel a surge of anxiety and overwhelming pressure. Since Vivian arrived clad in this stunning ensemble, spectators had been stealing glances her way, captivated by the sheer beauty of her attire. It was a daunting prospect for anyone to face her. Both contenders placed their left hands over their hearts, bowing in mutual respect, an essential gesture among magicians, signifying the absence of animosity and the nature of their friendly contest. Should the right hand rest upon the heart, it would indicate a fight to the death, a battle that would continue until one lay defeated. After the formalities, the girl with flaxen hair initiated the encounter by casting a defensive spell upon herself. Elemental absorption. A soft blue halo enveloped her form, effectively mitigating damage from elemental spells. She then fixed her gaze ahead, ready to unleash her offensive magic missile. But where was she? Vivian, who stood opposite, had vanished without a trace. The girl frantically scanned her surroundings, yet Vivian's presence eluded her. Suddenly, a powerful force propelled her forward from behind. Vivian struck her from the rear, sending her tumbling off the stage. Dazedly staring at Vivian, until the surrounding audience prompted her to regain her senses. "Vivian wins," announced Professor Carroll, declaring the result of the mock battle. "What just transpired?" The girl pondered in confusion. From Ron's perspective, after the customary bow, Vivian swiftly maneuvered behind her opponent, employing her magical hand in conjunction with her fist to send her adversary flying, achieving an effortless victory. It was a resplendent triumph. Although the strategy was sound, and the opponent had deployed an elemental defense spell, which would typically complicate matters if one were to rely solely on magic, one could sense Vivian's exhilaration. Was she perhaps straying further from the path of a close combat magician? Ron gazed blankly at Vivian as she helped the flaxen-haired girl to her feet. The ensuing battle indeed validated his thoughts. With a series of direct punches, side kicks, and elbow strikes, she dispatched each apprentice from the arena, none managing to endure beyond the first blow. The onlookers, comprised of both teachers and students, fell into a profound silence. Vivian's display could only be described as a masterclass in combat technique. Even the professional mercenaries from the adjacent room would be left in tears. Has the realm of magic become so fiercely competitive? Although she had only trained with Ron for a single day, Vivian's prowess in close-quarters combat was unmistakably apparent. During her match with Ron, many of her techniques were spontaneously grasped, yet she executed them with remarkable fluidity. The staff bestowed upon her seemed utterly redundant. Ron was exasperated. Chapter 26. Constructing magic. A twinge of guilt nagged at Ron. Had he known, he would have tempered his efforts during training. His rapid attack speed rendered Vivian too occupied with evasion to cast any spells. Furthermore, the physical enhancements bestowed upon a dragon vein mage through dragon blood had resulted in the emergence of this formidable melee mage. With a resounding thud, she effortlessly sent the last apprentice flying, securing her victory in the match. The boy who had been flung back rubbed his posterior as he rose, staring at Vivian with a mixture of awe and disbelief. She had not cast a single spell throughout the entire encounter. Ron, shielding his eyes in the principal's office, lamented. "What about the dragon breath technique I taught you? Was that all for naught?" Yet upon reflection, he considered that had she employed the dragon breath, the life of the opposing magic apprentice would have likely been in jeopardy. On the summoning stage, the victorious Vivian eagerly scanned the crowd below, hoping to catch a glimpse of a familiar figure. Alas, she saw none. Perhaps Ron had been called away on business, she pondered, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Carroll took to the stage to announce the conclusion of the assessment, prompting the vice principal and students to gradually depart. Only Vivian remained at the back, lost in thought. "What are you daydreaming about?" A familiar weightiness descended upon her. He had arrived. Vivian joyfully removed her hat and enveloped Ron in a warm embrace. Her enchanting eyes twinkled like crescent moons as her rosy cheeks brushed against the diminutive Ron. "Ah, Ron, you're here. All right, enough of that. Your drool is about to get on my scales," Ron replied, his expression one of playful disdain. It was truly vexing, no matter where he went. There were always those who coveted his form. He not at all. Vivian finally ceased her affectionate assault, clutching Ron as they made their way homeward. "By the way, Ron, you haven't told me what you're naming my staff yet." "Borrowed. It's merely a temporary loan," he replied. Yes, but what is the name of the staff you've lent me?" "I don't know. I couldn't be bothered to name it." Suddenly, Vivian halted, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Ron. "Can I name it?" "Feel free." The act of naming weapons was quite popular in the astral realm. Like the divine artifacts wielded by certain deities, many names are excessively lengthy and odious, prompting one to resort to abbreviated forms. This staff, merely of rare grade, though crafted from relatively precious materials, hardly warrants Ron's concern over naming it. A legendary weapon would be a different matter altogether. This particular staff, fashioned from Gandalf's original staff, infused with mithril and his own scales, stands as a remarkable creation of sheer strength, devoid of intricate techniques, relying solely on superior materials. The scales of the rainbow dragon are themselves exceptional materials for forging magical weapons, exceedingly rare in the astral realm. Coupled with a rare-grade staff, it should theoretically yield an epic-grade piece of equipment with ease. However, due to Ron's exhaustive night of studying the art of forging, his capabilities are limited to this point. He mused that if only he could master the 9 circles magic wish, things would be different. "Let me ponder this." Vivian fell into deep contemplation and, just as they neared home, conjured a name that pleased her immensely. "Let us call it the Ron S. staff." Vivian exclaimed excitedly, embracing Ron. Her talent for naming was rather mediocre, yet she remained blissfully unaware of it. Ron, however, held reservations about the name, feeling it bore an uncomfortable connotation, almost as if it were an insult to himself. Ultimately, he could not alter the staff's name. After all, its future owner would not be him, and out of sight, out of mind, he allowed Vivian to call it as she pleased. Upon arriving home, Ron wondered what he would have for dinner. Anything would suffice. Time passed, and before long, over a month had elapsed. News arrived from Carol, indicating that the emissaries from the royal capital would arrive tomorrow, necessitating preparations for a welcoming ceremony at the Magic Academy. Ron regarded this with disdain, viewing it as mere superficiality. During this period, he had spent his time in the Beast Forest, primarily training Vivian in practical magic, while recently becoming enamored with a new form of magic, construct magic. This technique involves utilizing rare materials and magical arrays to create living beings. Ron's physical body and magical power had ceased to grow for quite some time. He currently occupied a high-tier legendary status, and to ascend further, he must tread into the realm of the divine, becoming a demigod. However, the method of breaking through posed a conundrum for him. Ordinarily, one would simply await the passage of time and naturally progress to demigod or even divine status. Yet that requires an abundance of time. Construct magic belongs to the realm of alchemical magic. Unlike ordinary magic, which dissipates upon release, this magic aligns more closely with alchemy, adhering to the principle of equivalent exchange. The more precious the materials consumed, the greater the magical energy input, and the more intricate the magical array inscribed, the stronger the construct produced. As for materials, Ron was certainly not lacking. The scales from a true dragon could be voluntarily shed, consuming only a fraction of its bodily energy, which could be replenished using a magic core. With the 37th construct experiment commencing, Ron diligently inscribed the magical array. Vivian had already been returned to the academy, and now it was time for his personal experimentation. He had made numerous attempts, yet each time he encountered failure due to either the frailty of the constructed entity or the imbalance in its configuration. Having stripped away many scales from his own body, he meticulously inscribed a colossal magic circle before Ron. The hexagram was adorned with iridescent scales alongside materials such as mithril and black steel, all of which were essential components for the fabrication of the construct's body. Dragon language magic construct. Dragon language, move. My creation. A brilliant flash illuminated the scene as the magic circle and the assorted materials on the ground vanished instantaneously, giving rise to a mottled liquid before Ron's eyes. Thus, the game commenced. Ron fixated on the liquid, initiating a mental link to mold it into the form he envisioned for his construct. The entire process bore resemblance to sculpting a figure from clay. However, the intricate magical formations embedded within were not something just anyone could master. Each constructed being would possess its own uniqueness, akin to how no two individuals in the world are entirely alike. Modeling, embedding magic circles, core integration, shell forging, one step after another was perfected, and the liquid began to morph gradually. As the final step concluded, there emerged before Ron a dragon man, resplendent in gray scales, towering 3 meters high, crowned with a metallic dragon horn. It was accomplished. Ron gazed with delight at his first creation. No, rather, his first construct. Identification successful. Name, race, living construct, power, master rank, legendary traits, none. Evaluation, a living construct in the form of a dragon man, crafted from precious materials, capable of wielding a fragment of true dragon power. Henceforth, you shall be named Dragon Scale Soldier. As Ron's voice echoed, the system's name field transitioned from to the chosen title. Under Ron's guidance, the Dragon Scale Soldier commenced its inaugural task in this world, unleashing its might upon the nearby forest. Strike that great tree over there, Ron commanded, pointing toward a distant tree. The Dragon Scale Soldier shook its head, directing its gaze toward the tree. As a flash of energy illuminated its brow, that was the light of comprehension. Upon grasping the essence of the task, the Dragon Scale Soldier gradually elevated its foot, assuming a sprinting stance, and then charged ferociously toward the woods. It embraced the great tree, and the magic circles within its body radiated a brilliant glow, causing a surge of magical energy to envelop the entire forest. I did not instruct you to self-destruct. Fortunately, Ron intervened just before it could detonate, replacing the damaged components. Let me pry open your head and discern where the issue lies. After a series of adjustments by Ron, a colossal flame breath erupted forth, instantly incinerating the forest before him. The dragon-scale soldier stood proudly amidst the blazing inferno, showing no semblance of remorse for the devastation wrought. Ron surveyed the expansive magma field that had formed, nearly 30 meters wide, nodding in satisfaction. The attack power of the dragon-scale soldier far surpassed that of an ordinary master rank, having inherited the elemental breath from Ron's 2 breath weapons. The defensive capabilities are somewhat lacking, akin to those of an ordinary master-tier entity. However, should the core magical array sustain damage, it may very well become entirely inoperative. Restricted by material and technological limitations, this construct dragon-scaled soldier can only unleash a singular breath of flame. Yet, Ron finds himself thoroughly content with this outcome. Truly, he is a genius, succeeding in such a complex magical endeavor on the first attempt. As for the previous failed creations, they scarcely qualify as constructs, undoubtedly. They were the result of the system's handiwork and bear no relation to Ron. Placing the dragon-scaled soldier into his personal dimensional space bag, Ron prepared to return home. This was also a new spatial magic he had recently developed, allowing him to access gold without having to retrieve it from his stomach, thus sparing it from his saliva. Everything was in order. It was time to depart from this quaint little town. Before he left, however, he called out, "Cunning wretch, reveal yourself." A detailed introduction to magical constructs. These constructs are forged through powerful magic, utilizing various methods of creation, resulting in diverse strengths and characteristics. Typically, they are employed to execute the commands of their creator. In the absence of new commands, they strive to optimize the last directive received. Constructed beings can independently complete general tasks. Certain constructs, including many produced in the elven wilds, possess the ability to converse fluidly with humans or exhibit humanoid forms. Nonetheless, the vast majority of magical constructs are mere automatons. The essence of constructs, constructed beings do not require air, food, water, or sleep. When the magical array of a construct is damaged, the activation magic ceases to function. Upon death, a constructed being reverts to an ordinary object, often rendered so severely damaged that it becomes unusable by anyone. Legends of magical constructs. Through the tales of bards, constructed beings are often described as follows. As the empty iron armor moves, the heavy thuds of steel plates striking the ground and the sounds of their friction evoke the vengeful spirit of a fallen knight. These magical guardians are typically composed of an entire suit of plate armor, appearing cumbersome yet remarkably durable. To enhance their intimidation factor, activated armor is invariably imbued with scripted linguistic abilities. Thus, animated armor often issues warnings, requests passwords, or poses inquiries. Some rare instances of animated armor are even capable of dialogue. An unknown bard. Warren Road Chapter 27. Goblin and the Resounding Egg. What is that? Come forth. During the crafting of the magical construct, Ron detected a faint life response emanating from the dense jungle ahead. Initially assuming it might be a low-tier magical beast, such as a horned rabbit or a fire mouse, he felt little inclination to drive them away. After all, he was in his true form and had not yet employed his shape-shifting abilities to diminish his size. Any low-level magical creature encountering this nearly 20-meter-long behemoth would instinctively cower or flee. Yet, this diminutive creature in the jungle behaved differently upon noticing Ron. It approached within several dozen meters and halted, observing him intently. Such a reaction could either indicate foolishness or the presence of an intelligent being. The dense branches and leaves parted, revealing a 2-meter-tall goblin, its skin gleaming with a metallic sheen and drenched in blood, emerging from the thicket. It knelt before Ron with a thud, stammering in a cumbersome draconic tongue, a language innate to its kind. Do not underestimate this seemingly diminutive creature. It is a descendant of dragons, possessing a rare and diluted bloodline within. O great true dragon, the humble goblin, named Kree, greeted, your scales are as resilient as iron, and your physique is robust enough to shatter the gates of a castle. You are swifter than an eagle in flight. It lavished praise upon Ron's beauty. Though such flattery was superfluous, who in the astral realm is unaware of the resplendence of the iridescent dragon? In the depths of night, my vision falters, rendering me unable to discern clearly. Any offense against you is wholly unintentional. I beseech you, O true dragon, forgive my grievous transgression. I shall pledge my eternal loyalty to you. The goblin implored Ron once more, bowing deeply. Ron regarded the robust goblin with a hint of impatience as it confessed. The creature's draconic articulation was grating to his ears, akin to mere noise. This encounter marked his first with such beings since arriving in the realm of Kalen. The magical beast forests surrounding the town of oracles were largely devoid of sentient life, a consequence of repeated purges by passing mercenary bands. Other cities mirrored this fate. The magical beast forests near human settlements had been plowed countless times, with formidable creatures long since slain or driven away. Unlike other principal planes, the human kingdoms of Kalen were excessively powerful. The remaining weaker beasts existed in a semi-wild state, as the crafting of advanced weapons and armor necessitated magical cores, strategic resources. Should a formidable, mutated beast appear, the teachers from the Oracle's Magic Academy would band together to quell the threat. Their summons were not for idle pursuits. Though it bore the title of a Magic Academy, in truth, they were the true masters of the town. Many instructors spent their lives teaching few students, primarily engaged in martial duties. The guards within the city were tasked with maintaining order and lacked significant combat prowess. Observing the kneeling goblin, fervently bowing its head, Ron was suddenly reminded of Gandalf. Despite the old man's sworn fidelity to him and Vivian, one must remain vigilant. This peculiar goblin might prove useful. Rise, diminutive goblin, and enlighten your master. Why does your physique differ so greatly from that of ordinary goblins? Ron accepted the goblin as his first familiar. Previously, during his visit to the Dragon Beast region, he had casually gathered a few familiars, all of which were low-tier and of little worth. These magical familiars primarily served the purposes of providing coordinates and locating targets. They bore the teleportation magic circle inscribed upon them. Target 3. To explore the soaring cities in the sky and savor the waters of life. Ron had also contemplated the route of establishing a dragon familiar empire to seek information regarding Target 3. However, compared to the astute nature of humanity, enlisting this reckless band of goblins to scour the world for information proves as arduous as tasking a dog-headed creature to sound the horn of rebellion against a true dragon. In contrast, seizing dominion over a human kingdom appears a more reliable endeavor. Moreover, royal households often harbor a plethora of unique tomes chronicling history, authentic testimonies of the past, rather than the crude compendium that is the Colin Encyclopedia. Great sovereign of the true dragons, I express my gratitude for your magnanimity. Your greatness is akin to the boundless ocean. Hold. Ron felt compelled to interrupt the goblin's flow of praise. Should he allow this creature to continue, dawn might break before the praises ceased. One must not underestimate the trove of accolades the goblin tribe has amassed regarding the dragons over the years. As you command, illustrious true dragon. The burly goblin maintained his prostrate position, speaking with unwavering reverence. In truth, I emerged from a resounding egg. My form has been thus since the moment of my birth. My kin regarded me as their leader, and upon reaching maturity, they elected me as their chieftain, until we were vanquished by those drow elves, leading to our current plight. The goblin rambled on about his past, while Ron lapsed into contemplation. He was aware of the drow elves, those dark-dwelling beings expelled from elven kin by their highborn counterparts. Intriguingly, in this realm, all high elves had vanished, leaving only snow elves and the drow, those stripped of their elven heritage, remaining. Yet, this bore no relevance to him. Upon hearing the term resounding egg, Ron began to sift through the 2 tomes of dragon lore for information. He recalled encountering that name previously. After a brief search, he unearthed it from the recesses of his memory. Found it. Ron activated the entry, and a wealth of information flooded his mind. Due to their draconic lineage, goblins reproduce oviparously, with female goblins giving birth to 25 eggs at a time. Occasionally, a goblin will lay an exceptionally rare egg that emits a metallic resonance when struck. The tribe conceals these extraordinary eggs until they hatch. Those goblins that emerge from such metallic eggs become the strongest of their generation and are destined to be the future chieftains of their clans. Typically, they serve as valiant warriors for metallic or gem dragons, as if it were their fate. Yet, goblins rarely speak of the resounding egg. This is a secret only obliquely referenced in widely circulated goblin folklore, which tells of a goblin warrior who served a golden dragon and returned to slay all his kin and childhood companions. Some goblins view this as a compelling justification to track and eliminate any other resounding eggs, though these selfish beings neglect to consider the destruction of their own. The colorful dragons, aware of the resounding egg, will exert every effort to find and eradicate them, yet they seldom encounter eggs suspicious enough to warrant their concern. Few metallic dragons acknowledge their concern for the mutations in the reproduction of kobolds. Yet this does not imply that they remain oblivious to the situation or fail to find ways to exploit it. Explanations for the magic behind this phenomenon range from Bahamut's secret blessings to ancient sorcerers' curses. Ron likely comprehended the origins of this kobold, and perhaps he even encountered a legendary species among them. The legendary dragon kind seems rather fitting for a legendary breed of kobold. Ron stroked his chin in contemplation, then flicked his tail, casting a scale before the kobold, still tinged with a hint of crimson blood. This was a deliberate act on his part. Foolish kobold. From this moment forth, you shall serve me alone. Should I discover that you wag your tail for other metallic dragons, you will face the wrath of a true dragon. The robust kobold promptly lowered its head further, vociferously uttering words of gratitude, eternity, and loyalty. The ground beneath it bore a shallow imprint from its weight. Ron nodded slightly. The kobold's loyalty was indeed trustworthy. It was ingrained in their very nature, destined never to betray their draconic master. Now, I shall bestow upon you unparalleled glory. Take my scale and become a powerful draconic kobold. Then seek out that which I require. Ron observed as the kobold raised its body, reverently picking up the bloody dragon scale. Then, with a claw, it carved a deep wound across its chest, enduring the excruciating pain to graft the scale onto its flesh. Draconic kobold. A kobold enters into a pact of servitude with a dragon, symbolizing its loyalty by grafting a discarded scale onto its chest muscle. It shall gain powers related to its master's elemental energy, yet relinquish its individuality and free will. This scale serves as the finest contract. From henceforth, this kobold shall be solely under Ron's control. After embedding the scale, the kobold's body would require some time to evolve into a draconic kobold. However, Ron lacked the patience to await its gradual transformation. He assigned the kobold its first task, to reside in the vicinity of Oracle Town, ensuring not to be discovered by others, while simultaneously searching for the information Ron needed. Subsequently, Ron turned to depart. He was to leave Oracle Town in a few days. The draconic kobold was merely a pawn in his game, and he held no grand expectations. Just before unfurling his dragon wings to take flight, Ron suddenly recalled something and turned back to the kneeling kobold. By the way, I am not fond of your name. Henceforth, you shall be called. Ron paused, contemplating briefly, and revealed a mischievous grin. Hog. Chapter 28. The Quivering Dragon Sword Karen Calendar, October 7th. The usually bustling crossroad street was cleared by the guards, creating a spacious passage. The envoy from the royal capital was set to arrive in Oracle Town today. They could not afford to be negligent. What if these common folk tarnished the envoy's boots? The curious crowd was held back by the guards on either side of the road, yet this did nothing to quell their inquisitiveness. They were all eager to behold the visage of those who hailed from the royal capital. Though mercenary bands occasionally traversed this quaint town, they mostly stopped merely for supplies before hastily departing. These seasoned professionals, who danced perilously on the edge of danger, were driven solely by the allure of gold coins and the meager pleasures of watered-down barley ale. And women were also among their vices. However, such indulgences could only be savored when their coffers were full. Gandalf had prohibited the existence of brothels within the town of Oracle. Thus, enthusiasts of such pursuits were compelled to journey 30 kilometers to a nearby village to satiate their desires. Carol, accompanied by a cadre of magical apprentices, stood at the gates of Oracle, poised to extend a welcoming reception. She whispered arrangements to her students, who anxiously nodded in agreement. The emissaries from the capital would be escorted to the academy's reception area for rest, from whence they would select suitable apprentices to take with them. This process typically spanned 2 days. At last, the moment arrived. Ron gazed calmly at the distant, indistinct black dots on the horizon. Where? Vivian inquired, clutching Ron's neck, her curiosity compelling her to peer downwards. This was her first experience of liberation from the shackles of gravity, soaring into the sky. Her silvery hair danced in the wind, and her sparkling red eyes scanned the entirety of Oracle. Everyone seems so small, she remarked wistfully. Half an hour later, Vivian finally discerned the convoy from the royal capital. 4 robust gray-horned horses pulled 2 wooden carts along the forest path. 2 drivers in their 40s sat at the front of the carriage, guiding the horned steeds with an air of ease. The convoy was modest in size, Aside from the drivers, only 4 or 5 guards rode alongside on horned horses, trailing behind the carts. Ron's gaze remained fixed on the front of the convoy. There stood a youth clad in gray knight-esque attire, a long sword slung across his back. With fiery red hair and piercing blue eyes, he possessed a tall and athletic frame. His striking features rendered his mere presence a masterpiece, reminiscent of a perfect oil painting, and his warm smile radiated kindness and consideration for others. "He is a tenth as handsome as I am," Ron muttered to himself. Recognizing that this was the most dashing man he had ever encountered, he discreetly glanced at Vivian, who merely cast a fleeting look at the youth before redirecting her attention to Carol, waiting at the town's entrance. However, it was not solely the youth's appearance that captured Ron's attention. It was his palpable strength and the sword he bore that truly intrigued him. This vibrant young man, seemingly not yet 20, was a legendary powerhouse. The sword evoked a sense of familiarity within Ron. Furrowing his brow, he felt as though he had encountered it somewhere before. Let me think, this familiar shape and aura. It must be from some battle. Forget it. Thinking too hard when I have the system is rather foolish. Ron chided himself before casting an identification spell on the red-haired youth. Identification successful. Name: Reinhardt. Race: human. Strength: legendary beginner. Legendary traits: heart of courage, mastery of the sword. Evaluation: a once-in-a-millennium genius of the Heart family. The strongest sword saint in generations. At the tender age of 5, he grasped a sword. By 9, he ascended to the silver rank. At 12, he achieved the golden rank, earning the recognition of the legendary weapon, Tamara's Sai. By 15, he reached the master rank, vanquishing all formidable opponents of his tier within the royal capital. At 19, he stepped into the realm of legends, inheriting the esteemed title of Sword Saint. At 20, he was heralded as one of the 10 legendary heroes of the Roses. He maintained an excellent rapport with the metallic dragon kin and harbored a profound disdain for all matters associated with the forces of evil. Upon his back rested the supreme legendary weapon, Tamara's Sai, while at his waist hung the epic weapon, Moonlight Radiance. Ron found himself awestruck by such extravagant accolades. A silver rank at 9, a master at 15, and a legend by 19? Surely, he must be the child of destiny, the protagonist of this realm, the valiant hero in a tale of dragon slaying. Come now, enough boasting for this year. Let us just laud you. Where on earth did you acquire such a title? Do you dare to flaunt it so boldly? Surely, you must fear the repercussions. Ron pondered, a sense of indignation swelling within him. His own strength was not to be dismissed, yet it merely paralleled that of a newborn dragon. The crux of his envy lay in that sword, Tamara's Sai. At long last, he recalled where he had encountered it before. In the memories of the dragon's legacy, it was one of the armaments wielded by the Lady Dragon God. Tamara, known for her compassion and mercy. Goddess Tamara was a deity of lesser divine power, equal in rank to the Queen of Succubi. Ron gazed longingly at the dragon's sword, yet he harbored no inclination to seize it forcefully. Tamara was the most benevolent of the dragon deities. One might mistakenly perceive her as weak, yet such an error would not be repeated. Tamara's visage was that of a magnificent, noble silver dragon, her eyes radiating with the brilliance and wisdom of the sun, her elongated form stretching for miles. When her true form descended, her pure silver scales illuminated the entire city. To have garnered the approval of this dragon goddess and acquired her sword was a testament to the boy's possession of compassion and mercy, marking him as a perfect knight who adhered to the 8 tenets of chivalry. Even if the sword were to be entrusted to Ron, he would find it difficult to wield, for it was a sword of mercy, meant to strike only at those with malevolent hearts. Individuals like Vivian would remain unscathed, as her heart was exceedingly pure. As for testing the blade against himself, Ron mused that he too might be considered a righteous ally. Assessing his own alignment might reveal him as lawful good. Surely, the Lady of Mercy would not deem him a target worthy of attack, would she? Well, she ought not to, right? Ugh, why was he fixating on being struck by this sword? Ron shook his head, recognizing that his tendency for sarcasm had intensified lately. Undoubtedly the fault of the system. It was all the system's fault. Buzz. Reinhardt noticed the dragon's sword behind him trembling slightly, as if under the influence of a potent elixir, filled with excitement. Were there formidable foes lurking within the city? Reinhardt furrowed his brow, surprised that even in this remote town, he might encounter adversaries capable of stirring such enthusiasm in the dragon's sword. Typically, when confronted by mere robbers and thieves, the sword remained indifferent, adhering to its own principle of not striking down nameless foes. As such, Reinhardt often relied upon the moonlight radiance at his waist. I hope they are not nefarious individuals. After all, I am merely passing through. Observing the expressions of the residents of Oracle Town, there appeared to be nothing amiss, which offered Ryan a slight sense of relief. Initially, he was merely accompanying Mr. Moray to procure supplies of water and food. Little did he anticipate encountering legendary powerhouses in this quaint village. The sigh of the dragon sword Tamara only resonates in the presence of legendary figures or true dragons. However, Oracle Town hardly seemed like a place harboring dragons. After all, the metallic dragons witnessed in the royal capital were notoriously flamboyant, always eager to make their presence felt. Reflecting on the mischievous figure from the capital, Ryan shook his head, thinking with resignation. Truly, the true dragons are quite demanding. Fortunately, I received a distant task to escape the chaos, or else I would have been subjected to their pranks once more. Even he, bearing the esteemed title of the Grand Knight Sword Saint, found himself powerless against those metallic dragons. He could neither confront them, nor could he accuse them of any wrongdoing. Moreover, behind them lay Lord Rhine, Lord Moray, and ahead was Oracle Town. The voice of the coachman interrupted Rhine's contemplations. He lifted his gaze toward the welcoming crowd in the distance. May everything proceed smoothly, be it for resupply or mission. Regarding alignments, generally referring to one's character and inclinations in various situations, the astral realm encompasses three principal categories: good, neutral, evil. These categories are further divided into 9 distinct alignments. To illustrate with the example of insults, if a soldier were to insult a civilian, lawful good, please refrain from insulting him. If you continue, I shall report you to my superior. Neutral good, I feel we get along well. I will accompany you, but I shall not insult. Chaotic good, for every insult you utter, I shall return tenfold, though I shall not resort to violence. Lawful neutral, someone ought to intervene. Do not allow him to insult. True neutral, feel free to insult. It does not concern me. Chaotic neutral, how would I know whom you are insulting? You must be insulting me, right? Lawful evil, insult me? Come and fight. Neutral evil, let us go, let us insult him together. Chaotic evil, they all must die. He must die? You too shall perish. All shall perish. A brief introduction to the characteristics of metallic dragons. It is essential to note that this merely outlines the general traits. Many metallic dragons possess their own preferences, and some even descend into the depths of depravity. Gold dragons alignment. Lawful good gold dragons move with grace and elegance, exhibiting keen intellect. They harbor a deep disdain for injustice and criminality, relishing in the punishment of the wicked and the elevation of the virtuous. Gold dragons often take on the forms of humans or animals. Upon reaching adulthood, their scales transform completely into a lustrous golden hue, and they are adorned with long beards that lend them an air of wisdom. Their pupils gradually lighten with age until they resemble pools of molten gold, and they emit a fragrance reminiscent of a harmonious blend of incense. Gold dragons can inhabit any locale, their lairs cleverly concealed and constructed of stone. These may take the shape of caves or castles. Typically, gold dragons are accompanied by a cadre of loyal guardians, animals suited to the local environment, storm giants or cloud giants, who frequently enter into mutual defense agreements with the gold dragons. Before engaging in battle, the noble gold dragons typically initiate negotiations. When conversing with intelligent beings, they employ a detection of lies. Once combat commences, they invoke blessings and luck, alongside a plethora of offensive and restraining spells. Silver dragons, aligned with the principles of lawful good, possess a dignified and graceful appearance. They are ever willing to assist those truly in need among the benevolent creatures. When interacting with humans, silver dragons often assume the guise of a benevolent elder or a beautiful maiden. As they age, their scales become increasingly radiant, and the color of their pupils grows lighter, eventually resembling gleaming mercury in their elder years. They favor nesting in lofty locations, such as isolated peaks or within the embrace of swirling mists, perpetually emanating a hint of rainwater's fragrance. Silver dragons exhibit a distinct preference for the form of humans and often forge bonds of friendship with mortals, sometimes cultivating profound relationships. They relish human cuisine, relying on it for sustenance. Due to their nesting in similar environments as the red dragons, conflicts are frequent between the two, often resulting in fierce and deadly confrontations. Silver dragons are not inherently aggressive. They engage in combat only when faced with extreme evil or provocation. Prior to an attack, they utilize fog spells to obscure their adversary's vision and employ anti-gravity to render foes helplessly suspended in the air. Copper dragons, embodying the essence of chaotic good, delight in mischief, jesting, and presenting riddles to challenge others. While most copper dragons are benevolent, they may also exhibit tendencies of greed and stinginess. Their robust legs and shoulders are well suited for climbing and jumping. Preferring arid, rocky highlands or mountains, they construct their lairs within narrow caves, often concealing the entrances. Inside, they create intricate mazes, leaving exits at the summit. Tenacious hunters, copper dragons value proper exercise as much as sustenance. Their diet is eclectic, encompassing all manner of food, including metallic ores, though they have a particular fondness for mutated scorpions and other large, venomous creatures. Their digestive systems adeptly neutralize toxins, yet those injected into their bloodstream can still pose a threat. Given their frequent habitation near red dragon lairs, confrontations are inevitable. Copper dragons appreciate wit and humor, refraining from harming those capable of sharing new jokes, intriguing stories, or riddles. However, those who fail to appreciate their wit or accept their humor soon find themselves subject to their playful torment, compelled to yield. Bronze dragons, aligned with lawful good, exhibit an insatiable curiosity. They often transform into small, friendly animals to closely observe adventurers entering their territories. Enthralled by warfare, they eagerly join armies to dispense justice and receive commendable rewards. Exceptionally adept swimmers, bronze dragons possess webbed feet and smooth, streamlined scales. As they reach the most advanced stage of their existence, their eyes resemble luminous green orbs. Bronze dragons prefer to dwell in the depths of freshwater or saltwater, frequently diving to the ocean floor to lower their body temperature or to search for pearls and sunken treasures. They favor residing in caves accessible only from the water, yet the interiors of their lairs remain perpetually dry. The scent of seawater emanates from their bodies, and they nourish themselves with aquatic flora and fauna, particularly delighting in shark meat. Bronze dragons possess a distaste for killing. They employ thought detection to discern the intentions of sentient beings. In combat, a bronze dragon will first obscure its adversary's vision with a fog spell before launching a swift assault. When confronting foes at sea, they summon storms or deliver powerful strikes to the hulls of ships with their tails. Brass dragons, aligned with chaotic good, are exceptionally loquacious and articulate. They can occasionally dispense valuable information, but only after prolonged conversation and persistent hints regarding gifts will they divulge such knowledge. The pupils of brass dragons darken with age, eventually resembling molten metallic spheres. They thrive in arid, high-temperature environments, basking beneath the scorching sun of the desert. A strong scent of metal or sand surrounds them, and they prefer to construct their nests in lofty caves. Brass dragons can consume nearly anything, yet they typically eat sparingly, deriving sustenance from the morning dew. Given that brass and blue dragons inhabit the same territories, the blue dragon is deemed the most formidable adversary to a brass dragon. In one-on-one confrontations, the larger blue dragon will have the upper hand. Consequently, brass dragons often choose to evade their opponents until they have rallied their companions before launching an attack. Engaging in conversation with adventurers holds greater allure for brass dragons than combat. In perilous situations, young brass dragons will retreat from their foe's line of sight and conceal themselves in the sand, whereas older brass dragons will strive to gain the advantage in battle. Lastly, let us add an introduction to the crystal dragon, as Ron frequently manifests in its crystalline form. Crystal dragons are the most amicable of the gem dragons. They are perpetually curious about the world, which makes them exceptionally eager to engage with visitors. The scales of a young crystal dragon exude a pearly sheen, gradually becoming translucent with age, shimmering brilliantly under sunlight. They favor residing in the elemental plane of air, yet they sometimes construct astonishing ice palaces atop the snowy peaks of the material plane. There, they observe the stars and sculpt with ice and snow. Conflicts may arise between white and crystal dragons, as crystal dragons occasionally abscond with white dragon eggs, nurturing the hatchlings into benevolent beings. Crystal dragons generally harbor hostility towards local giant races, as giants may encroach upon their lairs. They do not instigate battles. If visitors approach with friendliness, they will engage in conversation. Otherwise, they will remain elusive. However, if a visitor dares to attack a crystal dragon, it will retaliate with resolute resolve. It typically employs a spouting attack to weaken its adversaries before soaring into the skies to maintain a distance, engaging in ranged assaults. Its spouting attack manifests as a brilliant conical beam of light that temporarily blinds its targets. Chapter 29. Marevisi. Lord Rhine and Lord Moore have arrived at the Oracle Town. At the sound of the coachman's voice, the horned horses obediently halted their steps, snorting in response. These creatures do not qualify as magical beasts. Rather, they are animals descended from a lineage of equine magical beasts, their horns diminutive and low. This breed of horned horse possesses a gentle disposition and robust physique, capable of traversing 100 miles a day on mere ordinary fodder, making them the preferred mounts for merchants transporting goods. Finally, we have arrived. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, emerged from the carriage. He donned a black robe adorned with golden trims and a light travel hat, with a silver moon insignia on his chest denoting his status as a distinguished magus. The Mage Association of the Rose Kingdom provides complimentary garments and badge embellishments to sorcerers who ascend to the rank of Grand Magus or higher. The Grand Magus is awarded a Bronze Star badge, the Magus a Silver Moon badge, and the Archmage a Golden Sun badge. As for those above the rank of Legendary Mage, there is no standardized badge design. Should they desire, the Mage Association will personally visit to custom design a pattern of their choosing. This is a mark of honor, signifying that the Legendary Mage acknowledges the authority of the Mage Association. Each Legendary Mage is akin to a humanoid nuclear bomb. No nation wishes to make an enemy of them. As he surveyed the crowd that awaited him, Marevisi lowered his hat further. It is always the same upon arriving at a new place. How tiresome. Despite his verbal complaints, his face wore a formulaic smile as he bowed towards Reinhardt. Esteemed Lord Reinhardt, I shall be heading to the Magic Academy for work. I will instruct the coachman to procure some food and water for you. They traverse this route daily and are certain to know which establishment offers the finest venison jerky. Marevisi felt compelled to extend the proper respect to this legendary figure he encountered along the way. After all, he was one of the twin stars of the capital, awarded the title of Sword Saint, and even legendary mages must pay their respects in his presence. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Moore. Reinhardt replied with a knightly gesture, though he refrained from uttering any farewell words. I suddenly wish to inquire about a few matters. May I accompany Mr. Moore into the Magic Academy? Marevisi gazed at Reinhardt with surprise, astonished at his unexpected request. Soon, he resumed his gentle smile. Of course, that would be no problem. It would be our honor. Observing the hint of teasing in Marevisi's smile, Reinhardt felt a twinge of foreboding. It seemed the other party had misunderstood something. However, Reinhardt was unconcerned about such misunderstandings. He merely wished to inquire with the headmaster of the Magic Academy whether any formidable individuals had recently taken residence in Oracle City. Marevisi, too, sought to engage in conversation with the old headmaster. It was said that the headmaster had previously been a member of the Royal Court's mage team, though it was unclear what transgression had led to his assignment to such a place. Nevertheless, he is ultimately a grand archmage, if one can glean any knowledge from him. It would be a remarkable gain. After all, even if one leaves empty-handed, what harm could there be? I extend a warm welcome to all who have journeyed from the royal capital. May the culinary delights of Oracle Town soothe your weary travels. Clad in a light blue robe, Carol stands at the forefront, greeting the dozen or so individuals disembarking from the carriage. Among them is not only Mori but also exceptional students selected from various academies in preceding towns. They will join the selected students of Oracle Town in furthering their studies at the esteemed Academy of Magic in the royal capital, Ovea. The inn has been prepared. You may take a moment to rest, and in the evening, feel free to explore Cross Street, where the gastronomic offerings are such that even the divine would sing their praises, ensuring your satisfaction. Influenced by Ron, the merchants of Oracle Town have begun to emulate the culinary phenomenon of hot pot, which has proven to be quite the sensation. Carol leads the group towards the Academy of Magic, passionately elucidating the wonders of Oracle Town, hoping to leave a favorable impression, which may benefit them in the forthcoming assessments. Carol is a highly responsible teacher, desiring for her students to step beyond the confines of their town, traverse the entirety of Kalen, and secure a bright future. Yet this is evidently an unrealistic aspiration. Beyond poetry and distant horizons, the students are tethered to their aging parents and the mundanity of daily life. Mori, however, is not listening to Carol's explanations. His keen eyes are fixated on the alluring curves behind her. My goodness, this woman is undoubtedly exquisite. It is the first time he has encountered such a captivating woman on this journey. Mori holds Carol in high esteem. However, he has heard whispers that she is about to ascend to the rank of a grand mage. Thus, he must tread carefully and let her take the initiative. Mori strokes the stubble on his chin. The rigors of the road have left him with little time to groom himself. In the Rose Kingdom, the existence of brothels is not prohibited, but compelling the kingdom's female citizens into relations is a grave offense. Moreover, she is a female grand mage, should any scandal arise. The elder matriarchs of the Royal Magic Association would tear him apart. They truly embody the ferocity of human tyrannosaurs. The group arrives at the gates of the Academy of Magic, where Gandalf awaits their arrival with a new staff in hand, greeting them with a warm smile. Upon noticing the hooded Reinhardt, his expression falters momentarily before he resumes his customary smile. Welcome, esteemed travelers. Please join me for a cup of tea and take a moment to rest. Reinhardt and his companions nod in acknowledgement, aware that certain inquiries should not be posed in front of the crowd. Aware of the unexpected visit from Reinhardt, Gandalf does not dare to be slack. He quickly guides them to the principal's office to sit and recuperate. Initially perceiving Reinhardt merely as an archmage, he is startled to realize that he has also brought along a legendary swordmaster. Gandalf silently worries, should this young swordmaster clash with Ron? Oracle Town might well become a mere whisper in the annals of history. At present, the only course of action is to stabilize them. It is imperative to expedite the departure of this esteemed sword saint from the town of Oracle. Gandalf mused inwardly. He poured the brewed amber tea for both Rhine and Mori before serving himself a cup. During his tenure in the Court Mage Guild, Gandalf had always been an anomaly. While his fellow court mages savored rich coffee, he preferred the bitterness of tea. Mori took a sip of the tea and set down his cup. Your tastes remain unchanged. I see, he remarked. Huh. Even as I approach the embrace of the god of magic in my old age, you should not mock my preference, Gandalf jested. He was familiar with the personnel responsible for the assessment this time. Mori Vassi, one of the senior instructors at the Royal Academy of Magic, had ascended to the rank of fire mage a decade ago and was now 76 years old. Considering this individual's idiosyncrasies, Gandalf felt a twinge of concern. None of them were particularly compliant. How could I ever jest about you? Back in the capital, you were my idol. Mori replied with a smile as he turned to leave the office. Gandalf, curious about the Sword Saint's intentions, gently closed the door after Mori's departure and returned to Rhine. Filling his cup anew, Rhine cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed as he scratched his fiery short hair. Principal Gandalf, I apologize for interrupting your conversation. I didn't actually come to Oracle Town for a specific purpose. I merely passed through and found myself compelled by a matter of great concern. Oh, I wonder what could be so significant as to warrant the attention of the Sword Saint, Gandalf inquired with an amiable smile. Rhine fixed his gaze upon Gandalf's eyes and, with sincerity, asked, Principal, are you aware that a legendary powerhouse has recently taken residence in Oracle Town? Or perhaps a legendary tier magical beast? Chapter 30. The mobile phone from another world. Rhine maintained his steady gaze on Gandalf. Despite being only 20, his extraordinary prowess and experiences endowed him with a demeanor far beyond that of a mere youth. The lifespan of a legendary human warrior significantly surpasses that of an ordinary individual. A grand mage among humans typically lives for around 200 years, but upon reaching legendary status, that number exceeds 800. Thus, every legendary warrior becomes the cornerstone of their family. Ordinarily, a legendary warrior attains this status between the ages of 150 and 200. If fortune favors them, they can safeguard their family for over 5 centuries. It is noteworthy that the Rose Kingdom was only established 500 years ago. This context elucidates why a young man, merely 20 years of age, has already ascended to the position of vice-patriarch of the Hart family. Had it not been for his steadfast refusal, it is likely that his chieftain father would have long since bestowed upon him the title of clan leader. My Lord Rhine, may I inquire as to the reason behind your question? Gandalf expressed his perplexity, for it seemed that this sword saint had only recently arrived in Oracular Town. Whence did he acquire such information? Reinhardt, somewhat at a loss, replied, I apologize, Mr. Gandalf, but this matter pertains to a solemn vow I made with a deity, and thus I cannot divulge it. However, I would appreciate it if you could inform me whether any legendary warriors have recently made their way into Oracular Town. Rhine inquired once more with a serious demeanor. The mention of this enigmatic legendary figure evoked memories of recent events in the Red Earth Highlands, where a mysterious warrior had slain an adult red dragon before departing. With the dragon's kin now unbound, they fled towards the city, ultimately triggering a beast tide that resulted in the tragic demise of numerous members of the Rose Cross. This incident even caught the attention of the king, prompting him to dispatch the esteemed lord stationed at the frozen mountains to investigate. Considering the timeline, the most formidable ice mage should have already arrived in the Red Earth Highlands by now. Gandalf shook his head, indicating that he had not encountered any legendary warriors prior. My Lord Rhine, this is merely a remote border town. Such powerful beings typically have their own affairs to attend to and would not linger here. With the lack of intelligence from the headmaster of the Magic Academy, Rhine could only sigh in resignation before bidding farewell to Gandalf. He felt compelled to investigate the town, for the tremors of the dragon's sword could not be mistaken. Without a doubt, a legendary warrior unknown to him resided within this small settlement. Please keep my visit to Oracular Town a secret, as I have my own mission to undertake, Rhine advised Gandalf before departing, a sentiment he had already shared with Morley and the others. Rest assured, I, Gandalf, am not one to gossip, the old headmaster assured, patting his chest. Rhine nodded with relief before exiting the Magic Academy. Once Gandalf confirmed his departure, he closed the wooden door and retrieved a palm-sized, colorful dragon scale from his breast pocket. Infusing it with magic, the engraved array on the scale began to operate autonomously. Is it truly the Great Dragon? A legendary sword saint appears to be seeking your whereabouts. Ah, yes, the red-haired one. Very well, I understand what must be done. After concluding the conversation with Ron, Gandalf placed the dragon scale into the pocket of his robe. This magical contraption, known as a mobile phone, was indeed quite convenient, albeit with a rather peculiar name. Gandalf mused, taking a sip of herbal tea. The youth of today are truly formidable. Despite not exuding any palpable aura, they could set his old heart racing. What if they inadvertently frightened him? Meanwhile, Ron fell into contemplation. Coming to seek me, are they? Logically, they should not be aware of my existence, having concealed themselves as a juvenile crystal dragon among humans. One would think a strategic retreat would be prudent to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances. My principle in battle is to seize the initiative with a surprise attack rather than engage in a confrontation. If he could inscribe the battlefield with magical runes, he would undoubtedly spare no effort in doing so. However, a fierce flame seemed to ignite within his keen dragon-like gaze. Is this the legendary prowess of humanity? How fortuitous, for I yearn to witness the pinnacle of this world. It will also serve to hone my own combat abilities. Let us commence with you, Reinhardt. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mori bore a rather intricate expression. Lord Mori, please conduct yourself with dignity. Carol, who sat opposite him with a look of disdain, unflinchingly rejected Mori's late-night request for guidance. Initially, she had not perceived this rather lecherous fellow's true nature. It was only when Mori, under the pretense of discussing assessments, brazenly breached the sanctity of Carol's faculty dormitory despite her protests, that she sensed something amiss. This old lecher appeared quite serious in speech, yet his gaze was anything but innocent, lecherously darting towards Carol and the youthful, vibrant female students who passed by. He even went so far as to suggest a nighttime rendezvous in his room to discuss magic. Did he think her a mere child of 3? Why not converse during the day, instead of seeking her out in his chamber at night? Carol regarded Mori with the eyes of one who beheld scum. TSK, quite obstinate. Could he possibly be a novice? Mori leered unabashedly at Carol's chest, entirely disregarding the murderous intent radiating from her gaze. In truth, Mori had never needed to be so forward. Each time he arrived in a new town for assessments, beautiful female magical apprentices would naturally come to him at night. Some even bearing gifts such as magic cores. Na'vi young apprentices, yearning for the favor of a magic master, foolishly hoped to ascend to greatness, only to find themselves bereft of both love and resources. Mori would never offer any substantial promises, nor would he take these women he had bedded to the capital. That would only invite trouble. He typically assured them that he would take them to the capital to experience boundless magical resources and a life of luxury upon their next meeting. Most young women would believe him without question. Occasionally, those reluctant could be easily placated, for Mori possessed an abundance of excuses to keep them waiting for him. Yet, in reality, he would almost never return to that small town again. At the age of 76, aware that the title of Grand Sorcerer was beyond his reach, He planned to secure as many benefits for his family as possible before the arrival of his 150th year. His greatest desire was to enjoy the tender embraces of various young women. This assessment journey was one he had specifically applied for. Such legitimate travel tasks funded by the Academy were rare. Women of principle, like Carol, were particularly enticing to him, especially since she was soon to teach at the Royal Capital's Magic Academy. Mori was one of the instructors of fire magic at the Royal Capital's Magic Academy, and upon the completion of this assessment task, he would be promoted to the position of vice principal. First, he would intimidate her with his authority as vice dean, then offer her some incentives, and she would comply willingly, leaving the Magic Association unable to reproach him. Mori mused to himself. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door, breaking the tense atmosphere between Mori and Carol. In the faculty dormitory of the Oracle Town School of Magic, each teacher enjoys the solitude of a small wooden cabin. This arrangement effectively prevents disturbances during meditation, allowing wizards to safeguard their unique quirks and privacy. Every devotee of magic is, in essence, a budding alchemist, delving into the fusion of various materials with spells to conjure wondrous magical artifacts. Some of these items have garnered significant admiration from the common folk and mercenaries alike, such as the enchanted broomstick. Knock, knock. Noticing the silence from within, the silver-haired maiden rapped twice more and gently called out, "Professor Carroll, are you in there? Ron asked me to deliver something to you." A hint of confusion flickered across Vivian's face. Ron had clearly mentioned that Professor Carroll was present. Moments ago, after observing the convoy from the capital, Ron had hastily set her down and entrusted her with 2 wooden boxes, briefly explaining their contents before soaring away. He even advised her to pass the items to an esteemed individual from the capital if she happened to encounter him. Inside, Vivian and Carol were engaged in conversation when Carol snapped back to reality, intending to suggest that Vivian return for the time being. Meanwhile, the eager Mori, seated closer to the door, swung it open. Listen to that melodious voice, akin to a lark. There must be a stunning beauty outside. Perhaps tonight would be an opportune moment to test the limits of our camaraderie. It has been far too long since we've indulged in a trio's adventure. With a creak, the old door hinge emitted a jarring sound as Mori beheld the enchanting silver-haired girl, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Adopting a gentlemanly demeanor, he stepped aside to reveal the waiting Carol inside, gently urging, "Come in, dear child. Carol is expecting you." Epilogue: Ron's past and experiments time. 2 weeks after Ron's arrival in the Kalen dimension. Location: deep within the beast forest outside Oracle Town. Ron found himself in a state of distress. He felt his abilities were somewhat lacking, comprising merely ordinary skills, with few capable of inflicting harm upon beings of divine stature. Although aspiring to contend with gods at the legendary tier might seem audacious, he had no choice. His adversaries were formidable. The succubus Queen Myconshut was a type of battle deity that even the most powerful dragon gods could scarcely withstand, excluding the anomalies of the good and evil dragon gods. To stand against her, one would need at least a few divine spells, lest they be rendered ineffective, aside from physical attacks. She was virtually immune to all other forms of assault. However, acquiring divine spells proved exceedingly challenging, aside from the inexplicably awakened abilities of invisibility and divinity. Ron had cultivated his repertoire of high-level magic through diligent study, guided by the legacy of dragons and the teachings of Gandalf. With these thoughts, he lifted his gaze. Mirror spell and dragon tongue, behold my unparalleled visage. Gazing at his reflection, Ron caressed his smooth chin, once again moved by the combination of his beauty, strength, and perseverance. In essence, he was a radiant dragon, possessing charm, power, and unwavering determination. Should anyone discover the address, one might fear that the suitor, resembling a dragon, could shatter the threshold of his home. His crystalline tail swayed gently behind him. I, Ron, have attained my current status solely through my own diligent efforts. Oh, system, do lend me a hand. Ron lamented in his mind, filled with frustration. Oh, wretched system, are you even capable? Just look at the systems of others, which come equipped with grand gifts. Why must yours be so singularly inadequate? This was Ron's leisure time, a moment to vent his grievances about his system. After all, it never paid him any mind, merely directing him to traverse various realms. Traveling to this wretched place was hardly akin to Earth. What if he were to be robbed upon stepping out? Presently, he possessed approximately 158,615 gold coins, 23 silver coins, and 15 copper coins, making him a wealthy dragon. Moreover, the notion of being robbed was trivial. What if someone like Maken Shote were to come and seek more than mere riches? Unable to fight back, he could only rely on his system to sustain his existence. Nevertheless, the system was the sole entity Ron felt comfortable venting to. Regardless of the dark tales he had encountered in his previous life, which painted systems as nefarious and steeped in conspiracy, at the very least, it had granted him a second chance at life, or should I say, a dragon's life? Upon reflection, as a mere office worker earning a meager salary, he found little to commend himself except for the occasional praise from his quirky gaming friends. If one were to select individuals based on merit or to achieve a particular goal, surely he would not be among the chosen. Excellence appeared to elude him. Yet he pondered that even among the masses, he could not be the very worst. He considered himself an ordinary child from a typical family. And despite a tragic car accident in his youth that nearly rendered him an orphan, he and his mother had persevered. The perpetrator, driving a sports car and under the influence, bore full responsibility and offered a substantial sum to Ron and his mother, on the condition that she refrain from legal action and sign a letter of understanding. That amount was likely beyond what Ron's parents could have earned in a lifetime. A recently widowed woman, with a modest salary of merely $2,500, chose to settle for the sake of her son's future. She never remarried. Instead, she used that money to enroll Ron in the finest school, nurturing hopes for his bright future. At that time, young Ron could not comprehend her decision. He resented his mother for forgiving their adversary. In school, he acted out, disrupting order, solely to witness his mother being summoned by the teacher for reprimand. She said nothing. Yet the next day, he noticed her pillow was damp. Thus, Ron progressed through his education, attending a mediocre university and graduating to become a cog in the corporate machine. Since his university days, he had not taken a single cent from his family and continued to harbor resentment toward his mother. This was compounded by the fact that he had seen the very person who had taken his father's life speeding down the road in that same car. Only upon stepping into society did he gradually comprehend certain truths. On the day of his rebirth, he was bearing a cake, returning home for the first time in 5 years to celebrate his mother's birthday. However, he never anticipated that day would ultimately become her day of suffering. It is peculiar. Of late, he finds himself often reminiscing about the past. It is all the fault of the system, he thought bitterly, a hint of tears welling in his eyes. Well, the break is over. It is time to work. Ron mustered his battered body and resumed his skill experimentation. He was determined to enhance his strength as swiftly as possible. Whether it was developing new abilities, honing battle experience, or learning new magic, everything was aimed at rapidly augmenting his power. At the very least, he needed to reach a level where Maikenxiu could no longer pose a threat to him in the main dimension. In that realm, Maikenxiu, with her inferior divine power, could only exert the strength of a demigod at most. Becoming a god seemed far off, yet Ron believed that achieving the status of a demigod was within reach. What bolstered his confidence was the unintentional grasp of the skill divinity, triggered by Vivian earlier. If utilized effectively, it could lead to explosive results. Suddenly, a deafening blast echoed, and an invisible whirlwind obliterated the entire forest. Multicolored blood dripped from him. Ron turned to gaze into the abyss behind him, a sly smile creeping across his lips. Almost there, he thought. Next time, I will not flee. Chapter 31. The game begins. Come in, child. Carol awaits you inside, Mori said excitedly, observing Vivian outside the door. Although her magical robe appeared quite sophisticated, she was merely a student, her magical aura indicating she was at the level of a sorcerer. While he found it somewhat astonishing that such a wealthy, stunning girl with exceptional magical talent could emerge from such a humble locale, these thoughts were soon swept aside by his lascivious desires. Ha ha ha, this little girl will be easy to deceive, he confidently mused. Oh no. A strange smile appeared on Vivian's face. After Ron's transformation through dragon blood, Vivian, whose skin had been slightly tanned, regained a porcelain complexion, and the calluses on her hands and feet vanished. As the gentle breeze caressed her, a strand of her beautiful hair danced lightly. With elongated brows and captivating red eyes, her delicate nose and slightly chubby cheeks flushed a soft pink, her luscious lips parted gently. Though her figure was not as voluptuous as Carol's, her gentle curves possessed a unique charm. If one were to rate Vivian's appearance prior to Ron's arrival at an 8, after ample nourishment and the transformation ritual, she would certainly merit a 12. By the blessings of the god of magic, today is indeed my lucky day. Mori thought joyfully as he observed the somewhat timid Vivian enter the room. As for their disapproval, that was inconsequential, as long as their news did not reach the capital. All would be well. The teacher has mentioned that one must occasionally embrace boldness and courage. The essence of a magician lies in the willingness to venture forth. One can only ponder how the late mentor of Moray, who kindled the spark of magic, would react upon discovering that their words had been twisted into such a form. Would they return from the underworld to chastise their wayward disciple? Inside the room, Carol sensed impending trouble. The beast's gaze was evidently fixated on Vivian, and she needed to devise a plan to eliminate this predicament. An articulate young crystal dragon alone could not deter a fire mage of such caliber. Although Carol found the dragon, named Ron, somewhat peculiar, possibly concealing hidden strengths, she could not entrust her student's safety to the nebulous whims of another, even if it was her student's summoned beast. Ultimately, after a moment of hesitation, Carol resolved to take a certain course of action. Vivian extended her hand, presenting a small wooden box to Carol. Teacher Carol, Ron said he wanted you to have this box. She then inquired, "Is this the envoy from the capital who has just arrived in Oracle Town?" Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Vivian pressed on with her question. "Indeed. I am the mage from the capital, Moray Vassi. What is your name, dear child?" Moray interjected before Carol could respond, his speed of reaction clearly surpassing that of an archmage. Though seething with anger, Carol did not allow Moray to continue his theatrics. "All right, I understand. You should return to Ron's side promptly. The principal intends to visit him shortly." Carol aimed to send Vivian away while simultaneously using the principal's authority to intimidate the lecherous figure across from her. However, Vivian replied, "Ron mentioned that if Master Moray is present, I could give him this box." With a smile, she acknowledged Carol's urging. Comprehending Ron's earlier instructions, she retrieved a small red wooden box from the pocket of her white robe. "Master Moray, this is a gift from Ron, a token of our meeting. I hope you will accept it." "Oh, is a student attempting to bribe him in private?" Such occurrences have transpired before. Moray smiled as he accepted the red box. "Since it is a gift from you, how could a teacher refuse?" "That's incorrect. It is Ron who sent this to you, not Vivian," she stated earnestly. "Oh, it is all quite similar," Moray replied excitedly, oblivious to the growing coldness in the girl's voice. He shook the red box curiously, but it made no sound, indicating it was neither a magic core nor gold. Disappointment washed over him. Indeed, it was a folly to expect anything of great value from these provincial folk. "Mr. Moray, aren't you going to open it to see what gift lies within?" Vivian maintained her calm gaze upon the portly middle-aged man. "Oh my, you are absolutely right. A teacher cannot refuse the goodwill of a student. The same applies to the teacher's intentions as well," Moray said with a grin, casting a sidelong glance at Carol, who seemed poised to speak. The enchantment of the three rings, invisible magical chains, ensnared Carol, rendering her utterly immobile, even silencing her voice. This was a universal type of magic, one that any adept in the arcane arts could master. Mori, in particular, wielded it with extraordinary finesse, capable of casting spells instantaneously without incantation. Yet, alas, no one witnessed Mori's display of magic. Vivian's robe flickered momentarily with a dim, ethereal glow. Helplessly, Carol cast an anxious glance at Vivian, silently imploring her to comprehend the urgency in her eyes and seek aid from the headmaster. Unfortunately, Vivian's gaze remained fixed upon Mori, more precisely, on the crimson box he held. Pleased with his successful confinement of Carol, Mori curiously opened the box, eager to discover what could provoke such distress in the young girl. It seemed he had yet to inquire her name. He would certainly do so shortly. This was the last thought that flitted through Mori's mind. Suddenly, a cascade of vibrant colors erupted from the box, illuminating Mori's astonished countenance and the entire room. A melodious, youthful voice resonated within Mori's mind. "Will assessment, passed. Strength assessment, passed. Master-servant contract, signed. Mental control initiated. Modifying fundamental logical thought. Mental control successful, designated as number 1 at that very moment." A similar voice echoed in Ron's mind outside the city of oracles. Had he succeeded? Ron lifted his gaze towards the direction of the city. He had already shed his transformation spell, revealing his magnificent dragon form. Gradually, he unfurled his massive wings, spanning over 40 meters, casting a shadow that seemed to envelop the sky. His body was cloaked in scales that shimmered like countless minuscule diamonds. surrounded by a misty aura that rendered him almost translucent. The sharp claws of the dragon glimmered with magical brilliance, showcasing the effects of his legendary traits. Muscles rippled along Ron's streamlined body, swelling with each breath, while the blade-like tail glowed incandescently as magical elements converged upon it, revealing a small dark substance entwined at its tip. This was a gift bestowed upon him by my Kangxiu. A potent aura of draconic majesty enveloped his 20-meter-long form, creating an effect akin to a rainbow encircling him. Ron gazed at the young knight clad in crimson, parting his scarlet jaws in a predatory grin, a smile of anticipation before the hunt. Thus, let the game commence. Let us see how the skills I have developed during this time perform. You must endure for a while longer, Reinhardt. Chapter 32. The Pandora's Box. Time rewinds to half an hour prior, to a secluded corner of the town of Oracles. The streets, typically bustling with life, appeared desolate today, as most townsfolk were drawn to the capital. Vivian, there is a likelihood of encountering danger upon our venture into the capital. What I intend to undertake is not the work of a virtuous soul. Are you prepared? Ron coiled his tail around Vivian, gently placing her on the ground, while his clawed hand swept her long hair back behind her ear. As she gazed into the sky moments ago, the wind tousled her hair slightly. He was not inquiring whether Vivian was willing. Rather, he was reminding her. From this moment forth, the delightful days of campus life would draw to a close, and she would step onto a grander stage, confronting greater challenges. In stark contrast to the intricate power dynamics of the capital, Ovivia, the inhabitants of Oracle Town resembled infants peacefully slumbering in their cribs, utterly incomparable. Yet he had meticulously prepared for this period. It was time to leave the novice village and embrace the reality of this world. This declaration was directed at Vivian, as well as a promise to himself. I am ready, Ron. Entrust everything to me. After spending considerable time with Ron, Vivian had long since grasped his intent. She extended her fair palm, the ancient runes on the back of her hand re-emerging with the infusion of magical energy, a testament to their draconic friendship. Whatever you choose to do, whether good or ill, I shall accompany you, Ron, Vivian silently vowed. The young woman had already sensed that her feelings for Ron transcended the boundaries of mere friendship. When did this change occur? Was it during the moments he patiently taught her to cook? Was it when he ventured out to gather transformation materials for her? Was it when he toiled through the night crafting garments and a staff for her? Countless images flickered through Vivian's mind, yet she chose to dismiss them. All she comprehended was that her desolate path, which she could foresee leading to an inevitable conclusion, had been violently interrupted by Ron, who forcefully guided her toward an unforeseen journey. This path might lead to fortune or misfortune, yet she would never regret embarking upon it. Her crimson eyes fixated upon Ron's striking draconic gaze. Even if it means opposing the world, I shall not falter, Ron. Ron smiled, retrieving 2 wooden boxes from the realm of alternate dimensions, one red and the other yellow. Excellent. These boxes were crafted using construct magic in conjunction with a spatial array from the alternate dimension. Opening the red box can transform 3 individuals of archmage or lesser status into our allies. Within the yellow box lies a dragon scale, which can be used to send a distress signal to me in dire situations. The family behind Carol is formidable. This scale is intended for her, as you will require her support. During our journey to the capital, those I charm may lack the strength to establish themselves there. Yet there exists an ideal candidate within Oracle Town. Ron calmly conveyed this alarming arrangement to the young woman. I refer to it as Pandora's magic box. Once opened, your life shall never return to its former state. Ron earnestly reiterated. Even if you choose not to act, I can arrange for others to undertake these tasks. You merely need to meditate peacefully, and you can still assist me. Really, Ron, you are so verbose. Vivian interjected, breaking his discourse with rare audacity. Swiftly, she grasped the 2 wooden boxes and tucked them into her pure white robe, then mischievously winked at Ron before dashing away toward the academy. Ron was taken aback by her rare exuberance, yet he communicated through their mental link in Vivian's mind, advising her to hurry. Understood. The girl's melodious voice echoed in Ron's consciousness. He quietly observed Vivian's diminishing figure. Had Vivian chosen to abstain from such endeavors, he could have easily assigned the task to those 3 inept individuals. They would likely have performed better. However, personal growth often necessitates facing challenges. This was the inaugural task he entrusted to Vivian. Ron contemplated the nature of the mission. He was indifferent to Mori, just a minor mage. Carol, however, was pivotal to this undertaking. She had been exceptionally kind to Vivian and was soon to assume a position at the Royal Magic Academy, with her family's influence serving as an additional advantage. Yet, one could never guarantee that kindness would endure if someone were to cast a charm upon her. The most prudent course would be to mentally dominate or enchant her as well. Yet, Ron found this notion repugnant, especially since Carol had always treated both Vivian and him with great kindness. Although her occasional competition for food was irksome, she had been the sole individual to petition the principal for their protection when he first arrived. Thus, he opted for a more tranquil approach. Inside a yellow box, alongside a shard of mobile dragon scale, Ron had set up a mental protection array. This array would prevent Carol from being enchanted or mentally controlled by others. Human intentions are elusive. Ultimately, a layer of protection was warranted for peace of mind. Despite expending nearly all of his precious materials for this purpose, Ron felt no regret. After all, those materials would have merely collected dust in his possession. Thus, the game entitled Seizing the Kingdom was about to commence. In pursuit of his travel objectives, perhaps upon entering the demigod realm, he could distance himself from such sordid methods. Identification successful. Name, Carol Green. Race, human. Power, Archmage. Legendary traits, none. Evaluation, daughter of the Green family patriarch. She quarreled with her father over marriage issues and relocated to Oracle Town to teach. The Green family is the lineage of the vanished demigod mentioned in the Karen Encyclopedia. Having arranged everything meticulously, Ron was now prepared to engage in a duel with the Sword Saint. He was eager to discern the caliber of one of the kingdom's foremost combatants. However, first, he needed to select an appropriate battlefield to avoid collateral damage to Oracle Town. The October breeze swept through the dense forest. Ron beheld the approaching figure of a crimson-haired youth clad in knightly attire, his lips curving into a predatory smile reminiscent of a dragon's kiss before the hunt. Thus, the game was set to begin. Reinhardt, having traced Ron from Oracle Town, halted 100 meters away, captivated by the resplendent crystal dragon before him. He reluctantly averted his gaze. The other party truly embodied his aesthetic. He had never encountered such a magnificent true dragon. In comparison to this dragon, the creatures of the royal capital seemed trivial. What was I thinking? This was not the moment for such musings, as the imposing presence of the dragon clearly indicated that this encounter was not merely a casual exchange. Reinhardt shook his head, his gaze regaining clarity. The dragon's appearance seemed to cast a spell of allure, nearly ensnaring him in a state of enchantment. This was a formidable adversary, a true dragon that undoubtedly stood among legends. Although Reinhardt possessed the ability to identify, he refrained from doing so, for such an act would be exceedingly disrespectful. The instant he beheld the colossal dragon, the sword of the dragon, Tamara's sigh ceased its quivering, resonating only with a sense of kinship towards its kind. This was a noble dragon, at least in the eyes of the dragon's sword. Good day, mighty legendary dragon. I mean no offense. I was unaware of your presence in the town of Oracles and mistakenly assumed you were a malevolent legendary creature. I apologize for my reckless actions. Reinhardt felt compelled to halt his words as a colossal fireball, nearly 10 meters wide, soared past the right side of his fiery red hair. Boom. The forest behind him was blasted open, and had he not dodged, he might have lost his vibrant locks. Spare me the useless chatter. Defeat me, and I shall forgive your disrespect towards true dragons. Reinhardt lifted his gaze and perceived the fierce battle intent blazing within the elongated dragon's eyes. The blood coursing through him began to boil with the desire for combat. Reinhardt, a man honored with the title of Perfect Knight, had but one flaw: his excessive inclination for battle. From the age of 9, he had commenced challenging the strong of the royal capital, first his peers, then the upperclassmen, and subsequently the captains of various mercenary bands. It was only after gaining the dragon's sword's acknowledgement that no one under a century of age in the capital could withstand a single strike from Reinhardt. Only a few elders still possessed the ability to suppress him. If this battle is what you desire, Reinhardt drew his Western Knight's sword, Moonlight Radiance, holding it aloft. A vast aura enveloped him, and the bright yellow energy began to warp the space around him. As you wish. Chapter 33. Ron nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Very spirited. If this human continues to prattle, I might feel embarrassed to strike him myself. He had meticulously selected the combatants for this encounter. Reinhardt's strength was formidable yet manageable. Moreover, the deity behind him, Ron, was eager for a conversation. This battle would serve as an opportunity to experiment with his newly developed skills and hone his close combat techniques. Before a true god, the only means of inflicting harm would be divine techniques and physical prowess. He possessed only one divine technique, taught by the system. Neither of Ron's two legacies recorded anything in this domain. Divine techniques were typically the most guarded secrets of the deities, seldom imparted to others. And many were intrinsically linked to the deities themselves. Let us first attempt the tactical application of magic. Reinhardt remained steadfast in his position, seemingly inviting the first strike. This is not a mere underestimation of the dragon, but rather a testament to the chivalric virtues of a knight. With a flourish, he cast the third ring fireball spell, unleashing a fireball exceeding 10 meters in diameter towards Reinhardt. At that very moment, Reinhardt, who had remained motionless, sprang into action, grasping his sword with one hand. He cleaved through the massive fireball, sending searing flames cascading around him, tousling his crimson hair, while the shockwave from the explosion billowed his elegant knightly attire. The test of strength had begun. Although they were separated by 100 meters, it felt as though they were mere inches apart. Reinhardt lightly pressed his foot against the ground, leaving a distinct imprint. In an instant, he appeared at the dragon's right side, the light of the moon illuminating his formidable aura as he struck towards the dragon's wing. The crescent slash met its fate against a slender white claw that deftly intercepted the circular assault. Ron displayed an agility that belied his massive form, using his claw to block the attack. Magical affinity, supreme level of magical affinity. Spells of the 39th ring can be released instantaneously without incantation, enhanced by age. The inherent weaponry of the iridescent dragon, claws, fangs, tail, horns, is regarded as magical weapons, akin to those of a juvenile dragon or legendary weapons of an ancient dragon. Bolstered by the legendary traits exclusive to the iridescent dragon, his claws, fangs, horns, and tail approached the status of legendary weapons. Moreover, unlike other dragons, the physical attacks of the iridescent dragon intrinsically carried magical damage. As their adversary, one must enhance both magical resistance and armor to their utmost limits. Must you really announce the names of your techniques? Ron quipped, observing the red-haired youth before him. Each of his moves was accompanied by a declaration, his melodrama reaching peak levels. The embarrassment made Ron's dragon scales bristle with discomfort. Clang, clang, boom. The sharp claws and tail of the dragon clashed against the blade, echoing with a metallic resonance. In the blink of an eye, man and dragon had exchanged countless blows. Ron meticulously felt the force behind each of Reinhardt's strikes, pondering deeply. In this mode, refraining from using dragon breath and spells to engage in mere close combat seemed to yield little advantage. Once more he swung his tail, sending Reinhardt soaring away from the strike. Ron then ascended into the sky, surveying the land below. The close-quarters battle in casting mode had reached its conclusion. What followed would be an onslaught of magical attacks. He hoped Reinhardt could endure a little longer. Magic was Ron's forte. Growing weary of the incessant declarations from his opponent, Ron decided to indulge in the theatrics as well. Without the need for incantation, a tremendous surge of magical energy coalesced around Ron like a tornado. Second ring Fireblade spell summoned a flurry of blazing blades that danced around his form. Second ring Iceblade spell conjured slender ice spikes suspended in midair. Second ring Bloodstorm Whirlwind enveloped Reinhardt in a crimson tempest. After exclaiming the over-the-top name of his unique spell, an extraordinary fusion occurred, blending the three disparate magical elements into a singular storm of chaos. Boom! The earth trembles, the sky sways. As an unceasing torrent of magic surges forth, the red, blue, and black tempests coalesce into a singular, terrifying storm, akin to a cataclysmic disaster. Under the weight of this formidable force, the world pales, and the earth, swept into chaos, obscures the sun with a shroud of dust. In an instant, the vibrant storm envelopes Reinhardt, falling within a radius of 10,000 meters, all within Ron's assault range. Confronted with such a formidable onslaught, Reinhardt calmly executes a decisive slash, only to have his colossal crescent strike shattered in an instant. He finally retracted the moon's brilliance, swiftly drawing forth the quaking dragon sword from its sheath on his back. The weapon of the dragon god has once again manifested in the mortal realm. The elongated blade, nearly 2 meters in length, gleams as if forged from pure silver. The blade trembles, not in fear, but in exhilaration, as Reinhardt continually infuses it with his fighting spirit. Gradually, The figure of the benevolent lady materializes upon the blade. It takes the form of a magnificent silver dragon. With a resounding roar, the dragon's voice emanates from the sword. And as Reinhardt brandishes it, the silver dragon surges forth with indomitable momentum, colliding with the colorful tempest. The two forces, upon contact, annihilate everything in their vicinity. Fine black fissures unfurl from the point where the energies collide. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoes. As the entire expanse is torn apart by the aftermath of their clash, chaotic currents of space swirling violently. With powerful energy waves surging towards the forests 100 miles away. The immense storm renders Reinhardt momentarily unable to open his eyes. He struggles to retreat. Has it come to an end? The force of this strike has exceeded his control. Initially, Reinhardt merely intended to engage the colossal dragon in a friendly spar. He never anticipated it would escalate to such a dire situation. The lingering energy waves continue to reverberate in the air, thick clouds of dust obscuring his vision. Not yet concluded. A light, ethereal voice resounds behind Reinhardt. Though it bears the timbre of a youth barely in his teens, it sends a chill down Reinhardt's spine. His black pupils dilating in shock. With a swift motion, a dragon's claw imbued with magical force propels him through the air. Blood sprays forth, resembling crimson sprites dancing in the atmosphere. Boom. After crashing through 3 mountains, Reinhardt barely manages to half kneel, propped up by the dragon's sword. His once pristine knightly attire is now stained red with blood, 3 gaping wounds piercing his chest. At this moment, he can almost glimpse his heart from the side. Were it not for the epic great armor, he would likely have been torn asunder by the dragon's claw. The vitality of a legendary being is exceptionally resilient. After a few labored breaths, Reinhardt forces his fighting spirit to staunch the bleeding from his back. This dragon is overwhelmingly powerful, instilling a sense of despair within him. Its flawless physical strikes and masterful magical prowess render it nearly devoid of weaknesses. Reinhardt suspects that even the reincarnation of the dragon god from the astral realm would pale in comparison. Remarkably, his adversary has yet to employ its breath attack. Cough, cough. Struggling to breathe, Reinhardt is uncertain why the assault has ceased, yet he must seize this rare moment to steady his body. The colossal dust storm gradually dissipated, revealing the silhouette of a dragon in the distance. Ron's cold voice resonated. You must be the priest of the Lady of Mercy, Tamara. Why do you not beseech your deity for salvation? If this continues, I assure you, you shall indeed meet the goddess of death. The scarlet pupils of the dragon emerged through the dust as Ron revealed his 20-meter-long form, his wings gently unfurling. This conflict arose from my own recklessness. I do not wish to disturb Her Majesty Tamara, who has far more pressing matters to attend to. Reinhardt gripped his dragon's sword in reverse, embedding it into the ground as he strained to rise. Is that so? Ron exhibited a bloodthirsty grin, his ivory fangs glimmering as the magical energy surrounding him gradually receded. Then you shall perish here. Perhaps if you plead for mercy now, the great dragon might spare your life? Reinhardt did not fully comprehend Ron's words. His strength was waning, and he could not afford to delay any longer. He was determined to unleash his most powerful technique, even at the risk of his own life. A knight's pride forbade him from surrendering or begging for mercy. A knight's final moments should be spent on the battlefield, not in servitude under another's will. Even against a dragon, he would not allow anything to impede his chivalric beliefs. A magnificent golden beam of light erupted from Reinhardt, piercing the heavens. This strike. Ron's pupils constricted. The previously extinguished magical aura surrounding him reignited. The name of his technique, Oath, was abruptly interrupted by an unknown binding force. Ron, stirred, gazed towards the azure sky. It seems your god has not heeded your call. Boom. A colossal silver-white energy column, nearly 100 meters in diameter, descended from the heavens, striking the ground with such force that the energy emanating from Reinhardt was instantaneously scattered like fireflies. The point of impact was none other than Reinhardt himself. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward, the winds howling in fury. Ron hovered in the air, silently observing as his opponent was engulfed by the radiant column. Oh! The ancient elven chants enveloped the entire land. Mysterious golden dragon runes materialized, swirling gently around the massive silver light. Plop! A sound akin to a droplet of water echoed from within. A slender figure slowly emerged from the silver-white column. Her pointed ears peeked out from her flowing golden tresses, exuding an air of charm and playfulness. Her cheeks shimmered with a porcelain glow, and within her golden irises, a seven-pointed star pattern flickered. Her eyelashes were longer and denser than any other, while her lips were thin and rosy, reminiscent of alluring cherry blossoms that incited a longing to possess. Behind her floated 12 knightly swords of varying hues, forming a circular array that revolved around her gracefully. As her bare feet touched the ground, an invisible wave of divine energy enveloped the entire southeastern region of the Rose Kingdom in an instant. Ron, bearing the weight of immense pressure, slowly lifted his gaze towards her. The silver beam gradually transformed into the emblem of a seven-pointed star before gently dispersing. The dragon goddess Tamara had descended. Chapter 34. The dragon goddess Tamara, young rainbow dragon. Are you seeking me? The voice of compassion resonated, emanating from a youthful elven visage, exuding an aura of benevolence akin to that of a saint. Her slender form was enveloped in a soft, milky light as she fluttered her long lashes, gazing intently at Ron before her. Your Grace, Lady Tamara, Ron replied, setting aside any frivolity to render a formal greeting befitting of his kind. She was a deity, a metallic dragon goddess, and thus, adherence to etiquette was of utmost importance. After all, one should never strike a dragon who greets them with a smile. Although it was he who sought her assistance, it was only proper, as a member of the same lineage, to extend courtesy before resorting to conflict. Identification successful. Name, Tamara. Race, silver dragon. Power, demigod, saintly state. Legendary traits. Evaluation, a dragon goddess residing in the realm of bliss. Her true form is a magnificent silver dragon measuring 3,000 meters in length. Alignment, neutral good. Domains, life, light, compassion, followers, good dragons, healers, and those possessing a heart full of mercy. Tamara believes that both life and death embody tolerance. Not only does she heal ailments and tend to wounds, but when most great dragons approach the end of their natural lives, Tamara compassionately grants them the right to depart peacefully. She holds a deep aversion to any artificial means employed to prolong a dragon's life, viewing such actions as a violation of the spirit of dragonkind. This time, the system's appraisal yielded information more extensive than any previous attempt. The ability to unveil such knowledge stemmed either from the legacy of dragons or from her status as a saint. Ron maintained his bow, pondering these thoughts. The saintly form of a deity manifests through the powerful embodiment of their cleric in the prime material plane, exerting the peak strength of a demigod. Unlike ordinary planar projections, this state of projection is ephemeral and carries side effects. However, in saintly form, the deity can exist in the prime material plane for an extended duration, persisting until the divine will withdraws from the corporeal vessel. Young rainbow dragon, elucidate my inquiries. The enchanting elven figure inquired once more, preferring to reveal herself in the guise of an elf. She exhibited considerable patience towards Ron, for he was a rare kin, a legendary dragon species, the rainbow dragon. Otherwise, even if Tiamat stood before her, she would demand respect before anything else. She was the compassionate lady, the goddess of mercy, Tamara. Yet this did not permit others to insult her clerics at will, especially not one she held in such high regard. Cleric, a term denoting beings of faith who receive responses from their divine patrons. I wasn't looking for you. You descended on your own accord. Ron scratched his head, shaking off the iridescent scales adorning his form, attempting to evade her scrutiny. To his surprise, Tamara seemed rather charmed by his demeanor. After all, silver dragons are known for their appreciation of beauty, often willing to forge lifelong bonds with exquisite humans, illustrating the extent of their aesthetic inclinations. They are also the dragon kind most frequently depicted in tales of marrying humanoids. Without exception, she bestowed upon him a gentle smile. Do not attempt to deceive me, young iridescent dragon. If it were not for the purpose of seeking me, why would you deliberately defeat my priest without slaying him? Are those chromatic dragons not enough of a challenge for you? During this period of his descent, his spiritual domain has expanded to encompass a radius of millions of kilometers, including the city of oracles. He is well aware of the events surrounding Ron and Reinhardt, even uncovering the equal pact between Ron and that silvery-haired maiden. His alluring lips parted slightly, and a voice, benevolent yet laced with subtle temptation, emerged. Is it that the girl cannot satisfy young Ron, prompting him to seek companionship in my divine realm? Do not be shy. Simply pray to me, and I shall consider your acceptance. Tamara jested, amused by this little fellow who dared to engage in idle chatter after his descent. If he is not given a warning, he may squander too much time here. She had yet to indulge in her beauty slumber this year, and the wrinkles on her face were anathema to a silver dragon. Despite the fact that a dragon god's form is not prone to such blemishes, you, an ancient silver dragon who could be my great-great-grandmother, covet my form? How despicable! Ron silently scoffed. Answer me, iridescent dragon. Noticing Tamara's growing impatience, Ron dared not meander further. He cleared his throat twice, gazing at Tamara with earnestness. Ahem, in truth, I do have a small matter to inquire of the beautiful, compassionate, and merciful goddess Tamara. Are you familiar with a blue technological plane? Ron provided a brief description of the planetary environment from his previous life. In reality, the vast expanse of the star realm does not consist solely of planes governed by magic and martial energy. There exist some non-magical planes where technology thrives. Yet, none of these technological worlds have developed superweapons akin to the two-dimensional foil described in novels. The pinnacle of their advancement merely reaches the level of nuclear weaponry. Many gods enjoy transforming into ordinary humans to explore these technological realms, as they offer unexpected delights. Some deities even marry and bear children within these worlds, experiencing the lives of mortals. Ron had encountered only 3 such technological principalities within the 2 dragon legacies. The ordinary legacy recorded 1, while the iridescent dragon legacy noted 2, none of which were from his previous plane. Regrettably, young iridescent dragon, I have not encountered the planet you describe. Perhaps I may assist you in your search during future travels. Tamara mused before promptly providing her answer. Is that so? Ron's spirits dampened slightly, though this response fell within his expectations. Since he could not cunningly obtain the coordinates of the plane, he would rely on the system to refresh gradually. Did you seek me solely for this matter? Tamara inquired with curiosity. She had been besieged by countless souls, yet the vast majority sought her blessings out of greed. Indeed, your grace, Ron affirmed, indicating he harbored no ulterior motives. Of course, the true nature of his thoughts remained known only to him. Are you truly not considering becoming my companion? My divine realm may be open to you. Tamara once again extended an invitation to Ron for a union. Within the divine realm, all beings who worship her shall attain eternal life. This is indeed a rare blessing, bestowed upon few dragons or mortals. Yet, Ron, blushing with shyness, expressed his unpreparedness for romance at this tender age of his young draconic existence, thereby politely declining the invitation from the Silver Council. Who knows how many priestly consorts this ancient silver dragon has entertained over the years? Ron mused internally. He had no inclination for self-deception. Tamara expressed her profound regret and resolved to refine his dragon scales and claws with 12 legendary weapons. This treacherous old woman. One would not assume that injuring my priest and desecrating my divine grace would allow you to depart so easily, Tamara remarked with a smile, preparing to loosen the young, iridescent dragon's limbs, lest his exuberance find an unwelcome outlet. Truly, one must commend the Lady of Mercy. 12 legendary longswords, including the fabled Tamara's sai, arranged in a circular formation behind her, began to rotate slowly. This marked the first time she had wielded her divine weapon. The Circle of Destiny, since the Battle of Dragonfall. Ron grinned amiably. In truth, I have another request I forgot to mention. My second request is for the Lady of Mercy to impart wisdom regarding my combat techniques. The rotating Circle of Destiny paused momentarily before resuming its rhythm. A smile graced Tamara's exquisite visage as her golden-hued eyes gazed upon the iridescent dragon before her. Your wish is known to me. I grant it. A tremendous burst of multicolored draconic breath enveloped Tamara's form. The battle continues. Chapter 35, Strength Mode. Observing Tamara, who faced the iridescent breath without a trace of harm, Ron's heart gradually sank. Indeed, is she immune to all non-divine magic, including light-based spells? Silver dragons are masters of arcane arts among metallic dragons. While they may not rival the iridescent dragons, they are undeniably formidable spellcasters compared to other true dragons. Attacking a silver dragon with magic is the height of folly. Their magical resistance is astonishingly high, and this particular dragon goddess, Tamara, far surpasses even the demon queen Mykanksut in this regard. Is this truly all you possess? Such power cannot triumph over a deity, young Ron. Tamara chuckled, her golden radiance spreading across the land with her words. Even though I am currently restricted by the prime material plane, I can only manifest half of my divine strength. She extended her alabaster hand toward Ron. From the circle of destiny behind her, a knightly sword soared forth, precisely Tamara's sigh. In the hands of Reinhardt, this sword could not even pierce Ron's robust scales. Yet now, the wielder is a deity. In an instant, the divinely empowered blade pierced through Ron's sturdy dragon wing. The majesty of the divine is not to be defied. Tamara's sigh circled around Ron before returning to the wheel of fate. The familiar sensation returned. Ron tilted his head, calmly gazing at the gaping wound on his dragon wing. Blood flowing like a gentle stream. It was this feeling, the sensation of scales and flesh being pierced as if they were mere parchment. The air seemed to grow increasingly fervent. My Kangxiu and the ethereal figure of the elf gradually merged into one. One wielded a thorned whip weeping blood, while the other was accompanied by the 12 wheels of fate. A similar sense of helplessness arose. Would the conclusion be the same? This time, I shall not flee. Ron refrained from retaliating, instead soaring swiftly skyward, drops of crimson blood cascading to the earth below. The young rainbow dragon realized that fleeing was futile. Tamara maintained her compassionate smile, her slender, pale fingers pointed skyward once more. 2 knightly long swords shot forth from behind her, vanishing from Ron's sight in an instant. Thud, thud. The blades pierced through his wings anew. This silver dragon preferred not to look up at his adversary, wishing instead to bring her down. Yet Ron paid no heed to his bleeding wounds. Ever since the descent of the divine, he had been amassing energy, ascending merely to buy time. Now, he had finally gathered enough to unleash it. Taking a deep breath, Ron widened his dragon eyes and let out a furious roar directed at Tamara. Roar. This dragon's cry was devoid of breath. Only the ferocity of his draconic might surged forth. The remnants of the surrounding forest were utterly crushed, reduced to dust that gently ascended into the air. Sensing the faint hint of divinity mingling with his dragon might, Tamara, who had remained composed throughout, finally changed her countenance. Strands of golden light coalesced as a tangible barrier before her. Divinity. This cannot be. He is merely a juvenile rainbow dragon. Even his ancestors could not have ventured into the realm of the divine before the ancient dragons. From above, the mournful cries of bones and flesh echoed. Yet no dragon's roar was heard. Chunks of flesh plummeted from the heavens, the stench of blood pervading the earth below. The overwhelming scent of blood and the brilliance of divinity obscured Tamara's vision. Thud. A strange sound emanated from above, followed by a cascade of similar noises. Thud, 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 thud. The colossal heartbeat seemed to saturate the entire world. The golden divine light enveloped her, shielding her from the foul debris descending from above. Tamara's eyes widened as she beheld the miracle unfolding high in the sky. Her long golden tresses danced in the wind. It succeeded. Surrounded by blood, Ron descended slowly to the ground, resembling a malevolent spirit emerging from a hell of blood, his divine radiance binding his very flesh as if it were a rope. Drip, drip. The blood that overflowed fell into the crimson stream. Identification successful. Name, Ron Omega. Gender, male. Race, rainbow dragon. Power, legendary. Special state, legendary trait. Evaluation, the iridescent dragon transcending itself, evolving towards the unknown, originally a 20-meter-long form, through sheer will and the compression of magical and life energy. It has been forcibly reduced to a mere 3 meters. Its slightly emaciated body quivers, blood coursing just beneath the surface of its skin. The tail behind it trembles gently, a harbinger of the impending collapse brought on by extreme energy compression. For a typical dragon, such an act would spell self-destruction. Yet, bound by divine connection, Ron's body and soul have achieved an uncanny equilibrium. This technique demands the total expenditure of his magical energy, under the maintenance of divinity. The infinite compression of oneself is Ron's devised method to confront the divine. Unable to master further divine spells, he chose to evolve physically, sacrificing all casting abilities in exchange for the limitless enhancement of this divine form. With a gentle exhalation, the surrounding dust was instantly cleared, as if the very earth had been struck by a mighty hammer, sinking into a vast depression. I have named this ability Power Mode, and this marks its inaugural revelation before others since its development. Compared to the spellcasting mode, this mode is rather taxing for me. Thus I slightly rotated my stiff arms and fists, blood diamond-like scales tightly enveloping my body, while my once vibrant eyes were now shrouded in crimson. The slender, beautiful body underwent a transformation towards a more formidable direction. Every movement now exuded an aesthetic of violence. A casual swipe of my claw carved a deep fissure nearly 1,000 meters long into the earth to my right. I hope that Tamara will take a liking to this. After acclimating to the surging power, Ron glanced at Tamara, who wore an expression of shock, and offered a slight smile. Let us commence the second round. What? The blood-red figure vanished from Tamara's sight in an instant. Where is it? Above? To the left? To the right? Despite having expanded the demigod domain of this body, everything around should be under control. Yet, Tamara could not sense Ron's presence at all. Though merely a vessel of a saint, even if this dragon were to completely destroy it, the essence would remain unscathed. How could such a young dragon wield such peculiar spells? Why am I so filled with dread? No, it is instinct. The body of Reinhardt. This form's instinct quakes in fear as if a rabbit had encountered a dragon, causing her to tremble, feeling an anomaly behind her. The dragon god Tamara slowly turned her head, her golden hair swirling in the air, her golden pupils dilating. Time seemed to freeze. From the shadows behind her, a pair of wide eyes glimmered with a crimson light, a raised claw stained with vivid droplets of blood. It was his own blood, but soon it would not be alone. God, should you dare to obstruct my path, I shall make you witness my wrath. Chapter 36. The heart of compassion. The blood-red dragon claw lunged towards the elf's visage. Where the dragon's claw traversed, it seemed as if an invisible canvas had been torn apart, the very fabric of space shattered by this strike, with shards of black, diamond-shaped fragments swirling around the dragon's talon. Tamara did not retreat. Instead, the golden divine light surrounding her coalesced into a shield that stood before her. What a jest! To retreat in the presence of a legendary dragon would render one incapable of surviving in the vast expanse of the star realm. Even the most benevolent of deities require a semblance of dignity. Boom! A massive shockwave erupted from the clash of the two dragons. The unfortunate earth was ravaged once more. Tumultuous underground waters mingling with the fractured ground, a torrent of mud and stone spreading outward. Only a small, cylindrical patch of land remained unscathed, protected by Tamara's domain power. Roar! Ron bellowed as he swung his claw once more. His forelimbs formed a cross-shaped attack zone. Beneath the onslaught of dual strikes, a series of piercing sounds erupted where the barrier met the dragon's talons. Roar! The dragon's roar reverberated. Beyond the golden shield, Ron's face contorted with a fierce snarl. Crack! In Tamara's astonished gaze, the golden barrier appeared to shatter like fragile glass, fissures radiating outward. This was inconceivable. His golden pupils narrowed in disbelief. Break for me! Before he could finish his command, a dragon's claw surged over the fractured shield, accompanied by Ron's furious roar, and struck her fair face. The elf's figure vanished in an instant. How resilient! Ron shook his bloodied claw, gazing at Tamara, now a mile away. The golden-haired elf, in disbelief, reached up to wipe her face. The golden blood glistened on her pristine palm, a stark contrast. This strike had merely inflicted superficial wounds upon Tamara. 3 slender cuts quickly healed by divine power. Yet this signified that Ron had truly acquired the power to harm a deity, even if such a state could not endure, even if he himself teetered on the brink of collapse. But let us not forget, he was merely a legendary dragon. Do gods bleed? Ron pondered, his body undeterred, his flickering form instantly moving to Tamara's side. This was pure physical might, evidenced by the shattered canyon behind him. Tamara finally regained her composure. This young dragon had brought her too many surprises. Contrary to Ron's expectations, she did not display overwhelming anger but instead cast a complex glance at him. Her gaze bore hints of ire, but more so, it was filled with joy and anticipation. This dragon before her was truly exceptional. She had never encountered such a uniquely iridescent dragon. To repel and injure a deity with a legendary physique. There was not a single being in the entire star realm capable of such a feat. The tales of mortals vanquishing gods were mostly fabrications, recounting how several demigod-tier humans, through fortunate circumstances and advantageous conditions, managed to defeat a god in a state of saintliness. He would undoubtedly become a beacon for the dragon race. Tamara could scarcely recall how many millennia had passed since a new dragon god had emerged. Yet she believed that this young dragon before her was destined to tread the path of divinity. You have my sincerest apologies. I retract my previous ungracious remarks. Tamara declared earnestly to Ron. The radiant young dragon had earned her respect. In the future, you shall stand resolute in the astral realm, instilling awe throughout the entire multiverse. I had underestimated you far too much before. Tamara held unwavering faith that Ron would ultimately ascend to divinity. Never before had any deity possessed divinity at the demigod stage. Nor had any demigod ever inflicted harm upon a god, even within the same tier of the prime plane. Beneath the gods, all are but mere insects. Yet Ron shattered this paradigm. He was simply a high-ranking legend. However, you still require growth. Since you have chosen me as your opponent, I must make you understand. Tamara took a deep breath, reclaiming the wheel of fate within her being. These external augmentations were merely her aids. There was no need to utilize them separately. Bestowing them upon her true form was the most appropriate manner of utilizing the artifact. What does a serious deity resemble? Ron patiently awaited her transformation. This was precisely what he desired, to engage in a duel with a truly earnest deity, to familiarize himself with the processes of divine combat. After all, finding a god who would never strike him down as a training partner was no easy feat, Ron mused. Reinhardt was indeed unfortunate, even though he worshipped Bahamut. Ron dared not be so brazen. That platinum dragon god had truly slain many true dragons. But with the benevolent Lady Tamara, it was an entirely different matter. She was known as the most amiable dragon deity in the astral realm, a reputation validated across various planes. Even in the abyss, Tamara's name was widely spread, albeit in a rather negative light, given that she had dispatched numerous abyssal lords. A magnificent, noble silver dragon, shimmering with golden light, materialized before Ron. Her colossal form, exceeding 100 meters in length, made Tamara appear as a moving mountain of pure silver. In her presence, Ron's 3-meter-long body resembled a mere ant, scarcely reaching the length of her talon. Ron, are you ready? Tamara inquired with confidence. Her power had reached the utmost limits that this plane could bear. Thanks to Reinhardt's extraordinarily robust physique, he could accommodate her immense divine power. I have awaited this moment eagerly. A hoarse voice resonated as Ron, undeterred, charged forward. A blood-red claw struck towards the vast body of the silver dragon. The immense silver dragon, however, was not to be outdone. Her nearly 60-meter-long tail swept towards Ron like an unstoppable tide. At the moment their talons collided, the clouds above were cleaved neatly in two, and the earth beneath groaned in agony once more. Boom! The legendary battle between the iridescent dragon and the dragon god had only just begun. 1 hour later. I cannot endure any longer. Please, Lady Tamara, grant me mercy, Ron gasped, having released the power state, lying helplessly on the ground, his 4 legs in the air, pleading fervently. From a bird's-eye view, it was a sight to behold. The battleground has been utterly transformed by the two into a vast basin, saturated with the pungent scent of blood. At present, Ron lies sprawled upon the crimson earth, his appearance quite disheveled. His 20-meter-long form is marred by numerous gaping, blood-soaked wounds. Resembling a doll ravaged by a child's play, tendrils of fleshy gore seep from his injuries, some inflicted by himself, while others by Tamara. Even his legendary dragon claws have suffered the misfortune of losing 4 digits. Fortunately, he had retained a cache of magic cores, which he can now consume directly from his dimensional pocket. The life energy contained within these cores will swiftly mend his wounds and replenish his magical reserves. As Ron busily devours the magic cores like candy, he glances at the goddess hovering beside him. At this moment, Tamara has reverted to her previous form, that of an exalted elf. She gracefully perches upon a stone beside Ron, her golden tresses dancing in the breeze, her white gown immaculate and unblemished. It's as if she had not been embroiled in battle at all. One wonders who was the one left vulnerable by his claw, engaging in a frenzied brawl. This thought echoes in Ron's mind as he scornfully critiques her hypocrisy, prioritizing her appearance over recuperating her strength. No, she appears to be utilizing Reinhardt's body. Thus, her lack of recovery seems inconsequential. How careless it is to wield another's body without a second thought. Ah, the folly of it all. Though not entirely impulsive, the price of his successful scheming is the excruciating sensations coursing through his body, making Ron feel as if he could perish. The thrill of his powers is fleeting, leaving him sprawled in exhaustion. However, through this battle, he has garnered a wealth of experience, mastering close-quarters combat under the spell-casting mode, the practical effects of multicasting, and the operational prowess of the strength mode. If he were to regain his peak condition and engage once more, Ron is confident he could sustain the battle for at least half an hour longer. Does he truly not wish to fight again? Tamara plays with her golden locks, her delicate feet swaying, occasionally brushing against Ron's dragon scales. A twitch of annoyance crosses Ron's lips. Humph, how could a true dragon possibly decline? Tamara is merely enticed by my form. As astute as he is, he will not be deceived. Do not let her exquisite exterior mislead you. Beneath lies a male physique. Ron shakes his head in polite refusal. With a face full of feigned disappointment, Tamara ceases her teasing. She gazes at Ron earnestly and declares, "Little Ron must not bully my priest, understood? Yes, I shall heed your command, Lady Tamara." "Oh, that is the obedient dragon I expect." Tamara chuckles, playfully teasing Ron's nose with her golden strands. Regrettably, Ron remains unresponsive, as lifeless as a corpse. "Very well. I shall not tease you further. Little Ron, why are you so dull, akin to those ancient dragons?" "For the simple reason that those ancient dragons, like me, cannot contend with you." Ron retorts silently. He would never dare voice such a thought to Tamara. "Humph, I originally descended to discern who was tormenting my priest, yet unexpectedly discovered this intriguing young dragon. This body is nearing its limit. I must return to the realm of bliss. Does little Ron truly not wish to accompany me? I have numerous beautiful silver dragon maidens waiting for him." Tamara once again extended her invitation, marking the third time she has beckoned Ron into her divine domain. "I am grateful for your graciousness, your majesty Tamara, yet I find the Karun realm quite satisfactory. Once I ascend to divinity, I shall pay you a visit in the realm of bliss. At that time, it may not even be clear who shall educate whom," Ron mused internally. "How amusing. Little Ron, always contemplating how to tease your elders. Perhaps I am acquainted with your mother," Tamara remarked, suddenly falling silent. Curiosity piqued, Ron inquired, "Do you have knowledge of the whereabouts of other iridescent dragons?" Since his birth, he had never encountered a kin, having only glimpsed them within the legacy of the iridescent dragons. It was not that he yearned for a mother figure, but if he could secure the support of an iridescent dragon deity, he could truly act with impunity in Karun. What of the demon queen or Mycanchiote? Just watch me sway them at will. Tamara remained silent for a moment. Some truths will only reveal themselves once you ascend to divinity. Here we go again. The classic trope of novels. Must these esteemed beings always speak in riddles? Must I guess? I'd rather not. Riddles be damned. Ron internally lamented, while outwardly maintaining a facade of obedience, nodding in understanding. It was evident that the matter of the iridescent dragons held significant weight, causing Tamara's usual smile to fade. With a single wave of her hand, divine power cascaded across the earth. Trees sprang forth from the barren land at a visible pace, forests re-emerging in this transformed landscape. Tamara's form gradually transformed into golden motes of light, slowly dispersing to reveal the figure of Ron. Just as she was about to depart the primary realm, she turned to Ron. "Do not lose yourself in power. Always safeguard your compassionate heart. Without her, you may find yourself forever engulfed in darkness, just like those wretches." Chapter 37. A matter that makes dragons weep. The winds of Karun caressed the evening glow, akin to a lover's touch, soothing the wounded soul. Tamara's radiance gradually faded. Before her departure, she uttered a perplexing remark that left Ron somewhat bewildered. Lying still, his expression serene, he remained silent until a soft murmuring arose beside him. "Oh, my head aches. What has transpired?" Reinhardt, clutching his throbbing head, slowly propped himself up. The resplendent dragon sword lay across his abdomen, the platinum hilt shimmering with a delicate light. Clearly, this young sword saint was oblivious to the events that had unfolded upon entering the saintly state. Ron looked at him with a hint of envy. How splendid it is to be a priest, able to summon divine presence, while also benefiting from a healing boon. Indeed, the horrific wounds inflicted by Ron's dragon claws had completely healed under Tamara's divine influence. After a brief moment of recovery, Reinhardt regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings. He was still clad in the gray-white knight's robe. Only the claw marks left on the back and chest of his clothing testified that this was no mere dream. Meanwhile, Ron was in a sorry state. His body tattered and torn, resembling a doll that had been thoroughly played with. Even a crystal spike on his tail had been broken. He had recklessly confronted a demigod in the form of a dragon god, a being of legendary status. Were it any other dragon, it would be an understatement to say he was courting death. It is well known that among deities of the same rank, dragon gods possess the highest combat prowess. Take, for instance, the good and evil dragon gods. The lesser deity Tiamat and the moderate deity Bahamut can stand their ground against even the mightiest of divine beings. Their relatively weak divine power stems from the lack of steadfast belief among the followers of chromatic and metallic dragons, who are largely superficial believers. They inherently possess combat capabilities commensurate with great divine power. Divine might is merely an embellishment for them. After all, they are among the natural dragon gods born from the essence of the supreme deity Aeon. It is said that the astral realm originally housed 9 dragon gods born from Aeon's corporeal form. However, currently, only the good dragon god and the evil dragon god remain as natural dragon gods, while the others are ascended beings. Scholars in the astral realm speculate that the other 7 dragon gods were devoured by Tiamat and Bahamut, which would otherwise be difficult to explain given their formidable strength. Unbeknownst to him, Ron found his thoughts wandering again. His recent musings had become rather erratic. He blamed the system. Surely it was the system's fault. He had once been quite the taciturn individual. Skillfully shifting the blame to the reticent system, Ron turned to the bewildered Reinhardt and said, "No need to look so lost. Your god has departed, returning to the divine realm." Upon hearing this, Reinhardt's expression turned somewhat despondent. Ron presumed it was due to his defeat and offered a word of consolation. "Do not feel ashamed for this. According to your own words, you are merely a novice legend." He paused before continuing, "To have exchanged blows with me, a high-level legendary dragon. You could boast about it for a year at Aunt George's tavern." The method of consolation employed by the dragon was truly astonishing. "I am not disheartened by my defeat to you, Sir Ron," Reinhardt replied, still wearing a look of despondency. However, before Tamara departed, she had imparted some information to him, including Ron's name. Reinhardt bit his lip and finally resolved to continue, for the code of chivalry forbade him from lying. "I feel sadness only because I did not see Lady Tamara. Previously, every time I assumed the saintly form, I could catch a glimpse of her." You seem a bit off, don't you?" "Goodness," I must exclaim, "goodness." Ron's eyes widened as he gazed at the human sword saint, whose face was flushed with embarrassment. "The implications of your statement are quite substantial. Every time, saintly form? Do you believe this is a game?" "For most, receiving a divine visitation once in a lifetime is a rarity. Yet for you, it has become a frequent occurrence." Ron could not help but conjure a peculiar image in his mind. Reinhardt, clad in a white suit, standing before the revolving glass doors of the inn, bowing deeply to the elven heiress Tamara with a gentlemanly demeanor, saying, "Welcome." Following that, the two would seamlessly step into a romantic escapade. "Wait, why are we talking about love apartment? What is going on in my mind?" Ron shook his head, dispelling the distractions from his thoughts. Ever since he activated the power mode, his mind had become increasingly peculiar. "The crux of the matter is this. I, Ron, see you as a valiant knight with striking brows and eyes. Yet I never anticipated your desire for the form of our divine being." Suddenly, Ron recalled Tamara's reaction after the battle. "Little Ron, you must not bully my priest. Do you understand?" Tamara said with a mischievous smile. "Otherwise, I shall truly become angry." Was it really a mutual endeavor? Ron could hardly believe that he would encounter such romantic undertones in a foreign realm. After all, she was a dragon deity. He himself had yet to find a dragoness to call his own. How vexing it was for those who dared to throw such romantic notions at him. He resolved to overturn their bowl of affection entirely. "Stand up," Ron said, taking a deep breath and fixing a serious gaze upon Ryan. "Huh? Why? Is there something on my clothing?" Ryan quickly rose and brushed off his knightly attire, meticulously inspecting it before finally exhaling in relief. Fortunately, aside from some torn fabric, there was nothing inappropriate. Tamara, the divine, was rather displeased with her followers appearing unkempt. Before Ryan could finish his sentence, a massive dragon tail swung down upon him. Ron swore he heard the loudest clap echoing through the valley. Smack! The crisp sound reverberated throughout, as Ryan was sent flying against the cliff, leaving behind a human-shaped indentation. Moments later, Ryan returned to Ron's side, his garments utterly torn, the magical sigils inscribed upon them all but obliterated. "Ron, my lord." Ryan looked at him with a sense of regret. Ron feigned ignorance, whistling as he directed healing magic to his own tail. "Don't get me wrong, that tail swipe was not executed with force. Otherwise, Ryan would not have emerged entirely unscathed. It merely addressed the wounds left by Tamara prior to the healing. After entering power mode, his control over his body had ascended to new heights, every fiber of muscle now at his command. The feat appeared effortless. The seemingly powerful tail strike transformed entirely into a shockwave, creating but a human-shaped crater beneath Rhine. It was akin to striking a cow from behind a mountain. This also meant his pain threshold had increased exponentially. Had he not been struck by such romantic notions, he would have been disinclined to deliver that tail swipe. Ron gazed at the red-haired youth, his expression earnest. Is it truly remarkable to court a deity? At this, Rhine's face flushed crimson, turning even the nape of his neck a soft pink. He then began to babble incoherently. I never dated anyone. What I said as a child doesn't count. A knight must not kiss the lips of a deity. This successfully elicited laughter from Ron, who lay nearby. In short, Ron had once again managed to breach Rhine's defenses, this time, mentally. Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen. The night enveloped the freshly forged Grand Canyon, which had once been a vast expanse of dense jungle. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Reinhardt recalled the matter at hand. Ahem. His thoughts had been led astray by Sir Ron. Initially, he intended to inquire whether assistance was required. Lady Tamara had implored him to assist Sir Ron as much as possible before her departure. Upon remembering Tamara's parting words, Ron, too, felt little enthusiasm for teasing the perfect knight. There would indeed come a time when Reinhardt's aid would be necessary, but that moment was not yet upon them. You did not come to Oracle Town solely to seek me, did you? Transitioning to serious matters, Reinhardt adopted a more solemn demeanor. Indeed, the borders of the Rose Kingdom have recently been quite unstable. I have been dispatched by the king to investigate the unusual movements of beasts beyond the Kapachi defense line. My arrival in Oracle Town was merely coincidental. I had intended to replenish my supplies of food and water here, only to unexpectedly encounter Sir Ron. Ron, somewhat vexed by the constant formalities of Sir, reflected on their shared history, having fought side by side, and noted that his girlfriend belonged to the same lineage as Reinhardt, making them practically brothers. As the saying goes, a brother should be given a couple of jabs. Ron grumbled, feeling that his thoughts had become rather erratic of late. A troubling sign. You may simply call me Ron from now on. If that feels uncomfortable, then address me as Lord Ron, he said, patting Reinhardt on the shoulder, causing him to stagger slightly under the weight of Ron's hand, which was as large as his own. Lord Ron, very well. Reinhardt cheerfully acquiesced to the new form of address, which had nothing to do with the fact that he nearly felt like he might cough up blood from the impact. Chapter 38. Master and Apprentice Beneath the Dome. Ron and Reinhardt conversed for an extended period. Reinhardt briefly recounted the state of affairs in the royal capital of Ovia. King Brian XVII of the Rose Kingdom had not convened a grand council in quite some time, with routine matters being merely dispatched to the royal chambers for resolution. This elderly monarch, once a charismatic commander of 5 armies, could no longer withstand the ravages of time. At over 190 years old, with several of his sons having perished, he had yet to establish a will. The citizens of the kingdom were left in uncertainty as to which prince would ascend to the throne. Observing the gradual decline of King Brian XVII's health, there was no definitive word on who might inherit the kingdom. Naturally, the 6 princes were not inclined to relinquish the throne without a fight, engaging in fierce rivalry in the capital of Ovia. The current political landscape in the capital was intricate, with various families adopting a cautious approach to avoid aligning with the wrong faction. 3 months prior, alarming reports had emerged from the Kapachi defense line, indicating that the beasts and half-beasts of the Beast Plains had erupted into a frenzy. Several small villages outside the defense line had been ravaged by the raging tide of beasts. It was for this reason that the legendary Sword Saint had come. Reinhardt informed Ron that he was acting on the king's direct orders to investigate the disturbances among the beasts. Ron pondered for a moment before posing several more questions, subsequently wishing the red-haired youth a safe journey. Reinhardt understood that the other party was likely headed to the royal capital. Hesitating briefly before parting, he turned to Ron and said, "Should your grace encounter any troubles in the capital, I implore you not to take matters into your own hands. Merely present this token at the Hart family, and they will exert every effort to assist you in resolving your difficulties. Please, refrain from anger in the capital, for many innocent civilians reside there." As he spoke, he produced a token forged from black iron, emblazoned with a 7-pointed star amidst a black wilderness. This was also the emblem of the Lady of Mercy, Tamara. It appeared that the relationship between the Hart family and the Lady of Mercy was far more intricate than Ron had gathered. Do I seem like a particularly irritable dragon? Ron felt himself unjustly accused. Reinhardt's tone implied he was some sort of brute. What do you think? Reinhardt silently mused. Of course not. I merely worry that the filth of the capital may tarnish your grace's exquisite scales, hence my impudent suggestion. I beg your forgiveness. Reinhardt maintained a humble demeanor, for he too was a legendary swordmaster. Ron waved dismissively, indicating that he was not perturbed by such matters. After bowing once more, Reinhardt departed, embarking on his journey toward the Beast Plains. The aura beneath his feet allowed him to fly short distances, swiftly escaping the nearly 1,000-meter deep canyon. As for resupplying in Oracle Town, the Lady of Mercy had advised against it. Though the reasoning eluded him, Reinhardt felt that, since the goddess had spoken, seeking supplies in the next town would suffice. Beyond the legendary tier, one could indeed forego sustenance for months, drawing energy directly to sustain their activities. Food merely served to satisfy one's cravings and expedite recovery. Ron watched his retreating figure, shaking his head and dismissing thoughts of tomorrow. His immediate concern was addressing his own mental state. From their earlier conversation, Ron sensed that something was amiss in his mind. The physical breakthrough had stirred his thoughts into a chaotic dance. He found himself frequently connecting trivial matters to convoluted ideas. He needed a place to find solitude. In a flash, the magic circle beneath him shimmered, and Ron vanished from his location. The forest, once a battleground for man and dragon, had transformed into an expansive basin. The power of a demigod was sufficient to effect lasting changes in vast landscapes. Perhaps, years hence, this place would become a point of interest. "Teacher, what are you thinking?" Vivian inquired with concern, observing Carol, who sat across from her, lost in thought. Carol replied, snapping back to reality. For the recent events had exceeded her comprehension. When Mori opened the box that Vivian had gifted him, a spectrum of colors enveloped him. Thereafter, Mori seemed transformed. Obedient to Vivian's every command, his gaze towards Carol no longer lecherous, but rather akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. At Vivian's gesture, Mori departed from Carol's chamber. The two remained silent within the room. This magic, was it bestowed upon you by Ron? Carol had thought of this immediately. Since this box could release control magic, Vivian reassured her, "Do not worry, teacher. Ron did not cast this magic upon me. I requested this box from him." "But why exactly?" "We are set to journey to the royal capital, and this individual can significantly assist us in adapting to life there. Hence the use of this spell. Moreover, I perceived his intentions towards you, teacher, to be dubious. Handling the matter this way might bring you some relief," Vivian asserted with confidence. Carol was somewhat astonished. Was this truly the same delicate Vivian from before? "I understand that it may be difficult for you to accept at once. However, both Ron and I sincerely hope that you will not position yourself against us. I trust you will keep this secret from me, won't you?" Carol initially fell into silence, then let out a wry smile. "I hardly possess the power to stand against you. To control a sorcerer's magic, one must surely possess extraordinary strength. I presume Ron is not merely a fledgling dragon, is he? Such capabilities, an adult dragon? An ancient dragon? You have indeed encountered a remarkable being." Vivian shook her head, indicating her own uncertainty. Ron had never disclosed his true capabilities to her. She was only aware of his strength, though the specifics eluded her. Yet, none of that mattered anymore. Her heart was irrevocably entwined with his. And regardless of Ron's strength or weakness, she would remain by his side. With a sigh, Carol retrieved the wooden box she had previously stowed away. "So this box is also—" "Not at all. That box is a magical artifact crafted specifically for you by Ron. He calls it a mobile phone. He said that in times of peril, you could use this magical item to reach him." Carol opened the box, revealing a beautifully crafted, iridescent scale nestled within. She closed the box once more, exhaling deeply. "I truly do not know whether summoning him is your fortune or misfortune. If given the choice, I would prefer the simpler Vivian." Vivian shook her head, her expression earnest. The seemingly simple Vivian was never truly innocent. In fact, on that day, I had already prepared for the possibility of a failed summoning and my subsequent escape. All the coins I had saved over the years were intended for purchasing a magic core and for the fare to flee. If I could not become a sorceress, I would inevitably be taken forcibly by the son of the city guard, just like those girls he toys with before discarding them in the alley. Carol had never contemplated such matters. Her time was consumed by teaching and meditation, leaving little room to concern herself with the lives of others. She only knew of Vivian's poverty. Yet, despite having introduced Vivian to several easy part-time jobs, she still struggled financially. It turned out she had been saving for a magic core and preparing for her escape. Vivian clutched the hem of her dress tightly, biting her lip. I do not wish to become John's plaything. I can only flee to another place. Even if I successfully escape, an uncertain life awaits me. It was Ron who transformed everything. He helped me rise from the mire, no longer the Vivian whom everyone at the academy despised. Vivian lifted her head, her crimson eyes shimmering with tears. Regardless of the circumstances, I do not regret encountering Ron, even if the path ahead leads to an abyss. As long as Ron is by my side, I can step forward without fear. Carol sighed, her concerns for her student's future weighing heavily on her. Yet she felt powerless to assist. I will keep your secrets safe. If Ron makes any unreasonable demands, do not hesitate to come to me. Carol straightened her posture, revealing her pearly white teeth. Do not underestimate me. My father is a legendary mage, and Ron may not be his equal. Vivian suddenly embraced Carol, her silvery hair enveloped in soft silk. She understood that her teacher only wished to help her, harboring no ill intentions. Thank you, Teacher Carol. Carol gently stroked her studentess' long hair. What can I say? I am your teacher after all. Epilogue. Childhood 6 summers ago, in the town of Oracles. A golden-haired girl grasped the hand of a silver-haired maiden, frolicking joyfully through the intersection. That is how you perform magic tricks, silly. That one loves to tattle. Just yesterday, I saw his father giving gifts to the teacher. Stay away from that John fellow. I'm out of pocket money. Let's go, I'll treat you. George's sister makes the best soup. I'm going to pick a fight. You can go home alone today. Together? Absolutely not. I don't want you to get hurt. This is our last meeting. My family cannot afford my tuition. The school has advised my withdrawal. Your money? I don't want it. Make sure not to play with girls like me in the future, you fool. Rain poured down in a gentle patter. That year, 7-year-old Vivian watched her friend with golden hair depart, never to see her again. Epilogue. Childhood currently being typed. Please wait a moment. Refresh the page for the latest updates. Chapter 39. Enchantment and hot pot summoning under the brilliant sunlight. The silver-haired girl sat on a chair, her hands propping up her cheeks as she gazed outside. I'm back. A familiar sensation accompanied by a faint floral aroma wafted down from above. A flicker of surprise crossed the girl's eyes. Vivian smiled and raised her hand, deftly removing her magical hat from her head. Perched atop was Ron, transformed through a spell. Vivian bore his coordinate magic array upon her, allowing Ron to teleport to her side whenever he wished. There existed many such magic arrays. He had left marks or scales from various beings with whom he had interacted, such as the dog-headed servant Hog, the ancient blue dragon Vorenrod, and Reinhardt. One must always prepare for the worst. This was Ron's philosophy. Welcome home, Ron. Vivian beamed at the young dragon before her. In merely 3 days, she felt as though she had endured 3 autumns. If given the chance, this sentiment could be cherished for a lifetime. Under Ron's remote arrangements, Marevicai had taken temporary residence at Aunt George's Inn in the town of Oracles. The control device, known as Pandora's Box, was his creation, and thus his authority was of paramount importance. As for the selection of candidates to the capital, it was a jest. The examiners were all his affiliates, leaving the other students with no chance to compete with Ron. Perhaps they would borrow courage from the sun god Pelona? Today, she had prepared a hot pot for Ron, accompanied by a specially crafted sauce. Vivian carefully set Ron down on a stool beside the dining table, proudly stating her efforts. Ron gazed at the array of dishes and sauces adorning the wooden table. During his absence, she had diligently prepared meals each day, ensuring he could savor them at any time. Despite her informing him of her delayed return, the anticipation in Vivian's eyes brought a long-lost smile to Ron's face. Then allow me to sample this new flavor. Should it fail to please, I shall double the intensity of our upcoming simulations. Lunchtime always evokes lingering memories. Meanwhile, within the academy, the midday sun shone particularly bright. Even though autumn had arrived, the warmth of summer seemed reluctant to depart. In the familiar summoning classroom, the magical apprentices gazed expectantly at Marevicai on the platform. Who do you think will be chosen? They murmured amongst themselves. I wager it will be Risk. He is one of only 2 mages among us, and has chosen the fire magic path. I've heard that Teacher Marevicai is also a fire magic master. Not necessarily. Didn't Yueshin go toe-to-toe with Risk before? The subjects of their fervent discussion were primarily the flamboyant red-haired and green-haired individuals. What about Vivian? Have you all forgotten her? A timid female apprentice interjected. The apprentices fell silent, recalling the silver-haired girl with her striking punches and the little dragon that lounged about lazily like a grand lord. Compared to her, the red and green-haired duo seemed rather insignificant. Cough, cough. Silence. Principal Gandalf's soft cough reverberated, as if echoing in every ear despite its low volume. The classroom fell into a hush, courtesy of the echo magic. Under the weight of numerous hopeful gazes, Marevicai slowly announced the predetermined candidates for advancement to the capital. The selected student to journey to the capital was Vivian, an expected choice, one that resonated with logic. Below, the apprentices resumed their whispers, many craning their necks to catch a glimpse of Vivian. As a frontier town, oracles held but a single quota for the capital. Amidst a sea of over 100 apprentices of varying ages, whoever was chosen would be bestowed with unparalleled honor within the town. Even if one struggled in the capital post-graduation, returning to oracles to bask in the admiration of others was a splendid prospect. Regret washed over many students. Had they known, they would have stood firm against the pressures of John S. organization. During her most challenging times, she could have forged a friendship with Vivian, yet alas, there are no what-ifs. Everyone understands that the bond formed through timely assistance is the most precious, yet sadly, most individuals cannot even manage to add a touch of embellishment. Presently, Vivian has gradually ascended to a realm beyond theirs. But what of Vivian? This question was raised amidst the crowd's curiosity. Her presence was notably absent from the summoning classroom. Amidst the murmurs of confusion, Moravaxi departed the classroom with a stoic expression, accompanied by the old principal. After his subconscious was altered by the Pandora's box, Mor had transcended the baseness of carnal desires, becoming a devout follower. However, his faith did not lie with any deity of the astral realm, but rather with an unseen Ron. As one of the 3 humans currently under Ron's control, Gandalf intended to discuss strategies to aid Ron in the expansion of the Rose Kingdom until the attainment of the Supreme Throne. As for the previous vice principals, their excessive control quotas had led to their fusion into a single entity. Among the 3 prominent families of Oracle Town, only one remained, the family of the corpulent vice principal, Havilandi. The fates of the other 2 were all too evident. Enchantment and mental control spells are not without limitations. Otherwise, sending a single iridescent dragon to charm the entire realm would render one akin to a deity. In truth, controlling each sentient being disperses the caster's attention and energy. Directly controlling 3 individuals represents Ron's current limit. Exceeding this would compromise his focus. At present, he binds Gandalf through a master-servant contract, while the other 2 are respectively controlled by Pandora's box and enchantment. The Pandora's box effectively mitigates the issue of divided attention, allowing Ron to reserve more control slots for future endeavors in the royal capital. The discovery of this control limit was an incidental revelation during an event, a unique dilemma of the iridescent dragon clan. Other sorcerers can enchant at most one sentient being. Attempting to enchant a second would automatically dispel the first. As for mental control, it is a more demanding form of magic, seldom maintained for extended periods. In conjunction with the records from 2 legacies and his prior experience crafting wands and robes for Vivian, Ron devised this ingenious artifact, the Pandora's box. The intricate magical principles behind it are complex. Simply put, using this box allows one control slot to expand into 3. This means Ron can now simultaneously control 5 humans or other sentient beings. While en route to the royal capital, he aims to illuminate the surrounding map. There remain 5 years until the graduation time indicated by the travel goal, meaning Vivian must study at the Magical Academy for 5 years. However, if one were to take a shortcut, it seems feasible to forego attending classes at the academy and directly apply for graduation once sufficiently powerful. As Ron savored the hot pot, he pondered how to swiftly achieve his travel goals. During his contemplation, he deftly nudged Carol, who had come to mooch a meal, aside. Alas, Ron was rather stingy. Carol, with a look of disappointment, settled next to Vivian, her chopsticks dancing as she devoured thick slices of meat, stuffing them into her flat abdomen. Surely, she was doing this on purpose. Every time they indulged in hot pot, she would be there. Was there perhaps a magical sigil inscribed upon the pot summoning Carol? Ron mused seriously. Chapter 40. The Ring of Flowers and the Journey Karen Calendar. October 15th. Clear skies. 2 gray antelopes pulled wooden 4-wheeled carriages, patiently awaiting the horn that would signal their departure at the gates of Oracle Town. The sunlight bathed their robust bodies, prompting the antelopes to let out a comfortable snort. One could tell that the caretaker had invested considerable effort, likely mixing beans and egg yolk into their feed for nourishment. A group of 7 or 8 young mages, selected from various towns, gradually entered the carriages. Over the past few days, they had indulged in the pleasures of Oracle Town, depleting much of their gold. To ascend to the rank of mage and be chosen to study in the royal capital was a dream for these children, most of whom hailed from affluent families whose parents had generously provided them with coins for their journey. Excitement filled the air as they prepared to embark for the royal capital. The children, mostly aged 14 or 15, were at the age where dreams of becoming heroes flourished. What youth has not fantasized about vanquishing evil forces like the heroes sung by bards, winning a princess's heart, or marrying a prince? Alas, reality often proved to be rather harsh. Bored, Ron lay within the carriage, idly toying with two metallic spheres, his tail flicking occasionally. Just before boarding, Vivian had mentioned an important matter to attend to and asked him to wait, promising to return shortly. Under Moray's arrangement, Ron and Vivian had taken a carriage to themselves. Ron had no desire to squeeze in with the group of mages, who knew whether they might take advantage of him amidst the crowd. A boy must learn to protect himself while traveling. Ron fancied himself merely a 5-year-old dragon, thus he must safeguard his delicate form. Suddenly, the soft curtain of sandworm fabric was drawn aside, and a head crowned with golden locks peeked in. Seeing Carol squeeze into the carriage, Ron let out a resigned sigh. "Oh, Vivian isn't here?" Carol asked, her gaze scanning around in confusion. She stepped out for a moment. "By the way, could you refrain from entering so casually?" Ron remarked, exasperated by Carol's familiar demeanor. "Ah, does Ron detest me so? That would make me quite sorrowful." Carol feigned distress, covering her face in a dramatic display. Yet, the blue pupils peeking through her fingers and the upward curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings. Choosing to ignore her antics, Ron resumed his languid sprawl upon the soft red cushion, a gift from Vivian specifically for their journey. Ron relished the comfort of soft resting places, particularly shunning the metallic slab-like beds of the elemental plane of fire, which he had no desire to experience again. As he sensed the familiar waves of magical energy drawing near, he needed not open his eyes to know it was Vivian approaching. The cotton curtain was drawn aside once more, revealing a hurriedly moving beauty with silvery hair and crimson eyes, who effortlessly leapt into the carriage. Owing to the influence of the dragon vein, her physique had significantly improved. Under Ron's guidance, her combat skills had also advanced at an astonishing pace. Now, even if a silver-tier warrior were to challenge Vivian to a duel, Ron felt confident that she would not be harmed. It is noteworthy that while healing magic may not be recorded, the legacy of true dragons contains numerous battle techniques from ancient dragons skilled in close combat. This is a point of critique for the iridescent dragon heritage, which tends to overly favor magic. Although the iridescent dragons possess innate physical weaponry of legendary caliber, they seldom engage in combat with it. The combat scenes in their legacy predominantly showcase the postures of ancient iridescent dragon spellcasters. Thus, Ron could only learn hand-to-hand combat techniques from the physically formidable predecessors like the ancient gold and red dragons. Mastery of one technique often leads to mastery of others. Therefore, to maximize the efficacy of the power mode, Ron diligently observed the combat prowess of these predecessors who focused on physical confrontations. Perusing the dragon's legacy was akin to attending online courses in a past life, accessible with a click, providing an immersive experience. Gratitude is due to the dragon deities for creating such a convenient legacy, even if most dragons never sift through it in their lifetimes. Under the blazing sun, Vivian's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, with a few rebellious strands of silver hair sticking to her flushed cheeks. Ron curiously regarded her, his gaze fixating on the hand she concealed behind her back. Vivian hurriedly disembarked from the carriage, seemingly in pursuit of something significant. "Slow down. Where are you off to?" Carol inquired with curiosity, summoning a gentle breeze to alleviate the stuffiness within the carriage. This was a magical trick, a convenience crafted by wizards for daily living, encompassing various branches such as drinking water, gentle breezes, mild flames, and dust removal. This spell is a skill mastered by every wizard. None would admit to being unable to perform magical tricks. The reason is simple: it is exceedingly convenient. Many wizards, lacking in daily life skills, rely entirely on magical tricks for cleanliness and hygiene. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of teacher Carol in the carriage, Vivian's already bashful countenance deepened with a blush. Carol's unexpected arrival rendered her somewhat hesitant to proceed with her intentions. Especially considering that the teacher had lived in Oracular Town for several years and was likely familiar with local legends. Stealing a glance at Ron, who was curiously observing her, Vivian resolutely spoke. "Ron, I just saw a beautiful flower by the roadside." With that, she revealed what she had been concealing, extending her palm to show a simple white wildflower. The petals, slightly wrinkled from the fine sweat on her hand, nonetheless retained their exquisite beauty. "Vivian, you seem to have recalled something," gazing at her in astonishment. Yet, under Vivian's pleading eyes, she refrained from uttering the words that lingered on her lips. Ron curiously observed the delicate flower. Under the surveillance of their scouting vision, he recognized it as the bloom Vivian had gathered from beneath the large tree at the crossroads. Was this specimen rare? Why was there no discernible energy emanating from it? It appeared to be just an ordinary roadside flower. "Ron, may I gift this to you?" Vivian asked, her eyes brimming with hope. "Well, I suppose it's acceptable, but it seems like just a common wildflower," Ron replied, puzzled. Observing Carol's expression, he sensed that it might be something extraordinary, yet he believed his assessment was accurate. To avoid any misjudgment, he utilized the system for identification. Identification successful. Item: unknown wildflower. "It doesn't even warrant a description," he remarked. Vivian nodded in acknowledgement before shaking her head. Though merely an ordinary flower, it held profound significance for her. "Ron, do you like it?" Carol inquired softly, covering her mouth. Vivian awaited Ron's response with eager anticipation. "How could I possibly like something that serves no purpose?" Ron expressed his disinterest in trivial items. The girl's expressions dimmed slightly. However, if it was a gift from Vivian, he would reluctantly accept it into his dimensional pouch. Then, a statement from him filled Vivian with a mix of surprise and joy. Under the watchful eyes of Ron and Carol, Vivian carefully placed the white, unknown wildflower upon Ron's breastplate. It seemed as if she had completed some ritual, after which she slumped back in her seat. "Is everything all right?" Ron mused, sensing a secret between the two that they were withholding from him. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had prepared a grand surprise. He had crafted a renowned magical item specifically for their outing today. Various belongings, including Vivian and Carol's clothing, cluttered the carriage. After a moment of contemplation, Ron extracted a shimmering object from his dimensional space pouch with his tail and offered it to Vivian. "As a token of gratitude, this shall be yours." Carol's eyes widened at the sight of the magical artifact, her lips slightly parted in awe. Spatial ring, also known as a storage ring. It is inscribed with a unique subdimensional space magic array. With the aid of another solidified magic array and a magical energy conversion array, this ring allows for the storage and retrieval of items not exceeding 20 square meters, with a maximum capacity of 100 square meters. As a dragon who valued practicality, Ron paid little heed to the ring's aesthetics. Functionality was paramount. The elven tendency to sacrifice utility for beauty in their forging method struck Ron as sheer heresy. In simple terms, the ring was decidedly unattractive. Its brass-like material gleamed, featuring a rectangular band that facilitated engraving, prompting Carol to exclaim, devoid of emotion, purely technical. Vivian trembled slightly as she accepted the ring, gently placing it on her right ring finger in front of Ron. Despite the copper trinket being rather conspicuous against her fair skin, Vivian seemed quite enamored by it. "It fits perfectly," she exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy. Ron appeared oblivious to her delight, responding with confidence, "Of course. Are you questioning the eyesight of a dragon? I could never misjudge the size of your finger." "Indeed. Ron is the best," Vivian mused, caressing the ring and gazing at Ron, her crimson, jewel-like eyes brimming with affection. Carol, seated beside them, suddenly felt out of place in the carriage. She believed she should be beneath it. "Ladies and gentlemen of magic, please take your seats. We are setting off," called the coachman outside, brandishing his whip. With a crack, the carriage began to move as the horned horse trod forward. Ron gazed out at the swaying forest, letting out a sigh. "At last, we are leaving this place." Noticing the looks from Vivian and Carol, he lifted his gaze to the sky. A nameless white bird soared by, emitting a call that startled a flock of smaller birds. Behind the carriage, Gandalf and the others waved their arms, bidding farewell to the legendary dragon who had dwelled there for several months. Travel takes you out of your comfort zone, teaching you to experience the world anew. Anonymous Bard, Warren wrote. Ron set forth on his journey once more. The next destination, the royal capital of Ovia. Chapter 41. The Burrowing Worm and the Merchant Caravan. Enemy attack. Enemy attack ahead. In the lush, dense forest, a winding path lay concealed. Originally, there was no road. but frequent passage by horned carts had carved out this narrow trail. At this moment, Ron and his companions traversed the path, encountering a merchant caravan ahead. Merchants, as you know, understand the risks. It's a burrowing worm. Damn it, quickly deploy the stone nets. Avoid its acidic secretion. The captain of the guard shouted urgently. They were in trouble, facing a second-tier magical beast, the burrowing worm. This creature resembled a massive, multi-legged insect, its long antennae quivering with every sound around it. Its legs ended in sharp claws, perfect for digging and capturing prey, and its powerful jaws could snap small trees in two. The captain of the caravan's guards directed his men to engage the second-tier beast in an organized assault, while the merchants huddled inside the carts, trembling with fear. They were a small trading group, embarking on their first long-distance trade, only to encounter such a rare second-tier magical beast mid-journey. Talk about bad luck. Trading group, a collective of merchants pooling resources to hire a caravan and guards, enabling even the weaker merchants to engage in long-distance trade, thus forming a unique community. Fortunately, the hired guards proved reliable, led by a seasoned silver-tier warrior. His weathered face revealed at least 4 decades of life experience. Under his command, the second-tier magical beast ultimately found itself outnumbered, its 4 claws no match for 20 hands. As the onslaught continued, an increasing number of minuscule wounds appeared on its chitinous shell. With a final desperate effort, the dying burrowing worm expelled its last acidic secretion, covering a linear area 30 feet long and 5 feet wide. Here I come. The seasoned captain of the guards adeptly raised a grayish-white cotton stone net, which caught the entirety of the green acid, emitting a sizzling sound. Yet, the net remained uncorroded. Seizing the moment, the guards surged forward, launching a righteous assault. Knives, axes, swords, and hammers rained down upon the creature's shell in a frenzied attack. Ultimately, it was the captain who, infused with fighting spirit, wielded a western blade to conclude this skirmish. The sharp edge sliced through the 3-meter-high burrowing worm, cleaving it in two. A resounding victory. Observing the jubilant guards celebrating together, Ron watched with keen interest. One of the defining traits of the iridescent dragon, a penchant for theatrical performances, particularly those of humankind. This affinity rendered them among the 3 legendary dragon breeds most adept at interacting with intelligent beings. The individuals before him unwittingly transformed into actors upon Ron's stage. He pondered whether they would still revel in their triumph should another lurking burrowing worm launch an attack. Ron's caravan had been en route to the royal capital for a month and a half. In approximately a week, they would arrive at the grand city of Ovia. Their swift progress was facilitated by minimal stops, aside from a few resupplies in villages along the way. The 2 horned horses were on the verge of exhaustion. Reluctantly, Ron procured 2 additional horned steeds from a village they passed, alternating their use to prevent total collapse. The apprentices aboard the carriage wore ashen faces, their spirits dimmed, a stark contrast to their earlier vibrancy in the town of oracles. Prolonged travel on the horned wagon had induced varying degrees of motion sickness in each of them. The merchant convoy they encountered at the previous supply point shared the same ultimate destination. Recognizing the emblem of the Magic Academy adorning the wagon, these astute traders surmised that a master of magic must accompany Ron's party. Hence, they were inclined to travel together, seeking a safeguard should danger arise. For Ron, their presence was of little consequence, and he permitted them to accompany the group, as the journey lacked entertainment. He rested his chin on his hand, savoring the crispy biscuits that Vivian offered him. Knock, knock. The left claw lightly tapped against the edge of the carriage window as Ron quietly observed the female, burrowing worm stealthily approaching the cheering crowd. Typically, burrowing worms are solitary creatures, emerging only during mating season. Clearly, this particular worm had lost her mate while hunting for their offspring. Now, she intended to surprise the jubilant throng. What is that? The air was suddenly pierced by cries of panic and despair. The female burrowing worm suddenly burst forth from the earth, its 4 obsidian-like compound eyes fixated on a preordained target. With its razor-sharp mandibles, it seized a young guard and swiftly retreated into its earthen lair, simultaneously crushing and secreting acidic digestive enzymes to facilitate the dissolution of its prey. Ack! The ensnared guard emitted a single cry under the influence of the corrosive enzymes, before falling silent. Jack! Damn it, how can there be 2? The sudden onslaught incited chaos among the crowd, as they instinctively sought shelter, only to collide with one another. Get away! At that critical moment, The captain of the guards stepped forward, brandishing his saber as he charged towards the burrowing worm's lair, which revealed only a pair of rat-skin boots. The burrowing worm excavated winding tunnels deep underground with its powerful jaws, often employing this skill to hunt for sustenance. Splat! A torrent of acidic fluid sprayed towards the captain. But fortunately, he had not relinquished his cottonstone net. Drops of the corrosive liquid seeped through the gaps, landing on his shoulder and quickly eroding the iron armor. Ugh! The captain gritted his teeth against the searing pain and propelled himself towards the burrowing worm. The tawny female worm clearly did not anticipate such fervor from a human, charging forward despite the oncoming acid. In a moment of life and death, the captain unleashed his fighting spirit into his blade. A deft horizontal slash decapitated the burrowing worm, its four-eyed head thudding to the ground of the lair. Pull me up. Prepare fresh water. It was only then that those above ground reacted, reaching down to haul the two individuals from the cavern. Regrettably, the assaulted guard had already succumbed to breathlessness, his throat nearly severed by the sharp mandibles of the female worm. One of the team members held a water pouch, cleansing the wounds of the captain, corroded by the potent acid. Ignoring his injured arm and the excruciating agony, the captain directed his team to implement safety measures. This time, there were no cheers. Instead, a somber silence enveloped as they tended to the three lifeless bodies. A narrow victory, Ron remarked once more. Had the female burrowing worm succeeded in slaying the captain, it might have had a chance at victory. After all, aside from the captain, none within the guard could easily breach its chitinous armor. Yet, its fate remained unchanged. Destined for death, for trailing behind the merchant convoy was a fire mage and a legendary dragon. The apprentices, who had witnessed the entire battle from the carriage, fell into silence. It was their first encounter with close combat between humans and magical beasts, and the first time they had seen a human slain by a creature. Typically, any magical beast they encountered on the road was effortlessly dispatched by Mori's fireball spell, devoid of any sense of tension or fear. Inside the carriage, Vivian and Carol sighed, reflecting on the loss of a life. Unbeknownst to them, there existed a second burrowing worm. As they observed the guards working in unison to slay the male burrowing worm, Carol had been animatedly discussing the creature with Vivian, unaware of the swift turn of events. The guards appeared to be well accustomed to their grim task, expertly burying their comrades before skillfully slicing open the belly of the burrowing worm in search of the elusive magic core. Not every magical beast possesses a core. The likelihood of one emerging increases with the creature's rank. For instance, the burrowing worm, classified as a second-tier beast, may yield no cores even after slaying 4 or 5 of its kind. Fortunately, they discovered a verdant magic core within the body of a female burrowing worm. According to the contract with the merchant caravan, all spoils from slain magical creatures during the escort would belong to the guard team. Thus, this valuable second-tier magic core could somewhat mend the wounded spirits of the guards. Ron sensed an unfamiliar presence within the radius of his detection magic. As a cautious dragon, he maintained a high-intensity detection spell around the clock, extending his reach for 20 kilometers. But wait, it wasn't he just humans? Ron furrowed his brow. The number of humans seemed excessively high, and there were mingled scents of other creatures. The shape resembled that of half-orcs. Chapter 42. The Black Beast Mercenary Group captured half-orcs? In the unnoticed expanse of the sky, a vast crimson plush blanket hung silently, adorned with a peculiar eye at its center. Suffocating blanket. A constructed creature capable of ensnaring or suffocating small-sized beings, indistinguishable in appearance from an ordinary blanket. At that moment, Ron was remotely manipulating the suffocating blanket to survey the situation below. He had made slight modifications to this magical construct, equipping it with a living eyeball to facilitate observation of hard-to-reach areas. Somewhat odd. Let us take another look. Ron continued to observe the sizable convoy through the blanket's perspective. This mercenary group comprised over 100 individuals, more than 60 humans, and over 30 half-orcs. They were accompanied by 12 transport vehicles and 30 horned horses. The dark procession flickered in and out of sight within the forest. The vehicles were filled with humans, while the half-orcs trudged behind, shackled and collared, moving forward at a sluggish pace. It appeared to be a slaver mercenary group. The crowded throng of slaves resembled carrion beetles swarming over decaying corpses, pressing closely together. A slight delay in their pace would prompt sharp reprimands from their overseers. The half-orcs displayed a uniform icy blue fur, their fingers resembling wolf claws, and long wolf tails trailing on the ground. They seem to belong to the ice wolf tribe of half-orcs. Judging by the myriad wounds adorning their bodies, they were likely spoils from a recently vanquished half-orc clan. In the Rose Kingdom, half-orcs are regarded as exceptionally valuable slaves. Though their status is lowly, their strength is formidable. Many prominent families keep half-orc slaves for labor-intensive tasks. Additionally, mine owners often hire orcs, half-orcs, and magical beasts for mining operations. These creatures can outperform 3 humans in their labor. Yet they are compensated with only the kingdom's mandated minimum wage, truly the epitome of brutal servitude. Even if you are a non-slave half-orc, should you be slain by a human while traversing the streets, a mere payment of a certain amount of penance gold to the royal family suffices. The hybrid race born of human and orc unions finds itself neither embraced by the orc empire nor afforded the privileges of humanity. The vast majority of half-orcs come into existence not from love, but rather seem to be a tragic error of nature. As the number of slave-catching mercenary bands proliferates, a significant portion of half-orcs have sought refuge in desolate regions such as the Beastly Plains, the Frost Peak Mountains, and the Ibid Forest. Despite their efforts, the allure of wealth remains an inescapable reality. The deeper they conceal themselves, the more their worth escalates. Driven by greed, numerous mercenary bands flock to the Beastly Plains and similar areas in search of feeble half-orc tribes, aiming to capture them and transport them back to the royal capital for a handsome profit. Presently, the average townsfolk cannot afford half-orc slaves, and the residents of the Oracle Town harbor a profound disdain for them. This animosity can be traced back to a tumultuous upheaval in the Rose Kingdom a century ago. When Oracle Town was not yet known by its current name, Ron observed the mercenary group with an impassive gaze. Reading lips was a trivial skill, easily mastered by the neighboring Aunt George. Ron utilized magic to eavesdrop on their conversations. This mercenary band, named the Black Beast Mercenaries, had recently captured several half-orcs from a tribe in the Beastly Plains, preparing to sell them to the noble lords in the capital. It is well known that half-orcs from the Ice Wolf clan are particularly sought after, as they are renowned for their beauty, with few among them deemed unattractive. Especially the children of the Ice Wolf clan can fetch prices exceeding 50 gold coins, regardless of gender. The promise of such lucrative rewards drove these mercenaries, who danced on the edge of peril, into a frenzy. They braved the risk of annihilation to penetrate the Beastly Plains and successfully dismantled a small half-orc tribe. Within the Black Beast Mercenaries, the most formidable member was merely at the golden rank, posing no threat to Ron. However, to err on the side of caution, a faint glow of magic flickered. Ron nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps in the future, he could consider acquiring some half-orc followers to assist him in seeking the objectives of his travels across the continent. For the moment, though, Ron had no intention of confronting this mercenary band, perhaps due to a sense of lethargy. After marking them, he chose to disregard their presence. Over the course of this month-long journey, he had successfully illuminated a portion of the planar map. Each time he awoke from slumber, he would depart from the caravan to soar through the skies, expanding the illuminated range of the map. Yet, time remained on his side. There was no urgency to reveal the entirety of the world map. Objective 1. Attend Vivian's 18th graduation ceremony to illuminate the world map. Upon completion, the reward would be acceleration of divine time. This travel objective came with a map of the Karen Plain. However, this wretched map held no functionality, lacking even enemy indicators. It was merely a rudimentary topographical representation. Aside from the locations personally visited by Ron, the other areas on the map remained shrouded in the fog of war. Expanding this territory proves to be quite troublesome, akin to his previous travel objectives. It necessitates Ron's personal presence. He had attempted to send his constructs to explore the map on his behalf, but the system showed no response whatsoever. Upon reflection, it is indeed logical. Just because someone else has visited a place does not mean you have, even if that individual shares a live video feed with you. Certain things must be experienced firsthand to yield results. What a hassle. Curse the system. Ron silently lamented. The fact that the system does not retaliate or respond to insults is somewhat commendable, earning it a 5-star review from Ron. Unlike the pantheon of deities, where uttering their true names might elicit a response, contingent upon their willingness to engage, he typically refrains from vocalizing the name Mike and should, preferring to keep such thoughts to himself. After his recent encounter with Lady Mercy, he concluded that in this realm, when facing the gods, he possessed only the capacity to defend himself. but not the means to secure victory. It is imperative to accumulate strength. Discretion is the better part of valor. With a yawn, Ron reclined his head onto the lap of Vivian, who smiled and gently adjusted his position, her pristine mage robes shimmering with light. Ron unabashedly reveled in the tender comfort of the girl's lap pillow. Beside them, Carol's lips twitched, signifying her accustomedness to such scenes. Utterly unfazed by the display of affection between a boy and a dragon, the halted carriage resumed its journey, indicating that the merchant caravan ahead had dealt with the three corpses. Nestled in Vivian's embrace, Ron perused the memories of his lineage. Alas, this world offers scant entertainment options, prompting him to reminisce about his previous life as smartphone. What a marvelous invention it was, devoid of engraved magical runes, yet utterly captivating. A day without engaging with it felt unbearable. Contemplating his creation, the dragon scale phone, he sighed. While functional, it now merely retained the primitive capacity for telephony. Perhaps he could consider importing entertainment methods from his previous world? If all else fails, why not adapt the novels from his past life and craft a literary dragon? Such musings flitted through Ron's mind, though he merely entertained them. These pursuits held little necessity for him, and being an exceedingly languid individual, he would not engage in endeavors devoid of benefit. For the time being, he lacked for gold, should he run short. He could always borrow from the powerful figures who dominate this realm. Ron could hardly believe there existed a method faster than robbery to amass wealth. Chapter 43. The Whistle of Windmill Town, Your Excellency. After a short distance, we shall arrive at Windmill Town. We need to replenish our food and water supplies there. And both the apprentices and the horned horses are quite fatigued. A night's rest in the town is essential. Mori stood outside the carriage, respectfully inquiring of Ron. Should Ron decline the suggestion to rest, Mori would unhesitatingly command the caravan to continue onward, even if it resulted in the exhaustion of a few horned horses or the starvation of several apprentices. At present, Ron's command eclipses all else in his life. Even if it meant taking his own life, he would do so with a smile as he cut his throat. The classification of enchantment and mental control as some of the most abhorrent magics in the astral realm is not without reason. In many planes of existence, those who master these two forms of sorcery are equated directly with malevolent forces, thereby justifying the righteous thrashing they receive from forces of justice. As for trivial matters, you may arrange them as you see fit, but do ensure that Vivian and I are provided with separate accommodations. I have no desire to reside alongside those humans who have not bathed in a week. Ron's calm voice echoed in Moray's mind. As for Vivian, under Ron's guidance, she bathes daily in the spatial magic of the subplane, ensuring she remains fragrant, thus enhancing the comfort of Ron's lap service. When Carol discovered this, she vehemently protested, wishing to bathe alongside Vivian. Despite the presence of dust-clearing magic, who wouldn't desire the comfort of a warm bath each night? Ron had no choice but to allow them both to enter together, as the magic required for such an endeavor was negligible. What Carol did not realize was that this subplane was entirely under the control of its creator. Thus, all true dragons possess a pair of mystical eyes, capable of perceiving and comprehending the aesthetic values of any race. Even when faced with a slug, they can discern which is a beauty and which a rugged brute. Both Carol and Vivian are undeniably stunning, a belief Ron holds without doubt. Speaking of which, we are now nearing the royal capital. Henceforth, refrain from addressing me as your grace, and limit our face-to-face interactions. You must conceal our relationship and exert full control over the Vassi family, ensuring that our issues remain undiscovered by others. If significant problems arise, report to me through Vivian. She will relay the message. Ron pondered for a moment before imparting further instructions to Moray. He could not accompany Vivian continuously within the confines of the Magical Academy during their visit to the capital. Certain matters required initial arrangements. This journey to the royal capital serves not only to procure a substantial quantity of common magic for crafting his crown, but also to undertake several exceptional tasks that would lay the groundwork for his future dominion over this kingdom. To usurp a kingdom, particularly the mightiest within the Kalan Plain, is no simple endeavor. The information gleaned from Moray during this period has already caused Ron to furrow his brow. The Five-Colored Legion, the Court Mage Corps, and the Royal Guard. This ancient kingdom is indeed a deep well of complexities. The power accumulated over millennia is by no means trivial. However, to achieve his travel objectives and rapidly enhance his strength, there is little choice in the matter. There are certain undertakings Ron cannot involve Vivian in. Her focus for these years must be on her own strength, so that she may assist him in the future. A widely circulated saying in the astral realm posits, "The goodwill of the weak is worth nothing. Power is justice." While Ron does not subscribe to such extremes, he acknowledges the truth in this statement. Let her devote herself to her studies until her graduation at 18. By then, she will likely have acquired sufficient strength. Never underestimate a dragonblood mage. Their potential for growth is unparalleled by any of the clan. Even a mere dragon-blooded goblin, given sufficient time, could ascend to a legendary tier. Vivian carries within her the blood of a legendary iridescent dragon. Throughout her journey, aside from bathing in the secondary realm, Vivian has also been honing her magical combat skills within that same dimension. She has already mastered the art of unleashing dragon breath and fireball spells, and it is only a matter of time before she can certify as a Grand Mage at the Mage Association. Speaking of practical combat, Carol is no longer a match for Vivian. The adage that a master need not surpass their apprentice does not hold true in this foreign realm, where several infamous cases of master slaying exist. In this world, where power is paramount, the absence of strength is indeed a grave sin. He shook his head, dismissing thoughts of this peculiar mentor-student pair. Ron gazed upon the unadorned white stone walls of the town, at the center of which stood a wooden town gate. They had arrived at Windmill Town. This quaint little settlement lived up to its name, with several wooden windmills visibly standing throughout the area, their immense blades slowly turning in the gentle breeze. A small river flowed through the center of Windmill Town, where women could be seen washing clothes and rinsing rice by the water's edge. Though the town was not particularly large, a steady stream of people and caravans traversed its gates, likely due to its proximity to the royal capital, serving as an important supply point. "Please proceed through here," the armored guards urged, guiding the passing vehicles through the narrow gate. The convoy from the Magic Academy, alongside the merchant caravan, lined up to enter this peaceful little town. Bearing the Academy's emblem, Ron's party enjoyed unobstructed passage, allowing them to pass through without inspection. The merchant caravan followed closely behind. The elderly guard at the gate cast a glance at the merchants, but said nothing, permitting them to enter. The young guard standing nearby seemed eager to speak, but was swiftly silenced by the older soldier. "Tarek, can you not see? That is the emblem of the Royal Magic Academy," he remarked. "But Captain, merchant caravans must," the elder guard interrupted, glancing back at the retreating convoy before whispering, "Sometimes, rules can be bent. Just pretend you didn't see this." "Very well," the young guard conceded, albeit reluctantly, complying with his superior's orders, for the captain was indeed his brother-in-law. Upon entering the town, Ron and his companions found themselves surrounded by a group of children, all clamoring for attention. "Choose me, good sir. Me. Do not be misled." These were the familiar figures present in every town. In a past life, they were known as guides. Here, the bards referred to them as whistles. These children often hailed from impoverished families, unable to perform heavy labor. Growing up within the town, they possessed intimate knowledge of its nuances, who mixed less sawdust into their bread, which butcher offered the heftiest jerky, and even the whispers of widows seeking wealthy suitors. They were well informed about the intricacies of their community. They typically gather at the city gate, assessing the appearance of incoming individuals or caravans to determine if they are their clientele. After all, serving the impoverished or beggars would yield nothing but a handful of stagnant air. Caravans associated with esteemed entities such as the Magic Academy, replete with sorcerers, are deemed their most prestigious patrons. It is widely acknowledged that even apprentices in the Rose Kingdom are not within the means of the destitute. Would the impoverished possess the funds to acquire robes and staffs? Can they afford tuition fees? Do they have the means to purchase magic cores? Thus, Ron's caravan, upon entering, almost magnetically attracted all the watchmen. The youths clad in gray-brown linen shirts exhibited remarkable enthusiasm as they pressed forward around the carriage, eager for the sorcerers inside to notice them. Yet, curiously, amidst such a throng, not a single one dared to make direct contact with the carriage. All the watchmen formed a circle, maintaining a respectful distance. None would risk touching the vehicle. Being a watchman is not a secure profession. These lessons have been earned through the cost of blood. Chapter 44. Withered green leaves just you. The rest of the little rascals disperse and don't block the way. The driver skillfully selected a watchman who stood out with decent attire and was positioned closer to the front. He was a boy of 11 or 12, with short brown hair, a few smudges on his hands, yet his face was remarkably clean, although his linen shirt was somewhat frayed. It lacked the greasiness evident in the other watchmen. Selecting a watchman requires a degree of finesse. Appearance and physical fitness are of paramount importance. If one cannot care for oneself, how could they gather information? The surrounding watchmen scattered at once, turning to promote themselves to the caravan. However, compared to the sorcerers, merchants are notoriously miserly. If given the choice, they would prefer to part with not a single copper coin. Even the divine would marvel at the greed displayed by these traders. Throughout the journey, Ron and Moray remained indifferent to such trivialities, delegating these matters to the accompanying driver. Esteemed sorcerer, your discernment shines like the stars in the heavens, even causing the goddess of magic to marvel. Trust me, I am well versed in all the news from Windmill Town, and I assure you that I will arrange everything properly. The remaining watchman eagerly followed Moray, offering a courteous smile. Although the driver had chosen him, his obsequiousness was directed at Moray, who stood behind the driver. We require a clean inn, along with provisions of white bread and water. Do you know where to find such? Moray inquired with an impassive expression. Certainly, esteemed sorcerer. A person of your stature cannot possibly stay in those wretched inns where the tables are sticky with vermin. Not to mention, the clientele are merely ruffians from mercenary bands. I assure you, that experience is far from pleasant. I highly recommend the Kasha Inn located in the heart of the town, where cleanliness and hygiene are paramount. Even the caravans of the Grand Guild make a stop there for respite. The innkeeper, a talented vintner, is known for her exquisite wines. Whistle, the guide, eloquently shared his knowledge, his demeanor reminiscent of a salesman from Ron's past life. When Whistle successfully leads a patron to a lodging, the innkeeper rewards him with a few copper coins as a token of gratitude. These are the unspoken rules. Neglecting them would result in Whistle no longer bringing clients your way, unless, of course, you are the sole inn in the town. Let us proceed to this establishment. You shall lead the way, declared Maury decisively, and the caravan followed Whistle towards the town center. Throughout the journey, Whistle diligently recounted tales of Windmill Town, highlighting the finest bakeries and even the hidden black market. As he concluded, he lowered his voice conspiratorially, saying, "If you have such needs, I can recommend the best brothel, where the young ladies' services will surely satisfy you." Unbeknownst to him, Maury was being remotely influenced by Ron. The only ears privy to his words were Ron's and those of his apprentice, Vivian, within the carriage. Inside, Vivian's face flushed with embarrassment, while Carol glanced around awkwardly, both feeling uncomfortable. One could hardly blame the young man for his vivid descriptions. They were certainly colorful enough to warrant a novel. What is the fuss about brothels? Ron mused inwardly, having encountered many such establishments during his travels. Even on the fringes of the beast forest, one would find individuals hesitant to pay for lodging. Enough of this. Let us hasten to the inn, he thought. Yes, my lord. Whistle promptly ceased his chatter, sensing Maury's impatience, and focused on leading the way. The silence that followed was palpable. After a trek of approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at the Kasha Inn. The plump innkeeper, noticing the arrival of customers, greeted them with a beaming smile and warmly welcomed Maury and his entourage. I require 4 spacious guest rooms, and ensure that hot water for bathing is prepared. Additionally, please arrange a sumptuous lunch for our esteemed mage guests, with the finest white bread, commanded Maury, relaying his requests to Whistle as they walked. Welcome, welcome, esteemed mages. Please come in and rest. I shall prepare a meal that will surely delight you, the innkeeper responded cheerfully, discreetly slipping a silver coin to Whistle as they passed each other. Understanding the unspoken exchange, Whistle redoubled his efforts. The apprentice mages eagerly emerged from the carriage, jumping down and trailing behind Maury, anxious to breathe fresh air after their prolonged confinement in the stuffy carriage. Ron, having transformed into a diminutive form the size of a finger, perched upon Vivian's hat, resembling a crystal ornament. Revealing his true dragon form would undoubtedly attract attention. While he was not averse to trouble, he preferred not to be regarded as a mere mascot. If transformed into a human form, Ron was rather reluctant to take on a humanoid appearance. He had previously experimented with it once, and the sense of confinement it imposed upon him was rather uncomfortable. Most importantly, true dragons, upon assuming human shapes, typically retain certain distinctive traits of their original forms. For instance, red dragons often appear as fearsome mercenaries, black dragons as somber middle-aged men, and gold dragons as knights brimming with a sense of justice. In Ron's case, he retained an unparalleled beauty, rendering his human guise somewhat androgynous. This made him feel somewhat uneasy, as he perceived it as rather effeminate, leading him to temporarily decline the transformation. The proprietress arranged for a few attendants to take Ron's antelope and vehicle away for proper accommodation. They found themselves at a crossroads of a street, where the center featured a white crescent fountain. Ron's gaze was fixated on a woman seated beneath the fountain. Who is that? Ron manipulated Mori to inquire. The lookout, following Mori's pointed finger, spotted a woman in red seated by the fountain. She appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, clad in a long red sweater, with black wavy hair cascading down her back. She sat quietly on the stone platform beside the fountain, surrounded by a bustling throng: mercenaries, mischievous children, merchants, and apprentices. People hurried past her, some eager to leave this place, to escape the myriad constraints and embark on a journey, while others were desperate to return, seeking comfort and relief from travel. "Oh, is the lady referring to Monica?" Ron asked, his curiosity piqued. "She is a pitiable woman, forever waiting for the return of her husband." Intrigued, Ron prompted Mori to inquire further, "Where is her husband now?" "I cannot say for certain. According to the townsfolk, her beloved was a mercenary who went missing during a raid over a decade ago, and since then, no news of him has reached her." After waiting in vain, Monica eventually lost her sanity, and people grew fearful of her. She barely survives on her mother's support. Each day, she sits there, awaiting the return of her husband, as it was their promise before his disappearance. Ron listened intently to this tale, his gaze unwavering from the woman. His dragon eyes subtly emanated a magical glow as he cast multiple detection spells upon her. The world through his eyes gradually transformed to shades of gray and white, the layers of clothing worn by passers-by no longer obstructing his vision. He saw through Monica's very being. Within her heart resided something peculiar, a withered leaf. Chapter 45. Monica sat beneath the pristine fountain, her gaze directed towards the city gates. In the past, he would always enter the city from that direction, rushing to her side to offer a comforting embrace after a long wait. How many years had it been since she felt such warmth? 1 year? 2 years? She could not recall. She had grown accustomed to the curious stares of travelers around her. They regarded her as a mere topic of conversation encountered on their journey, only to forget her amidst the aroma of ale. Yet she understood that true travel occurs only within the heart. When the heart is unfree, every place becomes a prison, and the journey remains untraveled. Occasionally, passers-by would inquire of her, "What are you doing here? Where are you going?" At times, she would remain silent. At others, she would lift her gaze and respond vacantly, "I am returning home." Ever since the news of her husband's disappearance reached her, she ceased to weave fabric and sew garments. Despite being the finest seamstress in town, day after day, she lingered here, awaiting his return. Her previous savings sufficed for her needs, and occasionally, her mother would bring her some food. Yes, her mother reminded her of his promise to marry her upon his return, and their dreams of having a child together. She must wait for him. She must wait for him to fulfill his promise. Those around her declared her mad, and perhaps she truly was. What was the reason for her tormenting wait for someone who may never return? Was it love? Was it commitment? She vaguely recalled his words at their parting. "Wait for me to come home, and surely Monica's illness will be cured. I will ensure that the best priest in town marries us." The sun on that day was blinding. She wished to lift her head and gaze upon her beloved's face, yet it remained indistinct. Only the memory of their tightly clasped hands felt as if it were just yesterday. "If I forget you, then you truly have vanished." Yet, oh how she longed for you, Egbert. Her heart ached with a familiar pain, the only companion she had since birth. This time, the pain was far more intense than before, causing her swollen fingers to tremble. "Are we to meet again?" She slowly closed her eyes. It seemed as though a figure approached her before death. "It is you." A hand rested upon her frail shoulder, followed by a warm sensation coursing through her body. That warmth dulled the pain emanating from her heart, reminiscent of the leaf Egbert had once brought back. "Egbert, is it you?" Monica whispered softly. Her eyelids felt as heavy as stones, refusing to part no matter her effort. She gently grasped that hand. "No, I am Mori. You may release me now. I may be on the brink of death shortly." Ron coldly responded to her. It was now Ron controlling his body, having bestowed upon him the 7 arcane magic life transfer. 7 arcane magic life transfer transfers one's life energy into another, swiftly restoring bodily losses but not extending lifespan. This magic requires physical contact to be enacted. Upon witnessing Monica awaken, Mori intended to withdraw his hand to cease the life transfer, only to be unexpectedly grasped by Monica. A strange voice startled Monica, causing her to release his hands, inadvertently granting Mori several additional years of life. In that brief moment, Mori appeared to age 4 or 5 years, having at least transmitted 10 years of life energy. Finally, Monica opened her eyes to behold an unfamiliar wooden ceiling. She realized she lay upon a wooden bed, her emaciated body enveloped in a soft, white cotton quilt. The pain in her heart had subsided. Propping herself up, she surveyed her surroundings, noting that dusk had already settled outside. Beside her stood a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 50s, none other than Mori. Ron perched atop Mori's magical hat, observing the panicked woman before him. "You don't seem to be insane," a clear voice chimed in. It was only then that Monica noticed Ron's presence. There was no escape. The shrinking and transformation spell had effectively concealed him, leaving anyone bewildered. A dragon? Monica gazed at Ron in astonishment. It was her first encounter with a genuine dragon. "Indeed. You are not mad. Could you enlighten me as to the origin of the leaf within you?" Ron cut straight to the point. He had no interest in hearing tragic love stories. He simply yearned to ascertain the source of that leaf. Upon discovering the leaf, Ron employed the system's appraisal function. Appraisal successful. Withered world tree leaf. This was the information provided by the system, aligning closely with Ron's expectations. A single leaf exuded such a potent life force, capable of sustaining this woman's life even as it withered and faded. Aside from the leaf of the world tree, Ron struggled to conceive of any other plant. Yet, according to the Kalen Encyclopedia, it was documented that the world tree of this realm had indeed withered. Was I sensing a conspiracy? Ron pondered quietly. Objective 3. Explore the city floating in the sky and savor the water of life. Upon completion, reward. The water of life could only manifest at the roots of the world tree, and its quantity was exceedingly scarce. This woman was barely in her 30s. According to the records of inheritance, the leaves of the world tree would naturally dissipate within a decade after detaching from the trunk. The leaf near her heart corroborated this account. Thus, it follows that her lover had presented her with a leaf freshly fallen from the world tree over a decade ago. Where did this world tree originate? Ron's eyes narrowed into slits. Answer me, woman, from whence came the leaf in your heart? Were it not for the fact that the woman appeared to be in a state of utter frailty, Ron would not have been so courteous in his inquiry. Wouldn't it be delightful to simply employ a charm spell? However, the woman's condition could be described as riddled with afflictions, affecting not only her body, but her soul as well. Her heart bore a congenital illness, yet this was a trivial matter. Ordinarily, the leaf of the world tree would effortlessly heal such ailments. Now, it merely sustained Monica's life. Such a rare entity could only flourish in countless realms. Even within the divine domain of the elven god Luo En, few world trees existed. Each world tree inherently became the home for all good and neutral-aligned elves of that realm. No one could disturb their home, not even deities. Therefore, upon learning that the world tree of this realm had withered, Ron was astounded. It would be simpler to slay a demigod dragon than to topple a world tree. One must understand that ordinary elven guardians alone could not possibly protect such a miraculous plant. The mature world tree periodically nurtures the existence of a sun elf or a moon elf, both exalted beings among the higher echelons of the elven race. This remarkable ability is the most treasured gift of the world tree. Moreover, sun and moon elves represent the pinnacle of combat prowess within the elven kin in the astral realms. In the tales recounted by bards, each of them stands as a legendary figure. One moon elf even came perilously close to slaying a deity. Observing Monica, who had remained silent since her awakening, Ron felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He found such fearless and obstinate individuals particularly irksome. Yet, he was unable to employ charm spells on her. Wait, hadn't that whistleblower mentioned she had been awaiting her lover's return? A smile broke upon Ron's face after a brief moment of contemplation. A solution had emerged. With a grin reminiscent of a dragon king from a bygone era, Ron's voice, as seductive as a devil's whisper, infiltrated Monica's ears. If you desire your beloved's return, you must honestly divulge everything you know to me. Chapter 46. News of the world tree in the dead of night. On the 3rd floor of the Kasher Inn, a space typically reserved for nobility, the room was not only spacious and bright, but the 4-meter-long silver-inlaid bed was also lavishly adorned. The creak of the door, however, was somewhat jarring. Vivian, who had been dozing at the table, was jolted awake by the sound. The bumpy journey had indeed left her feeling fatigued. "Ah, Ron, you're back. I saved dinner for you." She suddenly lifted her head and, upon seeing Ron, relaxed. With bleary eyes, she yawned and retrieved the dinner she had prepared for him in advance. She placed it in a large pot to keep warm, occasionally using magical tricks to reheat it. The steaming dishes were set upon the wooden table by her practiced hands. Vivian quickly fetched a chair for Ron, propping it up with a few books, achieving a dining height that he favored. Indeed, books are the ladder to progress. Yes, I'm back, Ron replied as he gently settled onto the books, savoring the meal at a leisurely pace. Did something happen? Vivian inquired, noting Ron's hurried departure earlier when he had cautioned her to be mindful of her safety. She had thought he was off to a brawl. As the clock neared midnight, she remained clad in her mage robes, carrying the staff of Ron with her. Nothing of consequence. I merely sought to verify my suspicions. Ah, then that's a relief. Vivian rested her chin on her hands, weariness washing over her once more, her eyelids feeling as though they had been weighted with lead, inevitably sinking. Yet, her gaze remained fixed on Ron's indistinct silhouette, unwavering. Outside, the flickering candlelight barely upheld the vibrant darkness, resplendent yet tinged with a hint of frailty. A street lamp cast a ribbon of darkness, as if seeking to envelop the entire inn, leaving only this third floor aglow. Vivian's silvery hair cascaded over her shoulders, her pale visage illuminated by the moonlight, rendering her ethereal, almost otherworldly. Rest now. We must continue our journey tomorrow. Ron extinguished the flickering candlelight and gently placed the already slumbering Vivian onto the soft bed. He, in turn, found himself lost in thought as he gazed out at the streetlights. Under duress, it seemed that Monica's final bastion of resistance had crumbled. She cried out in anguish, her sobs escalating to the point of fainting. In desperation, Ron siphoned a modicum of life energy from Mori's body, fearful that she might perish before him. As he did so, he muttered, Mori, this is for your own good. Consider it a merit accumulation. Should you ever descend to the depths of hell, perhaps you will suffer less, no? After all, it was not his own vitality he was expending, and he felt no remorse. Ron continued to channel life energy for nearly a decade, halting only when Mori appeared as frail as a 60-year-old man. He would need to make special adjustments to Mori's physique upon his return, lest acquaintances notice something amiss. The shock of returning to the capital in such a decrepit state would be profound. Having left as a robust middle-aged man, he would return resembling a feeble old man. As the night deepened, the boundless starry sky reflected in Ron's indifferent, colorful pupils. He felt no guilt for employing a threatening melodic charm on a weak, defenseless woman. He shattered her illusions, yet simultaneously gifted her with new hope. Through Monica's recollections, he gleaned significant information, including the mercenary's final whereabouts. Monica's beloved, Egbert Ken, was a nimble silver-tier mercenary who had joined a company known as the Warriors, serving in the role of scout. According to Monica's account, one night over a decade ago, Egbert returned unexpectedly from a distant mission, bringing with him a vividly green leaf. He claimed he had found it in a curious gorge somewhere within the abyss of forest. The leaf exuded a potent life force, and merely holding it enveloped Egbert in warmth and unparalleled comfort, prompting thoughts of his beloved Monica, who suffered from a congenital heart condition that several physicians had been unable to cure, leaving even the town's esteemed mage at a loss. Believing the leaf might hold the key to healing his beloved, Egbert chose to conceal this discovery. He requested leave from the mercenary captain, citing a wish to visit his ailing mother, promising to return swiftly. The captain acquiesced, and thus Egbert hastened homeward, journeying for half a month, exhausting 3 steeds in his fervent return to Windmill Town. It soon became evident that Egbert's intuition was correct. The moment the leaf made contact with Monica's skin, it melded into her being. A verdant luminescence enveloped her entire form. On that day, Monica experienced an unprecedented sense of ease, as though her entire body were immersed in warm milk. Although Monica still felt a slight discomfort in her chest, it was a vast improvement compared to the previous agonizing pain. Seeing his beloved freed from suffering, Egbert was overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears of relief. He had expended an exorbitant amount of gold in the pursuit of healing her ailment, and despite being a formidable warrior of silver rank, he found himself impoverished, unable to afford a fine sword. Friends among the mercenaries, including his own parents, urged him to abandon the woman whom the gods had seemingly forsaken. I shall not trade treasures for a lifetime with her. She is to be my future wife. From that moment forth, no one dared to broach the subject of separation with Egbert. Yet, he was acutely aware that for someone like Monica, merely surviving to adulthood was a miracle in itself. He was compelled to toil relentlessly for gold, so that he might secure the services of a superior healing mage to rescue his beloved. However, an unforeseen leaf altered the course of his destiny. After they shared a tender moment, Egbert informed Monica that he must return to the mercenary guild to fulfill his unfinished missions. Upon my return, I shall ensure your illness is cured, and I will surely invite the finest priest in town to bless our union. These were Egbert's final words before his departure. What followed was a prolonged wait of over a decade. Even the news of the complete annihilation of the warrior mercenary guild could not deter Monica. A melodramatic tale of love, indeed. Ron's sardonic remarks echoed as he expressed that he had slain countless beasts, feeling as cold as a dragon's claw. He felt no stirring of emotion from the story. The Ebita forest? It seemed he would need to allocate time for a journey there, as it pertained to the objectives of his travels. However, before leaving, he needed to ensure a safe path, for the ancient forest lacked the governance of the kingdom, allowing monsters to thrive unchecked, potentially giving rise to legendary creatures. Ron contemplated various contingency plans for unforeseen encounters during his expedition. Should he happen upon that mercenary in the Ebita forest and discover he was still alive, perhaps he would fulfill his promise after all. Yet, the likelihood of such a scenario was slim. What husband would remain absent from home for over a decade while alive? It was merely a source of solace for Monica. Indeed, Ron could prompt Monica to express her feelings, the most crucial words being, "I shall bring him back." Chapter 47. The beast tide as dawn broke. The shops of Windmill Town opened their doors, preparing for the day's business. Young guards yawned as they departed their homes, heading to their posts to relieve their comrades who had stood watch throughout the night. Another dreadfully mundane day awaited them. Tarek rubbed his bleary eyes and ambled down the street. After a night spent guarding the city gates, he was eager to return home for a restful slumber. After so many years of service, he had witnessed little of consequence unfold. Should he ascend to the position of captain, he would certainly reform the watch schedule to allow everyone a chance for a good night's rest. He stifled a yawn, deciding to dismiss such trivial matters from his mind. Tomorrow, the monthly stipend will be dispersed, and he wishes to visit the blacksmith to procure a new sword, hoping that his funds will suffice. What manner of beast hide is this? Ron, yawning within the confines of his inn room, found himself at a loss for words. Typically, he would center his focus, establishing a reconnaissance radius of 20 kilometers to effectively detect potential foes. It was through such vigilance that he had previously uncovered the presence of the Black Beast Mercenary Corps. Last night, after a brief slumber, he was jolted awake by alarming intelligence conveyed through his reconnaissance. Suppressing his ire, he rose to discover that a massive wave of beasts had emerged a mere 10 kilometers from Windmill Town. Beast Tide, a wave formed by numerous mid to low-tier magical beasts fleeing in the same direction due to natural disasters or the pursuit of powerful magical creatures. The direction of the beast tide was directly towards Windmill Town. Surely, there were no high-tier magical beasts in the vicinity? And the notion of a natural disaster was utterly preposterous. Did they think it akin to a game, where one triggers absurd events upon entering a locale? Ron's mood soured considerably. He felt unfairly targeted. Perhaps this was merely the unique morning irritability of a dragon. Disturbing a dragon's slumber was a surefire way to court death. Feeling an urge to unleash his newly developed skills, he resolved to act swiftly. Without delay, a teleportation magic circle materialized beneath him, illuminating the room with a kaleidoscope of colors. In an instant, his diminutive form vanished from sight. "Where's Ron?" Vivian, awakened by the magical disturbance, straightened herself. Rubbing her eyes, she surveyed the room, where books lay haphazardly strewn across the desk, and aside from the curtains gently fluttering in the breeze, no other movement could be detected. Has he gone out again? By now, Vivian had grown accustomed to Ron's enigmatic comings and goings. She reclined once more onto the soft bed, allowing herself just one more minute of slumber. At this moment, precisely 13 kilometers from Windmill Town, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air, the earth trembling beneath its weight. Ron floated quietly above, observing the frantic stampede of the beasts below. Cloaked in a state of invisibility, the creatures of the tide were blissfully unaware of the legendary dragon hovering above them. However, they would soon learn, experiencing the full brunt of the dragon's wrath. First, he would eliminate this swarm of pests before investigating the origins of the beast tide. Ron made this determination, for should he allow them to run unchecked, Windmill Town could very well be reduced to rubble. He inhaled deeply, a prismatic light blossoming from his chest. Then, lowering his gaze, he opened his maw towards the approaching tide of beasts. With a resounding roar, a colossal, conical breath weapon manifested. An uncanny fusion of searing flames and frigid frost. The ice-blue breath enveloped the entire beast tide, extending for thousands of meters. In an instant, the once dense mass of beasts was incinerated into a fine blue powder. Those high-tier magical beasts that were situated farther away emitted terrified cries, desperately fleeing from the encroaching tide. Yet, this could not impede the arrival of death. The azure flames surged forth like the tide of an ocean, wildly spreading across the ground and consuming all life that fell within its grasp. Strangely, the terrain and trees remained unscathed in the face of this formidable force. Apart from a few trees shattered by the beasts, the forest stood eerily intact amidst the inferno of icy blue flames. Ron was quite pleased with the testing of his new skill. Previously utilized techniques, such as the iridescent breath or mixed breath, proved too devastating. The aftermath of a single skirmish would carve out a vast canyon or basin, making it impossible for Ron to erase the scars of battle. A month prior, he had a sudden inspiration and endeavored to develop a unique version of the mixed breath. Indeed, this weakened variant allowed for better control over its destructive capacity while effectively dispatching lower-tier foes, proving to be a dual advantage. The standard mixed breath of an iridescent dragon encompasses a plethora of elemental attributes: radiance, incineration, frost, toxins, lightning, petrification, fragmentation, and tempest, boasting destructive power on par with the iridescent breath. Yet Ron seldom encountered adversaries that warranted its use. His foes were either malevolent and weakly illuminated or possessed astonishing magical resistance, rendering any elemental attribute ineffective. This led to his infrequent deployment of the mixed breath. Although he could combine the mixed breath with the iridescent breath to create a more potent dual breath, the strain it placed on his throat was considerable. After a single attempt, he had no desire to repeat the experience unless in dire circumstances. Inhaling deeply, Ron drew in the azure flames, which swirled with numerous magical cores and fragments, back into his mouth. The retrieval of fallen resources was of utmost importance. He could not simply unleash a breath of dragon fire and leave empty-handed. Claiming what was rightfully his was a sacred and inviolable act. Moreover, compared to the arduous task of personally scavenging magical cores from the earth in the elemental plane of fire, this method of reclamation proved far more convenient. Burp. Ron patted his belly, letting out a satisfying belch. It had been a long time since he had eaten to such fullness, and it made him want to retreat to bed for a nap. But sleep was not an option. He needed to investigate the source of the beast tide. Shaking his drowsy head, Ron ignored the distant sight of a few scattered, fleeing minor beasts. He considered it a practice drill for Windmill Town against a siege of magical beasts. After all, Mori was still within the city, and Ron's positioning magic array was in place. There would be no issues. First, he would deploy scouts. Battling against drowsiness, Ron steeled his resolve, opening his spatial pouch to release a multitude of flying magical constructs. These were creations fashioned from materials he had gathered during his leisure time. A swarm of aerial swords and suffocating blankets flitted through the low skies, resembling a storm of blades. They radiated from Ron as the epicenter, commencing a thorough search of the surrounding forest. Whoosh, whoosh. The flying swords far outpaced the suffocating blankets, leading the charge. This newly unveiled magical construct had a far more appealing appearance than the blankets, soaring through the air with an ethereal grace reminiscent of a celestial being riding a sword. In comparison, an ordinary suffocating blanket resembles the woolen blankets found in the homes of peasant women, lacking any distinctiveness. The floating sword, akin to the suffocating blanket, is one of the most widely utilized magical constructs in the astral realm. A floating sword without a master typically masquerades as a common rusty blade, striking at any living being that ventures too close. Lying beside the chest was the skeleton of Captain Scornblade, still clutching his rusted sword. I cannot express the astonishment I felt when I saw that sword rise from the remains. The scar from that moment remains to this day. The Halfling Wanderer, Chapter 48, The Battle for the Town Buzz. A sudden, thunderous horn reverberated throughout Windmill Town. Bang! A guard leaped from the lookout tower, racing down the street while frantically shouting, "Attention all residents of Windmill Town. The beast tide is upon us. Seek shelter immediately. Hurry, hurry." He was the first guard to spot the approaching tide of beasts and had to disseminate the news swiftly. The soldiers atop the walls were roused by the sound of the horn, and in the distance, plumes of thick smoke began to rise on the horizon. Damn it! Hurry to the left wall, raise the city gate. All guards of Windmill Town, assemble at the gate. Send Chica to inform the mayor. Commands echoed, plunging the entire town into chaos. The streets were suddenly filled with the cacophony of frantic shouts, hurried footsteps, and the cries of infants. Distance to the city gate. 10 kilometers, the ominous clouds of war loomed over the small town. On that day, after a millennium, the residents of Windmill Town once again experienced the terror wrought by the beast tide. Everyone, old and young, return to your homes. This is not a drill, shouted the guard Tarek, striving to disperse the panicked crowd on the streets. Despite having stood watch all night, his eyes bloodshot. He donned his armor without hesitation the moment the city alarm sounded, rushing out his door to gather at the city gate. Fortunately, it was still early morning, and many had yet to awaken, alleviating some of the evacuation pressure. Buzz, buzz. The alarm horn blared again from the lookout tower. At the wall below, the newly arrived captain of the guards grimaced, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his flesh. 2 blasts of the horn. This signified that the enemy's numbers and strength exceeded the threshold for the guards to venture out. They must defend the city. Should there be 3 blasts, it would indicate the arrival of insurmountable foes, necessitating a retreat to avoid unnecessary losses. May it never come to that. The captain anxiously observed the trembling soldiers atop the wall. These young men, barely in their 20s, were paralyzed by the sudden onslaught of the beast tide. Some even clinging to their scabbards, calling out for their mothers. Quick, 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 bring forth the crossbow and catapult mechanisms. Execute as practiced. Do not panic. They are but beasts, mere livestock to be dealt with. Have you, a bunch of little rascals, been so frightened by the beasts that you soiled your trousers? Whose teeth are chattering in fear? You timid souls, I shall surely spread the word about you at the Kasha Tavern. Those beautiful ladies there will undoubtedly mock you for eternity. We stand atop the city walls. What is there to fear? They cannot ascend. This is merely a prelude to our breakfast. Now, rally yourselves. Grasp your weapons. Maintain your positions. Tarek's brother-in-law, the captain of the Windmill Town's guards, bellowed commands from the ramparts. With his encouragement, the guards on the walls began to regain their composure. Though their legs still trembled, at least they could move. Observing the soldiers gradually reviving, he finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The captain understood well that fear was the greatest adversary, if allowed to fester. It would lead to their demise. Although he had only heard the sound of that horn during guard drills throughout his life, in his youth, he had longed to hear it during his watch, for it signified the prospect of glory. In times of peace, ascending the ranks proved exceedingly difficult. Yet, time has a way of altering one's perspective. Now, he would rather wish to never hear that sound again, for it would signify that all remained tranquil. However, the unexpected and tomorrow's uncertainties are always unpredictable. Distance of the beast tide from the city gate. 5 kilometers, amidst the swirling dust. Shadowy figures began to materialize in the people's line of sight. The captain of the guards furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the approaching tide of beasts. This was his homeland, the place where he was born and raised. If the beast tide sought to ravage it, they would have to trample over his lifeless body first. What of the mayor? The notification has been dispatched. The mayor responded that he is rallying the forces from the Magic Academy to come this way. Have the gates been secured? Yes, they have been shut, but amidst the chaos, some individuals seized the opportunity to pilfer goods from merchant caravans and fled the city. Pay no heed to those foolish acts. Immediately head to the warehouses and procure bows and crossbows. Have Tarek mobilize within the city. Among the merchants and passing travelers are formidable professionals. Gather them as much as possible and bring them to the walls to defend the town. If the walls fall, they too shall perish. The captain of the guards swiftly issued a series of commands. Under his direction, the entire Windmill Town began to mobilize in preparation for the impending conflict. Distance of the beast tide from the city gate. 3 kilometers. Those with keen eyesight could already faintly discern the forms of the approaching monsters. The mayor of Windmill Town, accompanied by a group of bleary-eyed magic apprentices, finally arrived. Alongside the cohort of apprentices came a vice principal, a fire mage of great renown, and several mid-level and high-level instructors of magic. Luke, what is the situation outside? How many beasts are there? The mayor inquired anxiously of the captain while directing the guards to escort the students and teachers up the walls. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but the beast tide is now less than 3 kilometers from the town. I have already spotted more than 3 third-tier beasts, and there are over 300 second-tier and first-tier monsters. The mayor frowned as he ascended the walls. He is also the headmaster of the Windmill Town Academy of Magic, a grand master of the wind element. The situation appeared dire as the mayor furrowed his brow, observing the beast tide in the distance. This group of magical beasts had evidently entered a frenzied state, their crimson eyes devoid of reason. Such a tide of beasts is the most perilous, for they fight relentlessly, tearing apart anything that stands in their path. Distance from the beast tide to the city gate, 2 kilometers, all instructors proficient in the first circle magic, quagmire technique. Please commence the incantation around the city walls. Several teachers nodded, whispering their incantations as their wands waved toward the ground. Streams of magical brilliance emanated from their wand tips. The earth below gradually became soft, and as the magical energy surged, a 3-meter-wide quagmire began to form around the city walls. This would effectively slow the charge of the beast tide and cause some unsuspecting beasts to stumble, trampling them into a bloody pulp beneath the hooves of their brethren. All magic apprentices, prepare yourselves. Upon my command, unleash the magic missiles and refrain from casting any other spells. This time, however, only a few responded. Among the apprentices, the youngest was merely 10 years old, while the oldest was only 16. They had been startled awake by the sudden sound of the horn and were swiftly gathered by their teachers alongside the headmaster, observing the approaching beast tide. A few apprentices were already overcome with fear, unable to enter a state of casting. These apprentices yearned to leap from the city walls and flee from this perilous place. But the guards behind them held them firmly in place. They could not escape. If they did, morale would shatter. Which student does not wish to be far removed from battle and attend school in safety? If you run away, then your parents, your brothers and sisters, all shall be mercilessly devoured by these beasts. The god of magic shall protect us. As long as the city stands, the people shall not perish. The mayor stood atop the city wall, his eyes bloodshot, shouting passionately in hopes of rallying the frightened apprentices. It proved that words hold tremendous power. The magic apprentices seemed invigorated by his proclamation. Their gazes grew resolute, and their trembling bodies gradually calmed. With a courage that embraced death, they slowly raised their hands, softly reciting the magic missiles they had only practiced in class. Tiny orbs of white light began to coalesce in front of them. Do not underestimate them. Even the magic missiles launched by these apprentices, if aimed accurately, could inflict damage upon first and second-tier magical beasts. They are indispensable weapons of war. Distance from the beast tide to the city gate, 1 kilometer. Even those with poor eyesight could now discern the massive forms of the beasts atop the city walls. Their eyes were bloodshot, and drool dripped from their mouths, resembling hellish hounds. The guards instinctively swallowed hard, their throats dry and parched. Their lips were pale and cracked. Yet their taut bows remained steadfast. All magic apprentices and teachers, heed my command. All guards, prepare your bows. Crossbows at the ready. The mayor and the captain of the guards widened their eyes, commanding the multitude on the city walls. In that moment, they appeared as a singular entity, the fate of Windmill Town resting upon their shoulders. Typically, they were students, teachers, family, and friends, but now they bore but one identity: soldiers, defenders of the countless homes illuminated behind them, protectors of the innumerable civilians. The beast tide is 500 meters from the city gate. Countless magical beasts abandoned their usual behaviors, madly charging forward, even those that were natural enemies in ordinary times. Fire mice, iron-eating elephants, gray-horned rabbits, and forest lizards all surged forward, with the towering iron-eating elephant standing level with the 8-meter-high city wall. Prepare. Fire. The captain's roar resonated in the ears of all present. The mayor, the teachers, the students, and the guards, everyone, at that moment, unleashed their most formidable attacks. Fire dragons and wind blades roared forth, arrows and magical projectiles illuminated the air, while ice spikes and stone bullets danced in the wind. They carried the mission of victory, swiftly flying toward the advancing enemy. Boom! The war between humanity and the magical beasts had commenced. Chapter 49. The Tense Battlefield, Combined Chapter. The second group of guards engaged in relay shooting. The mages, drained of their magic, retreated behind the walls to meditate and recover. The guards and apprentices executed orderly rotations of fire, ensuring maximum firepower was maintained. The captain's urgent voice echoed atop the battlements. Meanwhile, the mayor concentrated on casting high-level spells. Neglecting all else, he had entrusted the command of the battle entirely to the captain. As childhood companions who had grown up together, one had embraced martial prowess while the other chose the path of magic. They had once formed a small mercenary band, embarking on adventures in the outside world. It was only upon encountering her that they disbanded, returning to the tranquil life of their native town. Now in their 40s, they still displayed an extraordinary synergy. Time may have altered their appearances, but it had not changed their hearts. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs, ice spikes, earth spikes. Below the walls, the magical beasts relentlessly crashed against the fortifications, while spellcasting beasts unleashed their magic upon the walls. The entire structure trembled, as if on the brink of collapse. Among the multitude of beasts, the Tier 3 iron-eating elephant posed the greatest threat to the walls. It boldly led the charge, leveraging its colossal size to surge ahead toward the city gate. The arrows of the guards and the spells of the apprentices merely sparked against its massive form, failing to breach the iron-eating elephant's defenses. Only the mayor and the crossbow's assaults could inflict any harm, albeit minimal. Its sheer size rendered any minor injury inconsequential to its advance. The muddy marshland below the walls had already been filled with the carcasses of magical beasts, allowing the iron-eating elephant to cross the area in 3 mighty strides. The elongated ivory tusk was aimed directly at the wooden city gate, crashing into it with tremendous force. The resounding impact of flesh against wood left nearby soldiers with a ringing in their ears. A fragment of the tusk had penetrated the gate, mere 20 centimeters away from the eye of a shield-bearing guard behind it. 20 fully armed sentinels stood steadfastly at the gate, tasked with preventing the monstrous beasts from entering once the gate was breached. The shield-wielding guard, filled with trepidation, watched the ivory pass before him, catching a glimpse of the frenzied beasts outside through the gaping hole in the gate. Can we truly hold them back? This question echoed in his mind, shared by all the soldiers who witnessed the scene, yet none dared to retreat. Meanwhile, within Windmill Town, a throng of people surged chaotically, desperately seeking to escape through the western city gate. Initially, when the news of the beast tide arrived, most townsfolk were unaware of its dire implications. Many clung to a false sense of security and hesitated to return home. It was only after the elders of the town urged them that the gravity of the situation began to sink in, leading to a state of panic and congestion. Powerful mages, esteemed mercenaries, I am Tarek, a guard of Windmill Town. I implore all capable warriors to gather here. The battle against the beasts at the eastern city wall is fierce, and we need your aid. Tarek, clad in iron armor, called out amidst the frenzied crowd, hoping to find allies. People rushed past him from all directions, deliberately avoiding any contact with his person. In the midst of this dark, dense crowd, a peculiar circle formed. Tarek stood alone at the center, as if a zone of humanity encircled him, with everyone steering clear of his vicinity. He repeated his pleas for assistance. Yet not a single soul responded. Do not flee. We can overcome them. If only we. Tarek grasped the arm of a passing mercenary, only to be ruthlessly shoved to the ground. Get away. If you wish to die, don't drag me down with you. The mercenary cast a disdainful glance at Tarek before continuing his flight towards the western gate. In that moment, all semblance of order and rules lost their significance. Only those with the capacity to manage the crisis wielded any power. Yet, such power revealed its fragility and vulnerability in the face of human nature. The whims of fate often manifest in a humor that is both ironic and unforgiving, regardless of one's usual pretense of superiority, detachment, indifference, or mundane triviality. When confronted with upheaval, the essence of humanity is inevitably squeezed forth, revealing one's true nature. Some, upon securing their survival, find their desires extend beyond mere existence. Material needs become a secondary pursuit, sometimes outweighing all else. Tarek lay sprawled upon the ground. Despair etched across his face as he gazed into the tumultuous sea of humanity before him. Why is it that no one is willing to lend a hand? Even if just one person? The stark contrast between the mayor and the guard team, valiantly battling at the forefront against the beast tide, and the desperate humans fleeing before them, enveloped Tarek in a chasm of despair. Do not leave. Whether divine or demonic, I would pay any price. Please, do not abandon us. Tarek feebly raised his gaze to the sun above. Who will save us? Do you still require assistance? Suddenly, a young girl emerged from the crowd, coming into Tarek's line of sight. Her gentle voice resonated. With silvery hair fluttering in the breeze and earnest crimson eyes, she possessed delicate willow-like brows, a refined nose, and a slightly flushed face from running, her luscious lips moving softly. Bathed in warm sunlight, she appeared as though an angel had descended to earth. If it's just you, Tarek stood frozen, staring blankly at the girl. There are others with us, came a resounding response from behind Vivian. A large group stood behind her. The resolute Mori in a black robe, spirited magic apprentices, diverse summoned beasts, the bandaged captain of the guard, and the prepared mercenaries. They were all combat professionals who had spontaneously gathered under Vivian's leadership, rushing from the western gate. These gathered warriors shone like a beacon in the night, piercing through the darkness before dawn. Kid, crying like that, you sound like a woman. If you're a man, stand up. Dare to disturb my sleep, and I will skin them alive to wipe my backside. May Peleer watch over us. Let us go. Show those beastly spawn the strength of humanity. Roar. Damn it, hurry. Block the city gates with obstacles. We cannot allow these brutes to enter. If the empty city gates were breached, the guards would have nowhere to retreat. The captain of the guards quickly directed the soldiers to dismantle nearby structures, stones, and even carts to obstruct the gates, buying precious time. Watching the walls deteriorate further, the captain furrowed his brow tightly, glancing up at the battlements. The guards continued to fire, but the strain of relentless archery had left their arms dangerously overexerted. If this persisted, their limbs might suffer permanent damage. The magic apprentices and their teachers were drained of mana, sitting in meditation to recover. Their crossbow bolts and boulder ammunition were depleted. Only the mayor continued to sustain this second-ring magic dust cyclone, a spell of minimal damage that could unsteady a large number of beasts, preventing them from assaulting the walls. However, black blood began to trickle from the mayor's ears and nostrils. His reserves of magic were not boundless. He was now extracting the last vestiges of potential from his weary body. The captain of the guards seemed about to say something to him, but the mayor silenced him with a glance. Before the final moment arrives, our reinforcements have yet to make their appearance. Reinforcements? Indeed, Tarek. He has gone to summon the passing adventurers. Hurry, Tarek. If you do not arrive soon, the entire city wall will be under siege, with the most perilous situation looming at the city gates. That area lies within the range of the iron-eating beasts, and the battered gates are in a precarious state. The captain of the guard stepped down from his command position, appointing a usually composed squad leader as a temporary commander. He leapt from the wall, landing gracefully as if from a height of 8 meters, entirely unscathed, demonstrating his remarkable bodily control. The others were already aware of their tasks, and now it was his turn to engage in battle. His battlefield lay not upon the walls. With a resounding clang, he drew forth the knight's sword he had not wielded in over a decade, advancing to the forefront of the guards facing the city gate. He was the strongest in this city, a swordsman of the golden tier. At this level, he could wield his fighting spirit to launch ranged attacks. However, using sword energy for such attacks would be a waste of his fighting spirit. Close combat would allow him to fully unleash his prowess. The city gate trembled incessantly, the hinges emitting a shrill creak, as though it would be breached at any moment. I shall lead the charge, the captain proclaimed, rallying the surrounding guards and fortifying his own spirit. Elia, grant me your blessing. He silently invoked the name of his beloved. The scent of the beasts drew near, their distinctive foul odor invading everyone's nostrils. Our reinforcements have arrived. It is Tarek. A soldier from the lookout tower suddenly shouted in excitement. Hearing this news, the captain joyfully turned to gaze toward the rear. Figures emerged from the distant corner of the street, racing toward the city gate, with his brother-in-law, guard Tarek, at the forefront. Boom. Accompanying Tarek was a tremendous sound. Boom. After nearly an hour of steadfast defense, the city gate was breached. In the next instant, the beasts surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing toward the crowd. Chapter 50. The Abyss of Shadows outside Windmill Town. Ron controlled the construct search while observing the battle situation in Windmill Town through his pre-established reconnaissance vantage points. Upon witnessing Vivian leading a multitude of adventurers and mercenaries into the fray, he nodded in satisfaction. Everything was under his command, without his tacit allowance. How could those beasts possibly escape the range of the dragon's breath? This was a trial. As for the subject of the trial, suddenly, the suffocating blanket in the southeast emitted a signal. It had detected an unidentified spatial fluctuation. It seemed he had located the source of the beast tide. Ron swiftly switched to the perspective of the suffocating blanket. He intended to ascertain what intruded upon his respite. Little did he know, upon investigation, he would be taken aback. Holy dragon god, what on earth is that? Ron exclaimed upon discerning the dark mass before him. It is not that Ron is incapable of comprehension, rather, the scene before him is simply too astonishing. The ominous blanket he sits upon hovers in a vast canyon, its focus fixated on an enigmatic object at the canyon's heart. As Ron shifts his perspective, he is confronted by an expansive rift in space, measuring several dozen meters in length and 5 meters in width. This blue-white fissure continuously emanates a swirling black mist, enveloping the surrounding terrain, which has transformed into a stark black and white landscape. It resembles a three-dimensional living canvas reduced to a two-dimensional ink painting. The corpses of beasts strewn about the black mist serve as a testament to its sinister nature. It is indeed the harbinger of this beast tide. Ron meticulously guides the ominous blanket to descend, driven by a desire to uncover the true nature of this black mist. For this is the future of his kingdom. He must rely on this realm to fulfill his quest for exploration. Such calamities as those wrought by the elemental fire plane must be avoided at all costs. Under Ron's deft control, the blanket adopts a humanoid posture, gracefully gliding beside the spatial rift. He is prepared for the worst. Should resistance prove futile, he is ready to flee with all his possessions to another realm. The black mist slowly envelopes the ominous blanket, yet no peculiar transformations occur. It appears that the mist's lethal capacity against beasts is ineffective against constructs. Regrettably, the identification technique cannot be applied to constructs. Only the original entity may be assessed. With cautious intent, Ron prods the rift with the edge of the blanket. A powerful suction emanates from it, nearly drawing the blanket into its depths. Quickly, Ron maneuvers the blanket away from the rift's core. This is no ordinary rift. It possesses a stability that defies dispersal even when touched. Pondering thoughtfully, Ron recognizes that both the primary and semi-planes can naturally produce such fissures. Typically, the birth and healing of a rift occur in an instant. Even without healing, a mere gentle touch from an external object can shatter them like glass. Their stability is alarmingly fragile. This has given rise to many legends in the astral realm, where great heroes or villains are often consumed by suddenly appearing rifts, only to emerge with tales of legendary encounters and treasures, ultimately returning as conquerors. Yet, judging by the gas seeping from this rift, the realm beyond does not seem to be a prime tourist destination. What, then, is this black mist? Ron again directs the ominous blanket, scrutinizing the surrounding corpses of the beasts. He makes a new discovery. These creatures appear to be undergoing a form of transformation. The limitations imposed by the construct's body hinder many actions. Ron deftly maneuvers the blanket, entwining a beast's corpse as if it were seaweed, and then wobbles back towards his original form. After several minutes, he gazes upon the black and white corpse of a gray-horned rabbit, deep in contemplation. Identification successful. Name, none. Species, gray-horned rabbit. Evaluation, deceased, undergoing shadowification. Gazing upon the system's evaluations, Ron solidified his thoughts. Upon querying the memories of the dragon's legacy, he discovered a similar description within the knowledge classification of the special planes. The opposite side of that spatial rift should be one of the unique dimensions of the astral plane, the shadow abyss. This plane is documented in the dragon's legacy, and the benevolent dragon god Bahamut has even added a cautionary note. All metallic dragons below demigod status should refrain from entering this plane, for it will corrode our flesh and even our souls. This single statement suffices to convey the terrors of this realm. However, to ascertain the specifics of this plane, further examination of the legacy was warranted. Ron hastily sifted through the dragon's legacy and the prism dragon's heritage. After integrating the information regarding the shadow abyss, he finally comprehended its peculiarities. The shadow abyss, also known as the umbral plane, is a dimensional space from which all colors except black, white, and gray have been extracted. It is a realm of darkness that resists light, with a pitch-black dome as its skyline, devoid of both sun and starlight. The overlay of the shadow abyss with the material plane mirrors that of the Feywild. Apart from the colorless landscapes, it bears a striking resemblance to the primary material plane of the astral realm. All landmarks of the primary material plane can be discerned within the shadow abyss, albeit distorted, reflecting the warped images of the entities that exist in the material plane. A towering peak in the material realm manifests as a jagged rock in the shadow abyss. Its exposed portions resembling a skull, a heap of rubble, or the crumbling ruins of a once magnificent castle. The vast forests of the shadow abyss are dark and distorted, with branches reaching out to ensnare the cloaks of travelers and roots spiraling around all who pass by. Is this not akin to a shadowy reflection of the primary plane of the astral realm, albeit in a twisted form? After reviewing all the materials, Ron crafted a summary of the shadow abyss. What troubled him most was the presence of a curse within the shadow abyss, ensnaring all beings or objects that enter it. Despair of the abyss, transforming all entities that enter the shadow abyss into shadow forms. Even dragons that venture within are gradually eroded by this curse, transforming into the infamous shadow dragons. These undead creatures are scorned even by the chromatic dragons and are regarded alongside skeletal dragons as the most despised of all dragonkind. Oh, but in the eyes of true dragons, these two have long been expelled from the draconic lineage. Should a gold or silver dragon learn of the existence of a shadow dragon, they would rally all their kin and allies to mount an expedition against it. This illustrates how unwelcome shadow dragons are. Despair of the abyss is the very essence that gives rise to shadow dragons. Only those of demigod status or higher can be completely immune to this curse, hence Bahamut's warning. Logically, this plane should be the common enemy of all dragons, and with few true deities residing within, it ought to have been annihilated by the dragon race long ago. Yet, in reality, the shadow abyss holds a remarkably unique status within the astral plane, one that even the dragon god dares not attack lightly. For it is one of the three great conduits of the astral realm. In the realm of the shadow abyss, numerous ethereal passageways exist, serving as tenuous boundaries between this dimension and others, allowing certain creatures to traverse between worlds. Within the dusty corners of crypts or the openings of tombs, such passageways may manifest. These ethereal corridors are shrouded in darkness, permeated by the stench of souls and death, reminiscent of battlefields, graveyards, and sepulchres. They reveal themselves only in darkness and shut immediately upon sensing the touch of light. The shadow abyss functions as an indispensable transit hub within the astral realms, providing swift access to other dimensions, and is truly unique. It is the sole shadow realm amidst the endless cosmos. The more powerful the entity, the slower the curse of despair of the abyss encroaches upon it. To erode a legendary dragon, it would take at least a century. Hence, many formidable beings utilize this passage for rapid travel to other planes. Upon discerning the origin of the beast tide, Ron found himself in a quandary. This was not an ordinary ethereal passage, but rather a relatively stable spatial rift. Should he destroy it? Gazing at the black mist below, he fell into contemplation. Once assured of its safety, Ron ascended above the spatial rift. Looking down, he observed that dozens of kilometers of forest had already succumbed to the curse emanating from the shadow realm. The trees were undergoing a transformation, their colors gradually shifting. In a few months, they would likely evolve into the shadow abyss's hallmark, the shadow jungle. It seemed prudent to retain this rift. Should he need to reach a dimension without coordinates in the future, this could serve as a swift passage. After pondering for a moment, Ron ultimately resolved to seal it, keeping it as a trump card. He then began to unleash advanced draconic magic, for ordinary sealing spells would prove ineffective against such a curse. A brilliant iridescent light radiated from his hand as he prepared an immense sealing magic array. Draconic, the space shall heed my command. Draconic magic, spatial sealing, seventh circle magic, eternal solidification. He needed to seal this rift to prevent the curse from spreading further, while also ensuring that others would not inadvertently stumble into this space. Utilizing a fourth-tier wind elemental core as a spellcasting material, Ron set up a concealed magic array. Seventh circle magic, distortion field. This spell would compel nearby beings to unconsciously circumvent the area, masking the essence of the curse. Done. That should suffice. Exhausted, Ron stretched in the air, observing the forest gradually returning to its former state. Now, he could return and indulge in a well-deserved slumber. The arcane teleportation magic array once again materialized beneath his feet. Only good food and sleep should not be forsaken. Iridescent Dragon Ron Chapter 51, Master of Ice and Flame, Combined Chapter, Boom. A cone of 7 colors surged forth, obliterating all magical beasts within a 10-meter radius. Following the attack, only a vast expanse of dark brown stains remained on the ground. This is a magic unique to the Rainbow Dragon Vein Mage, Dragon Language Magic, Dragon Breath, Prismatic Exhalation. Silver-white hair danced gracefully behind her as Vivian gripped her silver staff with one hand, panting heavily. With a serious expression, she gazed at the approaching beast tide, continuously unleashing her offensive spells. This was the fourth time she had cast Dragon Breath, and her magical energy was dwindling. Yet the monstrous creatures relentlessly surged toward the entrance. It is noteworthy that her current magical reserves had surpassed those of a grand sorcerer. How formidable! The captain of the guards wiped the green blood from his face, marveling at the silver-haired girl behind him. Those who had come to provide support, along with a few low-tier summoned beasts, managed to halt the advance of the beast tide. Even among the numerous supporters and summoned creatures, she stood out as the most radiant. She had single-handedly slain nearly 30 beasts. Could this really be a mere magic apprentice? Not only did she demonstrate a clever combination of various spells, but the colorful conical magic she unleashed was astonishingly powerful, alleviating the pressure on the guards with each use. The current battlefield was divided. The guards at the city gate, along with their captain, were desperately holding their ground, while the beasts that rushed past them charged toward the reinforcements. Vivian anxiously glanced toward the direction outside the city. Ron, please don't let anything happen to you. Shortly after Ron had departed that morning, the town of Windmill had been besieged by a beast tide. On her way to provide assistance, Vivian had attempted to contact Ron, but received no response. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation where Ron had not replied to her calls. She feared that he must have run into some troublesome predicament. Concerned that her messages might hinder Ron, she hesitated to send another. How infuriating that it had to be at this moment. As she swiftly dodged another ice spear launched by a beast, Vivian sheathed her staff of Ron. With her magical energy running low, she needed to conserve it. Vivian scanned her surroundings, her ruby-like eyes searching for something. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around her, she picked up a standard longsword that had been dropped by someone and charged toward the beast before her. Mage lady, don't. Except for Carol, those around her believed the mage had lost her senses. Who had ever seen a sorceress abandon her range advantage to engage in close combat? Only Carol knew that. After meeting Ron, Vivian's greatest proficiency lay not in long-range magic, but in melee magic. During the previous test, Vivian's performance had astonished everyone, including Carol. As the crowd watched in dismay, a second-tier beast, the Earth Spike Bear, charged toward Vivian with a roar, rising on its hind legs. Its dark brown fur stood on end like steel needles, dripping with the black-red blood of humans. Its massive paw hurtled toward Vivian's head with a fierce swiftness. It was over. She had acted too impulsively, lamented everyone present in their hearts. Vivian, a remarkably powerful sorceress, charged forward recklessly, and to those observing, this seemingly daft magical maiden appeared to be doomed. She had ventured too far ahead, leaving the nearest mercenaries unable to reach her in time. Suddenly, a sickening sound echoed as the silver-haired girl narrowly avoided a towering bear-like beast. Crimson blood arched through the air, not that of a human, but rather that of a magical beast. With a resounding thud, the mangled carcass collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The Earth Spike Bear was cleaved in two by a longsword shimmering with a faint iridescent glow. My heavens, what on earth has transpired? Vivian flicked the blood from her blade and charged forward once more, striking again and again. Vividly colored blood erupted from the beast's body, yet not a single drop tarnished the girl. The pristine white of her mage robe radiated a gentle magical light, repelling all filth. Illuminated by this arcane glow, Vivian resembled a pure holy maiden, gracefully maneuvering through the throngs of monsters. Alas, her adversaries would not share this sentiment. As onlookers gaped in disbelief, she forged a bloody path through the horde of beasts, successfully reuniting with the guards of Windmill Town, who had formed a defensive circle at the city gates. What are we waiting for? We cannot be outdone by a mere girl, a gruff voice exclaimed, and a seasoned mercenary in his 40s surged forward. The stunned crowd soon regained their senses, hastily following in Vivian's wake. Though no words were exchanged, the girl's fierce silhouette was indelibly etched in the hearts of those around her. Years later, tales of the sword-wielding maiden would still echo through Windmill Town, as parents recounted her valorous deeds to their children. A fireball sword passed, vanquishing a second-tier beast lunging at Vivian. Carol's ample chest heaved slightly. Her magical energy had waned significantly amidst the relentless battle. Fortunately, she remained at the rear of the crowd, where the surrounding mercenaries instinctively shielded the great sorceress. In the chaos of war, 10 ordinary soldiers could scarcely match the utility of a magician of equal rank, unless they achieved legendary status. Beyond the threshold of legend, both mages and warriors would chart their own paths, rendering distinctions moot. Though in fair combat, spellcasters would retain a higher success rate. With her prodigious talent, perhaps Vivian might even pursue the path of the magical swordsman, Carol pondered as she observed the girl's retreating figure. Half an hour prior, at the moment the city gates were breached, Tarek had finally assembled the mercenaries, professionals, and mages capable of fighting, leading them to the battlefield. Though the gates had been shattered, the remnants of hastily moved debris still lay at the entrance, providing humanity with a brief reprieve against the encroaching beasts. Eliminate them. Damn beasts, come face my blade. The incantations of mages mingled with the curses of mercenaries, filling the air around them. They firmly sealed the gates of Windmill Town, sparing no monstrous beast that attempted to enter. The captain of the guard, while wielding his long sword to slay the creatures, keenly observed the direction of the beast's tide. With a swift motion, he withdrew his blade from the head of a wild boar-shaped monster, crimson blood splattering across his face. Yet he had no time to wipe it away. The tide of beasts was not infinite. Since its onset, many had already been vanquished. Although most were of the lower ranks, not a single creature of the third tier or above had fallen, yet the most perilous initial surge had been weathered. Victory was gradually tilting in favor of humanity. The captain discerned the fatigue etched upon the faces of his comrades amidst the fray. Hold fast. Those beasts are nearly exterminated. He bellowed. Whoever slays a monster claims its corpse and core. The town will also bestow additional bounty coins. The words invigorated the warriors, prompting them to wield their weapons with renewed fervor. After all, such a dense gathering of low-tier monsters was a rare occurrence. The higher-tier beasts lingered beyond the walls, or were being held at bay by formidable individuals like Vivian, which thrilled the fighters. Typically, the search for suitable monster hunting tasks consumed considerable time, let alone the prospect of additional coin rewards. I'll give it my all. As long as I survive, I'll confess my feelings at the Kasha Tavern tonight, exclaimed a youth of about 16 or 17, with short brown hair, swinging a nearly 2-meter-long broad-bladed sword. Hellies, I never expected you to have such tastes. Ha ha. You must buy me a mug of ale when the time comes. The crowd around him cheered. Of course, the atmosphere, once grave, lightened amid such banter. Yet Vivian remained resolute, her expression icy as she continued to dispatch the monsters. Hurry, faster. Ron must be in trouble. I must assist him. Under Vivian's leadership, the reinforcements finally converged with the guards. Everyone, drive them out of the city. We are the hunters. They are the prey. The captain shouted once more, charging ahead to set an example. The surrounding guards, undeterred by their wounds, formed a line and surged forward alongside their leader. Roar! Charge! With such fervent declarations, the monstrous creatures were gradually forced back, the tide of beasts being collectively pushed beyond the town's boundaries. Just a little longer, boom. Before he could finish his thought, the captain was abruptly interrupted by an overwhelming force. Buzz! A colossal, almost tangible dragon's might swept through, instantly enveloping all of Windmill Town. In that moment, the fierce struggle was forcibly halted by this immense power. All humans and monsters alike were compelled to kneel, trembling under the weight of terror that resonated from their very souls. Even the Golden Tier captain could only brace himself on the ground, barely managing to maintain a kneeling posture without collapsing. He struggled to lift his head, surveying his surroundings. All were sprawled on the ground, none spared from the calamity. But wait, the silver-haired, crimson-eyed sorceress still stood resolute. Blood dripped from the blade she wielded, yet her expression no longer bore the icy demeanor from moments before. The captain of the guards was about to utter a word, but was interrupted by a sudden exclamation. What is that? A soldier, lying prostrate on the ground, pointed toward the distant sky, shouting. The crowd by the city gates followed his gesture, their gazes fixed upon the heavens. A sudden burst of blue light erupted from the crimson sun in the east, which then expanded downward, increasing in size before their eyes. It was fire. A tide of pale blue flames surged forth, engulfing both sky and earth, rushing toward the direction of Windmill Town. What was this phenomenon? What was happening? As they beheld the overwhelming ocean of flames advancing from afar, despair filled the eyes of every inhabitant of Windmill Town. Who will save us? God, have you forsaken us? I have had enough. The mercenaries, apprentices, and teachers lay on the ground, clutching their heads, trembling in panic while crying out helplessly. In that instant, wails of anguish, curses, and prayers arose in unison. Even the beasts of magic were drenched in the terror of this horrific sight. People lamented the injustice of fate, bemoaning the indifference of the gods. They had exerted their utmost effort, had glimpsed the dawn of victory, yet the mayor of Windmill Town, drained of magic, sat helplessly against the city wall. He stared at the approaching sea of flames, slowly closing his eyes. In the end, Illyria, I could not voice my true sentiments. Just within 3 seconds, the pale blue flames reached the crowd. In the moment before the flames consumed them, the mayor suddenly opened his tear-filled eyes and shouted to the sky, "Illyria, I love you." The captain of the guards turned in disbelief, about to respond, when his entire being was engulfed by the tide of pale blue flames. Boom! The cataclysmic fire enveloped Windmill Town, striking first at the beasts beyond its walls. The acrid stench of burning fur filled the nostrils of all present. Each person reflected on past regrets, contemplating actions taken or left undone. One often realizes the weight of their choices only when death looms near, only to comprehend what should and should not have been done. Alas, such realizations come too late. Some things may never be accomplished in this lifetime. The mayor closed his eyes once more, enveloped by the pale blue flames. The beasts outside the town offered no resistance. Their bodies were instantaneously reduced to ash, even their cores melting away in the merciless fire. At last, the dreadful tide of beasts was vanquished. Yet the mayor remained with closed eyes, lost in contemplation of his life's regrets. He suddenly sensed something amiss. Why did the blue flame seem to burn without inflicting pain? Furthermore, could one still think after death? With the same bewilderment, the mayor and the others opened their eyes once more. The scene before them astounded all present. The blazing blue flames clung to everyone's bodies, yet not a single inch of skin was scorched. A curious young guard tentatively touched the blue flames, which appeared to be non-existent. His hand passed through effortlessly and scathed. "It seemed we have not perished? Is this blue flame a miracle? The monstrous beasts have been reduced to ashes, yet we remain unharmed? Have the gods saved us?" Gradually, the overwhelming blue flames and oppressive aura began to dissipate, taking with them all remnants of the magical essence. "We have not died." The cries of joy shattered the silence. Tears welled in their eyes, yet their faces radiated exhilaration from their miraculous survival. Everyone rejoiced for this hard-earned second chance at life. Vivian quietly gazed at the horizon where the sky met the earth. What is that? With the dragon's pressure no longer present, all began to rise slowly. Talek pointed to the sky, his voice filled with incredulity. Like the tide returning to shore, all of the pale blue flames receded to their original source. Illuminated by the soft blue flames, a translucent figure emerged, appearing divine as it glided through the sea of fire, gradually becoming less distinct. The flames seemed to behave like obedient children, enveloping this figure before vanishing from sight. It is a deity. He is the god who has saved us. Chapter 52. The blue-tailed flame dragon Ron himself had not anticipated that a mere breath would wield such profound influence. Let us rewind time to 10 minutes prior. After sealing the rift to the abyssal shadow realm, Ron returned to the vicinity of Windmill Town through spatial positioning. In his estimation, given the time spent sealing the rift, the lesser beasts should have been entirely eradicated by now. He had underestimated their strength. To his surprise, the few beasts he had overlooked had not yet been vanquished. Elite beasts of the same tier, such as the iron-eating elephant, typically require a complete four-member team of the same level for successful subjugation. However, the purpose of this trial had finally been achieved. In Ron's absence, Vivian calmly handled the situation she encountered, maintaining her composure without faltering. This was the outcome Ron had hoped to witness. After all, seeing the townsfolk of Windmill Town struggle so desperately tugged at his heart, prompting him to lend them a helping hand. Yet, he deemed it necessary to activate forced concealment in advance, lest they perceive his true form. Ron mused. The strength of these individuals was not particularly fearsome, but he feared their tendency to spread tales of encountering a vividly colored true dragon. In the event that this plane harbors a cult devoted to the worship of Maken Shiote, and they were to hear of this news, conveying it to their goddess, the likelihood of such an occurrence is minuscule, bordering on the improbable. Nevertheless, exercising caution is prudent. Ron embodies the essence of a cautious dragon, at times veering into an excessive neuroticism. After all, which dragon surveys a 20-kilometer radius daily with the aid of a reconnaissance spell. He inhaled deeply, the forces of frost and flame coalescing within his being. Simultaneously, the minute, diamond-like scales adorning his body began to gradually turn translucent under the influence of the ethereal aura. The legendary trait of force invisibility proves to be exceedingly useful. This ability is originally exclusive to the 3 legendary dragon breeds of the astral plane, known as the force dragons. Typically, a force dragon is enveloped in a shroud of misty luminescence, a manifestation of force invisibility. The ancient force dragons possess the innate ability to become naturally invisible, as light passes seamlessly through their bodies, rendering this trait a passive ability. Unlike other non-legendary dragons, force dragons exude no scent whatsoever. However, Ron, endowed with force invisibility, is distinct. He perpetually carries a faint floral aroma, which serves as a diminishment of his stealth. Although he remains uncertain as to why this trait manifested in him following a brief slumber, it does not detract from its practicality. Ron holds this characteristic in high regard. Simultaneously, he ponders that upon achieving his first travel objective and acquiring the time magic, he might indulge in the abilities of a time dragon as well. Objective 1. Attend Vivian's 18th graduation ceremony, illuminating the world map. Upon completion, he would receive the reward, Divine Art, Time Acceleration. This ability, originally belonging to the Time Dragons, seems within Ron's reach with the assistance of the system. Time, iridescence, and force. These traits appear to be within his grasp, both now and in the future. In a sense, he embodies the amalgamation of various legendary dragon traits. Yet, recalling the appearance of the Time Dragon, he abandons this notion. Among the 3 legendary dragon breeds, the Time Dragon possesses the least appealing visage. Ron's aesthetic sensibilities compel him to shake his head in disapproval after viewing the Time Dragon imagery recorded in the Dragon Heritage. While the Time Dragons rank highest in power among the legendary breeds, their physical allure is decidedly lacking. Even a common silver dragon surpasses them in beauty. Ron boasts that his own beauty could easily eclipse that of 100 ancient Time Dragons. He feels a twinge of disquiet, as though he is establishing some sort of standard. Shaking off these errant thoughts, Ron continues to inhale while casting his spell. His chest begins to emit a soft glow, signaling the completion of the magical preparation. Mixed breath, ice and fire convergence, is not merely a breath attack. Its formation entails a complex amalgamation of magical formulas, alongside the mastery of the specialized skill of multicasting. It is a unique form of magic that Ron labored extensively to develop, allowing him to control his breath so that allied units remain unharmed. Additionally, there is one more point. If Ron were in power mode, he would be incapable of unleashing this extraordinary breath of the dragon. Once he had gathered his strength, he directed his breath towards the ground. Boom. He maintained his posture for a full 30 seconds without faltering. This breath, while not the most potent he had ever unleashed, was undoubtedly the most expansive in his history. The endless light blue flames in the sky descended like cannonballs, striking the earth with tremendous force, creating a vast crater. Subsequently, the flames surged across the ground like a tidal wave, sweeping towards Windmill Town. From Ron's perspective, he had engulfed the surrounding thousands of kilometers of land in blue flames. The earth appeared to transform into an ocean, with waves crashing over one another until they met the horizon. It resembled a celestial river cascading down, a torrent of stars rushing forth. Under the cataclysmic breath of the dragon, Windmill Town quivered like a frightened maiden, instantly submerged by the towering waves. Ron focused intently on controlling the breath, striving to avoid inadvertently harming the humans within the town. This required considerable skill. His target was the magical cores of the beasts. Whether they were alive or dead, he intended to claim them all. What? You say those beasts that had already perished were not slain by him. Thus he had no right to claim them? Ron smiled slightly. He had spared their lives by controlling his breath, and collecting just a few magical cores as compensation was quite merciful. Having survived the assault of a legendary dragon, these individuals could boast about their encounter in taverns for a lifetime, provided they could discern the source of the flames. With the light blue breath clearing the area, not a single magical beast remained alive in the town. All the magical cores had melted into a liquid form, shimmering with multicolored specks resembling the starlit sparkling wine he had tasted in a past life. The tide ebbed, slowly retreating like a receding wave. All the dragon breath and magical core liquid were consumed by him. Burp. Ron felt truly stuffed this time. Every pore of his body glowed with starlight, a manifestation of overflowing life energy. Alas, Ron noticed the gazes of the townsfolk focused upon him. He realized that the radiance combined with the receding light blue breath had slightly revealed his hidden outline. Hastily, he manipulated the light blue flames to conceal himself and then used spatial magic to teleport away. Fortunately, the power of invisibility was effective, and they had only glimpsed a faint outline, failing to discern his true form. In the bedroom of Vivian, rhythmic breaths filled the air. Ron skillfully utilized the transformation spell to teleport back to his soft bed and fell into a deep slumber. At that moment, Ron remained oblivious to the magnitude of the commotion his breath had caused and the myriad benefits it had bestowed upon him. He merely sensed a peculiar power quietly germinating within him. That day, all who witnessed the miracle in Windmill Town were resolute in their belief that a deity had descended. What other entity could possess such formidable power? They revere the unknown great dragon god as the lord of ice and flame. The light blue flames he releases, reminiscent of the vast ocean, incinerate all wickedness in the world. His benevolent flames sweep across every corner of Windmill Town, yet not a single soul is harmed. Beneath the azure flames, his transparent form appears dragon-like, leading them to believe that the Lord of Ice and Flame must indeed be a magnificent dragon deity. In his honor, they constructed a statue from blue ore, positioning it at the heart of the town, replacing the old fountain. The statue depicts a swirling blue flame, and under the artisan's meticulous craftsmanship, a figure that is neither wholly dragon nor entirely otherwise emerges against the backdrop of the flames. Nearly all the townspeople have become his devoted followers, and the town's name was changed to Ice Flame Town to commemorate the miracles of the Lord of Ice and Flame. Even those who follow other faiths express their profound respect for him. Who would dare to show disrespect to the Lord of Ice and Flame? Such an act would be seen as a provocation, and they would not hesitate to throw down the gauntlet, engaging in a deadly duel. Following the beast tide, some adventurers recalled that the Lord of Ice and Flame's tail also seemed to burn with blue flames. Thus they occasionally referred to him as the blue-tailed flame dragon. Meanwhile, Ron, blissfully unaware of all this, remained soundly asleep in his bed, having entered a brief period of slumber. In the aftermath of the beast tide, Windmill Town is undergoing extensive renovations. The townsfolk, driven by the emotion of survival, work tirelessly, and the restoration of the city walls progresses rapidly. The captain of the guards encounters the mayor, who wears a look of melancholy atop the walls. "Shall we have a drink?" In a private room of the Kasha Tavern, the two clink their wooden mugs filled with subpar wheat beer and down their drinks in one go. The white froth cascades down the mayor's collar, dampening his tattered magical robe. "Haha, it's been years since I've indulged in such inferior brew. I must admit, it's the very flavor that delights." The captain of the guards chuckled, initiating their conversation. The mayor remained silent, lost in thought as he gazed into his mug of white beer. "How many years has it been since we last shared a drink?" Luke Alea, the mayor, called his friend by his full name for the first time in nearly a decade. "It must be close to 10 years, hasn't it? Ever since you returned from the mercenary band's dissolution, you haven't joined me for a drink." The captain of the guards, Luke, initially chuckled at himself. Then, looking earnestly at the mayor, he spoke his full name. "Marshal Burt. It has indeed been a decade, yet it feels as though it occurred only yesterday." Marshal took another swig of the inferior beer. Cough, cough, cough. The coarse liquid provoked an uncontrollable fit of coughing, his face flushing, tears escaping his eyes. Luke quietly accompanied him in another drink. "I remember when we were young. It was you who insisted on becoming a mage. You dragged me along to your entrance exam. And in the end, it was I who was left behind while you went for your interview." Marshall wiped the corner of his eye and gazed at Luke, who silently sipped his drink across the table. With a smile, he reminisced, "Indeed, we were both so young back then. Who would have imagined that you, who yearned for the life of a mercenary, would ultimately embark on the path of magic?" Luke chuckled, refilling Marshall's glass. "The path of destiny is always so inscrutable." A boy, enamored with magic, was reluctantly forced to tread the road of martial cultivation, while another boy, dreaming of the mercenary's bloody life, ultimately embraced the allure of magic. They became the objects of each other's envy until that maiden appeared. "I regret it, Luke." Suddenly, Marshall grasped Luke's rough hand, gazing intently into his eyes. "I truly regret it. Do not speak of such things. Listen to me, Marshall. Today, we drink, and nothing else." Luke replied, gently seizing Marshall's arm. The two middle-aged men, both over 40, simply looked at one another. In the end, it was Marshall who released his grip first. Just as he had done years ago when two young boys with affections for the same girl faced her, he was the one to let go. Marshall once again lifted his glass and drank deeply. Back then, we were in such a hurry, yet we forgot to gaze at the stars above. I thought magic could allow me to forget everything, so after leaving the mercenary band, I relentlessly sought new avenues for magical learning. Yet, I discovered that no amount of magical knowledge could mend the anguish within my heart. The day you were appointed captain of the guards was also the day you wed Aaliyah. I had promised to be your witness, but I chose to hastily depart, journeying westward without knowing my destination. Luke listened quietly to his friend's confessions. It was his wedding day, yet his closest brother was absent. Marshall fell into memories, continuing to recount the events following his flight. I wandered aimlessly to the outskirts of the Abia forest, contemplating finding a magical beast to end my life. I successfully located a 6th-tier magical beast, the buck giant bear, intending to die with honor. I charged at it, but predictably, it struck me down with a mere casual blow. Later, I encountered the guardian of the azure. Luke sat on the wooden bench, silently absorbing the tale, one that Marshall had never shared with him before. I recounted my story to her, expecting some words of comfort. Yet, she said nothing, merely patted my shoulder and asked me to pay for the drinks. Marshall took another swig of his drink and suddenly glared fiercely at Luke. After that incident, I found myself no longer wishing to die. Damn it, how could I possibly perish when you, the scoundrel who stole my fiancée, are still alive? You foolish, despicable, heartless brute. As Marshall unleashed a torrent of curses, Luke stared in disbelief. This gentleman, a powerful sorcerer for nearly 40 years, was cursing for the first time in front of others. Luke did not interrupt his friend's outburst, quietly accepting the lamentations. Time seemed to rewind back to that summer when Marshall and Aaliyah were childhood sweethearts, born and brought together in Windmill Town. Both families lived as neighbors, and their parents arranged a betrothal for them. However, through a twist of fate, Marshall became an apprentice of magic, departing from Windmill Town under the guidance of an elderly mage. This journey lasted for 7 years. Disheartened by the revelation of his lack of magical talent, Luke chose to spend his days in Windmill Town. Eventually, he was taken under the wing of an old mercenary who unexpectedly accelerated his training in martial arts. Within just a year, he ascended from an ordinary individual to the rank of Black Iron. It is worth noting that for children from typical households, achieving such a level usually requires at least 5 years of rigorous training. The mercenary remained in Windmill Town, hoping to mold a warrior renowned across the continent before his demise. During this time, Luke developed feelings for Aaliyah, yet neither dared to express them. Most wild mages never return to their hometowns. They have devoted themselves to the eternal deity of magic. However, exceptions do exist. After 7 years, Marshall returned. Having mastered his craft, the wild mage could no longer impart knowledge to him, as his disciple had surpassed him in strength. He chose to return home. At that moment, he had become a grand mage. The first thing he did upon returning was rush to Luke's home, eager to share his joy with his long-lost friend. Bursting through the door, Marshall exclaimed, "Luke, have you thought about?" The scene within the room struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned. Two once familiar figures suddenly appeared blurred and distant. Luke and his former fiancée were having lunch, and upon seeing the exuberant Marshall, they were at a loss for words. The three of them silently concluded their reunion that day. In an instant, the usually untroubled Marshall found himself engulfed in despair. At that moment, he possessed the strength to eliminate them both. Yet he refrained. One was his former best friend, the other his ex-fiancée. He could not bring himself to do it. Subsequently, Luke and Marshall formed a small mercenary group and left Windmill Town. They made an agreement with Aaliyah. If they returned safely, she could choose whom to marry. Ultimately, he lost. Or rather, neither emerged victorious. One lost a friendship, while the other lost everything. Mastering magic requires a resolute heart. When one begins to question whether pursuing magic was the right choice, they have already forsaken it. The deity of magic, in turn, will unrelentingly abandon that individual. Marshall, who became a grand mage at 17, never advanced in the realm of magic again. Similarly, Luke, who reached the golden rank at the same age, remained forever stagnant at that level. I was so busy rushing that I overlooked the beautiful scenery along the way, Marshall murmured drunkenly, resting his head on the table. "Forgive me, my friend." With reddened eyes, Luke downed his final drink and embraced him. Are we still friends? Marshall gazed vacantly at the ceiling. We will always be the best of friends, Luke declared with unwavering resolve. You scoundrel. Suddenly, Marshall rose and delivered a punch to his shoulder, then staggered away. The straight punch, do you remember? This was the technique Marshall had relentlessly practiced with Luke during his youthful admiration for mercenaries. It was their first encounter. And even after all these years, he had not forgotten that move. Thank you. Luke sat in silence for a moment, wiping away his tears before drinking the last of his ale and unsteadily leaving the room. At the tavern's entrance, a woman in her 30s, cradling a swaddled infant, anxiously searched for her husband. The guards had clearly stated he had entered the Kasha Tavern. Elia, a familiar voice echoed from the staircase. Let us return home. Chapter 53. The Crystallization of Divine Power. It has been ages since I have slept so soundly. Ron stretched widely, feeling a delightful sensation emanating from every cell in his body, lifting his spirits. The warm sunlight streaming through the window illuminated his translucent form, creating a halo reminiscent of a rainbow. Beside his bed stood a humanoid construct the dragon-scale soldier Ron had previously crafted. To avoid any disturbances during his slumber, Ron had deliberately activated it. Although he had only been asleep for 7 days, it felt as if he had rested for 7 centuries. He had never experienced such comfort. Something feels off. This pleasure is perhaps excessive. Moreover, there seems to be a peculiar energy within me. Noticing the oddity within, Ron's expression shifted. He swiftly activated a full magical enhancement mode. A series of enhancement spells manifested upon his body, casting a spectrum of magical light throughout the room. Yet this was insufficient. He simultaneously engaged his muscles and divinity, ready to transition into a state of power mode. Magic and flesh compressed, divinity fused. Wait, why does my divinity seem to have accumulated something extra? Ron felt bewildered. Atop the radiance of his divine essence, there appeared to be a golden energy substance. It was this energy's emanation that endowed his body with a sense of euphoria. After repeatedly confirming the interaction between his divinity and magical energy, Ron discerned that this substance seemed to offer no resistance to his touch. Where did this come from? Curiosity piqued, Ron guided the energy outward. It responded obediently, as if it were an extension of Ron himself, manifesting effortlessly upon his dragon claw at merely a thought. It danced around his vibrant, colorful scales like tiny sprites. Such a familiar sensation, Ron murmured to himself. The entire room felt imbued with warmth, not a physical warmth, but a warmth of the spirit. Gazing at the diminutive pale golden crystal before him, Ron wore an expression of childlike curiosity. The essence that glimmered within him, once pale golden, had transformed into a golden octahedral crystal upon leaving his body. It was minuscule, less than 1/10 of a centimeter, akin to an ant commonly found scurrying about. To silently infiltrate his own body under the watch of the dragon-scale warriors speaks volumes about the uniqueness of this entity. Moreover, the moment the crystal materialized, Ron felt an unsettling sense of loss, as if something precious had slipped from his grasp. Uncertain of the nature of the object before him, he instinctively cast an appraisal spell. Of course, it was the system's appraisal. His personal appraisal would only draw upon his own knowledge and past experiences to discern the nature of an item. If he were unaware or had not perused similar tomes, he would be utterly incapable of identifying it. Appraisal successful. Name, Divine Power Crystal. The system's appraisal functioned flawlessly once more. Yet this time it offered no hints beyond the name. Ron couldn't help but mentally berate the insipid system. Nevertheless, upon seeing the name, he fervently began to scour the records within the 2 volumes of Dragon Heritage. These texts contained a plethora of wondrous knowledge, though it was often obscured by bizarre entries. One could only wonder which ancient dragon had penned such peculiarities, as Ron frequently bypassed these oddities. Consider the titles he encountered: 100 Culinary Techniques for Earth Consumption, How to Make the Dragon God Fall in Love with You, and Postpartum Care for Boar Beasts. It was imperative to swiftly navigate past the frivolous knowledge. Ron dove headlong into the archives of the dragon gods. At last, within a segment of Bahamut's recorded legacy, he discovered a trace of the crystal's essence. This object. Ron's pupils constricted, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Is this the divine power? Gazing at the shimmering, pale golden crystal before him, he felt somewhat disoriented due to the overwhelming significance it represented. Such energy, was it not typically reserved for those of demigod stature or above? Suddenly, Ron recalled that this substance appeared to be intricately tied to divinity itself. Upon detaching from the body, it crystallized and ceased to be active. Was it birthed from divinity? He pondered quietly, examining the divine power crystal in his hands. Yet, he had possessed divinity for quite some time now, and there had been no prior manifestations of this nature. Did it require a maturation period? Had it transitioned from adolescence to adulthood? A rather peculiar image flashed through Ron's mind, one of dark humor. The golden radiance of divinity laboriously giving birth to divine power, while Ron stood by with a thorny whip, overseeing the process and shouting, "Hurry up! You are a mature divinity now. It's time to pull your weight." Wait, why a thorny whip? And why did it seem so familiar? Ron shook his head vigorously, clearing the chaotic images from his mind. His thoughts had become rather too lively of late. The genesis of the divine power crystal could not possibly stem from such absurd notions. Yet the dragon heritage offered no insights into its inception. Just when it was most crucial, the texts fell silent. These dragon gods were indeed a mischievous lot. However, one could understand their reticence, as it pertained to the methods of ascension to divinity. Even the so-called benevolent and selfless platinum dragon god would not inscribe such knowledge within the dragon heritage. Ron continued to contemplate. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed along the wooden corridor outside. Ron tucked away the crystalline essence of divine power, which once again enveloped his being in a soft golden hue. Thud, thud, thud. Ron, are you awake? I sensed a surge of potent magical energy from upstairs. Is it you? Vivian's urgent voice called from beyond the door, startled by the formidable magical waves Ron had just unleashed. It's me, all is well. Please, come in. Ron's voice resonated directly within Vivian's mind. The creaking of the dry wooden door hinges pierced the air as Vivian gently opened the door. The silver-haired, crimson-eyed girl stood outside in her pristine white mage's robe, lacking her pointed magical hat. In her hand, she held a half-eaten piece of bread, evidently having rushed up without a second thought upon detecting Ron's magical aura. Ron, she hurried toward him, finally pausing at the side of the bed. The subtle quiver of her lips hinted at a multitude of unspoken words yearning to be shared with the young dragon before her, yet she merely whispered his name. I'm fine, Ron replied softly. Vivian's eyes appeared brimming with tears, akin to dewdrops on flower petals in the summer morning, ready to fall with the slightest touch. The abruptness of Ron's prior departure, followed by the onslaught of the beast tide, and then the sight of the slumbering Ron alongside the vigilant dragon-scaled guards had left her heart gripped with fear, a sentiment known only to herself. Nonetheless, she stood resolutely at the door. Vivian wiped her tear-streaked eyes, facing Ron, and managed to smile once more. I'm glad you're all right. Warm sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a golden sheen upon her silver locks, a unique hue reminiscent of such radiant moments. The two shared a serene silence, momentarily enveloped in their tranquil world. Bathed in the gentle glimmer of motes of light, the afternoon bloomed vibrantly, and she appeared like a painting come to life. I prepared roasted rock goat for you, Ron. Wait here a moment. I shall go warm it up, she said, as Ron gazed at her pristine silhouette. A sudden realization stirring within him. He comprehended the true source of divine power. Chapter 54. Divine power and faith. Is it the divine that loves mankind, or mankind that loves the divine? This question has been pondered by many, yielding diverse conclusions. Ron understood that the love a person holds for the divine is also a form of faith. In possessing divinity, Ron, in a sense, could be considered a pseudo-deity. When it comes to feelings, Vivian's profound affection for Ron surpassed that of even the most fervent zealot. It was only after the crisis of the beast tide, coupled with the stimulation of the townspeople's faith, that this strand of divine power came into being, or rather, the emergence of faith itself. The malevolent dragon god, Tiamat, the progenitor of the chromatic dragons, once articulated a renowned sentiment. 1,000 superficial believers are worth less than a single zealous devotee. She holds this maxim in high regard and has indeed endeavored to reform the tenets of the chromatic dragons to attract more fervent followers. Her adherents predominantly consist of chromatic dragons and their related draconic kin. Although this formidable congregation possesses immense power, the majority are mere dilettantes, consumed by avarice and characterized by their violent temperaments, unwilling to offer even a copper piece in devotion to Tiamat. Ironically, despite sharing a similar disposition, Tiamat harbors a disdain for such traits in her followers. As the matron of chromatic dragons, she has performed several commendable acts for her kind. most notably commanding all chromatic dragons to never abandon a single true dragon hatchling, mandating their care until they reach the juvenile stage. This decree has undoubtedly saved countless chromatic dragon offspring. Without it, they might have long been extinguished by the united metallic dragons. After all, compared to the diligent nurturing of their progeny by metallic dragons, chromatic dragons have been known to cruelly trample their own newly hatched young. Prior to Tiamat's edict, there were indeed real cases within the astral realm to substantiate this grim reality. The epithet evil dragon is not merely a label, it reflects a profound truth. There are only misnomers, not mischaracterizations. Consider the elderly blue dragon, Worn Roth, who masquerades as a bard, chronicling tales and engaging romantically with humans. He is among the rarest of his kind in the entire astral plane, which is one of the reasons Ron is inclined to befriend him. The overwhelming majority of chromatic dragons spend their lives in malevolence, whether towards humans or fellow dragons. A fervent devotee among the chromatic dragons is regarded with special consideration, even by Tiamat herself, for they can bestow upon her an immense reservoir of faith. Divine power is not a singular force, whether it be faith, astral energy, or shadow energy. All are facets of divine authority. As Io once proclaimed, the divine encompasses all, and all can ascend to divinity. Divine power cannot possibly be a mere commonplace phenomenon. Ordinarily, to access divine power, one must at least attain demigod status, either through acquisition or appropriation, to obtain their first glimpse of divine energy. Subsequently, they must find ways to acclimate their bodies to this newfound divine augmentation. Hence the term demigod. They possess certain divine attributes, enabling them to wield minuscule amounts of divine power in combat. Ron has discovered that he seems to have bypassed this phase, as the existence of divinity allows him to manipulate divine power freely at the legendary tier, even crystallizing it. Should this crystallized divine power be placed within the astral realm, countless demigods would vie to seize it. Divine power is an integral part of divine might, once lost. Its restoration is exceedingly arduous. The astral realm is populated with numerous deities, yet not a single one would stoop to sell their divine power. As such an act is an egregious disgrace, more contemptible than the sale of one's own flesh. Imagine taking a rainbow dragon to the abyssal plane and requesting a night of companionship from the succubus queen, Mechanshut, in a benevolent mood. She might well acquiesce to your request. However, should you request a divine crystal from her, what awaits you will be a blood-weeping thorn whip and the wrath of the primordial succubus. Ron could sense the composition of the divine crystal within him. 99% of it was the power of faith transformed by Vivian's emotions, while the remainder consisted of the collective faith of the residents of Windmill Town. The image of the silver-haired girl, whose eyes sparkled with adoration for him, lingered in his mind. How difficult it is to endure the grace of such beauty, Ron sighed. Ultimately, he must leave this place. As for the future, he would address that when the time came. Ron chose to dismiss these chaotic thoughts. Once more, he solidified that strand of divine power, toying with it in his claws. This power was not yet of use to him. He would only be able to utilize it to augment himself once he became a demigod. By the standards of the astral realm, he possessed 1 unit of divine power. To ascend as a deity with even a trace of divine strength, one would require at least 10 million units of divine power. This was merely one of the prerequisites for divinity. Aspects such as divine nature, divine rank, and divine realm were not so easily attained through divine power alone. The path to godhood was a daunting endeavor, bordering on the impossible. Across the entire dragon race in the astral realm, there existed merely 11 true deities. Most of the other dragon gods had merely achieved a state of power comparable to that of deities through chance methods. They either lacked a divine realm or divine rank, rendering them incomplete gods. Nonetheless, the fact that the faith of mere humans from Windmill Town could provide 1 unit of divine power astonished Ron. Considering the rarity of divine power, perhaps he ought to display miracles before these sentient beings more often. No, it should be under an alias that he reveals his divine nature. It was far too perilous for his true self to venture out. He would rely on his alternate identity instead. Regardless of the name he adopted, the power of faith would not be misled unless he falsely claimed to represent another deity. In that case, the faith would naturally be directed towards that god, with sufficient divine power and a corresponding mode of strength. Ron mused that he might one day stand in the main realm and call out to Mechanshut from the depths of the abyss. Come down. I shall take on 10. After all, The main realm is categorically impervious to the destructive force of deities. A sinister chuckle escaped him as he daydreamed about the future, sending a chill down Vivian's spine as she approached with a dining cart. She suspected Ron might have encountered some unsettling experience outside. "Ron, dinner is ready." The girl's voice interrupted his reverie. She effortlessly lifted the two-tiered cart and ascended to the third floor, a stark contrast to her petite and adorable figure. This reminded Ron of an image from his past life. Lindayu pulling up a drooping willow. "Chicken soup is here." The aroma of food wafted through the room, igniting a fierce appetite in Ron, who had nearly digested all the energy in his stomach. With a wide yawn, Ron opened his dragon maw, signaling that he was reluctant to make the effort to eat. Vivian, with a blend of amusement and exasperation, picked up an oversized iron spoon. Just as she had cared for the injured Ron in Oracle Town, she fed him spoonful by spoonful. In a moment of reverie, two scenes appeared to blend seamlessly together. It had indeed been quite some time. Vivian sighed as she reminisced, recalling the scorching summer when Ron first arrived, and now autumn had graced the world. "Is it?" Ron inquired, swallowing his food, a hint of confusion in his voice. His perception of time was gradually shifting. It was no longer the frantic urgency to stretch every minute. One's sensitivity to time is often shaped by both lifespan and environment. The legendary dragon breeds possess lifespans that far exceed those of other true dragons. Even in idleness, they are gifted with tens of thousands of years. Time dragons, in particular, never face the brink of mortality. They succumb only to accidents or the hands of other deities. Vivian offered no reply, merely feeding him gently, occasionally reaching for her delicate white handkerchief to wipe the grease from his mouth. Ron pondered what title he should bestow upon his future divine incarnation. The title of the dragon goddess Tamara, for instance, is Lady of Compassion or Lady of Mercy. Humanity also reveres her as the goddess of compassion and mercy. Surely, his title ought to possess a certain flair as well. Once Ron was fed, Vivian lifted the dining cart and delivered the utensils to the first floor for the tavern attendant to wash. She then returned to their room, embracing Ron gently as they lay on the bed. Together, in the warm midday sunlight, they relished this rare moment of tranquility. As for the announcement regarding the book's release, tomorrow, April 1st, marks the day it will officially launch. After 27 days of updating with 160,000 words, the moment has finally arrived. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my readers and my editor, Jiang Cha. As a novice author, with this being my very first book, without Jiang Cha's guidance, this story might have remained forever confined to my documents. The support from numerous readers has also enabled me to write this extensively. In summary, I thank everyone once again. Whether you are currently reading or have already departed from this journey, there is no need for sorrowful or pitiful remarks. Readers come to enjoy the story, not to hear tales of woe, laughs. Now, let me address the update rules that many are curious about post-release. 1. After release, there will be at least 2 updates per day, with 5 updates on the launch day. 2. For subscriptions exceeding 300, an additional chapter will be added for every additional 100 subscriptions. 3. For average subscriptions exceeding 300, the same additional chapter rule applies. Initial and average subscriptions influence future recommendation placements, so I humbly request those nurturing the book to subscribe. 4. For every 2 coins donated, an additional chapter will be added. The leader will receive 5, silver members 50, and gold. Well, that's just fanciful. 5. For every 200 votes received, an additional chapter will be added. 6. Updates during holidays will depend on the availability of manuscript material. 7. Leaders can privately message me regarding their birthdays, and an update will be added on that day. Other rules for additional updates will be added as they come to mind, but for now, these 7 will suffice. Friends in the group know that my writing speed is approximately 800 words per hour, so updating 2 chapters daily will require about 6 hours of my time. However, I am fortunate to have prepared a 10-chapter backlog before releasing the book, alleviating concerns about additional updates. Haha. The update on the rules has concluded, and now I would like to discuss the issues surrounding this book and its future. In fact, much has already been said in this chapter and the review section. The elements within this narrative are plentiful, and the story unfolds gradually. It is not merely a tale of dragon warfare. The sections on the fire element, the oracle, the dragon beasts, and Windmill Town all serve to illustrate the transformation in Ron's mindset as he transitions from human to dragon. However, I feel I have not articulated this well. Ron grapples with the complex emotions of surrender versus struggle, while Vivian embodies an indomitable spirit of perseverance. The maternal love of the dragon beast transcends species boundaries, and the loyalty of the old blue dragon reflects a steadfast view of love. There is an abundance of themes I wish to explore, yet it seems I have not done justice to any of them. Currently, the storyline is at the beginning of the royal capital arc, which marks Ron's first experience in this realm, excluding the fire element. This is the most crucial and detailed dimension of the narrative. This segment can be regarded as one of the pivotal plots within the Kalan dimension, and I will strive to convey the visions that reside within my mind. Due to limitations in my writing skills, I find myself tirelessly researching daily. The forthcoming chapters, including those set in the Great Forest, the Frenzied Rat, the Floating City, and Dragon Island, contain numerous untold scenes that I hope will resonate with readers. As the story progresses through multiple dimensions, the fantastical elements may become more pronounced and the narratives more succinct, potentially comprising just 1 or 2 chapters per dimension. Each story represents a dream of the author, showcasing varied dimensions, distinct civilizations, intelligent life forms, and unique customs. Under Ron's connection, I eagerly anticipate the sparks that will arise from their interactions. After this lengthy discourse, I am uncertain if anyone will reach this point. I am now a full-time author, and once I refine my writing speed, I intend to produce daily updates. In summary, I am grateful to those who have taken the time to read this. Please subscribe. Subscribe, an important request that bears repeating. A quick note, I would like to introduce a sacrificial offering, a book titled The Mute in Hogwarts. Good news. The protagonist is reborn in the magical world of Hogwarts and receives an admission letter, with Dumbledore surely recognizing their talent as equal to that of the 4 founders. However, the bad news is that they are mute and unable to cast spells. For those who enjoy Harry Potter fan fiction, I encourage you to take a look. My sincere thanks to the esteemed reader, Monkey Sai Lehi Ju Fun, for their generous support. Just awakened, I was surprised to find a new patron notification, leaving me momentarily bewildered. Thank you for your support. Please hold on as I prepare to release additional chapters around noon. Patrons will receive 5 additional updates, totaling 6 chapters. The Dimension Journey of the Rainbow Dragon. Thank you once again to the reader, Monkey Sai Lehi Ju Fun, for their generous patronage. The content is currently being typed, so please wait a moment. After the update, kindly refresh the page to access the latest content. The Dimension Journey of the Rainbow Dragon Chapter 55, The Rainbow Orb and Exploding Gold Coins, Seeking Initial Subscription, Chapter 65, The Rainbow Orb and Exploding Gold Coins, Revised. The Royal Capital Arc officially begins. In the early morning, in an unnamed small town, the weathered wooden sign of the McGonagall Tavern sways precariously, as if it might fall at the slightest gust of wind. It has endured to this day, sustained solely by 2 rusted iron nails affixed above. Within a tavern, 2 weary mercenaries sit, sipping murky, inferior ale while exchanging tidings. Have you heard? It seems there has been a beast tide in Windmill Town. The short-haired mercenary initiated the conversation after a brief exchange of pleasantries. Chelsea, are you regurgitating ancient gossip plucked from the foul soles of Kana's shoes? Scoffed the gray-haired mercenary, deriding his companion, with a nonchalant posture. Propping his worn leather boots upon the table and clutching a low-grade smoke stick, a plant akin to a cigarette that offers a chewing sensation akin to smoking, he boasted. My uncle's nephew's son's mother hails from Windmill Town, and I heard from her. He paused, surveying the attention of those around him, relishing in their focus before clearing his throat. On that day, Windmill Town was tranquil, a cloudless expanse, and the tavern's white-haired proprietress exchanged glances with the gatekeeper, Mr. Sheen. Get to the point, shouted a burly mercenary, slamming his fist upon the table, causing the inferior ale to spill from his cup. Cough, cough, cough. She mentioned that on the day the beasts attacked Windmill Town, a deity descended. A deity? Which divine being graced us with their presence? The crowd's curiosity was piqued. Since the ancient tridimensional wars, it had been countless years since a god had made an appearance in Karun. The gray-haired mercenary scratched his greasy hair. I believe it was something like the blue-tailed flame dragon god, or perhaps something azure. I can't quite recall, but it was along those lines. The short-haired mercenary's eyes sparkled at the mention of a deity. Undeterred by his comrade's mockery, he eagerly inquired, "Pray tell, what deeds did this god perform in Windmill Town?" Yes, do share. Spare us the tale of the tavern owner and Mr. Cheen. We are weary of it. The tavern's patrons clamored. The long-haired mercenary straightened his posture, feigning a cough before slowly divulging. I have heard that upon their arrival, they healed all the ailing townsfolk and crushed every beast attacking Windmill Town with a single footfall. All of them. It is said there were hundreds of thousands of beasts. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps. Ah, look at your foolish expressions. This is but a trifle. The long-haired mercenary continued with an air of arrogance. Is that all? Surely something more significant transpired that day? Inquired a bald mercenary seated at the front, unable to contain his curiosity. Indeed, the most crucial detail is, the long-haired mercenary deliberately leaned in, lowering his voice. The surrounding patrons, intrigued, gathered closely, forming a circle around him. Pray, do not keep us in suspense. Cough, cough, cough. The long-haired mercenary cleared his throat. It is said that the visage of this deity is unparalleled in the world. That form, those legs. I dare say, she exceeds the beauty of that young lady from the Kale's family in Hippo Town 100-fold. Under the intoxicating influence of alcohol, the long-haired mercenary spoke eloquently, as if he had witnessed the events himself. The short-haired mercenary, initially seated, was taken aback by the tale, sitting up straight and inhaling sharply. The icy liquid surged down his fiery throat, producing an exhilarating sensation. Is that divine being truly as beautiful as you say? Indeed. The long-haired mercenary, slightly inebriated, raised an eyebrow and suddenly pulled the short-haired mercenary into an embrace, whispering, "By the way, this is just between us. You mustn't tell a soul. Rest assured. My lips are sealed tighter than the gates of the royal capital." The short-haired mercenary boasted, eliciting applause from those around him, who all chimed in to assure the long-haired mercenary that they heard nothing. Ha! Ha ha! A spontaneous eruption of laughter ensued, ignited by an unknown instigator. And soon the tavern was filled with mirth. "Harris, what are you laughing at?" "Ha ha ha! My wife is about to give birth. Is it not permissible to laugh a little?" Well, that certainly warrants a chuckle." Laughter echoed throughout the establishment, although many believed the long-haired mercenary was merely boasting. Who could resist the allure of divine gossip if the story was captivating enough? Come, let us drink. After this cup, there are still 3 more. The mercenaries raised their glasses, seamlessly transitioning to another topic. I've heard that the women on Sex Street in the royal capital, in conjunction with the mercenaries and their ale, ensure that the tavern is always brimming with tales and boastful yarns. From the latest mining disasters to shipwrecks of trade guilds, to the emergence of wicked dragons and the nobility acquiring new maids, these embellished stories flowed from the lips of the travelers, accompanied by ale and the bare arms of men. The atmosphere was vibrant and joyous. Yet, in stark contrast, a hooded figure sat in a dim corner of the room, utterly out of place amidst the revelry. He appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, shrouded in a black hood. His long black robe was immaculate, enveloping him entirely, revealing not a trace of skin. Compared to the rough, boisterous mercenaries surrounding him, his cleanliness seemed almost discordant. The cup of ale before him, floating with wood shavings, remained untouched, just as it had been served. At that moment, within the gray robe, 2 copper coins were tightly clenched in a fist that was as smooth as jade. Tension mounted. Ron, initially intrigued by the mercenaries' conversation, found himself drawn in by their tales. After all, even Bahamut had indulged in the idle pastime of listening to his own legends and praises. However, as he absorbed the latter part of the mercenary stories, his demeanor shifted gradually into one of seething rage. By the time a mercenary described the divine being as fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged, sparks of fury ignited in Ron's eyes. Just a moment, a mere fraction of a second, and Ron was on the brink of annihilating not only Windmill Town but the entire settlement. Yet, it seems Windmill Town has since been renamed to Iceflame Town. Those wretched purveyors of rumors. Regardless of the circumstances, the sun shall rise as it always does the following day. At this juncture, Ron and his companions had departed in their brand-new horned carriages, leaving behind the bustling town, which was in the throes of reconstruction, and were once again en route to the royal capital. Notably, their previously somewhat dilapidated carriage, ravaged by the beast tide, had been completely rejuvenated. These new carriages were reportedly a selfless donation from the mayor himself, a truly rare benefactor. Just moments ago, this nameless town was merely a waypoint for their caravan. With some idle time on his hands, Ron decided to visit the tavern in search of intel regarding his system travel objectives. After all, mercenaries were scattered across the continent, and constituted the most well-informed group among the various realms. Although their information may lack precision, the myriad ways in which it was gathered could potentially yield what he sought. The best part? It was entirely free. However, Ron did not anticipate that this excursion would lead to an unexpected boon. The speed at which rumors spread surpasses even that of a full-speed soaring dragon. Victor Brian, Emperor. Ron was astonished to discover that the title he had been ruminating over had already permeated throughout the Rose Kingdom. While this did garner him a few superficial adherents, the collective faith they offered amounted to little more than a pittance. This starkly illustrated the chasm between shallow believers and fervent devotees. Those who, upon hearing the rumors, had willingly embraced the role of superficial followers possessed little in the way of true faith. They merely sought an occasional prayer, hoping that Ron might grace their town and fulfill their private wishes. Were they to rely solely on divine intervention without striving for their own betterment? Bah! He himself had yet to experience such treatment. After listening to the sentiments of these shallow followers along the way, Ron seethed with indignation. Nevertheless, shallow believers still held significance as followers. His reputation as the minor deity had spread in an unexpected fashion. This should have been a positive development. Yet Ron found himself unable to revel in it. Not only had the right to name been wrested from him, but these rumors had also appended peculiar attributes to his identity. What was this nonsense of being a rich beauty or long-legged one? If the appellation were at least melodious, he might have accepted it. For instance, Lord of Ice Flame would be quite acceptable. However, what was this ridiculous title of blue-tailed flame dragon? Rounded off, it was nothing short of appendicitis dragon. Whose foolish idea was this grotesque moniker? As the saying goes, enduring one moment only leads to further irritation. Taking a step back leads to urgent needs. Ron ground his teeth in frustration. Were it not for the divine power he could potentially produce, he would scoff at it all. Ah well, the distinction between a good reputation and a bad one holds little significance for a deity. As long as they are not forgotten by the world, that is what truly matters. Ron reassured himself. At least he had managed to carve out a name for himself. In his mind, the embodiment of the Lord of Ice Flame was gradually coalescing. It is anticipated that in the future, when one ventures into the city to harvest the power of faith with a secondary account, the process will become significantly more convenient. However, those blasphemers must not be allowed to evade retribution easily. A deity must not be insulted. Ron, though he humbly claims he is not a god, harbors no reservations about exacting revenge on those who have defamed him. Multiple casting of doom. This is a high-level curse spell, notoriously difficult to learn due to its obscure and intricate model. A subtle, invisible wave of magical energy enveloped the mercenaries, who were joyously indulging in their revelry. Ron professed ignorance as to who had unleashed this curse upon the assembly. Nonetheless, it was evident that this group of mercenaries would face dire misfortune in the months to come. They would do well to remain indoors and refrain from venturing out. Otherwise, poor mortals, I shall mourn for you and hope that the god of misfortune watches over you. Ron, in a gesture of benevolence, articulated his prayer and subsequently rose to depart from the dilapidated tavern. Clink! 2 spinning copper coins landed upon the wooden table. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a white crease at their center. Although Ron had abstained from consuming the dark, inferior ale, he adhered to his principles and paid for the drink nonetheless. Whether facing dragons or demons, when life is not at stake, they regard their principles as more valuable than life itself. Everyone, rise and get to work. The target has departed. Move swiftly. After Ron exited, a dozen grim-faced ruffians stealthily followed in his wake from the Mag Tavern. In an unnamed town, a youth clad in a pure black robe strolled along the desolate streets. As the gentle breeze stirred, fine golden dust danced through the air. Not far behind him, several sordid figures trailed in his wake. Keep your pace steady, don't frighten off that lad. Judging by his attire and complexion, he was undoubtedly a significant catch. Stay alert and ensure he does not escape. The ringleader, adorned with 2 gold-capped teeth, whispered to his subordinates. These individuals were the local bullies, while they lacked magical prowess. They possessed a faint trace of combat energy within them. Boasting their numbers, they frequently engaged in acts of robbery and abduction. They had encountered many young mage apprentices who had sneaked away from home. Typically, such individuals carried a substantial amount of gold coins, yet lacked the means to defend themselves effectively. When ambushed by robbers, these fledglings, having forsaken their family as protection, would often succumb easily to a few small blades in their panic. The ruffian leader instructed his men to prepare bags and caustic acid, readying a rather amusing game for Ron. This tactic had proven effective time and again against the young. Ron leisurely wandered through the small town, his magically conjured boots crunching on the dry, yellowed leaves. Suddenly recalling something, he smacked his forehead in frustration and slipped into a secluded alleyway. The ruffians, closely trailing his figure, twisted and turned until they entered an uninhabited passage. As they drew nearer, their bloodthirsty gazes and sharp daggers nearly aligned with Ron's back. Suddenly, Ron veered sharply into a narrow alley. The thugs hurriedly took a few steps forward, only to discover that the young apprentice had vanished from sight. A leaf drifted gently down from above. Where did he go? Staring at the empty alley before them, the group was bewildered. How could this be? They had clearly witnessed the magic apprentice enter this street. How could you have lost him? Did you indulge too much last night? The leader of the thugs grabbed the shortest member, roaring in anger. I don't know, brother. It happened in the blink of an eye. He just disappeared. The little thug was drenched in spittle, trembling, and barely able to speak. Their leader had an unusual penchant for discipline. If this mission failed, he would surely face dire consequences tonight. However, he need not worry about his rear end facing punishment this evening. A youthful voice, somewhat innocent, echoed from behind them. Are you looking for me? The little thug, dazed, turned around but only encountered darkness. We should leave, quick. The thug leader realized immediately upon hearing the voice that they had crossed paths with someone formidable. A wave of frustration surged within him, and his unwillingness to accept the situation was evident. Yet, sometimes, regret comes too late. Before they could react, a streak of light, like a shooting star, shot forth from behind them. Dragon language magic. Prism sphere. Two shimmering, glass-like spheres of vibrant colors pierced through the bodies of 15 thugs in an instant. The thugs had no chance to cry out. Their bodies seemed to dissolve into gray fragments, as if struck by an invisible force. The thug leader watched helplessly as his subordinates vanished. Before he could utter a word, a bucket of caustic acid was poured over his head by the prism sphere. His skin and muscle corroded under the acidic assault, an intense pain tormenting him. He rolled on the ground, clutching his head, until his body gradually succumbed and lay motionless. Damn it, what bad luck. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone hunting today. This was the last thought that crossed his mind. Even in his final moments, he showed no signs of remorse. Whoosh. The two colorful prism spheres returned to Ron's hands, spinning slowly. The prism sphere was a signature skill of the Rainbow Dragon, capable of delivering attacks imbued with various attributes, up to 7 at a time. Light, burn, freeze, poison, lightning, petrification, disintegration. The attribute Ron had just employed was disintegration. Clatter. Several linen pouches fell to the ground, producing a melodious clinking of metal. This was a precaution Ron had taken. A smooth, round coin rolled along the gravel-strewn street, wobbling until it reached Ron's feet, colliding with his boot and coming to a stop. The polished, glimmering rose emblem reflected Ron's emotionless 9-colored irises. The obverse of this coin is adorned with the visage of the great Emperor Brian, while the reverse features a blooming rose. Such a design is exclusive to the coins of the Rose Kingdom. In the case of silver coins, they bear the likeness of the current Rose King on the obverse. Thus, the Rose Kingdom boasts 17 distinct coins, each differing in their gold content. Coins engraved with the image of the first Emperor Brian can fetch prices exceeding 200 silver coins on the black market. The commonly accepted exchange rate of 100 gold and silver coins typically refers to the coins of the reigning monarch. With a flourish of magic, a transparent hand materialized to gather all scattered coins. Ron weighed the purse in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Today's haul was quite commendable. He had earned enough for ale, with even a little surplus. If he were to have only outgoings without any income, his modest treasury would soon dwindle. He had employed various tactics, akin to posing as an apprentice mage, to lure in unsuspecting victims throughout his journey. Human hearts are not resilient to temptation. This method has proven effective time and again. This could roughly be exchanged for 256 cups of inferior ale. As he toyed with the coin imprinted with the first Emperor Brian's likeness, Ron mentally calculated the quantity of coins in his pouch. The insatiable greed characteristic of a true dragon allowed him to ascertain the number of coins merely by their weight and shape in an instant. Behold, this is what one might call professionalism. The dawn was just breaking. The jolting of the horned carriage, which had endured a night of relentless travel, began to subside. The uneven yellow dirt road was gradually replaced by a pathway of crushed stones, ultimately transforming into a broad thoroughfare paved with large slabs of bluestone. The horned carriage moved steadily along the well-maintained bluestone road, signifying their arrival at the main avenue leading into the royal capital. Here, dedicated personnel ensured the cleanliness of the roads each day. "Curse it, these stones are my treasure. How dare you trample upon them?" lamented a capitalist, whose final words were uttered while dangling from a tree. "Esteemed magicians, we are nearing the royal capital of Ovia," bellowed the old coachman. Upon hearing this, the magic apprentices within the carriage eagerly leaned out of the windows. Despite their faces being pale and waxen, their eyes sparkled with anticipation as they gazed ahead. Vivian and Ron also curiously peered out, while only Carol remained disinterested within the carriage. On the distant horizon, a colossal circular city gradually came into view. Vivian's eyes widened in awe at the sight of this epic, mythical edifice. It is nearly impossible for mortals to articulate the magnificence of Ovia. The city is grand, majestic, and exquisitely designed, embodying near perfection in every aspect. Nestled within a vast plain and surrounded by towering mountains, it glimmers like a radiant jewel, casting a brilliant light. The pristine white city walls tower into the clouds, remarkably sturdy, enveloping the entire city as if a dragon deity were coiled upon the plains. Intricate reliefs depicting swirling dragons, titanic battles, and the harmony of all beings adorn the walls, their details meticulously crafted, bringing the scenes to life. Flanking the grand gates are clusters of bronze legendary beasts, reminiscent of prowling lions and roaring dragons, showcasing the formidable stature of the city. A soft blue aura envelopes the entire metropolis, exuding an unmistakable aura of magic. Its expanse surpasses all imaginations, with the serpentine walls stretching endlessly beyond sight. Even the most discerning deities would be left in awe upon witnessing this city. Ron gazed solemnly at the distant royal capital, Ovia, feeling the potent energy emanating from the exquisite and dynamic carvings upon the city walls, along with the concealed, vast magical arrays below. He was certain his senses had not deceived him. The aura lingering on these walls bore the blessings of master craftsmen from the dwarves and high elves. The royal capital of Ovia was undeniably not constructed solely by humans, or rather, it was not merely a human endeavor. The fallen elven race, the withered world tree, and the reliefs depicting the coexistence of myriad races illuminated the fact that the records in the Kalen Encyclopedia were far from comprehensive. Ron pondered quietly, realizing that the previous vice-chancellors had not brought these details to his attention. Perhaps the people of this nation had grown accustomed to such wonders, who would pay heed to the patterns on the walls of their own home. The lower-class inhabitants were already weary from the struggle for survival, leaving them little time to study the designs etched into walls built thousands of years ago. The carriage did not halt amidst the crowd's astonishment. Gliding along the broad marble road, they gradually merged into the throng entering the city. Merchant caravans and mercenary groups from all directions lined up outside the gates, awaiting inspection by the Rosy Cross Knights. Anyone daring to cause trouble here would surely not witness the dawn of another day in Kalen. Ron and his entourage were inconspicuous among the bustling scene, occasionally overshadowed by the passage of earth dragons and steel-horned lizards. The antelopes quivered in fear, overwhelmed by the ancestral pressure they exerted. Both the earth dragon and the steel-horned lizard were transport beasts reserved for the wealthiest merchants. The earth dragon bore a resemblance to a velociraptor from a bygone era, its small, agile forelimbs capable of effortlessly cleaving through the skulls of ordinary folk. The steel-horned lizard, resembling a typical giant lizard, sported a silver horn atop its gray-green head. They were draconic beings, coursing with a trace of dragon blood, endowing them with a weight-bearing capacity and stamina that exceeded that of antelopes by several fold. These creatures typically possessed the strength of 12th-tier magical beasts, capable of transporting goods while also safeguarding them under the constraints of a contract. Aside from their exorbitant price, often reaching several dozen gold coins, they had no other drawbacks, though perhaps their costliness was not truly a flaw. As the procession into the city continued to advance, it soon became Ron's turn. The southern gate of the royal capital featured 6 entrances and exits. At each city gate, hundreds of Rosicrucians stand guard, diligently inspecting all who seek entry. The towering walls are also home to eminent figures from the court's mage guild. It is well known that to gain admission to this esteemed guild, one must possess at least the rank of a mage. Ron and his entourage proceed slowly, and despite being nearly 100 meters from the capital's gates, the blazing sun is no longer visible above. The lofty walls cast a shadow, enveloping the entrance in perpetual twilight. Please halt. Dismount your carriage for inspection. Esteemed mages, kindly declare any hazardous items or creatures you may possess. The guards courteously stop their vehicle and begin their routine examination. The drivers expertly rein in their steeds, awaiting the completion of the guard's scrutiny. This procedure is mandatory for all entering the city, aimed at preventing the infiltration of malevolent creatures or dangerous goods. Due to the magical academy emblem displayed on their carriage, the guards are exceptionally polite and do not impose any entry fees or other inconveniences. With a rustle, a guard in his 30s, sporting short beige hair, lifted the curtain. He cast a glance at the serene figures of Vivian and Carol seated within, momentarily captivated by their beauty. Amidst the throngs passing through the gates daily, he had surely encountered countless faces. Yet these two stood out among the finest he had ever seen. Despite his astonishment at their exquisite appearance, he remained professional, conducting a routine check of their belongings before gracefully exiting the carriage. Only the youthful guards dared to entertain fantasies of courting such enchanting women. A mage of such beauty and nobility would surely not deign to look at an ordinary soldier. Thus he dismissed any notion of initiating conversation. Vivian and her companions had already secured their personal garments and intimate items within a storage device, which the guards would not inspect. For those possessing such magical storage items are typically of significant stature. Would it be fair to expect these guards, earning a meager salary of 130 silver coins a month, to undertake the duties of those worth 30,000 gold? How absurd. Meanwhile, Ron, concealed within the invisibility of his carriage, paid no heed to the guard's internal musings. His attention was drawn instead to the massive wooden notice board positioned near the gate. Though distant, his dragon-like vision allowed him to discern the various crimson wanted posters affixed to it, detailing the misdeeds of those who had fled from justice, including dangerous magical beasts. Among these vivid notices, one white poster seeking lost property stood out prominently. Courageous, beautiful, and lovable Chris accidentally found a magical core outside the city today. If the rightful owner sees this, please claim it at 138 Nika District, Street 38. Christie, the TI has been scratched out, read the youthful scrawl, adorned with a crooked, cheerful face at the bottom, clearly indicating that the person who had posted this was a playful and endearing little girl. The date on the notice indicated it had been affixed just that morning. Ron's interest, however, lay not with the little girl. Instead, it was the image depicted on the lost and found notice. A three-tiered fire elemental core and half of a trapezoidal stone casually placed on a wooden table, vividly illustrated on fine parchment. Is that not the symbol of the time dragon? Ron gazed at the stone engraved with the M-bias ring pattern, lost in contemplation. This notice was rife with absurdities. So many, in fact, that Ron's mind was nearly overwhelmed with a torrent of sarcastic remarks. Let us not even address the most pressing question of why a girl from the Nika district would find a magical core and not keep it for herself. Instead, let us ponder why the depiction of this lost item is rendered with such meticulous detail. It resembles a photograph. Are you so fearful that others might not recognize the value of this core? Moreover, the stone inscribed with the time dragon's runes. Ron feverishly perused the annals of dragon lore, yet found no useful information. The records merely noted it as a special rune of the time dragon lineage. Ultimately, within the legacy of the rainbow dragon, he discovered a similar symbol. This emblem was etched upon a dilapidated altar, encountered by an ancient rainbow dragon during a planar journey in the chaotic sea. Intrigued, the dragon had documented the encounter. However, this remained merely a travel account, offering Ron no substantial insights. Observing the mercenaries queuing to enter the city, their eyes gleaming upon seeing the notice, Ron made a silent decision. Please, come in. After inspecting all the vehicles entering the city, the seasoned guard guided Ron and several mercenary carriages into the royal capital. With a heavy creak, the gate swung open. 10 youthful guards struggled to push open the tightly shut city gates. A beam of flame pierced through the gate's crevice, illuminating the carriage. As Ron, cloaked in invisibility, beheld the distant, towering mage's tower within the city, he silently intoned, "Royal capital, here I come." Chapter 57. Fishing for evidence. The royal capital. After traversing nearly 100 meters through the city wall passage, the apprentices finally entered the city, having prepared a plethora of praises. However, the magical apprentices, eager to exclaim their admiration, were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. The street was indeed broad, nearly 40 meters wide with cobblestones. Such a thoroughfare would comfortably accommodate 8 dragon carts side by side, without feeling cramped. Yet, the cacophony of the crowd, the dilapidated wooden houses, and the raucous vendors hawking their wares imparted an indescribable strangeness to their experience. Not far off, a few elderly men reclined at the street corner, their vacant gazes fixed upon the newly arrived children. This entire scene was nothing like the opulent royal capital sung of by their families and bards. Where were the streets paved with gold, the world's most luxurious city? Was the reconnaissance vision ineffective within the city? Was it due to the magical array that enveloped the entire royal capital? Ron looked at the dissipating magical aura in his hand, feeling a sense of irritation. Without the map tool, Ron, accustomed to an omniscient perspective, felt quite displeased. I will step out to verify a few matters. You two remain in the vehicle and don't exit, he instructed seriously to Vivian and Carol. Subsequently, he extended a claw and traced a circle around the compartment, establishing a temporary defensive magical array both inside and outside the carriage to safeguard against any potential intrusion while he was away. The two nodded in understanding. Yet, before departing, Ron added with lingering concern, "No matter who calls you, do not step outside, even if it is my voice. If there is an emergency, activate the dragon scale I left behind to notify me." Understood, understood. Ron, you are rather verbose, Carol remarked, rolling her eyes. It was amusing to her that despite being a mere hatchling, he treated her as though she were a child. Vivian, however, nodded obediently, trusting that Ron's caution was for their well-being. Outside the window, a group of patched clothing children surrounded the newly arrived caravan. They were the sentinels of the royal capital, standing at the pinnacle of their domain. Yet, their actual earnings were far less than what one might imagine, as the number of children engaged in this line of work was excessively high. The entire royal capital was divided into the inner and outer districts. The inner city, known as the Opal District, was a vast, solid circular area. The royal palace loomed at the heart of the Opal District, where the king and royal family resided. This district was home to wizards, professionals, mercenaries, and affluent merchants. Bards often claimed that this was the true royal capital, while the Nika district was merely a garbage dump and sewer of the capital. In a sense, this assertion held some truth. The Nika district, the outer city of the royal capital, was indeed a genuine commoner-s area, encircling the inner district in a circular formation. It was filthy, chaotic, and teeming with thieves. In the darkness here, the guards remained oblivious, for those in power cared little about the plight of the impoverished inhabitants of Nika district. Over time, the guards grew indifferent to the rampant criminal activities, typically turning a blind eye to incidents that did not unfold before them, as their primary duty was to maintain a semblance of order. Even in such circumstances, a steady influx of newcomers settled in Nika district each year, drawn by the fact that lodging costs were 100 times cheaper than those in the Opal district. Countless individuals sold their possessions and journeyed from their hometowns, lured by the dream of fortune in this land said to be paved with gold. Most of those who sought their fortune found themselves residing in Nika district, often for a lifetime. These children were the offspring of such dreamers, growing up to marry and bear children, placing their hopes upon the next generation. The legacy they left their children was merely poverty. In truth, the area leading from the city gate to the Opal district was the most peaceful and cleanest part of Nika district, safeguarded by the constant presence of guards, compelling everyone to adhere to the capital's regulations. However, should one venture deeper into the heart of Nika district, only the true chaos can upend the worldview of these young magic apprentices. Oh, esteemed mage, choose me, and I assure your satisfaction. Mimi, I only require a silver coin. My calls resonate throughout the entire capital. If you are dissatisfied, I shall not charge you. Get lost, Gnarl. You stepped on my foot. My egg. This group of children incessantly promotes themselves around the mercenaries, engaging in a silent competition. However, Ron's caravan stands apart. Only a few fledgling apprentices approach their grand carriage. It is not that the apprentices disdain the opulence of the carriage, but rather, the conspicuous emblem of the Magic Academy indicates that their destination is undoubtedly the Royal Magic Academy, situated in the Opal District, a place they cannot enter freely. To access the Opal District, one must possess a certificate issued by the Council of Sages. Otherwise, an entrance fee of 1 gold coin is required. After toiling for a month, apprentices barely manage to save such an amount. Many have encountered the darkest facets of the capital, inevitably adopting certain vices, Substances like dream powder, which are addictive, have ensnared countless young apprentices. Get lost, you little rascals. My limbs are perfectly healthy. I do not require guidance. The leading mercenary captain bellowed, scattering the troublesome children. This band of mercenaries, numbering around a dozen, belongs to a small mercenary group. Each member is robust, clad in arm-bearing leather armor, wielding polished standard weapons. They hail from a remote town, having undertaken a task to escort a merchant to the capital. Initially intending to enjoy a mug of ale and sample the company of the capital's women before departing, their plans shifted upon observing the notice at the city gate. Captain Cass resolved to undertake a significant venture before leaving the capital. Boss, I've gathered all the information. The location of 138th Street 38 is clear. We simply need to traverse Ironfoot Alley and walk left for 30 minutes. A diminutive, scruffy mercenary with a goat-like beard whispered to Cass. Excellent. Once we acquire that third-tier magic core, you may choose any woman from Red Street. Thank you, boss. Thank you. The small mercenary retreated to the rear of the group, already lost in fantasies about which woman to select upon their return. Mona? No. Too plump. The fat on her face could be used for cooking at the tavern. Kess? Also unsuitable. She is as thin as a monkey. What if she perishes in my embrace? Gullies? She could work, though I wonder if the boss would mind. Under the captain's leadership, the mercenaries ventured into the dim streets of the Nika district. Unbeknownst to them, an invisible young dragon silently followed in their wake. Meanwhile, Ron trailed behind, remotely instructing Mori and her group to halt their caravan before entering the inner city. As he had yet to fully comprehend the situation within, he could not allow them to proceed recklessly in his absence. This group of mercenaries served as his experimental mice. If that fishing enforcement officer, Chris, proves to be formidable, he might well masquerade under the banner of righteousness to forge a connection. Conversely, should she be rather weak, he would assist her in resolving her troubles and take it upon himself to safeguard the precious stone. After all, he possesses an abundance of magic cores. Yet this item related to the time dragon is a first encounter. Truly, I am a paragon of virtue. No, a grand dragon of benevolence, Ron mused, self-congratulating unabashedly. The treasures of the time dragon, this legendary dragon breed, traversing the rivers of time, delights in casting its treasures into the temporal currents, awaiting their return, possibly after centuries or even millions of years, through serendipitous twists of fate, or perhaps deliberate design. This peculiar pastime allows ordinary items to imbibe the essence of time. Ron surmised that this stone might well be one of the treasures lost by a time dragon. Perhaps once in his possession, it could bestow upon him a fragment of the time dragon's powers, which he would not disdain. Unlike ordinary true dragons, who solely trust in their own might, Ron harbored no reservations about enhancing his strength through external means. If the opportunity arose, he would eagerly procure several exclusive artifacts to arm himself from head to toe. Be it magical constructs or equipment, anything that could augment his power would be deemed invaluable. In less than 20 minutes, the band of mercenaries arrived before a dilapidated wooden cabin. Boss, we've reached number 138, a frail mercenary whispered. It was hard to fathom that within the grand and opulent city walls lay such a decrepit dwelling. The entire cabin stood a mere 3 meters high and 4 meters wide, constructed from a few worm-eaten planks and stones, barely holding together. Rather than a house, it resembled a spacious coffin. The half-open, splintered door swayed precariously, and the dark interior offered no indication of occupancy. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Strangely, this group of brutes displayed a semblance of politeness, opting to knock before entering. Creak. A gentle breeze swept through, eliciting an unsettling sound from the door's hinges. The leading mercenary, Captain Cass, instinctively swallowed hard. Why does this house feel so peculiar? He muttered softly, yet the allure of the magic core spurred him to muster his courage and advance. Gazing at the seemingly fungus-infested, rickety door, Cass steeled himself. He lifted his leg and forcefully kicked the creaking door open. Bang! The door swung wide, rotating 105 degrees before crashing against the wall and rebounding with a thud. Astonishingly, despite such a violent impact, the door remained intact. Dim sunlight filtered through the crack, and Cass cautiously stepped into the dark, silent space. Inside the dilapidated cabin, 3 red-haired girls, appearing to be in their early teens, stood quietly. The cabin bore no furniture, only a faint musty odor mingled with an unknown floral fragrance, creating a peculiar scent that permeated the air. It seemed they had sensed the arrival of strangers. They simultaneously turned their heads to gaze at the group of mercenaries outside the door. Their fair, youthful faces flushed with a rosy hue. They broke into excited smiles, revealing their sharp teeth. A melodious voice, as clear as silver bells, resonated in the stillness of the space. Are you here to find Tina? End of this chapter. Chapter 58. The Maiden of the Golden Dragon's First Encounter. Return the magic core you took from me. Despite feeling a twinge of fear, the mercenaries bravely stepped inside the room under their captain's lead. Power of greed. Ron, hand over the magic core. Yes, give it back to our leader. The mercenaries following him echoed his sentiments, bolstering their leader's resolve. Strangely, although a dozen burly men had entered, the room felt far from cramped, as if it expanded to accommodate them. Within the room, 3 red-haired girls bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, as if sculpted from the same mold. The girl standing in the center took a step forward, timidly extending her right hand. Her palm slowly opened. Is this what you seek? A flash of crimson light flickered, revealing a third-tier fire magic core resting quietly in her chubby hand. The captain of the mercenaries instinctively swallowed hard. Why, yes, that's it. A delicate voice interrupted the captain's words. Or is it this one? The red-haired girl on the left also stepped forward, extending her left hand. Her palm opened in a similar manner, and this time, a green light flickered, unveiling a third-tier wind magic core. The captain's eyes widened in astonishment as he darted his gaze back and forth between the 2 cores. Before he could speak again, the girl on the right opened her palm as well. A 4th-tier water magic core prominently lay in her hand. Which one did you lose? Tina has a bit of a poor memory, the 3 girls chimed in unison, gazing at him. Which one? The mercenaries present were utterly bewildered by this divine gift. A feeling of euphoria enveloping each of their hearts. A rare opportunity had presented itself before Cass. He had to ponder whether this was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime chance for wealth. These all belong to me. Return them. The captain of the mercenaries waved his hand grandly, his expression betraying his greed as he chuckled. Not just the magic cores, but the 3 of you as well. You are mine. Only a child would make a choice. Cass declared himself an adult. He wanted both the girls and the magic cores. If the triplet girls were sold on Scarlet Street suddenly, Cass slapped himself across the face. Damn it. With such precious treasures before me, how could I even think of selling them? Am I still human? Cursing himself internally, Cass once again donned a benevolent smile. He slowly approached, softly murmuring, Good children, come back with Uncle Cass. I will take great care of you. At the very least, I'll ensure you bear 5 children. Little did he know whether his body could withstand it. Cass pondered quietly. The crowd had not anticipated the events unfolding so smoothly, with even unexpected gains. The mercenaries trailing behind Cass were lost in fantasies of what alluring companions they would choose upon their return to the Scarlet Street. Just the thought of the voluptuous women clad in scanty attire sent their breaths becoming more labored. Alas, they would never have the chance to indulge in the ecstasy of the Scarlet Street again. As Cass approached the trio of red-haired girls, the one in the center suddenly spoke up. So, you are the villains? Tina looked at them with eager anticipation. Cass did not disappoint her, uttering the long-awaited words. Ha ha ha, of course not. Am I a good person? Before he could finish, he was taken aback by the actions of the 3 girls before him. Upon receiving a confirmed answer, the trio of red-haired maidens joyfully leaped into the air. Hooray! Tina's first act of justice is a success. Humph. This time I want to see what that foolish silver dragon has to say. Justice? Silver dragon? Cass felt a bit bewildered. Was the girl before him truly driven mad by fear? What a pity, for such a fate would preclude any possibility of children. What if a child turned out to be foolish and squandered his hard-earned treasure? The considerable fortune he had plundered, consisting of dozens of gold coins, could not be wasted by unruly children. As Cass mulled over these thoughts, he then witnessed the girl before him transform into light, a genuine, radiant glow. The gemstone adornments atop her head emitted a peculiar shimmer in tandem. The 3 figures merged into one under a dense golden radiance. The entire room was enveloped in this golden light, and the dilapidated walls began to shift. Well then, 3 wives reduced to 1, a decrease without a decrease in value. Observing the scene before him, Cass did not hesitate. He turned and fled. He was lecherous and greedy, yet not entirely foolish. It was evident that the situation was beyond his control. Retreat, quickly. Damn it, what on earth is this? Boss, the door seems to have been locked by someone. We can't get out. Following the emergence of the golden light, The mercenaries instinctively sought to escape this bizarre room without needing their leader's command. However, they discovered that the once dilapidated wooden door had inexplicably transformed into a metallic door gleaming with an iron sheen. Bang, bang, bang. They desperately pounded on the iron door, even drawing their weapons to strike, yet the door remained immovable, leaving not even a mark. "Boss, why you're in danger?" A frail mercenary quivered, pointing tremblingly behind Cass. Cass stiffly turned his head. The three girls had vanished without a trace. Only a tall girl, around 17 or 18, remained. "Don't move. You are surrounded by Tina." She placed her left hand on her hip and pointed at the mercenaries with her right hand, her tone brimming with confidence. Her platinum long hair flowed without the need for wind, and her azure eyes sparkled with mischief. Her rosy lips curved into a smile, clearly indicating her delight. The young maiden donned a pristine white gown, intricately adorned with elegant magical patterns, unmistakably crafted by the hands of an elven master. The resplendent golden embellishments gracing her shoulders and waist accentuated her ethereal beauty, rendering her akin to a divine goddess gracing the mortal realm. Even beneath the flowing fabric of her robe, her exquisite form remained evident. The phrase "delicate branches bearing abundant fruit" aptly describes her allure. Even the most mischievous child would find themselves momentarily entranced in her presence, refraining from further antics. Upon her forehead rested a golden ornament shaped like wings, embedded with a transparent gemstone. Visible golden magical waves gradually coalesced into the gem, leaving only flecks of golden luminescence swirling around the maiden. With a triumphant flourish, the golden-haired girl produced a 30-centimeter wooden hammer from the elevated expanse of her bosom. "Ron, lurking in the shadows, do these maidens possess their own pocket dimensions?" She then pronounced the fate of the mercenaries. "Humph, you think you can escape once you've entered Tina's domain? Be compliant, for shortly I shall escort you to prison." "Oh dear, I told you not to run, yet you still flee. Stay still. Receive Tina's hammer." With this declaration, her divine image was swiftly tarnished. The maiden wielded her small hammer, dispatching one adversary after another. In a mere 3 seconds, she incapacitated more than a dozen mercenaries, including the silver-tier captain. Carefully moderating her strength, each foe fell into a deep stupor, for with her extraordinary might, their fates would have been far grimmer. What a splendid girl, yet alas, she possesses a tongue. Ron, concealed beside the wall, contemplated the triumphant golden-haired maiden with a twinge of apprehension. Identification successful. Name: Christina Jo. Race: Golden Dragon. Strength: Archmage. Legendary trait: Blessing of Bahamut. Evaluation: Tina's parents were renowned heroes of Bahamut, having vanquished countless evil dragons. As they approached their twilight years, they garnered the absolute enmity of Tiamat. When they endangered one of her most formidable supporters, she personally undertook the task of their annihilation, dispatching an avatar to slay the 2 ancient dragons. In the midst of the battle, the still embryonic Tina was ensnared. Though her parents perished, she was saved by Bahamut's avatar. Before departing, the Platinum Dragon bestowed upon her a special blessing, and Tina devoted herself to following in her parents' footsteps. She secretly embarked on an adventure in the Kalan realm. Unbeknownst to her grandfather, Tina has a fondness for glittering pearls and gemstones, which also serve as sustenance. This marked the first instance in which the system's evaluation revealed information about her parents. One can only imagine the formidable strength of Tina's lineage. Orphaned, blessed by the Platinum Dragon God. Are you also a protagonist? Upon concluding the system's assessment, Ron's lips twitched slightly. The background of this adolescent golden dragon is rather formidable. Indeed, the enchanting maiden before him, brandishing a wooden hammer, trampling mercenaries, and enforcing her will, is a bona fide true dragon. At the pinnacle of the metallic dragon lineage, Bahamut's most cherished progeny, the mightiest among the legendary dragon species, lies the Golden Dragon. Chapter completed. Chapter 59. The abyssal imposter Ron's curiosity was piqued as he gazed at Christina's appraisal results. Apart from her somewhat extraordinary background, her strength was equally perplexing. Strength: Archmage. What is the meaning behind this new designation? Ron pondered, inquiring within his mind. Unfortunately, the system remained silent. Such a wretched system. A daily venting of frustrations towards the system is beneficial for both mind and body. Ron attempted to click on the designation. A barrage of text flashed before him. Blessing list unfolded. A cascade of notifications erupted in his mind. Blessing of Bahamut. Blessing of Ares. Blessing of Tamara. Blessing of Corellon. Blessing of Astharina. The extensive list of blessings dazzled Ron's eyes. The Platinum Dragon God, King of the Gold Dragons, the Lady of Mercy, the Elven Deity. Each of these benefactors was a deity renowned throughout the entire astral realm. Divine Blessing. Depending on the domain of the blessing deity and the recipient's abilities, the blessed will receive one or more divine traits. Ron vowed that, despite perusing countless dragon legacies, including the prismatic dragon legacy, he had never encountered a true dragon blessed by such an array of deities. Not a single one. Observing the golden dragon maiden before him, Ron found himself yearning to inquire, "Are you perhaps the reincarnation of Io? Otherwise, it is indeed difficult to fathom how so many deities would collectively bestow their blessings upon a juvenile gold dragon. This transcends mere blessing. Deities typically refrain from bestowing blessings upon individuals who have already received such honors. It is akin to consuming someone else's leftover cold meal. Yet, this young lady, with that long list of blessings, could she be the most formidable second-generation dragon of the astral realm? Given her seemingly naive demeanor, she might be rather gullible. Perhaps he could leverage her to gain the favor of the gods? Ron instinctively stroked his restless tail, lost in contemplation. He was still cloaked in an invisibility and transformation spell, appearing as a crystalline hatchling. Perhaps a grand entrance would be in order? With so many blessings in existence, neither charm spells nor mental control would be effective. However, Ron's natural form, without the use of transformation magic, would inherently possess an allure intrinsic to dragons. Should he employ the techniques of the beautiful dragon? Ron hesitated, observing the young golden dragon before him. Despite her youthful appearance, she could very well be over 5 times his age. It is essential to note that the age range for a juvenile gold dragon is between 26-50 years. Meanwhile, Ron, at a mere 5.5 years, is but a standard young dragon. A young dragon, boasting a length of 20 meters and a wingspan of 41 meters. Sounds quite reasonable. Of course, in terms of maturity, Ron considered himself to be immeasurably more developed than Tina. After all, dragons undergo an extensive maturation process, and the mentality of a juvenile dragon is akin to that of a human adolescent at the age of 16. Ron, I appreciate your invitation. However, as a legendary rainbow dragon, it seems rather ignoble to deceive a juvenile golden dragon. Whether in my past life as a mere employee or in this life as a rainbow dragon, my character aligns with the neutral good or chaotic good alignment. I do not aspire to be the prime villain or the ultimate hero. Rather, I follow my heart, which constitutes my dragon's code of ethics. Let us inquire about that stone of hers in a more conventional manner. After all, my current disguise is that of a crystal dragon, and a golden dragon would typically not harbor animosity towards me. Among all gemstone dragons, crystal dragons possess the finest rapport with both people and dragons alike. They are adept at socializing, with friends scattered throughout the astral realm. When faced with the necessity of battle, they prefer to rally their companions for a just cause. Countless white dragons, whose eggs have been pilfered, might exclaim, "You despicable crystal dragon." With such thoughts, Ron soared towards the golden dragon maiden. As he approached within 5 meters, something unexpected transpired. What is this? The golden-haired maiden suddenly turned, her brow furrowed as she gazed in Ron's direction. Can she perceive my presence? Ron's expression was one of bewilderment. Aside from the incident in Windmill Town, this was the first time his stealth had been detected. "Vile intruder, come forth, Tina." The girl's frown deepened as she swiftly retreated several steps, then placed one hand upon the gem adorning her forehead. Buzz. The gem in her golden headpiece emitted a brilliant white light once more. This is not good. Multiple spellcasting, dragon language magic, rainbow guardian, dragon language magic, spatial barrier. In an instant, Ron activated every protective spell he had mastered, prepared to teleport to Vivian's side and make a hasty retreat. Although rainbow dragons are immune to all dazzling effects, transformations, and light-based magic, who could say whether this second-generation dragoness possessed some peculiar ability? As it turned out, Ron's concerns were unfounded. Under the illumination of that powerful light, all disguises were stripped away, revealing Ron's true form. Hiss! The golden dragon, Tina, stared dumbfounded at Ron, momentarily captivated by his appearance. You are even more beautiful than Tina," she murmured, her tone unexpectedly softened. Oh, the absurdity of this superficial world. Ron furrowed his brow and remained silent, his gaze drawn to the diamond-shaped gem upon the girl's forehead. Identification successful, Eye of Cassios, the eye that fell from the serpent god Cassilios before his ascension. infused with the essence of stars and dragon blood by the benevolent dragon god Bahamut, crafted into a divine artifact. Once adorned, it grants the ability to perceive hidden presences nearby. Infused with magical power, it unlocks true sight. Oh dear, I have been discovered by a rather mischievous demigod. Ron reflected. Indeed, an item that bestows true sight? No wonder she could see through my disguise. Ron contemplated the golden dragon maiden, noting the opulence of her equipment, including this rare anti-stealth gear. With this thought, Ron licked his lips. I yearn for her exquisite equipment. Pray tell, what dragon breed are you? Tina inquired curiously. Having finally regained her composure, under the blessings of the gods, her mental resilience was remarkably high. Even Ron's physical allure had only captivated her momentarily. Noticing Ron's continued silence, the golden dragon maiden patiently reiterated her question. Such is the advantage of beauty. Had it been another dragon, they would have likely been met with a fervent kiss from her little wooden hammer. As for me, I am merely a crystal whelp passing through on my way home. Ron replied absently, his plans disrupted by the revelation of his true form. You are deceiving me. I have seen crystal whelps before, and they do not resemble you at all. Tina exclaimed, her brow furrowing in irritation as she uncovered Ron's despicable ruse. To her surprise, he displayed a modicum of intelligence. Realizing he could not mislead her, Ron decided to abandon his subterfuge and responded, I beg your pardon, lovely golden dragoness. Your beauty shines like the 9 radiant stars of Heavenly Mountain, illuminating the entire world. Your allure resembles the dreamlike clouds of Elysium, stirring my very soul. After lavishing her with a plethora of compliments, Ron finally broached the inquiry that truly piqued his interest. I happened to glimpse a notice at the city gate regarding a lost item and wondered if that gray stone is still in your possession, dear golden dragoness. Communication among dragons is typically candid, devoid of superfluous chatter. The underlying implication is that dragons seldom exchange flattery. Confident in his ability to dazzle her with his praise, Ron was certain it would leave her utterly entranced. As anticipated, upon hearing Ron's compliments, Tina's feigned seriousness gave way to a radiant smile. The questions she had intended to ask seemed to vanish from her mind. Hee, am I truly that beautiful? She mused. Cough, you are not lacking either. Perhaps just a smidgen less than Tina, the golden dragon maiden remarked, appearing to lower her guard as she proudly lifted her chin. Though her grip on the little wooden hammer tightened, amidst the scattered golden light surrounding them, the blue gem adorning her chest sparkled with a glimmer of silver. Please support me with monthly tickets, recommendations, and subscriptions. I am grateful for all the support from my readers. The author humbly bows. This chapter concludes. Chapter 60, The Rainbow Dragon and the Metallic Dragon. Her silly laughter exuded a certain charm. The golden silk robe, paired with her flawless figure, resembled a statue of a saint within a divine hall, causing Ron's eyes to gleam with admiration. In all fairness, this golden dragoness's beauty ranks exceptionally high among her kin. To prevent system errors, Ron had already employed detection magic to verify her true form. However, one cannot solely rely on beauty. Merely receiving compliments without addressing inquiries is unacceptable. Focus on the crux of the matter, the stone, Ron thought, gazing at the grinning maiden before him in exasperation. Just as he contemplated asking again, a flash of golden light darted by. Bang! A tremendous crash reverberated throughout the chamber. The small wooden hammer, wielded with fervor, struck fiercely where Ron had just stood, yet the sturdy floor remained unscathed, merely causing the entire structure to tremble. The azure magical array activated instantaneously with this assault, revealing the folded space and enveloping the entire house, restoring it to its original form. This was a vast, nearly 1,000-meter expanse of black space. In the obsidian sky, one could faintly discern several twisted golden dragon runes, justice space. Remarkably, the entire house was a piece of magical equipment. In a swift motion, Tina teleported all the unconscious mercenaries outside to prevent any collateral damage, subsequently sealing the space entirely. To an outside observer, it appeared as a cube crafted entirely of exquisite gold and enchanted silver. It confined Ron and Tina within, obstructing any form of spatial transportation. Until the justice space was shattered, no one could escape. Thus, retreat was not an option. TCH, did I evade it? Tina pouted, twirling the wooden hammer lightly in her grasp as she regarded Ron, whose face was painted with astonishment from afar. An ethereal voice resounded once more. Imposter from the abyss. Revert to your true form. I shall not permit you to insult the greatness of the true dragon in this guise. Otherwise, A flicker of anger glinted in her crystalline blue eyes. Prepare to face the righteous judgment of Tina. Instantly, the small wooden hammer magnified several times. Intricate blue patterns emerging upon its surface. Identification successful. Berkeley hammer, a weapon crafted from branches of the world tree, forged into a unique instrument by a master dwarf. It has been imbued with an oath of non-lethality, incapable of directly slaying any living being, only capable of rendering opponents unconscious. Ability: the Berkeley hammer can alter in size according to the wielder's will, with its power increasing proportionally to its size. Experiential folly. Observing the serious countenance of the golden dragon maiden before him, Ron found himself evading her strikes while mentally lamenting the dragon legacy. Wasn't she supposed to be a pure-hearted 16-year-old girl? Why is this one so cunning? With such proficiency, how many times have you fished? Layers upon layers of sacred. Colorful blessings radiated from the golden-haired maiden, enhancing her speed further. The brilliance of magic illuminated this semi-planar space. Alas, compared to the iridescent dragons, the swiftest among the dragon kin, she was still somewhat lacking. To Ron's focused gaze, her movements resembled a video played at 0.1 speed. If he so desired, he could further decelerate her speed by tenfold, showcasing the strength of his dynamic vision. Otherwise, upon activating his power mode, his eyes would fail to keep pace with his body, rendering him incapable of agile movements in battle. So swift, I cannot strike her. The effects of the Berkeley hammer cannot manifest. Tina gasped for breath, her unwavering gaze fixed on the abyssal impostor before her. The wooden hammer in hand once again enlarged, its head and tail transforming into a sharp conical shape, resembling a standard cleric's mallet. Abyssal impostors, unique products of the bottomless abyss plane. Their power is unpredictable. Endowed with a permanent polymorph ability, they perpetually assume the appearances of others, and no one knows what their true form is. The opponent's strength was formidable, at the very least at the master tier, and potentially even legendary. When Ron dodged the first strike, Tina could barely discern his silhouette. Fortunately, the moment she spotted Ron, she discreetly sent a distress message to the silver dragon Sherry. She hoped that the foolish silver dragon would not falter at a critical moment. Otherwise, Tina would have no choice but to revert to her true form in the city. If possible, Tina wished to avoid such an occurrence, as it would not only reveal her identity, but also significantly enlarge the battlefield, resulting in the deaths of many innocent humans nearby. She fervently hoped that this spatial equipment could ensnare her foe. It seems you have misunderstood something. I am not an abyssal impostor and harbor no ill intent towards you, Ron attempted to clarify, for he did not wish to become an adversary of Bahamut. The three legendary dragon breeds maintained an equitable relationship with Bahamut, who would not proactively offer them protection, nor would the three legendary dragon breeds bestow their faith upon him. Moreover, when Ron encountered the demon queen in the fire elemental plane, he had called upon Bahamut's name, but alas, no one came to his aid. This solidified his belief that relying on deities was far less dependable than relying on oneself. In critical moments, no one could guarantee that the dragon gods would stand by his side. However, the gold dragon lineage differed significantly. They were staunch devotees of Bahamut, with some gold dragons even reaching the level of fanatical worshippers. Tina clearly harbored doubts regarding Ron's explanation. Then how do you explain the foul stench of the abyss emanating from you? Foolish impostor. You cannot deceive the astute Tina. In her eyes, he appeared as though stripped bare, the tail exuding demonic energy having betrayed him. The gold dragon maiden wielded a nearly 3-meter-long cleric's hammer, its head pointed at Ron. Her expression one of wisdom. Could you refrain from speaking such dubious words with an air of righteousness? Ron furrowed his brow as he regarded her, realizing where the misunderstanding lay. The gold dragon maiden had perceived the abyssal essence clinging to Ron's tail through the true sight granted by the Eye of Cassios on her forehead. She mistakenly believed Ron to be an abyssal impostor disguised as a true dragon, which led to the ambush. This power was left by the demon queen, and Ron had already arranged for its rightful place. However, he had yet to find suitable storage equipment, leaving it temporarily attached to his tail, which did not impact his combat efficacy. Previously, Ron had even attempted to transfer a portion of the primal demon energy into a dimensional bag. Yet, without a target for attack, that energy dissipated shortly thereafter. That was the residual energy of a primal demon. Aside from Mike and Shout, it was uncertain whether another primal demon existed in the entire astral realm. Engaging in such endeavors is no simple task. Even Ron, who comprehended the situation, refrained from voicing any rebuttals, silently unleashing his draconic aura to its fullest extent. There was no need for excessive explanation. The formidable presence of his dragon might suffice to affirm his identity. This nearly tangible force enveloped the entire space. What? Under the overwhelming pressure of this colossal draconic aura, the golden dragon maiden could only prop herself up with a wooden hammer, striving to resist being crushed to the ground. She gritted her teeth, valiantly enduring the initial wave of this draconic onslaught. How infuriating! Is this truly the essence of dragon might? This familiar sensation instantaneously led Tina to recognize the source of this power. Can you guess? Ron conjured two radiant orbs of light, reminiscent of spinning walnuts. As he observed the girl's desperate struggle with keen interest, it dawned on Tina that she had gravely miscalculated. The might of a true dragon is beyond imitation. Even deities cannot fully replicate the unique essence of draconic power, only achieving similar effects through certain forms of magic. For instance, the six-ring magic draconic might could mimic it to an extent. This meant that the being before her was indeed a genuine dragon, rather than some abyssal masquerader. Reflecting on her previous actions, Tina could not help but emit a groan of despair. Oh no, I have really messed up. As Ron further intensified his draconic aura, the golden dragon maiden struggled beneath this mounting pressure. The very barriers of space beneath her began to emit a cacophony of cracking sounds. Despite the blessings of the gods, her prowess was ultimately limited to that of an archmage, while she could bully human archmages or masters with her equipment and blessings. Under the grand pressure of Ron's legendary might, the golden dragon maiden, Christina, found herself utterly immobilized. This was not merely a difference in rank. It was a profound suppression of bloodlines, with legendary dragon kin overpowering ordinary dragons. Even among dragons of the same tier, the three legendary dragon breeds could utilize their draconic might to gain a significant advantage. Although this was merely an embellishment. Yes, I apologize, mighty true dragon. Tina humbly acknowledged her impetuousness before Ron. The maiden bit her crimson lip, ultimately conceding her recklessness. For a golden dragon to admit fault is no trivial matter. This proud lineage seldom bows to others. Even when facing death, they would rather uphold their dignity than submit. Recognizing the gravity of her error, Ron judiciously retracted his draconic presence, mindful that he had further inquiries for her. Injuring her would be unwise. The immense pressure dissipated in an instant. At that moment, Tina, still caught in her stance of exertion, lost her balance and stumbled forward, collapsing before Ron. A certain pliable part of her cushioned her fall, even causing a slight bounce. Oh, was such a grand gesture truly necessary? This was a classic case of tripping on flat ground. Do not blame me for this. Ron observed the golden dragon maiden prostrate before him, silently contemplating. Ahem, ahem. Tina was incessantly coughing, having inadvertently inhaled a cloud of dust that had risen from the ground. She rose and sat on the floor, lowering her gaze to her golden hair and garments now soiled with black dirt. The clumps of grime on her golden robe were particularly conspicuous. This dust, gathered by Tina outside to enhance the disguise of their abode, had unexpectedly been used against her. What was meant to serve justice and punish evil had instead led to her own dismay. Why, despite her noble intentions, did she feel so wretched? The young girl pondered this increasingly, her eyes reddening as tears began to flow. Why, having successfully executed justice, did Tina find herself in such a lamentable state? Once again, she would be the subject of ridicule from Shelley and her friends. Tears, as crystalline as dewdrops, traced down her fair cheeks, landing on the golden collar of her robe, blooming upon the soft, silk-like fabric. Thunder rumbled outside the realm of justice. Was rain imminent? Hurry, bring in the laundry. Fool, can't you see the glaring sun overhead? Two children began to bicker over the prospect of rain, which swiftly escalated into a playful skirmish, while bystanders cheered and offered their strategies. Hit him, strike him, grab him. Passers-by hurried by, and Vivian, peering through the car window, cast a worried glance at the sky. The sun shone brightly, with scarcely a cloud in sight, offering no hint of impending rain. With a long sigh, she lowered the curtain of the window, amidst the muffled sounds of a young girl's sobbing. The young dragon awkwardly scratched his head. Tina's tears left Ron at a loss. Despite his draconic form, he felt rather inept in this situation. Your actions make it seem as though I am the villain here, he remarked, looking at the weeping girl with a hint of exasperation. You attacked first. I was merely defending myself, for goodness sake. Tina, wiping her tears, stammered through her sobs. How could she possibly know? Moreover, the flattering words you uttered hardly seemed befitting of a true dragon. Ah, so that was it. It seems that flattering the dragon is also a misstep, Ron mused, realizing he had acquired yet another peculiar insight. Bang, bang, bang. A resounding knock echoed at the door. Tina, are you in there? Open the door. Shelley. I can hear her crying. Damn it, what has it done to Tina? Everyone rush in. A cacophony of anxious voices erupted from outside. Upon hearing the commotion, Tina quickly covered her mouth, attempting to stifle her sobs. Before she could utter a word, a thunderous crash resonated. Frost acid and lightning, 3 types of dragon breath, shattered the wall, forcefully striking the opposite side. The wall, forged from a combination of iron and mithril, was breached from the outside. Tina. The 3 dragons called out in unison, urgently searching for the familiar figure. They beheld the empty realm of justice and the golden-haired girl at its center, who was still dabbing at her tears. 3 bewildered, juvenile metal dragons stared in confusion. What has transpired? The chapter concluded. In Chapter 61, the vigilant silver dragon commenced. Observing the girl in the center of the room, who was still dabbing her eyes in despair, the 3 dragons surveyed their surroundings. Aside from Tina, there was no other soul present, leaving the 3 metal dragons that had burst through the wall in utter perplexity. It's nothing, sob. Tina merely took a tumble. The girl stammered as she hurriedly retreated to a corner, turning her back to her friends to stifle her sobs. She was keen to conceal her disheveled appearance from them. Seeing that Tina seemed unharmed, they breathed a sigh of relief. The trio consisted of a female silver dragon, a male bronze dragon, and a male copper dragon. What has happened, Tina? I saw a pile of mercenaries lying outside. They must have attacked you, right? I'll go deal with them. Foolish Tali. How could those humans possibly pose a threat to Tina? Then who do you suppose it was? There's no one else in this room. Ron had already activated his invisibility before their arrival, hovering in the air while observing the young dragons below. Indeed, there was no one else, just 5 dragons in total. As he watched the newcomers engage in their quarrel, Ron silently commented, "Have I arrived in the human capital or the realm of dragons? I see hardly any humans. Yet 4 dragons have already emerged." Ron began to question the nature of dragon existence. He was aware of the presence of great dragons within the capital, yet previous intelligence had not indicated the existence of so many metal dragons in the city. Were they emerging from the crevices of stone? Suddenly, the 3 arguing dragons fell silent simultaneously, akin to a lively classroom that abruptly quiets in the absence of a teacher. The room was momentarily enveloped in an eerie silence. A silver dragon with flaxen hair, Sherry, approached Tina from behind, gently patting her back and whispering comforting words. "Tina, since you are all right, let us return to the Magic Academy together. I just heard Carl mention that the Academy has received the last batch of new students selected from the villages. The headmaster is hosting a welcome ceremony for the newcomers in the Magic Conference Room. You would surely enjoy such a lively event." As Sherry spoke, she exchanged knowing glances with the 2 dragons behind her. Yes, Sherry is right. Perhaps we might even encounter a chromatic dragon on our way." Allowing Tina to execute a righteous judgment, the red-haired copper dragon, Carl, grasped Sherry's implication and nodded eagerly, adding a self-proclaimed humorous remark. Standing beside him, the green-haired bronze dragon, Tali, wore a disdainful expression. He lazily remarked, "Humph, I thought there would be a fight, but it turns out it was just Tina's false alarm. Be quiet." Sherry shot him a glare. This foolish Tali was always fixated on fighting, completely disregarding the current situation. "Let us depart." Shirley grasped Tina's hand, eager to depart from this place, yet found herself unable to pull her along. "You all may return first and kindly assist in transporting those unconscious mercenaries to the tribunal," Tina said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "Are you certain?" Shirley inquired, her brows furrowing in a delicate arch. Her appearance was that of a half-elf, with flaxen hair and pale azure eyes. Aside from her non-pointed ears, she bore no distinction from a typical high elf, perfectly aligning with the aesthetic sensibilities of a silver dragon. "Well, Shirley, take Carl and Tali with you. I have a few matters to attend to," Tina replied, wiping her eyelids and revealing a wise smile. "All right, I understand," the copper dragon Carl began, but was cut off by the silver dragon Shirley. "Do take care of yourself," Shirley said, casting a deep glance at Tina before leading the 2 astonished dragons away. "Wait, Shirley, Tina." Carl and Tali's puzzled voices gradually faded into the distance. Once she confirmed their departure, Tina called out to the invisible Ron, "You may reveal yourself now." Ron's form became visible before her. The prismatic aura swirling upon his diamond scales. This time, he did not conceal his body, presenting himself in the true form of a rainbow dragon. The refracted light from his scales once again dazzled Tina. How can he be so strikingly handsome, nearly surpassing me? Tina mused, furrowing her brow as she regarded the rainbow dragon. Ron gazed curiously at the golden dragon maiden. Did she not fear that by sending her companions away, he might unleash his wrath upon her? Contemplating this, his body candidly posed the question, knowing my power, are you not afraid I might slay you? Your companions are not present now. As she diminished her wooden hammer, Tina smirked slightly. Humph, for a legendary dragon. The outcome remains the same whether faced with 1 or 4 juvenile dragons, does it not? If you truly wish to claim my life, you would not have resorted to intimidation. Moreover, should you attempt to kill me, I trust Lord Bahamut would not let you go unpunished. Thus, it would be prudent for us to sit down and discuss matters amicably, wouldn't you agree? Her voice rang out like the melodious song of a lark. Ron did not anticipate the unexpected wisdom hidden beneath the girl's seemingly naive exterior. This indeed conformed to the characteristics of gold dragons, who are inherently proud yet imbued with profound wisdom. Gold dragons are staunch believers in order, rules, and the greater good, yet they often exhibit arrogance, prioritizing lofty, inscrutable goals over the needs of lesser beings. Each gold dragon hero, ruling a nation or exercising benevolence in the name of justice, could become a tyrant demanding obedience or suppressing individual freedom and creativity in the name of order. In simple terms, it embodies the ultimate form of the phrase, I am doing this for your own good. These dragons even believe they are morally justified in making difficult choices that others cannot, even when cooperating with other beings or benevolently ruling over them. The golden dragon holds a disdainful view of the concerns that lesser creatures harbor. This attitude does not necessarily imply a lack of care for the welfare of its subjects or allies, although some may indeed lack such concern. Rather, it stems from the golden dragon's belief in its own superiority over other races, without fully grasping the implications of this belief. A golden dragon observing a community or nation may dismiss the grievances, needs, or troubles of its citizens, genuinely unaware of the extent of their plight. Even after residing among humans for many years, golden dragons are often taken aback by the fragility and vulnerability of these beings. They are, in fact, the only dragon clan among the metallic dragons that operates under a hierarchical leadership structure. Bards often proclaim that silver dragons are the most akin to and familiar with humanity within the metallic dragon lineage. However, what remains unknown to many is that it is, in truth, the golden dragons whose societal structure mirrors that of humans the most closely. While your reasoning is sound, I cannot shake this sense of discomfort. Despite being completely overshadowed by Ron's power, she continually attempts to dictate the rhythm of their exchange. This is unacceptable. Ron narrowed his dragon eyes, and within his right claw, 2 iridescent magical orbs materialized. He toyed with the 2 shimmering spheres, reminiscent of polished walnuts, silently observing the golden dragon maiden. Halt! You mustn't act recklessly. Tina will call for help. Indeed, upon witnessing Ron's dangerous gaze and the magical orbs pulsating with arcane energy in his grasp, Tina instinctively recoiled in a flurry of anxiety. It was evident that being struck by one of those multicolored magical spheres would not end well. Was the world's most exquisite golden dragon, Tina, destined to meet her demise here? No, I have only just left Dragon Island, and I have yet to find a mate. As Ron drew closer, Tina's inner turmoil intensified. Calling for help? Would that truly be of any consequence? Here, shouting would be futile. Do you think I was merely idle moments ago? Ron displayed a Dragon King's smile and snapped his fingers with his left hand. Instantly, a radiant rainbow magic formation enveloped the entire space. The original azure magic circle was completely obscured, dissipating into the air. This place could well be renamed Ron Square. While the 4 young dragons engaged in their exchange, he had seized complete control of this space using the rainbow magic formation. Now, he wielded absolute dominion over this realm. To snatch her magical artifacts in the presence of their master. What could be more brazen than such a minotaur-like act? Indeed, allowing those 3 juvenile dragons to depart was a deliberate choice of his. Without his permission, none could leave this place. Don't come any closer. Tina found herself cornered against the wall, with no further retreat possible. Faced with the absence of an escape route, she refrained from tears this time. She was, after all, a dignified golden dragon, albeit one prone to emotionality. When confronted with inescapable danger, she would make the same choice as her late parents. As she gazed at Ron, who was slowly approaching, her expression turned serious, as if she had made a momentous decision. Her pale fingers reached for the storage pendant resting against her chest. As Tina prepared to exert herself to the utmost, the invisible pressure in the air suddenly dissipated. Tina stared blankly at Ron, who reached into his spatial pouch. With a thud, a wooden table materialized out of thin air, landing between Ron and Tina. The table was adorned with 2 cups, filled with bubbling, dark brown liquid. Ron, seeking to regain control of the situation, had no intention of engaging in a fierce struggle. Very well, I believe we can now focus on discussing that piece of stone. In the Opal district, 3 figures were sprinting at high speed. Shirley, why aren't you taking Tina with you? Is it because you need to use the restroom? Inquired the copper dragon, Carl, expressing his confusion. The bronze dragon, Tally, trailing behind, also wondered why such haste was necessary. Foolishness. Haven't you realized it yet? Realized what? There are others in that room. The statistics were disheartening. 13,000 people had collected this book, yet the initial orders were fewer than 300. With an average of just over 200, truly a dismal figure. Nevertheless, gratitude was extended to the brothers supporting through subscriptions. As long as there were readers, updates would continue. Finally, a humble request for recommendations, monthly votes, and subscriptions was made. Chapter End Chapter 62. Runestones and Cola. At this moment, the 3 dragons were hastening towards a certain location within the Opal district at their utmost speed. You 2 fools, have you not yet discovered it? The cold voice of the silver dragon, Shirley, carried a hint of irritation. Discovered what? The 2 dragons, barely keeping pace with the silver dragon, wore bewildered expressions, feeling as though they had missed a significant portion of the narrative. Shirley, exasperated, turned back to them, lamenting her lifelong association with such dimwits. She wished to pry open their heads to see what thoughts occupied their minds. Perhaps it was merely the waters of the endless sea. Your brains are beyond saving, Shirley reprimanded, her frustration palpable. However, despite her scolding, she felt compelled to clarify, lest these 2 dragons remain perplexed until the following year. Casting the 4th ring magic, Blessing of Wind. The silver dragon girl cast an acceleration spell on the trio once more and softly stated, "The reason Tina did not leave with us is that there are others still present in that room." Ignoring the eager hands of the 2 foolish dragons, Shirley continued to observe the rapidly changing streets. Moreover, there are 2 details within the room that you may not have noticed. Not noticed? Carl, the copper dragon, eagerly interjected. Tally, the bronze dragon, wisely refrained from responding. Idiot. Carl, Tally thought silently, recognizing that while Carl's intellect might be simple, he was perceptive enough to avoid answering Shirley's question, which would only invite further reprimand. As expected, Shirley let out a cold laugh. You, who can only tell bad jokes, are truly hopeless. I shouldn't have asked you to. Tally felt compelled to defend himself. What does that have to do with me? I didn't answer. It was Carl. Yes, it was me, Carl replied, a satisfied grin on his face. Gazing upon the exuberant expression of Carl, Tally found herself momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a display from her competitor. How infuriating. So this was part of your calculation as well. Sherry, observing the subtle rivalry between the 2 dragons, felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Despite her irritation, she felt compelled to elucidate to these 2 spirited individuals. When we entered, Tina was clearly in tears yet insisted she was unharmed. Just think. Someone as proud as she is would never weep so frivolously. Moreover, it appeared she was conversing with someone just before our arrival. There was another detail Sherry recalled. As we entered, Tina's Berkeley hammer had already been unleashed to a height exceeding 3 meters, and the dust on the floor bore the marks of its impact. As you know, that hammer only expands to such proportions in the face of extreme danger. Thus, the truth is unmistakable. Ultimately, the silver dragon Sherry articulated her conclusion. Tina did not wish to leave. Rather, she urged us to depart to spare us from a futile demise. Her current predicament is perilous, and we must seek assistance at the Dragon Tavern. Though the 2 dragons were still somewhat bewildered, they grasped her intent by the end of her remarks. The 3 dragons swiftly soared towards the vicinity of the Dragon Tavern in the Opal district. As for the unconscious mercenaries, they had long since succumbed to Sherry's icy breath, left incapacitated along the way. Both the metallic dragons and the legendary dragon species possess 2 types of breath abilities. The gold dragon wields fire and weakening breath. The silver dragon commands ice and paralysis breath. The bronze dragon unleashes lightning and repulsion breath. The copper dragon exudes corrosive acid and slowing breath, while the brass dragon breathes fire and slumber-inducing vapors. This dual breath capability of the metallic dragon lineage sets them apart from the chromatic dragons, who are limited to a single breath weapon. Thus, when faced with metallic dragons of the same tier, it is often the chromatic dragons that find themselves at a disadvantage. Silver, red, and green, three swift figures darted across the cityscape. From above, they resembled three radiant beams of light racing towards a specific location in the Opal district. Everything in their path was forcibly swept aside, inciting a commotion. Good heavens, did something just rush past? A woman hanging laundry suddenly realized, glancing at her toppled drying rack. Damn it, I just washed those clothes. Which little rascal knocked them over? Accompanied by her shrill cry. Several townsfolk caught sight of Sherry and her companions as they dashed by, triggering a chorus of astonished gasps. Meanwhile, within the realm of justice, a rainbow dragon and a gold dragon sat cross-legged across from one another at a table, the atmosphere between them remarkably harmonious. Hey, you over there, true dragon. What is this bubbling liquid on the table? I call it cola. It's a popular beverage from my homeland. Oh. Ron lifted a glass of cola and drank it down in one gulp. The icy liquid flowed down the throat of the golden dragon maiden, and she exclaimed, Not bad. You should give it a try? Ron smacked his lips in delight. The cola she concocted bore a distinct flavor, reminiscent yet different from the two major brands she had savored in her past life, though it showed a slight similarity to Tianfu Cola. However, one could not be overly critical of its taste, for it was merely a product of her idle experimentation, crafted from herbal extracts. The fact that it was drinkable was already a commendable achievement. Tina lifted the glass to her eyes, her curiosity piqued. This was her first encounter with a drink of such hue. The brown liquid was alive with tiny bubbles that danced to the surface, bursting in a delightful effervescence. As if the struggles of existence, from inception to oblivion, were eternally in motion. She pondered the peculiar nature of her own thoughts, mere moments before. Both parties were on the cusp of conflict, yet in the blink of an eye, they could sit together and converse as though nothing had transpired. How wondrous! Could this truly be consumed? Surely, beverages are meant for drinking, are they not? Had Tina indulged? Was it free of charge? The golden dragon maiden regarded Ron with a wary expression, yet her focus seemed misdirected. Was this truly a matter of monetary concern? Ron waved his hand dismissively, suggesting it was merely a token of their meeting, urging her to swiftly address the matter at hand after her drink. Oh, but greetings among dragonkind are not so casually bestowed. She thought to herself, silently chastising him. You are indeed a false dragon. Just wait until Sherry summons reinforcements. I shall expose your true identity. These last two thoughts she dared to keep within the confines of her mind. Tina tentatively extended her small tongue to sample the cola, the vivid red of her tongue contrasting sharply with the pale brown droplets. At that moment, her rosy lips exuded an unexpected allure, momentarily causing Ron to lose his composure. Like a kitten sipping water, she delicately licked the cola several times, each attempt a mere tease of the flavor. After several trials, she ascertained that this peculiar concoction was devoid of poison and, to her surprise, quite palatable. With a determined tilt of her head, she gulped down the chilled cola, the exhilarating sweetness awakening her senses, akin to the discovery of a new world. A satisfied burp escaped her, and she instinctively patted her belly, only to suddenly realize her actions, a faint blush gracing her fair complexion. Stealing a glance at Ron, and reassured by his lack of mockery, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Well, this beverage is rather acceptable, though a tad less sweet than I prefer, she mused, smacking her lips in lingering enjoyment. Ron, observing her animated commentary with a furrowed brow, could only shake his head in disbelief. Had this golden dragon taken their encounter as a tasting event? She said, placing her empty glass before Ron and averting her gaze, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Is there more of this dark beverage? Ron, internally exasperated, thought. What a sudden shift in tone. I offered you cola, not computer components. He scratched his head, impatience creeping into his voice. It's all gone. Now, let us return to serious matters. Where did you acquire that stone, and where is it now? His serious gaze was fixed upon the golden dragon maiden, attempting to steer the conversation back on course. The other party, seemingly distracted, licked her lips while her long legs swung restlessly. fixated on the bubbling glass of cola before Ron. Tina's azure eyes were transfixed, as if the cola could converse. In this moment, silence spoke volumes. Ron twitched his lips, ultimately exhaling a sigh. You don't even blink. Surely you must have some inclination? An invisible hand, conjured by Zero Ring of Illusions, nudged the fizzing cola towards Tina. The golden dragon girl beamed with delight, seizing the glass and sipping cautiously, as if fearful that one swift gulp would deplete her treasure. Ron regarded her with a complex expression. For him, cola was a bittersweet reminiscence. He hadn't concocted much of it. Rather, it served as a token of nostalgia. In his previous life, he had succumbed to a fervent infatuation with various beverages, compensating for the lack of indulgence in his youth. Cola, lemonade, black tea, green tea, he was inseparable from them. Yet, these sugary concoctions lacked nutrition and often led to cavities. After a fervent phase, he gradually weaned himself off them. Abandoning a passion is deceptively simple. One merely needs to treat it as a profession, immersing oneself in it day and night until the allure fades. With a flourish, Ron poured the last cola from his storage space into Tina's glass, his expression turning impatient. This is the final cup. Should you fail to discuss serious matters thereafter, I shall resort to unconventional methods. Tina gazed longingly as Ron filled the glass to the last drop. Well, you poured it voluntarily. It wasn't my desire, she protested, though her hands eagerly grasped the filled glass, a classic case of verbal dissonance. With a series of gulps, she downed the final cola, letting out a contented belch and patting her smooth little belly. It had been ages since she had tasted something so delightful. All thanks to Sherry. Claiming the recent operations of the guild have been poor, which has dwindled my monthly allowance. Seeing Ron's exasperated demeanor, the golden dragon girl cleared her throat awkwardly, then addressed him earnestly. Ahem, so you wish to inquire about the whereabouts of the time rune stone? Is that what it's called? Ron's interest piqued, as he gleaned crucial information. Indeed, I need to know where you acquired the time rune stone and the one you currently possess. Do show it to me. Oh, that may not be feasible. The time rune stone is not with me at present, Tina replied, shaking her head before adding. It can slightly accelerate the growth of true dragons, hence it is kept at my home. Ron was captivated by her statement regarding the acceleration of true dragon growth. Ignoring the rest of the information, others may scoff at the existence of such a miraculous item, but Ron knew, without a doubt, that it was entirely plausible. This is related to the legendary dragon species, the time dragon. This extraordinary true dragon, inherently capable of mastering the powers of time, embarks on a leapfrogging growth journey from the moment of its birth, rendering the growth timelines of ordinary dragons completely irrelevant for comparison. It is entirely conceivable for a newly hatched time wormling to transform into an ancient time dragon in the blink of an eye. Conversely, a time wormling may endure the passage of thousands or even tens of thousands of years and remain merely a wormling. Such is the peculiar nature of time manipulation. The mere thought of wielding time sends a thrill through Ron's veins. True dragons are beings whose power amplifies with age, and legendary dragons even more so. Should he manage to expedite his maturation, his strength would experience a meteoric rise. Upon evolving into an ancient rainbow dragon, he would be unstoppable in the astral realm. No matter the adversary, be it Mykanxiu or the Demon Queen, Ron held unwavering confidence that he could best them into submission, provided they remained in the primary realm. Then take me to your lair, Ron exclaimed with excitement. Who demands to enter another dragon's lair upon merely meeting? Tina furrowed her brow, pondering the rudeness of his request. Visiting another dragoness lair is a profoundly private matter, typically reserved for mates. Ron's proposition was nearly indistinguishable from a courtship declaration. How vexing. Where is Sherry? I can hardly keep him at bay. No, Tina, you must persevere. You must stall for a while longer. If this true dragon reveals its form in the town, the humans would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. Tina thought to herself, assessing the situation. From her analysis, this legendary dragon appeared to be an exceedingly ancient creature, perhaps even an exotic primordial dragon. Tina was envisioning Ron as an exotic crystalline dragon for her calculations. As for the knowledge regarding rainbow dragons, she was utterly ignorant. The lore of true dragons indeed contains records about legendary dragons, yet aside from the exotic dragons, who would leisurely peruse such ancient tomes daily. Coughing lightly, realizing he had acted impulsively, Ron settled back into his previous position. It is noteworthy that he, like Tina, was now seated cross-legged in midair, resembling an ethereal feline. I was hasty, Yet I can offer you items of value in exchange for that stone. Glimmering pearls and gems. Kola. Many precious things I could provide, as long as you lead me to that time-ruined stone, Ron declared earnestly, fixating on the golden dragon maiden. Tina was taken aback, not having anticipated that the stone she acquired for a mere silver coin would catch the attention of this legendary true dragon. Moreover, he appeared quite agitated, seemingly in desperate need of that item. Is it truly beneficial to an ancient dragon? Under the duress of impending exhaustion, shouldn't these legendary ancient dragons be striving desperately to navigate their decline and achieve demigod status? Wouldn't touching that time-ruined stone merely hasten their demise? Tina could hardly fathom that the legendary dragon before her was merely 5 years old. She pondered for a moment before replying, well, it might be possible, after all. That thing, let us proceed. However, before Tina could finish her sentence, Ron interrupted her. He was unable to contain himself any longer and decided to alter the original plan due to the pressing urgency of time. He yearned to transform into an ancient iridescent dragon, capable of defying the threat posed by the formidable Canchust and traversing the star realms. Grasping Tina's hand, he lifted her and soared towards the exit. Wait, hold on. Just a moment. Tina stumbled as Ron dragged her along, the position of their bodies causing her some discomfort. Before them, the wall shimmered with magical brilliance. The area previously ravaged by 3 dragons had long been enveloped by Ron's magical array. The wall's defenses now surpassed even the finest tempered steel. Before Tina could devise another means to delay, Ron suddenly furrowed his brow and retreated a few steps with her. A thunderous boom erupted as a massive bolt of lightning, akin to a celestial thunderclap, shattered the magical wall, its force unyielding as it surged towards another spatial barrier. Should this dragon breath strike the opposing wall, the semi-plane would surely falter and be annihilated in an instant. With a frown, Ron swiftly conjured a radiant shield to intercept the lightning breath. Dragon language magic, rainbow shield. The entire space was enveloped in a silvery and prismatic glow, and as the two forces clashed, only a cloud of dust remained, with the sound of footsteps echoing. A voluptuous silver-haired noblewoman clad in a crimson velvet gown stepped into the dust-laden chamber. Her curvaceous figure sauntered towards Ron, a waft of rose fragrance accompanying her. The form-fitting red dress accentuated her alluring silhouette, her ripe allure seemingly capable of yielding nectar. Suddenly, a wave of silver magical energy emanated from her, sweeping through the air like a refreshing breeze, forcing all dust and debris to settle upon the ground, rendering the once chaotic room immaculate. The noblewoman fixed her gaze intently upon the crystalline young dragon and the golden dragon girl in Ron's grasp, a subtle smile playing upon her enchanting lips. A deep, rugged voice reverberated throughout the realm of justice, akin to the roar of thunder. Who dares to abduct a golden dragon? To be continued.